Chapter 341 is this photo of you. Knock. 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 Boss Zhao. There's a guest outside who wants to see you. The messenger came to the door of the account office. But he was soon beaten back by the impatient shouts from inside. Didn't I tell you that it's useless for those strangers to come to me again? There is no refund policy after the sale of our equipment embryos. No. Boss Zhao. This time it's not a stranger. It seems to be from Geely. Fleet? Are you sure you don't see it either? The clerk's subsequent explanation had just fallen. And the crackling sound of accounting in the room paused. And then turned into exclamations. What? Zhao Jia rushed to the door. Sneakily opened a crack in the door. And asked the clerk to come in quickly. Explain yourself to me. What fleet from Geely? It was the first time that the clerk saw his boss so panicked. As if something big had happened. Which made him nervous and he stammered. Yes. Not long ago. A group of people claiming to be from Geely arrived at our Sakuraji Island. It seems that they happened to meet a stranger on the shore. From the stranger, they heard that there were people doing business in Sakuraji Island. So they wanted to come here to get to know you, the boss, and also buy some supplies. Oh, so that's it. Zhao Jia let out a long sigh after hearing what the clerk said, and finally let go of his heart a little. When he heard that the Geely fleet was coming to him, his first reaction was to collect the debt. Now it seems that he was overthinking. Come to think of it, although he owed a lot of money, it was not to the point where he could send a fleet to go out to sea and capture him across the country. Right? But just in case, Zhao Jia asked. Did they report their names? Yes. It seems to be called something like Northern Cross. The guy scratched his head uncertainly. But as a native of Geely, Zhao Jia dispelled his last concerns when he heard this name. Northern Cross. This was a fleet that had already shown its prominence and was well known when he was still in Geely. It was rumored that they often performed chivalrous deeds on the sea, robbing the rich and helping the poor. There were even storytellers in the folk who specially compiled stories about the Northern Cross. Of course, the reason why Zhao Jia was completely relieved was that, as everyone knows, the Northern Cross was an armed fleet that was not controlled by any government and belonged to an independent force. Zhao Jia clearly remembered that there were still many officials in the five elements in Geely who advocated the incorporation or elimination of the Northern Cross, on the grounds that such unofficial armed forces could not be allowed to wander outside, which once made the situation of the Northern Cross very worrying. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Northern Cross could still hold on until now, which was really a miracle. Please invite them in quickly. After getting Zhao Jia's permission, the waiter withdrew, and after a while, a burst of brisk footsteps came from outside the door. Nan did not bring other North Cross crew members, let alone players, but came to see Zhao Jia alone, while the two sides were simply greeting each other at the door. A little wolf cub, who arrived in advance, poked the butt of the little sparrow he had caught long ago with his claws. Under the coercion and inducement, Liao Zixuan successfully made Xinyan his eavesdropping device. The little sparrow dodged and flew into the house through the gap of the open window in Zhao Jia's room. So, Mr. Zhao Jia, these production lines in Sakuraji Island have only been put into use not long ago? Nan pretended to chat with Zhao Jia, and quietly closed the door after entering the house. From the moment she saw Zhao Jia's face, Nan was sure that she had found the target entrusted to her by Zhao Yue. However, before the showdown, Nan still had to help Zhao Yue test her father, who abandoned his wife and daughter, and find out his bottom line. If Zhao Jia is really a person with corrupt morals, extremely bad character, and greed, then Nan will act on her own and give up bringing Zhao Jia back home. As if nothing had happened, Nan had no hesitation about this, because she believed that it was Zhao Yue who understood her and knew that she would do this. So she specially found her and asked her to do this commission. After all, once family affection is involved, even the most powerful people will lose their judgment. And this is where friends like her should appear. The current Northern Cross is very chic in Geely, and Nan doesn't want to go back to the days a few years ago when she was chased by the five elements. Therefore, whether it is emotional or rational, she must protect Zhao Yue, and will never let a scum father ruin a girl who should have unlimited possibilities. Ah, but the reality is obviously not so heavy yet. It is even more optimistic than Nan imagined, combined with Zhao Jia's entrepreneurial experience that he is talking to her at the moment, and Nan's private visits to some chamber of commerce workers in advance, or simply and straightforwardly by observing the mental state of the Chamber of Commerce clerks along the way. Zhao Jia, the boss, has a very good score in Nan's heart. Not doing illegal activities. Never oppressing workers. The Chamber of Commerce has a clear reward and punishment system. Clear regulations. And all kinds of things can make Nan vaguely see the shadow of Zhao Yue in the middle-aged uncle opposite. So Lord Nan, you understand? Even though we were established not long ago, everything is very complete. Foreigners are full of praise for our equipment. And almost everyone is a repeat customer. In front of the equipment we forged. They can't control their hands at all. Since it is so lucky today, the famous Northern Cross can come to our Sakuraji Island. And I have also met a heroine like you. A hero. I, Zhao Jia, will shed some money and celebrate. This time, Lord Nan, no matter how much equipment and supplies you order from us, the price will be reduced by 30%. I, Zhao Jia, said it. Oh, and this sales skill. Just like the poor little girl when she first met Zhao Yue. Nan shook her head, recalled her memories, and ignored Zhao Jia, who was still telling her various discounts, tempting her to hand over the equipment order of the Northern Cross. Nan interrupted directly, Mr. Zhao Jia, I admire you for going abroad to do business and expanding our Geely market overseas. But I am a little curious. What about your family? Did they come to Qiandao with you? Ah. Oh. This. Zhao Jia instantly lost the fluency he had when he was selling just now. He hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds before forcing a smile and said, Yes. That's right. I also brought them to Qiandao. But of course, I couldn't let them follow me to Sakuraji Island. It was too dangerous. So now they are on Yuan Island. Sir Nan, why did you suddenly bring this up? Zhao Jia had a bad feeling in his heart. And he quickly began to test it. Oh. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that we had received a commission from the Northern Cross before, saying that we were looking for a businessman who abandoned his wife and daughter and fled overseas to escape debt. Nan smiled at Zhao Jia while talking, and the middle-aged uncle opposite him had already changed his face, and he stood up from his chair in a flash of fright. Nan ignored Zhao Jia, and after leisurely drinking a sip of tea on the table, he continued, And Mr. Zhao Jia, do you know what's even more coincidental? The name of the businessman written on the commission is exactly the same as yours. Word for word. The room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Beads of sweat ran down Zhao Jia's cheeks. But Zhao Jia reacted quickly. Or it could be said that after the shock, he realized that this was not Geely, but Qiandao, Sakuraji Island. This was his son-in-law's territory, and rounded off to his territory. Don't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Jia suddenly became bolder when he thought of this. Oh, there is such a coincidence. Lord Nan, don't worry. I, Zhao Jia, still have some connections in Qiandao. If I find someone with the same name as me in Geely, I will notify Beishizi as soon as possible. Huh. He is quite thick-skinned. Nan smiled in his heart. And before Zhao Jia could speak again, he took out a scroll from his waist. What is this? Zhao Jia's heart skipped a beat. I forgot to tell Boss Zhao that the commission also came with a photo of the fleeing businessman taken with a camera. Although my Nan was wearing an eye patch and could only see with one eye, I always felt that this photo was somewhat similar to you. Boss Zhao. Come on. Boss Zhao. You have good eyesight. Unlike me. Come and see. Is the person in the photo you? Nan stood up and slowly opened the scroll in front of Zhao Jia, revealing a man who was not exactly like Zhao Jia, but at least 70% similar to him. Zhao Jia recognized it at a glance. This was a photo he had taken at the photo studio more than 20 years ago, when Xinger was not yet born. The person in the picture was him when he was young. But? How about it? Is this photo of you? It's not me. It's not you. Nan repeated with a stronger tone. On the other side, Zhao Jia even took the initiative to stand next to the film, put his face close to it, and compared it with his young self 20 years ago, and then said with a fearless and open-eyed lie, It's not me. Humph. Even if you are the captain of the Northern Cross. So what? Can you kidnap me on Sakuraji Island? But Nan's next sentence made Zhao Jia's eyes widen instantly. Is that so? That's a pity. The original commission was for us to tell the businessman that his debts had been cleared long ago, and for us to take him back to Geely. But since Boss Zhao said that the person in the photo is not him, Nan shook her head. Before she finished speaking, she pretended to take back the photo. but was held down by Zhao Jia. Then there was an anxious shout. It's me! Huh? The person in this photo is you again? Nan pretended to be surprised. It's me! But look at this face shape. Yes. I was still very thin at that time. Zhao Jia blurted out without thinking. Nan pretended to compare it carefully again, as if to avenge the previous one, and she shook her head. No. I don't think it's you. You said it's not me? Zhao Jia also saw that Nan was deliberately provoking him. And since the matter was of great importance, Zhao Jia finally stopped enduring. He stopped pretending. He was going to show his hand. Okay, Lord Nan. I tell you, no matter whether this photo is of me or not, you must explain it to me today. Otherwise you can't leave Sakurajima. Oh! Facing Zhao Jia's outburst in harsh words, Nan was not afraid, but seemed to be aroused. Then I have to leave. How are you going to stop me? Just by yourself? Or those strangers outside? Humph. Lord Nan, don't be too decisive. I know you are good at martial arts, and the Northern Cross is even more famous. But no matter how powerful you are, can you compare with the 5 elements? As soon as Zhao Jia said this, the little wolf cub, who was eavesdropping on Sinyan outside the room, immediately covered his face with a slap. 5 elements. Gili 5 elements? Don't say it. Zhao Jia's words really stunned Nan. Nan subconsciously thought that Zhao Jia knew the identity of his daughter. Until the next sentence. Lord Nan, I warn you. My son-in-law is a member of the 5 elements, and even a senior official of Xuanwu Pass. Does Xuanwu Pass understand? That is our Gili's special external agency. Nan? Seeing the legendary leader of the Northern Cross, Nan, who had been led by the nose throughout the conversation. His eyes widened, and he looked surprised, and couldn't believe his ears. This made Zhao Jia more confident, and more certain of victory. He enjoyed Nan's expression very much, and couldn't help but want to show off his son-in-law's strength and glorious deeds. Since you have come to Qiandao, you must have heard about some major events that happened in Qiandao recently. Right? I am not exaggerating to say that if my son-in-law was not here, the 3 magistrates of Qiandao would be in such a mess. For example, if it weren't for my son-in-law and Koff, that assisting colleague, there would be no such scene now. Hey, are you listening? Zhao Jia slapped the table a few times, and finally pulled Nan across from him back from his surprise. After that, Nan's reaction was not to ask further questions, but to be furious. Son-in-law, Zhao Jia, did you find a new wife in Qiandao, and give birth to another daughter? Nan pointed at Zhao Jia's nose and questioned, almost drawing her sword. Fortunately, Zhao Jia on the opposite side was more excited than her when he heard this. And he was red-faced, and pulled his neck angrily. Bullshit! How could I, Zhao Jia, be that kind of person? I will only have 1 wife and 1 daughter in my life. No! Wait a minute. Why do you want to use again? How do you know I have a daughter? When the situation was about to get out of control and develop to an extreme. Originally, the little wolf cub said that he would intervene to clarify. But who would have thought? Boom! The ground of Sakurajima under their feet suddenly shook violently. Earthquake? No! The little wolf cub hurriedly ran out to a high place outside the camp and looked around. He saw that deep in Sakurajima, the ground began to crack continuously, and the strong cursed breath turned into deformed monsters. And this time, they were no longer wandering like wild monsters, but all set their sights on the newly built base camp of Sakurajima, and rushed here collectively to attack. Chapter 342. Go to the account. What happened? Nan was quick to support Zhao Jia, who was about to fall down in the shaking. Then, like many people in the Chamber of Commerce, she quickly ran out of the house in the residence. Compared with other employees and workers who were still at a loss and looking around, Nan took a deep breath and secretly operated the internal skills. The whole person's momentum changed instantly. She then reached out and opened her right eye that had been covered with an eye mask. Zhao Jia, who was following closely, discovered that Nan's right eye was actually purple. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there was a flash of lightning in the depths of the pupil. Don't stare at that eye of mine. It was Nan who immediately shouted. And Zhao Jia woke up and quickly looked away. But even these 2 or 3 seconds still brought waves of tingling pain to Zhao Jia, which made him palpitate, and he dared not look at her again. On the other side, Nan, who had completely activated the immortal family's secret method, had a purple light of thunder blazing from her right eye, which greatly enhanced her vision, allowing Nan to see the scene dozens of miles away even in the camp. However, this did not make Nan's expression relaxed, but frowned even more, and her whole body tensed up. Monsters and demons. Numerous monsters and demons. They crawled out of the cracks in the cracked earth like undead, and each of them seemed to aim at their current station at the same time, forming a huge demon tide that made Nan tremble with fear. The lightning flashing in the purple eyes faded away. Nan quickly covered his right eye with an eye mask and said to Zhao at a very fast speed, "I don't know what happened here, but now a large number of monsters are attacking us." After telling Zhao Jia the current situation concisely, Nan made a judgment immediately. "Let's go! Follow me to the shore. We will leave here on the Northern Cross. According to the speed of the monster tide, it should take 2 or 3 minutes to arrive here. Although it is short, it is enough for them to retreat." But just when Nan was about to pull Zhao Jia beside him and gather all the Northern Cross members in the base to run back to the ship, what Nan didn't expect was that Zhao Yu's father actually stayed there. "You go if you want to go." "I won't." Facing Nan's confused and anxious eyes, Zhao Jia's legs were shaking after learning the source of the earthquake, but he still said the bravest words in the most fearful tone. "Are you crazy?" Nan suspected that she didn't express herself clearly just now, so she quickly described to Zhao Jia the terrifying monster tide in the distance that she saw with the purple eyes. But Nan still got Zhao Jia's head shake. "I can't leave. There are still my Chamber of Commerce, my friends, and my workers here. What will happen to them if I leave? And there is me. I believe we will be fine. You?" A breath of anger rose from Nan. She had said in her heart before that she wanted to observe Zhao Jia's character, but not at this moment. Moreover, Nan felt that what really made Zhao Jia choose to stay was actually the last sentence of his words. Zhao Jia believed in the base, and believed that they could defend it. Big sister. While the two were arguing, most of the other crew members of the Northern Cross had taken the initiative to find Nan in the chaotic crowd and approached her. From the faces of these crew members, you can see tension, but no panic. Each of them was quietly waiting for Nan's orders. It can be seen that they are well trained and have dealt with many similar crisis situations. The pressure came to Nan immediately. And now there are 2 options in front of her. Either choose to believe Zhao Jia's words and bet on the defensive power of this garrison, or just take out the big sword behind him, knock Zhao Jia unconscious, and carry him aboard by force. As for leaving Zhao Jia alone, Nan didn't consider it at all. And let's not talk about other things for now. If they really do this, they, the Northern Cross, will never be able to survive in Gili in this life. In a split second, although the other crew members didn't say anything, it can be seen from their expressions that no one believes that this garrison without even official power can have the defensive power to resist the monster tide. But in the end, Nan's decision made them hesitate. After sailing on the sea for many years, Nan led the Northern Cross to conquer no matter how many storms there were. Of course, there is the factor of experience, but there is also a kind of intuition, which comes from Nan's natural intuition of the changes in waves and sea conditions. Now Nan's tidal instinct told her, "You go back to the boat first. Aubin, loudly, turn on that as soon as you get on board, and be ready to start it at any time. The rest of you should be on guard around the ship." "Yes, big sister." Under Nan's order, the crew of the Northern Cross had no questions and only followed. "Oh, sorry. Except for the new group of foreigners. Big sister, we want to stay with you." Yu Gij and other players drew their weapons and asked Nan in unison. The boat on the shore is indeed relatively safe, but for the players, safety is not in their consideration at all. At this moment, something big has obviously happened on Sakuraji Island. How can they miss such a key plot? "Shut up. Have you forgotten the ship rules?" Nan's female assistant was the first to speak up and stop the players. But soon, Nan reached out and interrupted. Nan looked at the players who were ready to go, not nervous at all, but eager to try the next wave of monsters. Without saying anything more, she nodded in agreement. She pulled out the black iron sword behind her and stabbed it into the ground. Looking at the monsters and demons that had appeared in the distance of the station while they were talking, Nan secretly made up her mind to observe the defensive strength of the station first. If it could barely hold up, she would support it with all her strength because of Zhao Jia. But if the gap was too big, Nan would knock Zhao Jia unconscious without hesitation and implement the second plan. while Nan was still worried about her bold and risky decision. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Hei, the fox faced witch, appeared next to the wolf cub on the high slope, and then looked out with the wolf cub at the monster tide composed of deformed cursed creatures in the distance. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Vivian. After the meeting, the little girl expressed her idea of jumping down and taking the initiative to attack the monster, but was stopped by the wolf cub. Facing Vivian's anxious and puzzled eyes, the wolf cub had already lost his initial nervousness after observing, and waved his claws at the little girl. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Perhaps Vivian's impression of the players on Sakuraji Island is still the weak ones, who were tortured by the hellish environment of the island. But now, the little wolf cub thinks this is an opportunity to let Vivian and the fox-faced witch see how far those foreigners, who cried and screamed at the beginning, have reached under the care of her as a mother. Ding! Your faction mission Survive has entered the next stage. Please pay attention to the update prompt. The system prompt sounded in the minds of all the players on Sakuraji Island, and then a new word flashed continuously on the task bar. After the player clicks and immediately, a new next stage task will automatically appear. Guarding the Sakura Iron Mine Cave. Task details. With your efforts and the help of the fox-faced priestess, you are no longer the weaklings who first landed on the island. Now, as the curse on Sakuraji Island gradually fades, the curse power has a sense of crisis and chooses this time to create countless monsters to attack your newly built camp, trying to strangle you in the cradle. Stranger, it's time to pick up your weapons and stand up bravely to tell the fox-faced priestess, who underestimated you, that you no longer need the protection of others. In fact, it's your turn to become the tall figure blocking the monsters. Mission objective: protect the gathering place from destruction. The total destruction rate and damage rate must not exceed 30%. Tip: the completeness of each area of the current gathering place. Forge 100%. Prop house 100%. Smelter 100%. Training ground 100%. Workers residential area 100%. Mission reward: 200 experience points * number of monsters killed by an individual. Additional prize pool reward: 900,000 experience points. Tip: ranking is based on the number of participants and the number of cursed deformations killed by an individual. If the mission fails, the group loses the reward. If the mission succeeds, the prize pool is divided according to the ranking. Tip 2. You can choose to form a team in the mission and participate in the ranking as a group. The subsequent prize pool experience points will be redistributed according to your group ranking. Current ranking of you/your group for 0836. Fuck. The players exclaimed one after another. Although the reward for this task is only experience points, it really gives too much. The basic reward alone is equivalent to 200 more experience points for each monster killed. You should know that an ordinary monster only gives 40 to 50 experience points. Not to mention the bonus pool later. 900,000. Look at the rules of the bonus pool distribution. The group ranked first can get 45.5% of the bonus pool experience points. What a concept. More than 400,000 experience points. The major guilds are going crazy and start calling people quickly. Everyone wants to compete for a higher ranking. There are also many individual players who are also jealous and start opening their friend lists that they have not looked at for thousands of years to seek team formation. Brother, log in quickly. Don't watch the movie. There's an urgent plot. Log in quickly. Wife, you don't have to make dinner for me today. Ah, yes. There's something going on at the company. I have to work overtime all night. Hey, it's okay. It's not hard. It's all for the family. Mwah. I'm sorry. Dear readers, I feel very uncomfortable today. I have diarrhea. And I'm still in the hospital for an 4 drip. I'm really sorry. Today's update may be postponed. Everyone don't wait. That teacher. Hey. You have something to do too? Wait. You can't being too. Got it. My UID is. Log in meow. Everyone log in. Thank you meow. Although many games have millions or even tens of millions of registered players, the actual number of online players may be only 1/10. Or even less. As a large-scale online game, Falling God is also the same. Not to mention at a specific time. So at present, the number of players in Sakuraji Island, especially those near the base, is not large. However, with one communication after another, one excuse after another, and one lie after another, swish, swish, Swish. Countless white lights symbolizing landing began to swish around the camp frantically. And the figures of foreign players summoned by the president/group leader/gay friends/girlfriends kept emerging from it. As Datugo watched the current number of participants in the prize pool jump by hundreds every time it was refreshed, his whole body began to boil with excitement. But he was not because of the generous prize pool rewards, but because he felt that this was an opportunity to prove themselves and to the fox-faced priestess. So the Tugo gang must win the first place. Log in. If there is a statistics, it will be found that these two words have become the most frequently used words in the chat box of all Sakurajima players at this moment. Without a doubt. So, just like that, a scene that Nan had never seen before appeared. When she was nervous and ready to meet the enemy at any time, the ground suddenly shook violently again. What? Are there enemies coming from the back of the camp? Why didn't she sense it? When Nan suddenly turned around, she was even stunned for a moment, because what she saw was also a tide coming. But this time, the tide was not made up of monsters, but of strangers. How? How is it possible? Where did so many strangers come from? While Nan's brain was shutting down, just like what she had seen in countless voyages. Although a wave is high, there will always be a bigger wave to cover it. This tide made up of strangers blocked the monster tide made up of cursed, deformed beings hundreds of meters away from the gathering place, making it impossible for them to move forward even half a step. This was not only because of the number of strangers, but also because of their strength. Nan was shocked by the strength of these strangers. They were not completely different from those she had seen in Gili. It only made Nan suspect that they were not of the same species. Swish. Nan saw an arrow rich in ice elements shot from the hands of a stranger who led a small group, and then exploded in the monster tide. Just one arrow froze several monsters into ice slag. The strangers also cheered. Boss is awesome. One arrow can do over 1,000 damage. Do you understand the value of the top-grade violent damage head? This time, we are the first. Nan also saw an assassin. Yes, that's right. It was the one they met on the coast. Now he was holding 6 or 7 monsters by himself. No matter how the monsters attacked the assassin, it was like tickling. His companions cheered. Critical hits and burst damage? What's the use? How can it match our brother Kai? A full defense assassin. Is this the meatiness of all equipment sub-attributes? All crooked defense? Too cruel. Monsters don't even lose blood when they hit him. Heal. Heal. Let's focus on brother Kai. A meat shield assassin. An output with all our strength. All of you who are gloating, remember this one by one? Fuck. I didn't realize it before. But now with this monster tide, it seems to be quite cool. Ha ha ha. The assassin in question had a crying and laughing expression. Nan. There can't be more scenes like this. This kind of overturned Nan's common sense and cognition. Is this a battlefield? Why does it seem to be so different from what she imagined? Chapter 343 Miss Nan. You don't want to. Humph. Miss Nan. Have you seen how powerful our Sakurajima is? Xiao Jia's smug voice reached Nan's ears. Nan glanced and saw that this middle-aged uncle, whose legs were shaking, and who was so scared that he couldn't speak properly at the beginning, now had his hands on his hips, his belly sticking out, and a proud look of heroic spirit. He even quickly found a high platform, climbed up, and began to appeal to the workers and guys who ran out to take refuge from the surrounding chambers of commerce. Everyone, are we going to watch others fight monsters on the front line, while we do nothing but tremble in the back? No. Action. Let's move too. Don't be afraid. We have such a group of powerful warriors to protect us. We have nothing to fear. What we should do now is to resume production. Everyone return to their respective posts. Provide the best supplies for the soldiers. There are battles on the front line, and there are also battlefields in the rear. Nan finally knew where Zhao Yu's eloquent mouth came from. I saw that the workers of many chambers of commerce actually overcame their fear under the instigation and encouragement of Zhao Jie. Even though there were countless monsters on the battlefield just a few hundred meters away, they actually began to return to their workstations one by one to make all the facilities in the entire camp operate again. Big sister. Can we also? Even the Northern Cross next to Nan, the players from Gili, were touched by Zhao Jie's speech. In addition, Yu Gij and others were envious of the players from Sakurajima killing monsters in the tide. They couldn't sit still and wished they could go up and kill. Nan hesitated for a moment. She originally planned to strengthen the defense and protect Xiao Jie by leaving the strangers behind. But now it seems that she doesn't need them at all. Go. Such an opportunity is rare. Just treat it as a training for you. Nan is not a rigid person. With a wave of her hand, she approved the players to join the battlefield. After getting Nan's permission, Yu Gij and the others were very excited. It was a pity that they belonged to the Northern Cross camp and could not have the rich story missions like the Sakurajima players. Perhaps Nan also saw this, and she suddenly called the players again. Remember, since you choose to participate in the war, don't forget that you represent our Northern Cross. No matter how strong you are, at least you can't lag behind others in momentum. I will always watch you from behind. The most heroic and outstanding ones will be rewarded when they go back. After Nan's words of encouragement, the Northern Cross players immediately saw the prompts of new tasks. Although the rewards are far less than those of the Sakurajima players, they are definitely generous for them. Yes, big sister, you will definitely not embarrass our Northern Cross. Sure enough, the mission is the best stimulant for players. Yu Gij and others immediately rushed forward like chicken blood. Unfortunately, once it came to the stage of close combat with the monster, even an outsider like Xiao Jie could see how obvious the gap between the two sides was. Sakurajima players can usually deal with 2 or 3 monsters by themselves. Some powerful ones, such as the presidents of major guilds and wild group leaders, are no joke when fighting 10 with 1. However, looking back at the Gili players on the Northern Cross, they were indeed full of momentum and did not embarrass Nan. But their strength was obviously not good. 4 or 5 crew members would occasionally overturn when beating a monster. On the one hand, some Gili players are still unfamiliar with cursed monsters. And on the other hand, they are indeed behind the Sakurajima players, who have been in dire straits in terms of level and equipment. Xiao Jie saw this scene and was happy in his heart. He was even more arrogant and proud of Nan beside him. That's it. That's all. He even sent out, such as, Miss Nan, you don't want your North Cross team members to be looked down upon by other foreigners. Right? Now if you choose our weapons and armor, I can give you a 20% discount. I guarantee that your men will be completely renewed and their combat power will soar immediately. After Xiao Jie said this, Nan's eyebrows jumped, and the hand holding the big sword couldn't help but clenched a little. She kept repeating in her heart that this was Zhao Yuer's father. After suppressing her instinct, she couldn't help asking, didn't you say that you would give us a 30% discount at the beginning? Hee. The beginning was the beginning. And now is now. The key to doing business is to learn to seize the right opportunity. Xiao Jie looked like a fearless profiteer. Nan, fortunately, she had already started to make up a story in her mind. And when she was about to tell Zhao Yuer how her father died accidentally, the battle situation outside suddenly changed again. It seemed that after realizing that the defense line of the foreigners could not be defeated by numbers, the original will of the curse began to change its strategy. One after another, the curse-deformed bodies stopped fighting with the players and turned to gather madly towards a mother body. This scene is not the first time that the players of Sakurajima have seen it. When the fox-faced priestess made her debut, the curse-deformed bodies in the battle CG also used the trick of fusion. In the blink of an eye, a 2 or 3 story high boss deformed giant species with a level of 40 appeared in the player's field of vision with a roar. It stepped on the unlucky players nearby and turned them into white light. Those who had no chance to resist were killed instantly. Since they could not defeat it, they quickly distanced themselves and used long-range attacks. However, when the player's arrows and magic hit the giant species, it was like tickling, and the thick blood bar did not even drop. The situation seemed to be reversed in an instant, not to mention hurting it. The players even had difficulty stopping the giant species. They could only watch the monster boss stride towards their base. Buzz! The sound of the sword echoed faintly. Nan lifted the black heavy sword from the ground. She ignored the middle-aged uncle, who was frightened and shamelessly hiding behind her. Nan stared at the direction of the deformed giant with her left eye. It was obvious that the stranger's strength was helpless against this big guy. Nan was ready to take action. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Nan quickly operated her internal kung fu to adjust her state for the next battle. Although this level of monster did not pose a big threat to her, it was still difficult to knock it down before the monster was only thinking about rushing into the settlement and destroying it. What? While Nan was still quickly calculating the next move to use, a bloodlight flew through her field of vision, causing Nan to exclaim. The exclamation did not come from the scene where the blood light flew past, but from the next one. I saw that the blood light shot out from the camp and shot straight at the head of the deformed giant species. At this time, not only Nan, but also many players saw clearly that the true form of the blood light was a long spear. A blood-colored long spear. It seemed to have no obstacles and pierced through the head of the giant species, leaving a terrifying hole in its head. Boom! The huge body fell down with a bang, and countless cursed powers turned into black smoke and began to dissipate in the air. Instant kill. Instant kill without a doubt. The players were extremely shocked. And Nan narrowed his eyes and looked up at the place where the blood light had just passed. I saw a pale and thin young man appearing in the air along with the blood-red spear. Oh! It's Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao has taken action. Fuck. Is this true? Although I know that the instructor of our camp must be very powerful. This is too exaggerated. Killed in 1 second like this? This javelin is so cool. Isn't it? It also has displacement. Can we learn it too? My husband is so handsome. However, in the joy of the players, the pale young man did not relax after killing the giant species in 1 second, but instead looked into the depths of the monster tide in the distance. When the players looked over, the joy of destroying the boss just now disappeared instantly, because they saw a layer of thick black clouds moving rapidly in the distant sky. When the dark cloud got closer, everyone could see clearly that it was not a dark cloud at all, but a strange tide of cursed deformed flying species. Players could still stop the monsters on the ground, but if it was in the sky, chirp! Suddenly a loud cry resounded through the battlefield and echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone saw a cluster of hot flames rising from the base, and in the blink of an eye, it dyed the sky above them red. A phoenix, a phantom firebird, flew into the sky and rushed towards the dark cloud with high momentum. Then, in just a few seconds, the dark cloud just now turned into a fire cloud in the eyes of the players. Seeing that he seemed to have nothing to do, the pale young man turned his wrist, and the blood spear turned into liquid and merged into his body. And the young man himself slowly fell back into the camp. What was that just now? Phoenix? Firebird? Wait a minute. Do you still remember the fox-faced priestess and the Phoenix clan mentioned in the stone tablet story? It's the little sparrow that often appears in the sleeves of the priestess sister. Fuck. Good guy. I can see that although there are not many NPCs in our Sakurajima camp, they all seem to be gods. The cheers of the strangers in the battlefield came one after another, and then also put the big sword in his hand back into the ground, and then glanced at the spirited uncle, Zhao Jia, who changed his face faster than turning a book. Boss Zhao, is this the son-in-law you mentioned before? Nen felt that Xiao was very consistent with the one Zhao Jia had boasted about before, both in age and strength. But Zhao Jia sneered disdainfully after hearing this, and shook his finger in front of Nan while clicking his tongue. Miss Nan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you are the captain of the Northern Cross and a big shot. Do you think that young boy like that can catch my eye? Can I be willing to entrust my daughter to him? Nan? Young boy. I'll tell you the truth. Xiao Xiao is a man with decent strength, but his personality is really not good. He is usually like a dull person, ignoring everyone and not talking. My son-in-law has taught him several times, but what's the result? He just won't change. Alas, there's nothing I can do. This kid may have such a personality. And the little sparrow just now was raised by my son-in-law's younger colleague. My son-in-law said he wanted to give me one to keep for fun, but I refused. There was nothing I could do. The Chamber of Commerce was too busy and really didn't have the time to take care of flowers, birds, fish and insects, which were little things of leisure and pleasure. Zhao Jia commented earnestly with an elder's look. But in fact, even a fool could see that he was showing off. By the way, Miss Nan, if you want to order equipment for your North Cross team members, it is recommended that you do it as soon as possible. Otherwise you won't even get the current 10% discount. Zhao Jia smiled and looked at Nan, who looked murderous but helpless, and felt very proud. If he had known that his son-in-law's colleagues were all so fierce, why would he need to be afraid of others? Humph! You like to test me with debts. Right. Even if you are the captain of the Northern Cross. So what? Today on Sakuraji Island, on my territory, if you don't leave the information and the order, you can't leave. The 4 words fox borrowing the power of the tiger are fully reflected in Zhao Jia. But this time, Nan was not so angry, because Nan's ears moved, And then he looked up at the sky, where there was an ordinary goshawk, which soared in the same place and flew back to the coast. A smile appeared at the corner of Nan's mouth. Boss Zhao, after this battle, I do recognize your forging skills, and I do intend to order some as a reserve. But as for the price, Nan suddenly turned her head away halfway through her speech, and then she pulled down the eye patch on her right eye again, and at the same time raised the big sword stuck in the ground high. Just when Zhao Jia was startled and thought that Nan was going to have bad intentions towards him, Nan's right eye suddenly glowed purple. And then, he waved the heavy sword with one hand, pointing the tip of the sword at a certain place in the deepest part of the monster tide. Secret method, Thunder Seal. If you shift your perspective to the deepest part of the monster tide at this moment, you will find that the culprit of this disaster, that is, the cursed crack that continuously makes monsters emerge. A diamond-shaped thunder element mark appeared out of thin air above that big crack. Although the mark may be very faint due to the distance, it is enough. Nan looked at Zhao Jia, who was confused and bewildered, and snapped his fingers in front of him. Immediately after the snap, Nan shouted fiercely, "Annihilator Star! Fire! Fire? What kind of fire? Fire!" Boom! Boom! Zhao Jia hadn't reacted to Nan's order yet, and the deafening roar made his brain crash. Then, a bright white light that broke through the purple clouds of Sakurajima shot out from the coast like a dazzling meteor. After passing through the sky, it finally fell like a meteorite, carrying rolling heat waves and impact, and smashed into the deepest part of the monster tide. Bang! Chapter 344. I refuse. What happened? What happened? I believe that everyone present at Sakurajima must have this sentence in their mind. The little wolf cub is no exception. He and Vivian hurried to the landing site of the meteor launched from the coast, which was the rear source of this distorted monster disaster. When they arrived, they were stunned by the scene here. I saw that the ground crack that spit out monsters at the beginning, which was the mother nest of the cursed monsters, was directly raised to the ground. The flat ground here is just a metaphor, if compared with other surrounding landforms. The real situation is a huge gun pit with a radius of about a playground and an unknown depth. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Looking around, there was no strange disaster base camp. The little wolf cub could not even see the shadow of the deformed monster. All of them were wiped out by this shot. The power of this attack was not the strongest that the little wolf cub had seen so far, but it was definitely in the top 5. What really surprised the little wolf cub was the distance. From the coast to here, it must be dozens of kilometers. This shot not only took into account the power, but also had such a long effective range. It could be said to be a precise strike. The little wolf cub could easily see from the scene afterwards that the center of the explosion was exactly the cracked mother nest. Northern Cross. No need to think about it. This is definitely the work of Nan, and no one else on Sakuraji Island can be so capable. Hiss. I really underestimated this legendary fleet of Geely. In the 3.0 version of the game in the previous life, players had just advanced to the 3rd country, and in the main plot of Geely God killing Immortal. I don't know if it's because the story has not yet unfolded, but the number of times the Northern Cross fleet appeared in the player's field of vision is indeed not very many. So Liao Zixuan doesn't know much about it. I only know that this fleet is very famous and has the secret support of Qilin Pavilion, one of the 5 elements, behind it, and I don't have much impression of the rest. But now it seems that just being able to fire this one shot has made their status in Liao Zixuan's heart rise rapidly. After all, since this unknown cannon can be installed on a ship, it must be okay to put it on land. Right? If he can get this cannon from Beishua and Nan, Liao Zixuan certainly doesn't expect Nan to directly unload this strategic level weapon for him. But even if he only gets the blueprint, he has the confidence to rely on the players to rebuild it. Then, one will be placed on Sakuraji Island. And if he is greedy, one more will be sent to Lizinyenyu and placed in her earldom. It's really a deterrent. In the future, even if the little girl and I are in a foreign country, these places within their sphere of influence will have enough self-defense power. When the little wolf cub thought of this, his heart immediately began to heat up. Originally, he was going to confront Zhao Jia, apologize and make things clear. And it's not too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. But the little wolf cub also suppressed the idea. After all, whether we can get the blueprint of this cannon depends on you, father-in-law. After the crack of the cursed nest was bombarded by Nan, It also symbolized that the emergency plot of the monster siege on Sakuraji Island this time has come to an end ahead of time. After the players swept away the remaining cursed aberrations on the battlefield, no new monsters emerged without the production of the Mother Nest crack, and the battle was completely over. The Northern Cross fleet from Guili also made its debut in the eyes of the players of Sakuraji Island, attracting countless attention and curiosity. And it can be said that it became a real hit. Yu-Gij and other Northern Cross crew players originally said that they had discovered the huge gap in strength between them and the players of Thousand Islands in the previous Monster Tide battle, and they felt lost and envious. But now they shouted excitedly, "Big Sister is awesome!" They really didn't know that the Northern Cross, where they had been for almost a month, had such a long-range weapon with such terrifying lethality. Even the tide rose, and the boats were lifted. And for a while, these players who had returned became the celebrities in the garrison, and were surrounded by many players, asking questions. Of course, there were also a few Sakurajima players who complained and said that they hadn't enjoyed such a great opportunity to level up and kill monsters. But it was over because of the Northern Cross's shot. But in general, Nen still successfully interpreted what it means to be silent and make a big splash. This effect is not only for the players, but also for the natives. And it is even more so. Zhao's Chamber of Commerce, Sakurajima Branch Headquarters, high-level private guest reception room. Come, Miss Nan. You have to taste this cup of Dongye tea. Although our Gili is definitely better in terms of tea, it's still good to change the taste and have some exotic flavors occasionally. In the room, a middle-aged uncle smiled and poured the brewed hot tea to the one-eyed woman sitting opposite the sofa with an extremely warm and hospitable look. Unfortunately, the woman did not drink it, but shook her head and said, "Boss Zhao, I can't have worries. Otherwise I can't even drink tea. You have also seen the new foreigners who have joined the Northern Cross under my command. I have been worrying recently about where to buy them a new batch of handy guys." Hey, Miss Nan, you look at what you said. Aren't you being too polite? Let me tell you this. All the equipment in our Chamber of Commerce. You can take whatever you like. Just take it. I will pay for it all. Really? But didn't you tell me, Boss Zhao, that you would sell it to us at a 10% discount? Nan blinked in surprise. Zhao Jia could only bite the bullet and put on a nonchalant smile even though his heart was bleeding. That's not right. Miss Nan, you destroyed the monster's nest with one shot and ended the defense battle ahead of time. Our entire Chamber of Commerce has to thank you. How can we ask for money from a benefactor? But what if this gets out and people say that Nan is oppressing the people? Our purpose at the Northern Cross has always been to convince people with reason. Nan's words reminded Zhao Jia subconsciously of the deafening daytime cannon fire just over 10 minutes ago. Zhao Jia quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said quickly, No. Everyone must know that Miss Nan convinces people with reason. Convinces people with reason. Ha! That's enough. Boss Zhao, I won't joke with you anymore. A hearty laugh came from the one-eyed woman. I will definitely not take this batch of equipment orders for nothing. But our Northern Cross is indeed short of funds recently. So I will be shameless and purchase it at the price you gave me at the beginning. Boss Zhao, with a 30% discount. Ah? That's impossible. Zhao Jia was overjoyed. But he had to pretend. However, Nan seemed to have had enough fun and stopped teasing Zhao Jia. She began to straighten her expression and waved her hand to interrupt. Boss Zhao, the order is settled. No need to say more. What I want to know now is who the son-in-law you mentioned is. Can you arrange for me to meet him? Nan hadn't finished speaking when a dong knock on the door suddenly sounded from outside the house. Zhao Jia just frowned, thinking that he had clearly told others not to disturb him. But after the knock on the door, a little girl's crisp voice sounded. Uncle Zhao, can I come in? Nan couldn't recognize the voice, but Zhao Jia was too familiar with it. He stood up immediately, opened the door under Nan's curious gaze, and happily invited the owner of the voice in. Before Zhao Jia introduced her, Nan took the initiative to stand up. After all, judging from the clothes of the new girl, her characteristics were too obvious. She stretched out her hand and said, I think this should be the famous Miss Foxface Priestess? It's nice to meet you, Captain Nan. Vivian politely responded and stretched out her hand to shake Nan's hand. At the same time, a little wolf cub followed the Foxface Priestess and walked into the room openly. Nan just subconsciously wanted to take a few more glances at the little wolf cub. But unfortunately, as the fox-faced priestess continued to speak, he had to pull his attention back. Captain Nan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But when I was outside the door, I happened to hear you mention my colleague. So, Vivian paused and said according to what Xiao He told her, Captain Nan, our operation involves confidential information. So please forgive me. Captain Nan, no matter how much you ask Uncle Xiao, I can't reveal too much to you, let alone arrange a meeting between you and him. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, Zhao Jia felt his trouser legs being slightly pulled. He looked down and found that it was Vivian's little wolf cub, who was quietly hooking with his claws. So Zhao Jia immediately understood and quickly echoed Nan. Oh, yes. I'm really sorry, Miss Nan. As you know, many departments of our Geely 5 elements are so mysterious, with many rules and regulations. I hope Miss Nan can forgive me. Nan only took a second or two to react, and immediately said indifferently, No, it's also my fault. Seeing that Sakurajima is so brand new, I must think that the person behind the scenes must be a powerful person. So I couldn't help but want to get to know him. In this case, I didn't think it through. Perhaps because of Vivian's presence. Zhao Jia even became more confident, and he immediately asked Nan about the issue he was most concerned about. By the way, Miss Nan, since we can be regarded as acquainted without fighting, then I, old Zhao, will no longer fool you. Yes, the businessman who fled overseas with debts you mentioned before was indeed me. But you said before that the debts were eliminated, and you seem to know my daughter. What is going on? After a moment of silence, as if he was organizing his words, Nan soon put on a smile on his face and said to the nervous middle-aged businessman opposite, Boss Zhao, if I want to tell this story from the beginning, let me think about it. About 7 or 8 years ago, I rescued a girl who was called a liar by a group of angry businessmen. Later, the girl told me that she did not cheat, but the means she adopted were too aggressive and greedy, which resulted in public anger. The reason for this was that her family was now broken. Her father ran away in debt, and her mother had a high fever in bed because she had no money to treat the disease. She urgently needed a large sum of money. At that time, I didn't care too much, but just paid for her medicine. But who knew that only a few years later, this girl appeared in front of me again, and she took the initiative to come to me. She first returned the original medicine fee to me, and then funded a large sum of money to our Northern Cross, saying it was a dividend. She told me that now she has entered the famous Qilin Pavilion, one of the 5 elements, and has been favored by the Pavilion Master. She has a bright future. With the help of that Pavilion Master, she has paid off the debts her father owed her. So she took this opportunity not only to come back to thank me, but also to hope that our North Cross, which travels all over the country, can help her find her father. I naturally accepted this commission, but unfortunately I have been suffering from too little information. It is not easy to find a person in the huge 9 kingdoms. But perhaps this is God's will. The astrologist you took, Boss Zhao, was mistaken for a shipwreck before, and I accidentally saw your name on the list of victims. So I wanted to try my luck to see if it was the same person. Later, Boss Zhao knew it. After Nan's words, Zhao Jia's expression fluctuated constantly, and his callous hands were always clenched, especially at the beginning of the story. Fortunately, Zhao Jia finally let out a long sigh, and in addition to deep guilt, he was more happy. Xing, she is working in Qilin Pavilion now. Yes. And now she has become one of the most trusted secretaries around the current Pavilion Master, Nan affirmed, and Zhao Jia almost lost his balance. Her daughter actually worked in Qilin Pavilion. She was even favored by the Pavilion Master. She became a secretary. Zhao Jia tried to hold back his head from being so happy that he was about to faint. In this way, many things can be explained. For example, how did his impoverished daughter know Liao Zixuan, whose identity was so secretive in Xuanwu Pass? And how did Nan suddenly come to the door so accurately? So, Boss Zhao, I believe you. Ahem. Xinger must miss you very much. Why don't you board our North Cross now? And we will set off immediately and return to Geely? Under Nan's suggestion to strike while the iron is hot. If it were Zhao Jia before, he would definitely agree without saying a word. But now, think about his career that has just been put on the right track in Sakuraji Island. Then think carefully. Although Xinger is in a high position, she must face more challenges. He owed Xinger for more than 10 years. If he can't compensate and help Xinger later, how can he face Xinger? No! He couldn't just go back like this. At least not now. After Zhao Jia made this ruthless decision, he felt much more relaxed. It seemed that even the little wolf cub, who had been lying on the sofa next to him, at some point seemed to be raising his little paws in Zhao Jia's eyes, praising his courage and decision. I refuse. Chapter 345 Zhao Yue. Really? Nan nodded after getting Zhao Jia's reply. Although she was a little disappointed, she was not too surprised. She quickly expressed her understanding to Zhao Jia. Indeed, there was such a big mess waiting for Zhao Jia to deal with in Qiandao, and the backbone could not be lost. Besides, they had not seen each other for so many years, and it didn't matter if they had one more day or one less day. Nan would wait until Zhao Jia had arranged everything, and then escort him back to Gili. Huh? Miss Nan, are you going to stay here forever? Zhao Jia was surprised and happy when he heard it. Nan nodded and said, well, the Northern Cross sailed from Gili and consumed a lot of supplies along the way. The crew was also tired from the long journey. Since Boss Zhao is not in a hurry to leave, it's just right for me to let the fleet rest in Qiandao for a while. Okay. That's great. Zhao Jia was overjoyed. He was really worried about how he would return to Li if Nan went home directly. The representative of Sakuraji Island, the fox-faced priestess, Vivian, also said that all the facilities on Sakuraji Island were open to the Northern Cross team members, and they could use them as much as they wanted. After the NPCs reached a consensus, the corresponding players also received corresponding prompts. Yu Gij was surprised to find that the forge they coveted was open to them for equipment sales, and the first 10 pieces were all at a 30% discount. So Pandora's box was also open to them. Almost every player of the Northern Cross swore that they were the ones who could control themselves and would definitely stop immediately after the 30% discount ended, until Yu Gij opened a top-quality life armor. And the secondary attribute after the enhancement was all skewed to the element affinity attribute of the top-quality magic profession. The nature of everything changed. Because he was a warrior, element affinity was almost zero benefit to him. And once the discounted equipment was bound, he couldn't even use it. So when Nan came out of the Chamber of Commerce, she saw that her foreign crew members also automatically joined the army of monster hunting. There was no other reason. The gambler was too addicted to gambling and had no money. Zhao Jia next to him had an awkward but polite smile, which Nan was happy to see. He was quite clever and secretly wrote down Zhao Jia's operation strategy, intending to report it to Zhao Yue later. Yes, as the top of the wealth of huge Gili, if the head of Qilin Pavilion can't even come up with a means of cross-border communication, it would be too inferior. Now, in the inner pocket of Nan's arms, there is a fairy talisman quietly lying. It is said that this is the extremely precious Gemini talisman that Zhao Yue got by relying on many connections. No matter how far apart the two parties are, they can contact each other through the talisman. And it is not a simple transmission of words or sounds, but can directly transform a jade shadow of the person at the other party through the power of the talisman. Except for the time limit, it can be said that there is no difference from face-to-face communication. Next, under the arrangement of the little wolf cub, Vivian expressed to Nan her wish to visit the Northern Cross. And Liao Zixuan finally saw the strategic heavy artillery weapon that he had been dreaming about. Under Nan's introduction, the little wolf cub learned the name of the weapon, the Annihilator Star. The muzzle of the gun is usually shown by the dragon head at the bow of the ship, so it is no wonder that players have never discovered it. The gun barrel of the entire Annihilator Star is combined with the keel of the ship, rather than putting a cannon on the ship. It is better to say that a giant cannon has been transformed into a giant ship that can sail on the sea. After a brief explanation, Vivian couldn't help but marvel at the ingenious craftsmanship of the Gili craftsmen. Later, according to the plan, the little girl expressed her strong interest and curiosity in the Annihilation Star and asked Nan if Gili had a similar weapon and whether there was a sales outlet that agreed to it. She hoped to buy one to improve the defense of Sakurajima. Zhao Jia, who was next to him, immediately agreed very cleverly. After all, the strength of Sakurajima has grown, which is 100 benefits for him. Nan shook his head at this. Because of the special materials and complex craftsmanship of the Annihilation Star, the entire Gili may only have one of their Beishue, not to mention mass production. Later, after Vivian gave up and hoped to buy the blueprint part, Nan said that she could ask for Vivian. As for whether the other party was willing to sell it, It was not something she could control. Finally, after sending off the fox-faced witch and Zhao Jie, and arranging the crew of the Northern Cross, Nan returned to her own room on the ship. After locking the cabin door, Nan carefully took out the twin talismans from her arms, silently reciting the spell to activate the talisman. The ordinary talisman paper suddenly glowed brightly, and Nan's vision was filled with jade. When she opened her eyes and regained her vision, the scene in front of her was no longer the cabin of the Northern Cross. Return. The Qilin Pavilion in the sky. I suddenly remembered that there is still a document to deal with. You go down first. Yes, Sister Yor. After the footsteps in the room faded away, leaving only a familiar breath of Nan, Nan pushed open the screen mechanism and walked out of the dark room. Thank you for your hard work, Nan. Zhao Yor, who was wearing a cheongsam at the desk, turned around and whispered to the one-eyed woman in the form of Jade Shadow in front of her. From the moment Nan activated the talisman, Zhao Yor, as the holder of the other twin talisman, immediately sensed it, which led to the scene at the beginning when Zhao Yor immediately interrupted the conversation and sent the others away, because the Jade Shadow can only last for a limited time. Nan no longer greeted Zhao Yor with politeness, and there was no need for them between them. Nan went straight to the point and said, Xiao Yu, I found your father. But, afterwards, Nan briefly narrated what they experienced in Qiandao to the Cheongsam girl opposite, and Zhao Yor listened quietly without interrupting. Even when Nan mentioned the outrageous son-in-law mentioned by Zhao Jie, Zhao Yor did not speak. But of course, the frown between the Cheongsam girl's eyebrows was still visible to the naked eye. Well, this is the current situation. Xiao Yu, what do you think of your father? And your, fiancé? Nan looked like she was watching the fun, with her hands folded across her chest and her back leaning against the bookshelf. From the shaking of her shoulders, it was not difficult to see that she was trying not to laugh. Zhao Yor did not show any shy expression, but just said lightly, Nan, my uncle kept complaining to me a few days ago, saying that his daughter's career has made a breakthrough. But the family has not been settled. If it drags on, she will be 40 years old. Let me introduce you to some high-quality candidates. I originally said that Sister Nan must have her own plans, so Uncle doesn't have to worry about it. But now it seems that if the news that the leader of the Northern Cross wants to go on a blind date is released, it will definitely become big news in the entire Gili marriage market, and it may even drive a wave of industry attention. Seeing that Zhao Yor seemed to be really thinking about the feasibility, Nan immediately raised her hands in surrender. Don't be fooled by the Cheongsam girl opposite. This delicate and quiet appearance. Nan has seen Zhao Yor's ruthlessness and her extremely vengeful character too many times. She dare not gamble. Blocking Nan's teasing mouth, Zhao Yor pondered for a moment and analyzed, in fact, when I commissioned you to go to the Thousand Islands, I also secretly investigated on the other side. It seems that the information we got is roughly the same. My father, Zhao Jie, did have some small achievements in the Thousand Islands, but soon he was on the verge of bankruptcy overnight due to the turmoil of the three pretty councils. But after writing the astrologist once, it seemed that he met a noble person on the road, and his career began to advance by leaps and bounds. First of all, let's rule out the possibility that Zhao Jie was helped by this nobleman by sheer luck. Although there are such coincidences in the world, I prefer to believe the second possibility. This nobleman knew Zhao Jie's identity before me, so he was deliberately laying out a net. His. Xiao Yu. So what you mean is that your fiancé, cough cough, I mean the guy behind the scenes, actually planned to get closer to your father, and his ultimate goal is actually, you? Zhao Yu nodded, but quickly shook her head. That's what I thought. Until I learned from you just now that my father, Zhao Jie, called his nobleman his son-in-law. I really can't understand why the other party insisted on guiding Zhao Jie in this direction. And what is the benefit of doing so? It seems that there is nothing else except making me hostile? It was the first time that Nan saw such a frown on the face of this smart girl, who could ascend to the position of the leader of Qilin Pavilion. She looked puzzled. Xiao Yu, is there a possibility that the guy behind your father actually wants to express his love and admiration to you in this way? Unfortunately, Nan got a roll of the eyes from Zhao Yu. If that's the case, then I'll feel relieved. Then I can tell him directly that I don't like men, only women. Nan gave a thumbs up to the Cheongsam girl. Just like she said before, some of Zhao Yu's words were not just talk. Nan had seen it too many times. Zhao Yu used the above sentence to reject countless suitors at the dinner party without changing her expression. Nan could still remember the gloomy faces of the rich children and wealthy businessmen at that time, and the scene where they wanted to say something but couldn't say anything, and finally could only walk away in shame. Forget it. There is still too little information now. What we know is that the other party has put forward a demand. That is, the blueprint of the Annihilation Star? Tell them that they can. But they must also invest in their Sakuraji Island. If they agree, then what about giving them a blueprint that can never be reproduced? Okay. I understand. I'll pass it on. Oh, by the way, I also found a particularly interesting business strategy for strangers on Sakuraji Island. Xiaoyu, come and take a look. Later, Nan told Xiaoyu about the business model invented by the little wolf cub on Sakuraji Island, which is not to sell finished products to strangers, but to let strangers decide for themselves whether to continue forging the embryos and open an accompanying recycling business in the form of embryos. Zhao Yue listened very carefully, and rarely tapped the table with her fingers. Once this little action appeared, Nan knew that the Cheongsam girl opposite was moved. Anyway, whether to use this plan for strangers in our territory in Gili. Xiaoyu, you can judge for yourself. But the battle on Sakuraji Island has indeed greatly changed my impression of strangers. In terms of strangers alone, our Gili can be said to be far behind Sakuraji Island. Well, I'll consider it. Zhao Yue nodded seriously. Always keep up with the times. The immortals who once ruled Gili gradually declined because they ignored this point, and were completely abolished by these mortals. Zhao Yue will not make the same mistake again. It seems that this is almost it. There is nothing else. Then I will go back first. Ah! Oh! Right. I almost forgot. Xiaoyu, let's string the lines together first. I concealed your current identity from your father, and said that you are just a secretary beside the pavilion master. Don't let it go when the time comes. I know. Speaking of which, it was when I told your father about the experience of our first meeting that I found a strange thing. When you came back to repay your gratitude. What did you mean by dividends? Oh, that's the one I borrowed from you all those years ago. The Northern Cross. As a cover to bully others. Since you saved me, I hinted to the public that I had the Northern Cross behind me. Those who were originally unable to compete with me in business, and were planning to resort to despicable means were all scared, and dared not to do so. Nan, well, now I think fate is really magical. Who would have thought that a little girl I accidentally saved would become the center of Gili's economic lifeline? Nan was still sighing, but the Cheongsam girl opposite started working, lowering her head to write a letter, and continued at the same time. No, you think it was a coincidence. But in fact, I calculated the location where you would appear more than a month ago based on the itinerary of your Northern Cross, and then deliberately chose that time to buy the bottom and close the net, so that those angry dignitaries would, if nothing unexpected happened, murder me in front of Captain Nan who saw injustice. Nan, Zhao Yue said without raising her head. So you understand why I don't believe that the nobleman and my father just met by chance. Nan. Goodbye. Nan didn't want to stay here for a moment. She was still sincere. It turned out that she was moved by her own self-love. Bah! You businessmen have such dirty hearts. Not long after Nan's jade elephant disappeared, Zhao Yue finally raised her head, put away her pen, and finished the letter in her hand. She rang the bell, and soon 2 secretaries came in. What's very interesting is that before entering the room, the 2 young secretaries stared at their feet, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that they stepped into the door with their right foot first. The reason is simple. The previous secretary named Suetsue was punished by Sister Yue to clean the toilet for a month on the grounds of entering the room with the left foot first. Seeing the cautious look of the secretaries, and this strange rule that she didn't know when she had added, Zhao Yue sighed and didn't say much. After sealing the letter, she gave it to the secretary and asked them to deliver it to Master Li in White Tiger Hall. After the secretaries left, Zhao Yue stood up from the desk and went to the window, looking at the clouds outside, then lowered her head to look at the Gili land and the people below the Qilin pavilion. The Cheongsam girl sighed, and she didn't know how many times she sighed today. The storm is coming. This bad premonition became stronger and stronger in Zhao Yue's heart, but she always seemed to be shrouded in a fog and couldn't find the key thread. The last time Zhao Yue had this feeling of powerlessness was more than 10 years ago, when her father left them. I hope this will be a breakthrough. Zhao Yue remembered what she wrote in the letter just now. Bai Hutang was responsible for supervising all officials, and Zhao Yu wrote to Lord Li, who had come to supervise her, asking him to check Xuanwu Pass. Because from Nan's mouth, the nobleman behind her father only left 2 messages. One is the son-in-law. The second is Xuanwu Pass. Some places may be too long to understand. You can go back to chapter 59 of volume 2 to have a look. In addition, prepare for the whole big job tomorrow. The new character I have been thinking about for a long time is finally going to appear. Chapter 346 Ahua has modified your consciousness. You are now. The 5 elements of Gili each have their own duties, and jointly maintain the prosperity and tranquility of the land of China. As the main people's livelihood, Zuanwugwan also bears the heavy responsibility of customs. Every foreign traveler must report and be examined at Zuanwugwan, and only after obtaining a formal entry permit can they enter the Gili mirror. Gili is a vast land with rich resources and developed commerce. There are countless foreigners coming and going every day. You can imagine the workload of Zuanwugwan. Therefore, among the 5 elements, Zuanwugwan is undoubtedly the first in terms of scale and the number of officials. But recently, Xuanwu Pass, which has been running smoothly, almost collapsed and paralyzed. The culprit behind this is naturally the countless players after the public beta was launched. That is, foreigners. After all, according to regulations, all foreigners must report for review, and players must be no exception. But the problem is that even if Xuanwu Pass does nothing, all public officials will go to register players. I am afraid that they will not be able to finish the work even if they work for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. The reason behind this is of course the huge number of players. But if Xuanwu Pass is really determined, it can still take it. What gives Xuanwu Pass the most headache is the brains of these foreigners. They all have some diseases, and are extremely unstable mentally. For example, they answered questions irrelevantly, suddenly performed artistic acts during the review, and began to torture them. What's worse, they attacked the checkpoint personnel in person. On the one hand, the work was progressing slowly, and on the other hand, there were so many foreigners that they couldn't just leave them outside. How to deal with them, and where to put them? In the end, the group of immortals that Gili had once worked on took action, relying on magic power to create a piece of paradise outside the world, allowing the foreigners to temporarily stay in the secret realm. They finally solved the urgent problem of Xuanwu Pass. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Gili has needed to ask for help from the retired immortals since he entered the 5 elements era. However, the busyness of Xuanwu Pass is actually just a microcosm of the 5 elements. It is better to say that the people of Gili have also been busy recently. The main reason here is, of course, no longer the players. Compared with the latter, the strangers are nothing, because in just a few months, the entire Gili, undoubtedly the biggest ceremony, is about to begin. The emperor comes out of retreat. Under such challenges one after another, even the 5 elements are exhausted and begin to be unable to cope with it. For some forces that are secretly watching, this means an opportunity to take advantage of it. And it means a signal that the time has come. Woo woo woo. In a hidden abandoned warehouse, 4 or 5 senior officials wearing Zuanwugwan uniforms were gagged and tied to chairs. No matter how they struggled, they could not move at all, and could only make whimpering sounds of fear, echoing in the warehouse. However, opposite this group of kidnapped officials, the kidnappers were also very anxious. The leader among them kept taking out a pocket watch from his pocket. It was not until the minute hand on the pocket watch reached the 9 position that the kidnapper leader seemed to have finally reached his limit and began to curse. Damn it! It's already 12:45. It's more than a quarter of an hour later than the agreed time. I knew that the number 1 test subject was not reliable at all. Why did the organization allow her to move freely? Then, sir, what should we do now? These Zuanwugwan officials, the kidnappers' men, were also very nervous. What should we do? What else can we do? The people have been kidnapped. If we can't complete the brainwashing, we can only... The kidnapper leader made a snapping motion. When the officials saw it, they turned pale and struggled even harder, even ignoring the word brainwashing that appeared in front of them. Humph. If you want to blame you can only blame your bad luck. Originally, the brainwashing was planned to be carried out by the apostle executive officer in this operation. But who knew that our plan in Qiandao would go wrong? It is said that it was the same person who destroyed the Yinyu plan. A little girl named Wei something. It was this Wei something, and the bunch of rubbish in Qiandao, who forced the apostle to rush back to Qiandao. So the organization let number one with the same ability to execute instead. Huh? Why did I say all this? Never mind. Damn it! Damn it! Why would the organization trust this weird crazy woman so much? The kidnapper leader cursed again after a moment of stunned. It can be seen that he has a deep repulsion and resentment towards this experimental subject number one. If you look closely at the bottom of his eyes, you can find a trace of fear. After all, no one likes to work with a monster. If it is a crazy monster with abnormal nerves, it will be even worse. Oh my! I seem to hear someone saying bad things about me behind my back? A sudden female voice sounded from behind the kidnapper leader very close. So close that he could even feel the cool breeze on the back of his neck brought by the other party's exhalation. Shock! Bang! The kidnapper leader was frightened and turned around suddenly. Then took 3 steps back in a row. And even fell down with a thump because he couldn't stand firmly. TSK. TSK. I don't really care about etiquette. So you don't have to welcome me like this. Chuckle chuckle. I saw a woman in black ancient costume, holding her stomach without any image, and laughing at the kidnapper leader lying at her feet in front of her. She had long hair, with a gray-white gradient from top to bottom, and a low ponytail at the end. As her body swayed with laughter, it was like a waterfall. At the same time, the various small accessories tied to her ancient costume also swayed, making a jingling sound, which was very lively. Enough. The kidnapper leader got up from the ground in anger and shouted at the woman. He looked at the woman in ancient costume opposite him, and his anger in his heart became more intense. He immediately asked, Ahua! Who told you to wear this to perform the mission? Obviously, Ahua was the name of the experimental subject number one that he hated before. And this here naturally refers to the woman's ancient costume. Huh? What's wrong with my outfit? When I was listening to music in the brothel, I saw that the guys who played immortals on the stage of the drama all wore this way. Or are you not satisfied with my small improvement on this immortal outfit? It shouldn't be. In order to facilitate movement, I specially shortened this immortal outfit a lot, revealing a lot of thighs and arms. According to my understanding of you men, shouldn't this be very pleasing to the eye? The ancient costume woman paid no attention to the dark-faced kidnapper leader opposite her. Instead, she seemed to be in her own world, frowning and thinking. Then in the next second, she clapped her hands and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Oh, I see. You must be dissatisfied with my only showing one shoulder. Right. Oh, sorry about this. But I can't change this because I think it will be cooler this way. Enough. As if the kidnapper leader could no longer bear it, he drew his sword and pointed it directly at the ancient costume woman who was still talking nonstop opposite him. Ahua! I warn you. We are on a mission now. We are already in a hurry because you were late. And now we have no time to play with you. Now, immediately, use your witch power to brainwash these officials of Xuanmu Pass. Otherwise what? The ancient costume woman put away the smile on her face, narrowed her eyes, and sent out an extremely dangerous breath towards the kidnapper leader who was pointing the sword at her. She did not retreat but advanced, approaching the kidnapper leader step by step, not taking the sharp tip of the other party into consideration at all. On the other hand, the kidnapper leader's hand holding the sword began to tremble, and even his voice trembled. No. No. Finally, seeing that the ancient costume woman was at a close distance that he could not tolerate, the kidnapper leader actually dropped the sword and reached into his arms with both hands in panic. Then, he took out a small bag, and when he opened the bag, there were fresh lychees inside. With the appearance of the lychees, the kidnapper leader's expression was much more relaxed, and even arrogant, as if these lychees were more valuable than the sword he had a second ago. And what's even more amazing is the ancient costume woman, who was so arrogant and crazy before, actually calmed down under these lychees, glanced over with an angry expression, and stopped her approaching steps. Tell me, what are you going to hint to them this time? The ancient costume woman turned around with a bored look on her face, and walked honestly in front of the kidnapped Xuanwugwan officials. The kidnapper leader was relieved when he saw this, but he had no intention of taking back the lychee in his hand. He ordered sternly, brainwash them, and let them enter the country without checking the people holding this badge in the future. The kidnapper leader gave his men a look, and the men immediately threw a badge sample that had been prepared on their waist to the woman in ancient costume. That's all? Nothing else? No. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't let these officials go home, those guys in Qinglong Yamen, who have sharper noses than dogs, will find something wrong. Oh. Nodding. The woman in ancient costume took a small stool. After she stood up and stepped on it, just as the kidnapper leader wanted to scold her for making trouble, the woman cleared her throat. Ahem. All of you. Look at me. Listen carefully to what I say next. Now. Ahua has modified your consciousness. From now on, when you see people entering the country with this badge, don't check them and let them enter directly. Do you understand? Nodding. Under the surprised eyes of the kidnapper leader, these Zuanwugwan executives actually nodded to the ancient costume woman on the bench as if they were hypnotized. Well, very good. Hey, that guy. Is there anything else? The voice of the ancient costume woman brought the kidnapper leader back from shock. He hurriedly said also, let them forget about being kidnapped today, and find an excuse to explain why they came home late. Did you hear everything? This time, the ancient costume woman was too lazy to even repeat herself, and asked the senior officials of Xuanwu Pass directly, and the officials nodded in unison. Anything else? Nothing. The kidnapper leader shook his head mechanically. Dumbfounded. He had never seen such a terrifying brainwashing ability. Even the apostle might not be able to do it. Right? Under the kidnapper leader's deep fear, the ancient costume woman was unaware of it. Just like she had accomplished a great task and dusted her hands. Okay. It's over. Call it a day. Today is another day of contribution to the peace and stability of Gili. Right? The leader was dazzled. The woman who was on the bench just now was almost in front of his face. Faced with this question, the leader's forehead broke out in cold sweat. But he quickly blurted out the lines that the organization had long remembered to deal with the #1 experimental subject. Yes, that's right. Everything we do is for a better Gili. To overthrow the current hypocritical 5 elements, and let Gili return to the era of immortals. The other immortals were blinded by humans, and gave up on themselves. Only you, Ahua, still remember the glory that once belonged to the immortals. We will always assist you, and help you to clear all obstacles along the way. No one can stop your road to revival. Even gods. We will also assist you to kill them. Or even replace them. Finally, the stage ended. After getting a satisfactory answer, the ancient costume woman disappeared again, just as she appeared out of thin air at the beginning. After the kidnappers untied the hemp rope, the brainwashed Zuanwugwan officials were confused for a while. And then, they dispersed and walked towards home. After the kidnapper leader confirmed that the plan had been successfully completed, he took his men to eliminate the traces, pushed open the warehouse door and left. However, after walking for about 5 minutes, the leader suddenly stopped and frowned. He took out his pocket watch from his pocket and looked at the time. 12:30. The hour hand pointed to 6. So what time did their mission start? Forget it. Never mind. Anyway, the mission has been completed. So don't worry about these small details. In addition, I have to report to my superiors about the lateness of subject #1. I hope the organization can punish that crazy woman. However, when he thought about the scene of the ancient costume woman hypnotizing and suggesting officials so easily, the kidnapper leader finally shrank his neck and gave up the idea. Forget it. It's better not to provoke this crazy woman. After all, what if the other party gets unhappy and gives him a hint to brainwash him? Thinking of this, the kidnapper leader immediately led his men and quickened their pace. The group quickly walked farther and farther away until they completely disappeared from sight. And after they left, in the abandoned warehouse, Woo! The 5 high-ranking officials of Xuanwu Pass, who were tied to the chairs, were making fearful whimpers, as if they had seen a ghost. Because from their perspective, the kidnappers who brought them to this abandoned warehouse suddenly seemed to be crazy. Or as if they were possessed by some ghost. Everyone started talking to themselves in the air. The leader was in a more serious situation. He started to fall backwards for no reason. Then drew his sword, and suddenly threw it down, and took out a lychee from his arms. Although the kidnappers left him, and left the warehouse, the officials who were scared and felt that the warehouse was evil might as well stay with them. Suddenly, the sound of the warehouse door being pushed open attracted all the officials inside, making them dare not breathe a word. And all their eyes looked over. Are the kidnappers back? Obviously not. Because the person who appeared at the gate was a lady. A lady wearing ancient costumes, and deliberately sliding down the collar of one shoulder. A lady holding a small bag with fresh lychees in her hand. Puff! The lady reached out and took one out, biting the lychee with her flawless white teeth. The juice flowed into her throat, and Ah Hua's face immediately showed a satisfied and enjoyable expression. Well, lychees are delicious, but a little greasy. What fruit should I change to next time? Forget it. Let's get down to business first. Let me think about it. Well, since we know their purpose by letting them simulate their subconscious, how can we make this story more interesting? The ancient costume woman pondered. But as expected, just 1 second later, puff! Ah Hua slapped his thigh, his eyes eagerly staring at the high-ranking officials of Xuanwu Pass, who were tied to the chairs opposite. Got it! Chapter 347 Ah Hua has modified your consciousness. And now you. A 16-5 experiment log. Subject number 53. View permission, top secret. Control consciousness. This is the witch power given to subject number 53. No. To be precise, it should not be given but recovered. Unlike other subjects born from the cocoon, the original body of subject number 53 was found by me after reading a large number of ancient books, catalogs, and related records of Gili. Finally, with the help of an old gentleman who is very knowledgeable about ancient knowledge, I finally found the Yuhua Cave Heaven and the ancient tomb ruins of the first immortal in the world in the Gili legend. We spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and the lives of dozens of experimental subjects before we finally brought the body of the immortal back to the winter from this ancient secret realm full of dangers. As expected of an immortal, even if it is a corpse from the old times, it has survived for hundreds or thousands of years, and the body can still maintain its vitality, without any signs of decay or even aging. It's a pity that no matter how strong the body is, if it loses its soul, it will eventually be just an empty shell. I followed the advice of the old man, and did not try to dissect the immortal's body, or try to master her power. Instead, I tried to awaken this powerful body, and resurrect this former number 1 immortal. However, I tried every possible way, but it still didn't work. Finally, after countless days, and nights of hesitation and struggle, I still used the method we always use to create witches. The abyss. I planted the precious seeds of the abyss in the body of the immortal corpse. And then, as expected, the will of the abyss began to invade and corrode this body. I could feel their excitement and desire for this powerful body. I also knew the risks of doing so. Once the witch transformation failed, and the immortal corpse was really occupied by the abyss, it would be a catastrophe for me, the laboratory, the winter, and even the entire 9 kingdoms. But I was just gambling on a miracle, just like the goal I have been fighting for. Fortunately, I bet right, and a miracle happened. I don't understand the power of the immortals belonging to the Gili culture, just like I don't understand the power of the fallen abyss. But the miracle that happened in front of me is that this body, that has been dead for thousands of years, actually gave birth to a new soul in the body to resist being occupied by the will of the fallen abyss, and becoming a puppet of the fallen abyss. So, on that hot afternoon, Subject 53, another new witch in the world, opened her eyes. There are still too many unknowns and misunderstandings about Subject 53. At present, the witch power of Subject 53 is also her witch authority in terms of consciousness. In simple terms, she can control and modify the consciousness of others. In further exploration, I also found that Subject 53 can even create a false illusion, immerse others' subconsciousness in it, and steal all kinds of intelligence, information, and even emotions from the depths of the other party's heart. After all, the human subconscious is the most defenseless. Fortunately, it seems that the terrifying ability of number 53 is limited to a single object, and the object cannot be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise it will quickly break away. So as long as the staff works in pairs every time, it can be effectively prevented. But I don't know whether number 53's ability will improve in the future, because she is just born now. Perhaps about the training and control of number 53? I should go back to Gili again, and visit the old gentleman, who is quite insightful and knowledgeable about history. Finally, no matter what, I will continue to observe number 53 and raise the level of attention to her to the highest level. After all, she is my first successful resurrection case, which undoubtedly proves that I am getting closer and closer to my final destination time, February 9th. Recorder, Doctor, Executive Officer of the top 3 seats of winter. Ahem. Everyone. Follow me. The ancient costume woman standing on the stool clapped her hands at the senior officials of Xuanwu Pass. Now, Ahua has modified your consciousness. From now on, when you see people entering the pass with this badge, you don't need to check or interrogate them. Give it to me. The ancient costume woman had a mischievous smile on her face. Give it to me. Take it away directly. As she said this, Ahua shook the sample of the organization's internal badge that the kidnapper leader had asked his men to throw to her in front of these officials. Nodding, the senior officials of Xuanwu Pass looked dazed, staring at the badge in the hands of the ancient costume woman, and memorizing its pattern firmly in their hearts. Chuckling, a healthy laugh came from the ancient costume woman. She seemed to be able to see the happy scene when the people in the organization showed their badges to the Zuanwugwan inspectors when they passed through the customs, thinking that they would be released directly. But they were caught on the spot. Well, let me think about what else is interesting. Ahua began to recall the various details that happened in the subconscious fantasy of the kidnapper leader. This is her favorite repertoire. No matter how well disguised a person is, he cannot hide his subconscious. Ahua can always see the most real thoughts in the other person's heart from it, which is very interesting. So first of all, being late humph. What does that stinky guy mean? Does he subconsciously think that Ahua, will be a late and unpunctual person? Then what else did he say? Oh, yes. It seems that he also mentioned the Apostle's executive officer. I was wondering why Gili has been bored recently. It turns out that he went to the 1,000 Islands. Oh, one less person to play with me. Damn it. Let me see who took such a good friend away from me. Got it. It's you. This way something. The ancient costume woman showed an angry expression of gritting her teeth. On the one hand, she was gritting her teeth at this way something. And on the other hand, she was gritting her teeth at the kidnapper leader. How could he not even remember her name? Even if it was subconscious. She only remembered the first word way, which made her unable to find it even if she wanted to. Forget it. Look at this way something. It seems that he is quite capable. He actually destroyed their plans in 2 countries in a row. Well, he is also a hero. Ahua. Like him. Anyone who can make those people lose face is my friend. Such a hero must be made friends with. Hey. That person. Yes. You guys. You all heard it. If you enter the pass in the future, if there is a foreigner named Wei something, or if you have information about Wei something in Xuanwu Pass, use this feather to inform me as soon as possible. Do you hear it? I want to tie him up. Ahem. Please come over and be my guest. As the ancient costume woman spoke, she took out a fairy fan as if by magic, plucked 5 feathers from it, and gave one to each of the Zuanwugwan high-ranking officials. Nodding. Okay. That's about it. Oh. Remember to forget about the kidnapping. Everyone. Go home quickly. I won't send you off. Ahua waved his hand, and the ropes tied to the officials fell off. The officials were confused and instinctively began to walk out of the warehouse, each dispersing towards their own homes. When they were almost at the door of their homes, their eyes regained their consciousness and began to wonder when they had arrived at the door of their homes. But they all subconsciously did not bother about it, put it behind their minds, and entered the house as usual. Ahua gave them hints that would only be triggered under certain conditions, and the rest of the time was completely normal. This was really the end of the curtain. The ancient costumed woman was the only one left in the empty abandoned warehouse, sitting on the bench on the platform with her chin in her hand, swinging her legs in boredom. She suddenly leaned back and fell off the bench on the platform. Bang! Her body hit the ground, lying on the cold warehouse floor in a big letter shape. Ahua looked at the ceiling of the warehouse, and his originally dark pupils began to change color gradually, from black to the scarlet eyes that symbolized the unique fallen abyss, flashing in the dim warehouse. Looking particularly weird. 1,000 Islands. Moon Abyss Island. Within the jurisdiction of the Shifeng. Ding. You have completed the daily task: clean up the fallen leaves in the square, and get the Shifeng camp's favorability +1. Experience +50. Looking at the dialogue box in front of his vision, the president of the K Union, Heyu sighed. He now completely believes that he has been deceived and bored by the Shifeng. He always thought that his side was the righteous camp, and there would be something big waiting for them later. But who knew that all this was an illusion? A bubble. Heyu never expected that the NPC would also draw a pie for him. And he, the president of K, actually fell into the trap and was deceived. The origin of all this has to start from a light novel that was just put on the shelves in the Chiffon Camp store not long ago. Zero starting 1,000 islands. At first, including Kuroba, most of the players of the Society of the 1,000 Islands had no interest in novels and other in-game items that did not help their own strength. Only a group of players, who called themselves philologists, and were keen on investigating various details, Easter eggs, and storylines in the game would be very interested in these items. But who would have thought that this group of useless philologists would actually make a shocking discovery? As they read the novel more deeply, unlike the foreign players such as Biwei Rongrong and Beishizi, the members of the Society of the 1,000 Islands were all local players. They could read it right away. Isn't the plot in this novel a vivid hint of reality? And if we follow the description of several camps in the novel, then the club magistrate they are in now is completely a villain camp. Especially the head of the family, Sakai Yosuke, who is a younger brother, is a big villain who colluded with foreign enemies and slandered his own sister in order to get promoted. No! This can't go on. We must find a chance to run back to Sakurajima. He was very determined in his heart. After all, while they were still working hard here, doing the stinky and boring various camp miscellaneous tasks assigned to them by the club magistrate every day, just next door to them, on Sakurajima, a new plot of monster attack has been staged. It even linked up with Gili, with hidden lines and plot intersections. Although Heiyu and other players were not at the scene, they had the game for him. From the posts and live broadcasts of various Sakurajima players, they could see the excitement of the new plot, the shocking shot of the Northern Cross, and the generous ranking rewards that made Heiyu jealous. Heiyu couldn't help but imagine that if their K could be in Sakurajima at this time, the top of the Monster Siege kill list would definitely be theirs. That's a massive experience value reward of hundreds of thousands. Run away. Heiyu had to run away. Heiyu did what he said, and he had a detailed plan long ago. Next, I will meet with Yosuke Sakai, and then pretend to ask him to open the next transport ship to Sakurajima, so that I can bring more foreigners from Sakurajima to the company magistrate. Kuroba believes that Yosuke Sakai will definitely agree. After all, NPCs are NPCs after all. No matter how smart they are, they can't figure out the players' hearts. At that time, he will bring a group of K's confidants and elites on board, all in the name of help, and then rely on the company magistrate's ship to return to Sakurajima. Later, and that smuggling is successful, go to TMDU on island. Bye. Still want me to help you pull people from Sakurajima? Bah! That's right. Kuroba is going to pull people in the name of sending himself and K back to Sakurajima. Heiyu was ready, and he also told the elite members of K that from the moment they set foot on Sakurajima, they immediately chose to abandon the Society Pursuer Camp, which was referred to as the Tear-Up Passport Operation. In order to stay on Sakurajima, they would give up the camp reputation they had worked so hard to brush up these days. Oh! As for those Sakurajima players who were tricked by him to Yuan Island, and said they would rely on their K Holy Fire Guild, Heiyu curled his lips. What does this have to do with him? He certainly can't bring too many people. Otherwise Sakai Yosuke will definitely be suspicious. So sorry. Let them fend for themselves. After reviewing the entire plan again in his mind and making sure there were no omissions, Heiyu went straight to Sakai Yosuke's room. What a pity. Should we say that man proposes, God disposes? Or has the outcome been determined since the wrong choice? Before Kuroba even approached Sakai Yosuke's room, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind, and in the ears of all players belonging to the Society Envoy Camp. Warning! Sakai Yosuke, the core figure of your Society Envoy Camp, is under attack. Please assist immediately. Otherwise, once the camp leader is killed, your camp will automatically disband. WWTF. What the hell? What happened? Just when Kuroba was distracted, the next prompt sounded. Ding. Because your camp leader Sakai Yosuke has died, you are forced to leave the Shibuxing camp. Ding. For unknown reasons, the camp you joined has been changed to a new camp, and you cannot be forced to leave. Ding. The new leader NPC of your camp has been updated to the Winter Executive Zong Sangxi Apostle. Please protect the core figures of the camp. Otherwise, once the camp leader dies, your camp will automatically disband. Ding. You have received a new SS level camp mission. Under the Black Tide. Chapter 348 Under the Black Tide. Under the Black Tide. Introduction. Something seems to be stirring in the depths of the seabed. Twisted tentacles are swaying around. The palace of the gods above begins to dim. The last bit of light is swallowed by the abyss. And something is crawling out from under the already dark tide. Quest reward. Eye of the Demon Abyss, hidden profession, apprentice of the Demon Abyss, job transfer item, hit 1. This task is a long-term task. And the task reward depends on your contribution in each stage. Each contribution will be converted into -10 points of favorability of the 1,000 Islands, and 1 point of favorability of the Winter Force. Hint 2. After completing this task, all 1,000 Islands forces will have -1,000 hatred of favorability towards you. And all Winter forces will have +100 friendliness of favorability towards you. Note, this mission is a mandatory faction mission, which cannot be abandoned or quit midway. Current stage mission objective. Follow the apostle into the abyss. Hint. Return to the inner part of the society. Hey you? After quickly opening the mission panel and seeing the description above, Hey you was dumbfounded. What is this? At first glance, the mission reward turned out to be a job transfer item for a hidden profession. Although Hey you still didn't know what this Demon Abyss apprentice profession was. As long as the word hidden was on the base plate, there was definitely no weak one. But before Hey you was so happy about this pie that he fainted. The subsequent mission prompts woke Hey you up again, letting him know that there is really no such thing as a free lunch. What the hell? When they complete this task, they will actually lose the favorability of all the forces of the 1,000 Islands. When Hey you saw the second prompt later, he was completely dumbfounded. -1,000. Hatred? You should know that the favorability of a faction is divided into 8 levels in total. And the hatred here is the second to last negative favorability. Once this level is reached, the player can be said to have completely broken with this faction and be regarded as a mortal enemy. Whenever he appears, he will be chased and beaten. But now if he completes this task, he will not get the hatred negative favorability of a certain faction, but the entire 1,000 Islands. What kind of mission is this that can make a whole country hate you? And what exactly do these players have to do? Just as Heiyu was shocked. With a squeak, the door of Sakai Yosuke's room was pushed open not far in front of him, and a young man walked out. This is the NPC, the leader of the camp that Heiyu came to find this time. But in Heiyu's eyes, although Sakai Yosuke has not changed at all in appearance, Heiyu's sight drifted to the top of the NPC's head. Winter Executioner Apostle. You came at the right time. The company will have an emergency operation next. Can you please call back all the foreigners who are away? Yosuke Sakai said to Kuroba in the corridor with an expressionless face. At the same time, the task of gathering manpower suddenly popped up in front of Kuroba. Seeing Kuroba across from him very hesitant, Yosuke Sakai suddenly seemed to understand something. He shook his head first, then reached into his arms and took out a black bead that looked like an eye and handed it to Kuroba. You strangers are really very sensitive. In this case, it also saves me a lot of trouble to disguise. This is specially tailored for you strangers by our doctor in winter. Try it. This. Kuroba didn't know what to say for a while, so he had to follow the plot and took Yosuke's props. Ding. You have obtained the special item Advanced Eye of the Demonic Abyss. Generally speaking, once our warriors use this, they will be greatly rejected by the body. Most of them either die suddenly or are turned into masters by the Eye of the Demonic Abyss. So this fusion warrior plan has been shelved until you appeared. I believe this is God's will. In the winter, many of your compatriots have joined us and successfully evolved into the most promising professionals in this new era. Although some of them are stubborn and betrayed and ran away, I believe that you are definitely not one of them. Right? It is obvious that Yosuke Sakai on the opposite side is just talking lightly. And it is obvious that the other party is just an NPC. But Heiyu still feels a chill from the bottom of his heart. And he can't think of rejecting the other party, because he had a feeling that if he refused, he would turn into white light in the next second. Moreover, even if he refused, what would happen? He had been forced to change camps and accepted the mission. He could not give up or quit halfway. Moreover, Heiyu noticed that the reward in the above camp mission was the Eye of the Demon Abyss. But the one given to him by the other party now had the word Advanced. Ding. Do you want to use the item Advanced Eye of the Demon Abyss to change your job? Yes. With Heiyu's determination, his character automatically put the black bead in his hand, which exuded an ominous aura, against his chest. Next, this bead, like a dormant seed, suddenly encountered suitable soil and began to penetrate deeper and deeper into Heiyu's body. Heiyu looked down and saw a spiderweb-like black line centered on his chest, like the rhizome of a plant, which eventually grew to the size of a fist before finally stopping. That was the moment it stopped. The system prompt sounded. Ding. You have successfully transferred to the hidden profession of Demon Abyss Apprentice. Ding. Your Demon Abyss energy has met the conditions for advancement. Please choose your new branch profession. Several Demon Abyss options popped up in front of Heiyu, corresponding to different profession types. For example, a warrior will become a Demon Abyss Berserker, a mage will become a Demon Abyss Chanter, and an archer will become a Demon Abyss Darkbow. Heiyu didn't hesitate too much and directly chose to advance to his old profession, the assassin-type Demon Abyss profession. Ding. You have successfully advanced to the Demon Abyss Stalker. Ding. Your attribute values have changed. Please reallocate attribute points. Ding. You have obtained a new professional skill. Ding. You? Accompanied by a series of dings. The eye of the Demon Abyss that was originally rooted in Heiyu's chest also spread a little bit again, and began to specialize according to the profession chosen by Heiyu. And more roots were allocated to Heiyu's right arm. Heiyu showed a surprised expression, seeing that his attribute values were almost turned upside down, and tried his new skills again. He swung his right arm, and the eye of the Demon Abyss on his chest instantly flashed with a faint light. And then his entire right arm was covered with dark blue scales, and finally turned directly into a thorn blade. Stalker. Good choice. You strangers are really talented. Even though it's your first time to touch the eye of the Demon Abyss, you seem to know how to use it and absorb its power. Not bad. Not bad. Sakai Yosuke showed an admiring expression to Kuroba, as if he was praising his profession, but more like he was satisfied with Kuroba's choice. Having tasted the sweetness, Kuroba has no way back and doesn't plan to turn back. He admitted that he did make a mistake last time and was deceived by the society commissioner. But this time it was different. This executive from Winter was obviously much more powerful than the previous Sakai Yosuke. He could kill the opponent and replace him at will, combined with the story of the 1,000 Islands that their players had discovered before the public beta. I'm afraid that the person in front of them was the behind-the-scenes boss of the foreign forces that almost completed the infiltration of the 1,000 Islands. Such a powerful person, with even a country behind him to support him. What else can he worry about? Isn't this much stronger than the fox-faced priestess of Sakurajima? Yes, that's right. Heiyu comforted himself in his heart. This time, he definitely made the right choice. After making up his mind, his decision also represented the direction of the entire KA guild. Heiyu immediately gathered all members in the guild group and ordered the members who were not online to log into him quickly. At the same time, he did not forget to contact his brother guild and send a message to the president of the Holy Fire Guild to tie the two guilds together. On the other hand, all the players outside the Society Commissioner camp were also in a state of confusion at the moment, not knowing what had happened. They could only follow the task prompts and imitate the movements of the KA Guild, stop what they were doing, and immediately return to the Society Commissioner. What's wrong with these foreigners all of a sudden? Sugaya Kino frowned and got angry. The venue for her next concert hadn't been set up yet. So why did these foreign workers leave? As the top candidate for the God Shaman election, Sugaya Kino was somewhat affected by the previous chaos of the three commissioners. But because of her status as a candidate for the God Shaman and the protection of the Society Commissioner, she was still spared from death and still lived a comfortable life. In fact, she even made a profit from it, and was regarded as a lifeline by the company's magistrate, who concentrated all publicity efforts on her alone. Now, Sugaya Kino can be said to be the most famous and prestigious among the 1,000 Island shamans. Don't worry, Miss Aquino. You are now a foregone conclusion, no matter what happens to the new shamans. This fact cannot be changed. Behind Sugaya Kino, her assistant comforted her while pulling out a sharp blade from his sleeve. Humph. I warn you, the company's magistrate, don't let your guard down. Recently, I often hear from those foreigners about a person called a fox-faced shrine maiden, who seems to be very famous. You should collect more negative information about her, or make up some if you can't. You must not let this little shrine maiden, who came out of nowhere, threaten me. Yeah, don't worry. She won't. After all, you will go to the Abyss Sea as a divine witch soon. What do you mean? You are not going to regret it. We agreed that after I become a divine witch, you will send me abroad like the other divine witches you have made famous in the past. I will not go to that place called the Abyss Sea. Sugaya Kino immediately turned around and wanted to question the assistant behind her. After all, her purpose of becoming a divine witch was to make money with this title. No one would want to go to a place like the Abyss Sea. Unfortunately, when she turned around, she saw only the cold light of the assistant stabbing at her. Puff! Facing the still warm body of Sugaya Kino. The assistant had no pity at all. In fact, she didn't need to be dealt with so quickly. But unfortunately the plan changed. The apostle decided to immediately carry out the black tide operation and release the corrupted snake in the deep sea. The first step is to enter the deep sea. Usually, to enter the deep sea, you need either the water god or the sacred cherry blossom on Sakurajima. But after so many years of operation, they have already opened up a new way. Sacrifice. The assistant quickly set up a ceremony around Sugaya Kino's body. Why do they want to make a divine witch famous every term? It is to gather popularity. Or it can be said that it is the belief of the people of the Thousand Islands. This is the key to opening the deep sea. And the divine witches who disappeared in each term were not anything at all, and were sent abroad to enjoy life. Instead, they were sacrificed like Sugaya Kino now. Obviously, they were almost able to complete the passage that could freely enter and exit the Abyss Sea. But unfortunately, who would have thought that this year's last witch election would go so wrong? Not only was the organization's power uprooted, but the important witch testing site was also destroyed, forcing the apostle to come back in person to preside over the overall situation, and order to start directly, without waiting for Sugaya Kino to become a witch. Silently reciting obscure spells, a faint light emerged from the assistant's chest. If Heiyu was present, he would be able to recognize that it was also the same eye of the demonic abyss that merged into the other party's body. Under the traction of the spell, the eye of the demonic abyss in the chest was forcibly peeled off, and then merged into Sugaya Kino's body, and began to absorb some invisible white light inside. This is the power of wish accumulated in the body of the witch. After the eye of the demon abyss had finished swallowing, the assistant did not choose to take it back, but gritted his teeth, with a crazy look in his eyes. 4. Apostle. The light of teleportation magic lit up from the eye of the demon abyss, and the next moment, the black bead disappeared and was teleported to the set coordinates. As the assistant of the spellcaster, after the eye of the demon abyss left his body beyond the limit, the whole person began to shrink instantly, lose water, and finally turn into a dry corpse. On the other side, as many community magistrates arrived one after another, the community magistrates were in chaos, and such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the other two magistrates, especially the great purification magistrate. Lu Dao Luosha immediately dispatched troops to block the community magistrates. However, it was too late. Sakai Yosuke stood tall in the square of the society, and below him were many players. Most of them were members of the two guilds, K and Holy Fire. After all, they were the first to get the information firsthand. There were still many other players in the distance, who were constantly rushing here. A trace of pity flashed across his eyes. But Sakai Yosuke knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He came here this time to make a quick decision and not procrastinate. As for the strangers, it was just a helpless move. He took as many as he could. So, one after another, the eye of the demon abyss appeared in his palm, including the latest one that was teleported. In the eyes of the players, they only saw Sakai Yosuke's big hand squeezed and crushed all the beads at once. In an instant, countless dark hands began to wave in the air like tentacles. They became bigger and bigger, intertwined with each other, and finally formed a big net that enveloped the entire community. Swish! The strong breath of the abyss burst out, tearing the space and forcibly connecting the isolation barrier set by the water god. Only the power of the abyss can do this. When the scene in front of Heiyu and the players of the KA Guild and the Holy Fire Guild became clear again. Ding! You have unlocked a new map. Abyss. Chapter 349 Xiao Hei. I'm a little angry. Deep Sea? A group of players looked around curiously at the new map they were teleported to by the NPC. Dimness is the main color here. The sticky and thick sea water wraps around and flows slowly. Unknown seaweed grows from the cracks of ancient reefs and sways with the waves. They are in the sea? And it's very deep? There are no traces of any living things except scattered seaweeds around. Even the smallest fish schools are completely absent. But the players always have a feeling that they are being watched. As if under the black tide, there is something strange hidden that they can't see. The surroundings were terribly quiet. But if you listen carefully, it seems that in addition to the undercurrent, there are also faint whispers, lingering in the ears. And when the players try to hear it clearly, it disappears. Even with the protection of the system, the impact of the environment on the players has been greatly reduced. But the most direct visual and auditory senses have already made many people's deep-sea phobias. Many social players have concluded that it is another extremely hellish place. Why is there such a hellish environment everywhere in the Thousand Islands? When many players cursed and complained in their hearts, their performance in the eyes of the apostle was enough to make him sigh again. No wonder the doctor likes and values strangers so much. They are indeed extraordinary in some aspects. The apostle still vaguely remembers that when he was carrying out the Black Tide mission, he felt nauseous and dizzy when he first entered the deep sea. It took him a long time to barely adapt. Many fusion warriors who were traveling with him either fainted or went crazy on the spot. Like this group of strangers now, although they can be seen to be a little scared, they are more curious and can even discuss with each other. It is simply a miracle. It's a pity. The apostle secretly observed the strangers and shook his head in his heart, because the doctor has figured out the upper limit of the strength of this group of foreigners. At present, the third level of professionals is their ceiling. The foreigners' bodies seem to have some kind of limitation. Although they improve quickly, once they reach the critical value, no matter what means are used, they cannot improve anymore. And even if they are at the same level, excluding some foreigners, the combat power of most foreigners is much weaker than that of them at the same level. This kind of combat power may be good at the mortal level, but once it rises slightly to the extraordinary level above the fourth level, it will be useless. However, it is enough to deal with his next scene. Thinking in his heart, the apostle followed the direction where more and more strangers began to look. All he saw was a palace. A palace emitting faint fluorescence. No wonder the players were attracted to it. After all, even if the light of the palace was weak, it was still as eye-catching as fireflies at night in such a dark environment. Water God Palace. The apostle frowned. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that this palace seemed to be brighter than the last time he came. How could this be possible? They hadn't sent the divine witch for several sessions, and they had taken away the wishes of the people accumulated by the divine witch. The Water God Palace had lost its source of power, so it should not be able to maintain itself, and gradually dimmed until it was completely extinguished. And what about the Yamata no Orochi that guarded the Water God Palace? It didn't lie on the Water God Palace anymore, using its own original vitality to maintain the operation of the Water God Palace. All these strange things reminded the apostle of the first node where all their plans in the Thousand Islands began to collapse and fail. The astrologist. Humph. The apostle snorted coldly. It seems that the little girl from the flame region is going to fight them to the end. Although the apostle didn't know what the little girl did at that time, it didn't matter. He could feel that the Yamata no Orochi was still here, but it seemed to have foreseen what was going to happen next. So it hid in the Water God Palace. But, is this useful? He stretched out his hand and grabbed the void beside him. A storage door similar to a wormhole was opened by the apostle. From it, he took out one black box after another. Strangers, there is an important task for you next. Please escort these sound transmission devices and arrange them at the four corners of the palace in the distance. I will use these devices to call the guardian here. After the apostle finished speaking, the players in the abyss heard the reminder that the Under the Black Tide faction mission has entered the second stage. Ding! The current mission target has been updated. Arrange the device. Mission details. Under the leadership of Sakai Yosuke, you have successfully entered the abyss. It is quiet, dark and chilling here. Only the palace in the distance can make you feel a little warmth in this dark sea. Now you have received an order to place 4 black boxes at the 4 corners of the palace. But for some reason, you always feel that these unknown mysterious devices are emitting an ominous and weird atmosphere. Mission goal: place unknown devices at the marked 4 places. Mission reward: 50 W experience points for each successful placement of a device. Current mission progress: 0/4. For light spots immediately flashed on the player's abyss map, corresponding to the 4 corners of the Water God Palace. Some players who didn't know the inside story stood there, looking at each other. In fact, they had this feeling from the beginning. Could they have joined the villain camp? And now this naked task prompt almost wrote the words "do bad things" on the surface. Although the players didn't know what these unknown equipment were for, there was no doubt that it would not be as simple as Sakai Yosuke said. Do it or not. This is the hesitation facing some individual players of the society. But for the players of KA and Holy Fire Guild, there is no such worry at all, because the total amount of the task reward is fixed, and then it is distributed according to the number of people and contribution of each box during the escort process, which is a bit like a prize pool task. In other words, the fewer people escorting and the more people you have, the more rewards you will get. Therefore, KA's president Hey Yu immediately ordered to grab the quota of 2 box devices directly, all of which were his own people. The nearby Holy Fire Guild saw it, and quickly grabbed a box device to prevent outsiders from interfering. Finally, the remaining 40% of the individual players did not hesitate after seeing this, and immediately began to transport the boxes, regardless of the impact on the plot, just for fear that the last device would also be occupied by the 2 major guilds, and they would not get any rewards. The apostle who was watching coldly did not say a word during the whole process, because he had expected this result. Just like his understanding of strangers, this group of outsiders, in their eyes, profit is more important than anything else. As long as they grasp this point, it is easy to control this power. Soon, the KA Guild, which set out first, led by Hey Yu, arrived at the nearest place marked on the map without any obstacles. After they installed and started the device according to the prompts, the black box glowed with a faint light, and an invisible sound wave that was not difficult for players to see began to penetrate and release into the Water God Palace. Although the players cannot hear this strange sound wave, the more obvious movement can still let them experience the roll of the black box. Hiss. 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 This is the sound of a snake spitting out its tongue. No matter where the players are scattered in the abyss, see due to escorting the box, they can hear this sound coming from the inside of the Water God Palace. Although the players cannot understand the snake language, it is not difficult to hear the emotions conveyed by the sound. Irritability, anger, and struggling pain. It is as if the sound waves emitted from this black box device are giving the big snake deep in the palace a splitting headache and extreme discomfort. This is indeed the case. Those black boxes that can emit strange sound waves are the abyss catalysts invented by the doctor. As you can tell from the straightforward name, it can catalyze creatures that have been parasitized and polluted by the fallen abyss, but have not yet completely fallen, and accelerate the process of degeneration. Originally, it didn't need to be so troublesome. Just one catalyst would be enough. But who knew that the big snake actually hid in the Water God Palace, and used the Water God Palace to weaken and isolate the power of the catalyst? This forced the apostles to use 4 times the power to pollute the big snake in the 4 corners, making the big snake completely crazy and out of control, becoming a creature of the fallen abyss, coming out of the abyss, and attacking the 1,000 islands. This is the whole Black Tide plan. If the big snake in the Water God Palace only roared after the first device was activated, but after the other Holy Fire Guild successfully arranged and activated the second device, the sound of spitting tongues from the depths of the palace could be clearly heard, which was much more urgent. And even when it was just activated, it was accompanied by ground shaking, as if the big snake was hitting the wall of the palace with its head. All signs indicate that even if they hide in the Water God Palace, it will be useless under the increasing number of catalytic devices. The remaining 2 devices are both set up in the 2 farthest corners. I thought it would be unimpeded all the way, just a matter of time. However, the snake itself cannot come out to fight back, because once it leaves the natural barrier of the Water God Palace, it will fall instantly. But as if it still struggles to resist, a lot of black shadows emerge from the Water God Palace. The goals of these black shadows are very clear. A small part of them will stop the players who are transporting the remaining 2 devices, and another larger part will attack the 2 devices that K and the Holy Fire Guild have already placed and activated, and want to destroy them. When these shadows approached, the players saw that they were actually warriors with human bodies and snake heads, wearing simple armor and holding bone spurs. Descendant Guard. LV-10. After throwing a detection over, KA President Hey Yu breathed a sigh of relief. These monsters looked quite intimidating, but they were only level 10. Isn't this just a gift to them? It seems that the official finally has some conscience. They know that the players of Yuan Island lack a monster siege plot, so now they make up for it. Although the current scene and monster level are far less large than those on Sakuraji Island, it is better than nothing. At Hey Yu's order, the impatient KA members took the initiative to meet these descending guards before they even approached. The 2 sides immediately started fighting, but the result was undoubtedly one-sided. The KA guild had an advantage in terms of number of players. And as a top guild, the players' level was naturally high. So it was easy to deal with this kind of low intelligence and low-level descending guard. They even started to complain. Why the monster was so weak? Why not have some stronger ones? So that they could get more experience points by hunting. As one descending guard after another fell at the feet of the players. As if they could no longer hold back. A roar came. And several players who had just surrounded and killed a descending guard only felt a flash in front of their eyes. And the next second, they actually flew into the air and were swept away by a powerful sweep. One of the unlucky players with relatively low defense turned into white light in the air and was killed instantly. The abnormality here quickly attracted Heiyu's attention. He saw that a snake-headed guard with a larger body and better armor appeared at the position where the player was just now. Child Guard Captain Barus. LV-20. Roar! He first looked down and saw the bodies of many compatriots lying on the ground around him. Then roared angrily, but did not choose to rush into the players to kill them and avenge his compatriots. Instead, the guard captain took a big step and took advantage of the players' distraction to run towards the catalytic device protected by the KA guild. Not good. Many KA guild players reacted and threw various skills and arrows at Barus in an attempt to stop him. After all, once the device is destroyed, it means the mission has failed, and their work will be in vain. Warrior! Warrior! Taunt it, and pull back the hatred. The commander of the KA guild shouted anxiously. But it was useless. No matter how the players attacked it, it seemed to ignore it, as if the only thing left in its world was the device surrounded by KA members not far away, and as its last mission in this life. It is to smash it. Sacrifice without hesitation. Your firm will make you immune to all control skills. And you will die immediately after the duration ends. Barus felt that his whole body had been covered with wounds from the invaders' swords, and he felt pain everywhere. The dark green blood blurred his yellow snake pupils. But he still didn't dare to wipe them or blink, because he was afraid that if he relaxed a little, he would fall down and never stand up again. It couldn't fall. At least not now. It had to destroy the evil device. Only in this way could it protect their snake god and the witch who was doing his best to maintain the palace. It continued to shoot away the invaders who blocked the road. Looking at the evil device that was already close at hand, Barus felt that his blood was boiling, because he knew that he had done it. He did not let down his dead compatriots, did not let down the snake god, and did not let down the new witch who finally came after so many years. Just one strike. Just one strike. Barus gathered all his strength, raised the bone spur in his right hand, and stabbed it hard at the equipment. Puff! Success! Success! The sound of penetration rang out. But it was not the sound of the bone spur piercing the black box, but the sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh and blood. Barus slowly lowered his head, and the last scene reflected in his snake pupils was no. It was an arm covered with dark blue scales and transformed into a thorn blade, exuding the same evil breath, and then pulled out from his chest. Plop! Barus's tall body fell down, and behind him, the figure of a stealth assassin gradually emerged. Now the face of this stranger was filled with a satisfied smile. Ding! You successfully killed the captain of the descending guard Barus, and gained 35,000 experience points. Ding! You have upgraded. Ding! You have upgraded. Chapter 350 Xiao Hei. I am a little angry. Water God Palace. Buzz. Buzz. The whole building was shaking constantly, making a sound that could not bear the weight. 3 huge snake heads, with red pupils, were madly hitting the walls of the palace. The crumbling palace seemed to collapse in the next second. In such a terrifying scene, there was a figure that was out of place, wearing a tattered cloak, and her face was wrapped in bandages. Her human body seemed so small and inconspicuous compared to the forbidden monster of the Yamata no Orochi that could not even fit in the palace. But when this figure stretched out his palm and touched the body of the Yamata no Orochi, the 3 crazy snake heads began to slowly move down, and the red in the pupils temporarily faded, although he still couldn't help but let out a low roar. It was much better than before. Divine Witch. There's no need. Yamata no Orochi had a total of 8 heads, in addition to the 3 crazy ones and the one that was already corrupted by the abyss. There were 4 remaining heads. They shook their heads at the girl below. When the second device was activated, Yamata no Orochi knew that hiding in the Water God Palace would be useless, because since the other party could take out the second one, there would definitely be a third and a fourth one. So now wasting the power of the divine, which to suppress the abyss in its body was just a waste of effort. Yamada felt that it would be better to talk to the divine, which a few more words, while the other party had not yet arranged the remaining equipment, and it still had 4 heads to maintain a clear mind. The orange-yellow snake eyes several meters wide looked at the human girl below who was still stubbornly sending power to him after he spoke. And Yaki sighed. In fact, you have done well enough. If it weren't for the afterimage of fate you saw, convincing me to stay in the palace, those invaders might not have to work so hard now. Yaki, shut up. The girl frowned and shouted coldly. Unfortunately, Yaki Great Snake didn't pay attention. It's like an old man who has foreseen his own death and wants to say a little more at the end of his life. God Witch, I now understand a little bit of what the water god said. Destiny is set no matter what the process is. Destiny will always reach its predetermined end. That disaster was like this. And it will be like this now. When Yaki was halfway through his words, an invisible wave spread from a new corner of the palace. And the third device set up by the KA Guild was successfully activated. Hiss. Roar. The angry roar instantly came from the 3 heads that Yaki had just calmed down by the girl. Their snake pupils became turbid again. And even 2 new heads showed symptoms of madness one after another. Their wild dancing and swaying movements became more and more undulating, forcing the girl to stay away. Of the 8 heads, 6 had already fallen, and the last 2 were no longer able to save the situation. They could only lie on the ground listlessly, blinking their eyes weakly for the last time. Damn it! Those idiot strangers! The girl gnashed her teeth, and the raging anger rolled in her body. However, she could do nothing. As a divine witch, she could not leave the water god palace. She could only watch as a group of ants outside, who she could crush to death with one hand, drag the ending of this story to destruction step by step. Is this fate? And couldn't help but ask this question in her heart. After successfully passing the divine witch trial, she inherited the accusation of the divine witch and also inherited the ability of the divine witch. She could borrow part of the power of the water god to spy on the power of fate. So, this made and see her own experience in her original world line. That is, the afterimage of fate mentioned by Yaki just now. In her world line. That is, the Vivian without Xiaohei. She alone could not escape the fate of the astrologist being attacked by a giant snake and sinking into the deep sea. Fortunately, she did not die in the sea with the other passengers on the ship, but relied on her witch power, and the power of wish to make her the only survivor. She also became the only person who entered the deep sea alive. Perhaps, the fate of different paths leads to the same destination. And the water god's destiny is reflected here. In order to get out of the deep sea, and to alleviate the serious cost of praying, she had no other choice but to enter the water god palace, participate in the trial, and become a witch. Although the process was extremely difficult, she once gave up, and even fell into a secret trap during the process. She was rescued only with the help of a foreign adventurer. But in the end, she still did it, and became a divine witch like now. At first glance, everything was developing in a good direction. The water god palace was able to continue to operate because of the new divine witch, suppressing the abyss sea. And the fallen abyss in the body of the Yamada no Orochi was also effectively suppressed. She herself, relying on the power of the divine witch, cured many of the sequelae of the price on her body. However, these are obviously not what that organization wants to see. So they took action, and just did a very simple thing to shatter this fragile and short-lived beauty. The reason why the astrologist was attacked by the great snake was because there was a witch on board. A witch wanted by the flame domain. The witch used an evil secret method to control Yaki, and entered the abyss with the help of the great snake, and then killed the original priestess in the water god palace, replaced her, and tried to steal the power of the water god inside. They had already secretly infiltrated the 3 priests, and easily controlled public opinion and instigated a crusade to save the abyss, which was launched in the Thousand Islands. Not only did they mobilize the military force of the Great Purification Priests, they even joined forces with the Flame Domain and sent ships to pick up countless knights of the Flame Domain to launch a joint operation. And she could only watch all this happen, watching the organization pour the dirty water of the pollution of the abyss and the corruption of the great snake on her. And she was powerless. Finally, with the help of Yamada no Orochi, she was forced to separate from the water god palace and activate the random teleportation array, which allowed her to continue to escape to the next unknown foreign country. The fate after that was too far away, and then could not see it. Nor did he want to see it again. The scene in front of him was so similar. Except that the people who appeared in the abyss sea to attack them were no longer the Great Purification and the Knights, but the foreigners of the society. This time, can she only run away? And then be used as a scapegoat by the other party again? No! And gritted her teeth. Although she could not leave the Water God Palace, she could see the scene outside. More and more temple guards had been buried under the swords of foreigners, and the fourth device was already on the way to be set up. It seemed like a dead end, but it knew that at least in this world line, she was no longer alone as in her destiny. She took out the teardrop-shaped, crystal-clear necklace hidden in her clothes and close to her chest, and held it tightly in her hand. After taking a deep breath, and seemed to have made a decision, and her expression became firmer, she tore off the bandage wrapped around her face, revealing the face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The appearance was familiar, but the unfamiliar thing was that this was no longer an innocent little girl, but a girl who had too much to bear and could no longer turn back. The only two heads left of the Yamata no Orochi, even though they were already weak, still showed a surprised expression. It was not that she was surprised by Anne's appearance. Yaki had actually known Anne's identity for a long time. She was surprised by the decision and made next, because no longer covering her face with bandages meant that she felt there was no need to cover it. It was not that she didn't care about having two identical Vivian, but she was leaving. Have you really thought about it? Once you do this, you can indeed break through the limitations of the Abyss Sea and the Water God Palace and teleport another you. After all, you are originally one person. But do you really think that if she comes, she can do better than you? The remaining two heads of Yaki forced themselves to stand up and stared at the girl in front of them with their snake pupils. Then it saw the first smile on the face of the new divine witch. I believe that the other me can do it. Because, even if she can't, they can. After saying that, the water god's chain in the girl's hand burst into a blue halo, and the strong airflow blew Anne's long hair, making it fly behind her head. And the cloak of her coat was also whirring, as a product of the water god, along with the entire water god palace. It seemed that it was no longer shaken by the impact of the big snake, and it was much more stable. Yaki, help me! The girl holding the necklace in the center of the vortex of the airflow gritted her teeth and shouted. As the guardian of the water god palace, Yamata no Orochi must assist him if he wants to replace him. The Orochi asked again for the last time. Are you sure? I can activate a random teleportation array to let you leave here so that you will not be implicated. But once you summon another you, because of the uniqueness of the god shaman, it means that your existence in this world will completely disappear. I don't know if this means that you will return to your original world, or that you will literally disappear. But I can be sure that the other you will be very sad no matter which of the two results is. I don't know if it was a last gasp, but the snake seemed to talk a lot, and it seemed that it was still hesitating and expecting something from the depths of its pupils. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. It got a roar from him. I don't care how she feels. And I don't want to care. I don't belong here. I just want to take this opportunity to return to my world. As for whether she and the others will be sad, I don't care. The girl's stubborn and obstinate face was reflected in the orange-yellow snake pupils. Yaki suddenly smiled with relief. Although the snake did not have this expression of laughter, this emotion was revealed from its head. Okay. After a simple word, the two remaining heads of Yaki began to emit life rays similar to breath towards him. Wait! What are you doing? And felt that the vitality of Yaki was rapidly draining away. But this was not the most shocking thing. What made Anne at a loss was that the original power of forbidden monster in Yaki was also rapidly draining away. Life force is nothing to forbidden monsters. It is a renewable resource. But the original power is completely different, which means that Yaki has given up the forbidden rank. However, the forbidden rank cannot be given up just like that. For all forbidden monsters, the loss of original power can only occur under one condition. Give birth. Give birth to offspring. That is, a new forbidden monster cub was born. The reason why Anne exclaimed so much was that Anne felt that the Yamata no Orochi had made some moves on her body and forced her to sign a contract. The object of this contract was not the Yamata no Orochi itself, but a dark green egg condensed by the power of the origin, which appeared in Anne's hands and was subconsciously held in her arms. Through the eggshell, you can vaguely see the shadow of a little snake, nurtured in it. But if you look more closely, you will find that the situation of this little snake is not good, And it is even very dangerous. Because in the egg liquid, not only nutrients flow, but also black mists, which transform into twisted tentacles or parasites, and want to madly drill into the body of the little snake. The little snake, which is still in the embryo and has no consciousness, can't stop it at all, and can only let the black mist flow into its body, causing its body to begin to mutate. In this scene, Yaki showed a sad and sighing expression. This is its offspring. The offspring polluted by the abyss. Originally, Yaki's plan was to take a gamble. It couldn't save its child, and thought about whether it could rely on him to take its child to another world. In this way, Anne's world would reject the abyss that did not belong here and erase it. But its child could escape because it was bound to him by a contract, so it could be indirectly purified. Unfortunately, it seems that its child will be devoured by the abyss before Anne can return. Anne's body has turned into fluorescent light. She looked down at the death of this new life in her hand, feeling indescribably sad. But at the moment when she was about to disappear, You are? And suddenly widened her eyes, because she didn't know if it was her hallucination. But she saw a familiar person. The familiar person on the astrologist. That astrologer, Maggie, with the appearance of the girl in astrology clothes. All time seemed to be paused. Maggie walked in front of him, then stretched out her hand and made only one move, which was to put the water god chain on Anne's neck on the necrotic snake egg. Buzz! The pure light penetrated into the snake egg from the necklace along the eggshell, which not only brought purification, but also brought life. Dong! Dong! The little snake shadow that had died in the snake egg had a heartbeat again. But the part that had been alienated by the abyss could never go back to its original appearance. But at least it survived. She will be your key. The snake that drilled through different worlds, and only heard Maggie's whisper in his ear, and then saw the figure of the astrologer girl walking towards the dying Yamada no Orochi, and seemed to say something in the ear of the snake. But later, with a flash of white light, the magic ritual of existence replacement was activated, and the snake egg disappeared completely, leaving only a water god chain, flashing in the air. At the same time, on the other side. Chapter 351. Game Forum. Xiandao Subforum. For players, there is no impenetrable wall. The players of the Society of Pursuing Enter the Abyss Sea, and the subsequent series of actions had long been exposed on the forum. This instantly split the Xiandao players into two sides. The vast majority of players severely condemned and posted to stop it. But the other side, led by the KA Guild, didn't care even if they knew they were doing something wrong. Because this is the plot of the game, and they are just following the plot to complete the task. What is right or wrong? Instead, they attacked. Those players who accused them thought that these people pretended to stand on the moral high ground and pretended to be saints. In fact, they were just jealous of them. As a result, the noise caused alarm the neighboring Yinyu, and many Yinyu players rushed over to watch the show. As Yinyu players who already had conflicts with Xiandao, of course they were happy to see this, and even added fuel to the fire, fanning the flames from the side. Questioning the fox-faced priestess, who was regarded as the main NPC by Xiandao players. What was she doing at the moment? Her house was stolen. She didn't know it? She also took out the classic positive teaching material, the Battle of the Magic Tide in Huidian City during the internal test, to let Xiandao players see how the real main NPC, Vivian, appeared in the first time, and then turned the tide and got out of the water in fire. This trick is really effective, and many Sakuraji Island players began to anxiously look for the fox-faced priestess, hoping to rely on their intelligence to report the news and trigger the plot. But no matter how the players looked for it, the fox-faced priestess, who can be seen from time to time in the garrison, has now disappeared and can't be found. Indeed, because Vivian is already in the space of the Divine Sakura. The little girl tried to communicate with the Divine Sakura with a nervous look on her face. But in the end, she shook her head at the little wolf cub next to her with self-blame. Is it really not possible? Liao Zixuan sighed in his heart. There was no need for the players to report the news. The little wolf cub, who always paid close attention to the forum, actually got the information at the first time. He called the little girl back without stopping, and the two tried to use the immature Divine Sakura to force open the door to the abyss. But the facts prove that although the curse on Sakura Island has been purified a lot during this period, it is still a long way from making the Divine Sakura mature. Now this transmission channel to the abyss can be opened, but it is extremely unstable, and there is a high probability that it will be teleported to some other place. Just now, he asked Vivian to try to stabilize the channel. But from the little girl's appearance, it can be seen that it failed. What to do? Now there are two options in front of them. Gamble or not. However, from the resolute expression on Vivian's face, the answer is very obvious. And there. This alone is enough. Then come. The little wolf cub began to grow bigger, and then let Vivian lie on his back, and told the little girl to bury her body in his hair as much as possible. In this way, when passing through the unstable passage, even if something unexpected happens, the main damage will be borne by the larger body. Compared with the fragile body of human beings, the forbidden monster is much stronger. Just when Liao Zixuan took a deep breath and prepared to jump in. Wait a minute. Xiao Hei, Vivian on his back, suddenly spoke. When the black wolf was puzzled, he saw the little girl jump down, looked down at her palm, and looked into the distance. It seemed that there was a figure opposite her that he could not see. And sure, is it you? Vivian shouted excitedly. The next little girl closed her eyes, opened her palms, stretched them forward, and then a magical scene appeared. Suddenly, the wind blew, and the raindrops followed the wind, forming a faint thread. They finally gathered in front of Vivian's palms and condensed into a pair of hands exactly like the little girl. 4 palms, 10 fingers interlocked. Vivian suddenly opened her eyes, and the divine cherry in the space seemed to sense something and shone several times. Now, Xiao Hei, with the joint efforts of the divine cherry, Vivian, and the power from the abyss, the unstable portal was finally fixed. Liao Zixuan, who had been waiting for an opportunity, seized this opportunity, picked up Vivian in one bite, and the black wolf jumped. Buzz, Water God Palace, just where it had just disappeared. The girl and the black wolf reappeared. Looking at the changed scene around them, Vivian and the black wolf were extremely happy. They had finally returned here. But obviously, besides being excited, there were more important things. The man and the wolf kept looking around, trying to find the familiar figure, but after a circle, they found nothing. They only saw the water god chain that they had put on in. The crystal clear necklace floated in the air, emitting fluorescence. Where is in? Where is in? It was as if to answer their question. When Vivian touched the water god chain, a magic letter that had been written long ago appeared in front of her and the black wolf. To another me. When you read this letter, No, I must have left. Otherwise, I would not have shown you the last thing in this letter. During the time since I separated from you, I have been hesitating and even a little lost, thinking whether I should stop here and be an in. But after inheriting the divine witch, after seeing the things that will happen in the future in my world line, I know that I really can't let it go. And I still can't sit back and watch. I am not in. I am Vivian. Just think of it as a little jealousy and comparison. After all, anyone who sees someone stronger than themselves would want to surpass them. Right? Especially if that person is, myself? In short, the other me. And, Xiao Hei, you better be careful. After I finish dealing with my world, I will try my best to visit you. At that time, if your strength is not as good as mine, I will sneer at you and take away the name Vivian. Finally, the one in the attachment, just treat it as a parting gift. Humph. By the way, I can't delete the photos in it no matter how hard I try. I definitely didn't leave them there on purpose to show you. Signed, another you. At the end of the letter, which is the special gift that I left for them, what came out of the water god chain was actually a fox mask. When Vivian picked it up, an automatically recorded image of the past was projected from the fox mask. That was in who had just passed the trial and successfully became a divine witch. The girl in the photo changed her previous tattered cloak, leather pants, and bandages wrapped around her body, and put on a set of shrine maiden clothes of the water god palace. The girl in the recorded image swayed from side to side, and was obviously curious about this unique new dress. But she quickly came to her senses, and seemed to realize that her behavior was a bit shameful, and quickly put the mask pinned on her waist on her face. This mask is the fox mask in Vivian's hand now. It is also the divine witch certificate obtained by Insua after passing the water god temple trial. Ding! You have obtained the epic equipment Fox Demon Face. Fox Demon Face. Quality, Purple Epic. Type, Special Headdress. Basic Attribute, Luck Value -10. Fox of Disaster only passive if your luck value is greater than 0. Based on your current luck value 1 by 24%. Provide additional experience bonus for your camp. If your luck value is less than 0. Then vice versa. Fox of Greed only passive if your luck value is greater than 0. Based on your current luck value 1 by 24%. Provide additional gold coin bonus for your camp. If your luck value is less than 0. Then vice versa. Forbidden Fox only passive if your luck value is greater than 0. Based on your current luck value 1 by 24%. Provide additional construction efficiency bonus for your camp. If your luck value is less than 0. The opposite is true. Special skills of equipment, Hidden Fox, when wearing a mask. You are immune to any form of detection skills. Phantom Fox, when wearing a mask. You can transform into the appearance of any object you have ever seen. Strange Fox, when wearing a mask. Any form of attack on you will have a 20% chance of being lost. Note: the above passive and special skills are only unlocked after the wearer joins the Ye Shrine camp and changes the camp's favorability to high. Different from all the previous equipment. This is obviously not a combat equipment, but a very rare and special camp type equipment. And it has very extreme characteristics. Even at first glance, most people would think that this is not a divine weapon, but a disaster. It seems to symbolize the prosperity of the Ye Shrine, and then the gradual decline and withering. However, Vivian gently took off the fox mask on her face, which was an ordinary mask that she had taken from Sakai Risa. The little girl solemnly put the magic letter back into the water god chain, and then put the necklace back on her neck, and after burying it close to her chest, Vivian took a deep breath. Xiao Hei, the black wolf, stood beside the little girl at the right time, so that Vivian could rely on him. But this time, the little girl did not choose to do so. Boom boom boom, the Madhyamata no Orochi in the palace not far away was still crashing, and the violent shaking even brought gravel. From outside, the fighting and noise from foreigners could be heard. In such a chaotic environment, the little girl clenched her palms. Xiao Hei, I am a little angry. Vivian stood up, and her aura began to change dramatically. A set of witch costumes that Vivian had never used was emitting. In response, the black wolf did not speak, but just watched quietly. And after being touched by Vivian, he merged with the little girl. The black giant wolf disappeared. Instead, there were terrifying chain claws on Vivian's hands, which costumed dark nightmare claws. She gently put the new fox mask back on her face. The rest of Vivian's body was still the same. The original witch costume did not fully embody the costume. After all, this was more than enough. And she wanted a sense of ritual. The iron chain of the sago palm chain claws dragged on the ground with Vivian's footsteps. Like the bell of the god of death, the fox-faced witch holding the terrifying black giant claws lowered her head and walked out of the water god palace step by step. No! We can't activate this fourth device. The 3 devices surrounding the water god palace have all been installed by KA and the Holy Fire Guild. The only remaining one was left for the individual players. After reading many posts from other Thousand Island players on the forum, they began to think about a question. That is, as players, do they need to be responsible for the plot and the game world? In particular, many high-level players on the forum have clearly written to them that the most likely subsequent plot is that the Yamata no Orochi is controlled by them with the device and used by the hostile organization to bring a catastrophe to Thousand Island. So, in the end, the answer given by these individual players is to stop at the edge of the cliff. Unfortunately, they thought so. But other players in the Abyss Sea didn't. On the contrary, they were very happy to see the individual players give up the task of escorting the device. K's president Hei Yu immediately led people to the individual players to snatch the 4th device. Since you don't want to give it and don't want the free experience points, then give it to us. Get out of the way. We can't do this. Seeing that K was coming to snatch it, the determined individual players even took the initiative to surround the 4th device, not allowing KA members to get close, and vowed to guard it to the death. However, even though they were numerous, their quality was far inferior to KA, especially under the leadership of KA President Heiyu, who had been promoted 2 levels in a row after assassinating the elite leader. The combat power between the 2 sides was very different. What a jerk. Humph. Trash. Go to hell. After Hei, he used his own hand blade to send the leader of the individual players away with one knife. He finally came to the side of the 4th device. UK. You will be punished sooner or later. The fox-faced priestess of Sakurajima will never let you go. Hee hee. She has to come to you on high first. Heiyu sneered disdainfully. He has been paying attention to the Qingdao Forum, especially the players of Sakurajima. So he also knew that the fox-faced priestess disappeared, and there was no news. So he was naturally not afraid. Then for this fourth device, RK will laugh. Before you could even utter the last word nah. He felt a gust of wind caused by the high-speed movement of heavy objects blowing past his ears. Immediately following was a loud noise. Bang! The fourth device beside him turned into fragments and powder in front of Heiyu. And what was slowly dragged out from the wreckage of the device was a pitch-black giant claw that shone with cold light and exuded a tyrannical aura, with a scarlet color on the sharp claw tip, along with a chain tied behind. It was dragged back little by little. What's going on? Heiyu didn't care about the mission failure prompt sound that came from his mind after the device was destroyed, but looked at the end of the chain like many scared players. The owner of the chain claws who came out from there was a fox-faced priestess. The exclamations came one after another, seeing the familiar priestess costume and the iconic fox mask. The players recognized it at a glance, but they didn't recognize it, because in their impression, the fox-faced priestess is gentle, kind, and maybe a little straightforward, but still an image of a big sister, or even a kind old mother. But now in the abyss sea, the fox-faced priestess they are facing, just the two floating up and down, as if it is a living thing, breathing. The terrifying claws completely shattered the original image. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing for Heiyu. The most terrifying thing is that the fox-faced priestess suddenly raised her head. The eyes under the fox mask locked onto him. Chapter 352 Fox-Faced Witch? Fox-Faced Witch. I wonder if you have ever played that kind of escape game. When you see a ghost, you shudder all over. And some timid people may even scream, and then immediately control the game character and start running without looking back. Although this is not an escape game, but there are some similarities between them, and they are still very overlapping, such as the huge power gap between them, and the ghost that there is no possibility of fighting, such as the ghost has no possibility of letting them go under the setting, and such as the terrifying appearance of the ghost. At this moment, K's president Heiyu fell into a similar state. There is only one word in his mind now. Run! Quick! Stop her! Heiyu did not forget to buy time while running, and shouted orders to his KA members. He had just been promoted twice, and the increase in level meant that the death penalty also increased. The reward he had finally obtained would be equivalent to vomiting it all back if he died once. He must not die. What's more, he is not completely helpless. Heiyu did not lose his mind in the tension. As the president of KA, he is naturally a high-level player, so the direction he is running now is exactly the position of the NPC belonging to their camp. The executive apostle. Use NPC to fight NPC. As for the life and death of his members, Heiyu didn't care at all. Anyway, they were of low level. No matter how many of them died, it was worth it if he, the high-level guild leader, could survive. What are you still standing there for? Listen to the guild leader. All shield warriors, go ahead. The commander of the KA guild completely obeyed the guild leader's orders and began to order positions. Even if the members of his subordinates were unwilling, they dared not disobey the order in order to stay in the guild later. They quickly stood in front of the fox-faced priestess, holding a giant claw under the command. Shield of the Demon Abyss. Many KA members successfully obtained the Eye of the Demon Abyss reward, and the group trying to stop the fox-faced priestess now were the elite among them. They had already reached the second job transfer and chose the warrior occupation system. The strongest defensive tank, the Shield of the Demon Abyss, under the guild's arrangement. In a qualified large guild, the professional allocation is clear. The group of tank players of the Demon Abyss shield bearers are specially used by KA to play the role of T-position against boss in the strategy dungeon. However, what these professional T-position players may not have expected is that the first boss they have to T will be the fox-faced witch. After the skill is released, their arms are instantly transformed and alienated by the power of the Demon Abyss, and the black tentacles, like vines, begin to intertwine and finally harden. Then, as the KA members close their arms, they form a solid shield more than 1 person tall. During the release of the Demon Abyss shield skill, you cannot move, but the defense is plus 200%, and the first damage received cannot be critically hit. Come on! To be honest, after the initial tension, And with the appearance of this reassuring giant shield, these KA tank players are now feeling a little excited and expectant. What players like to do most is to immediately go to wild monsters to try out their skills after getting new professions and skills, in order to get satisfaction and a sense of expansion. The previous batch of tank players have already experienced this feeling from the half-human, half-snake monsters of Descendant Guard. Ordinary monsters can't do anything to them at all. As long as the big shield is raised, even the monster's attacks will not even reduce their health. The double defense bonus is really abnormal. So if you want to test their upper limit, you have to use stronger and more powerful monsters. And the Fox-Faced Priestess. Is there a better shield stone than this? The chief tank of the KA Guild, with a set of top-grade defense equipment, has a pure Blood Bowl warrior with more than 2,000 health at level 14, and quietly opened his live broadcast software. His requirements are not high, as long as he can block the 3 attacks of the Fox-Faced Priestess. Not 2. It will be enough. This is definitely worth bragging about. When the time comes, once the video is released, he will definitely become famous. And the title of the first tank of the 1,000 Islands will definitely not be able to escape. After all, that is the Fox-Faced Priestess. Not to mention bragging for a lifetime. At least it can be boasted for one version. The reason why he dared to set the 2 hits flag is because of the second abnormal effect of Shield of the Demon Abyss. The first attack they receive cannot be crit. He is a high defense, high health warrior, still holding a shield, with double defense. Your first damage cannot be a critical hit. How can you kill me with more than 2,000 health in 1 second? Ding. The skill claw attack from the Fox-Faced Priestess caused you 18,720 points of damage. Ding. You are dead. Minus 18,720 numbers floated over the head of the chief tank of the KA Guild. When he turned into a soul state and floated on his own body, he still rubbed his eyes in disbelief, constantly confirming the number and the font size of the number. However, the normal size damage font size in front of him symbolized that this was not a critical hit, and he was indeed not critically hit by the Fox-Faced Priestess. But in other words, even if the Fox-Faced Priestess didn't hit a critical hit, she still dealt nearly 20,000 damage, which was 10 times the blood volume of the blood cow that he was proud of. So let alone being able to block it. He even owed the Fox-Faced Priestess 9 lives. And this is just under the simple name of claw attack, which is probably the most common skill. All along, the Fox-Faced Priestess has appeared as a guide for players, although everyone has seen the battle CG of the Fox-Faced Priestess. After all, they are just watching as bystanders. The concept of the real dominance of the Fox-Faced Priestess's power is still vague. What's more, when a person still has a gentle and kind personality, even if he knows that the other party is very powerful, he will still subconsciously have a feeling of no danger or even easy to bully. But when he really looked at the Fox-Faced Priestess from the perspective of the opposite side, he really realized how lucky they were to be in the same camp with the Fox-Faced Priestess. And what a stupid decision they made now. Don't panic, everyone. The Fox-Faced Priestess's damage number is white. She is only strong in physical attack. Shield warriors don't go up to give up. Where is the mage? Mage, open the Magic Abyss shield for me. As expected of KA's commander. After the tanks in the front row of the guild were easily broken through by the Fox-Faced Priestess claws, he immediately changed the strategy. Even in the face of such a terrifying large number of damage, the commander still tried to save the situation. In Fallen God, the damage is not only different in character size, but also in color. The damage caused by attacks of different elements will also appear in the color of the element, and physical attacks without any magic elements will be displayed in white. As the saying goes, one thing can defeat another. Under the command of KA, 7 or 8 mages took the initiative to go up in an instant, and they were certainly not going to die. They were surrounded by a circle of colored shields. Demon Abyss Shield. This is the exclusive skill of the Demon Abyss Chanter, who has changed his job to mage, according to the main attribute element of its own elemental affinity. It unfolds a magic barrier with extremely high physical resistance. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it will be easily disintegrated when encountering an elemental attack that restrains it. However, you can see that the colors of these shields are now blue, which means they are water attribute shields. As we all know, the main attribute of the Fox-Faced Witch in the battle CG is the fire element. So KA's commander specially chose the water element shield to top it up, so that it can effectively counter what? KA's commander explained before he finished his calculations. Minus 47,640. Minus 35,902. Minus 45,661. A row of large black numbers jumped out of the heads of these mages. And then their game characters fell down limply, and turned into white light, and disappeared. The reason why the numbers are so large is that the mage's own defense is weak. And secondly, these are all extra large characters of critical damage. But KA Commander was not concerned about these. What the hell? What elemental damage is the black damage number? How come he has never heard of it? There is no black in the 9 elements. Wait! KA Commander's eyes widened, and suddenly thought that although the setting of Fallen God is that the 9 gods and 9 kingdoms correspond to the 9 elements. In fact, the official elements released so far are only 7. Could it be that the real elemental attributes of the fox-faced priestess are the 2 mysterious elements that have not been disclosed? Unfortunately, no one can give him an answer. No matter what kind of element the demon abyss shield is, once it touches the black claws of the fox-faced priestess, it will instantly fade. That is, turn white. And then it will completely collapse and fall apart under the claws. There is no other way. KA Commander has seen that it is impossible to stop the fox-faced priestess by passive defense. It is wishful thinking. The only thing left is everyone attack. No matter what ranged profession it is. Use all skills on her. This is a desperate decision. Which also means a complete break with the fox-faced priestess. After all, once the player actively attacks the NPC, the nature of the attack is completely changed, and it is difficult to have room for maneuver later. For a while, colorful skill effects filled the front of the Water God Palace in the Abyss Sea, but more than half of them missed the target due to various reasons when they flew in front of the fox-faced priestess. What are you doing? Aim! Commander K was so angry when he saw this. No. It's the passive skill of the boss. Passive. Several archer players cried out. They definitely aimed. But under the fox mask, the arrows seemed to bend and bypass the fox-faced priestess. After knowing this feature, before Commander K adjusted the attack tactics, the fox-faced priestess did not fight back. But the claws on her hands seemed to be angry first. Bang! The chain claws fell off the fox-faced priestess's hands and hit the ground heavily. Or should it be said that they stepped on it? The reason why such an anthropomorphic verb is used for a weapon is because the pair of pitch-black giant claws now give players the feeling that they are really like living things. Even the archer players, because of their farther vision, can see that even though they have clearly left the fox-faced priestess's hands, the claws still make a grabbing and power-accumulating action. The 5 sharp claws are deeply buried in the ground. And the fox-faced priestess also seems to have telepathy, stepping back slightly with her hind feet, making her body slightly arched, like a sharp arrow ready to be launched, or like a fierce wolf eyeing its prey. Swish! Suddenly, the claws that were firmly grasping the ground burst into a faint light, providing the fox-faced priestess with a force to move diagonally forward. All the players only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they looked again, the fox-faced priestess had disappeared from the spot and flew across their heads. Clang, 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 clang. However, the giant claw that was left in place before was still firmly grasping the ground, and the chain that connected the fox-faced priestess to the giant claw began to extend infinitely along with the movement of the fox-faced priestess's body, forming 2 black horizontal lines above the players' heads, and making crazy noises in the air. The sound of the grappling hook reverberated in the abyss, shocking the ears of the KA members, like a knock on the door announcing death. All of this actually took only a few breaths. When the fox-faced priestess finally flew to the highest point, it seemed to have reached the maximum length that the grappling hook could extend. It was like what had been waiting for a long time. Bang! The black giant claw that was originally clawing horizontally in place suddenly raised its palm at a 45-degree angle, changing from clawing to grabbing the ground. When the giant claw was no longer fixed in place, the force of the chain immediately drove the giant claw, moving along the ground at a high speed, and retracting it towards the fox-faced priestess at the end. However, don't forget who is just under the chain. The chain is like a track. The fox-faced priestess is like the front of the train, and the last giant claw is like a train roaring on the track. As for all the KA players below, they are people who don't know whether to live or die and choose to stand on the rails. And there is no need to say more about the fate of such people. The steel torrent crushed the flesh and blood body, and it couldn't even slow down. It was torn into pieces under the huge impact and turned into slag. Of course, the situation on the scene was not so bloody and brutal. After all, the players' bodies would not decompose. That is, after the giant claws swept across. A white ocean formed on the ground. Ding. Your team member Sheng Hanking has been killed. Ding. Your team vice captain Yu Elingyan has been killed. Ding. Your team member Fengqi has been killed. Ding. Your COP president Heiyu, who entered the stealth state, did not look back at the battle situation. But the system prompt sound that rang wildly in his mind was no less than letting him see the horrible scene directly. Complaint? He is going to complain to the official. What kind of NPC is this? How is this NPC designed? How dare they kill their players like this? This is not a fox-faced witch. This is clearly a fox-faced witch. The teen death notification sounds in his mind were too frequent. Heiyu finally couldn't help but look back to see what happened. How did his KA guild almost die in an instant? However, Heiyu soon regretted looking back. He couldn't see anything, because all he could see were two black claws on the left and right. Like slapping a mosquito. Banging him. Chapter 353. Gulp. The scattered players, who had escorted the fourth device before but fortunately turned back halfway and chose to give up, quietly swallowed their saliva. Were they moved? They dared not move. They swore that the fox-faced priestess's claws were only 0.01 centimeters away from them. It was really just a little bit away. They would have been like those KA players, and their bodies would have turned into white light without a trace. However, from the fact that they can still swallow their saliva in shock, we know that they still survived. Did the fox-faced priestess make a mistake? How could it be possible? So the only explanation is that they finally found their conscience and stopped the behavior of deploying the fourth device, which saved themselves, so that they were not regarded as erased by the fox-faced priestess. The casual players wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Who planned this plot? It's so damn insidious. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems that this mission has been hinted from the very beginning. Only by choosing to go all the way to the end will you face the current ending of being hostile to the fox-faced priestess. Don't think of this as an ordinary virtual game. Instead, think of this as a real world. These casual players, who escaped from death, seem to understand the intention of the planner to arrange this plot. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that they think this is the end of the plot. But in fact, the previous ones are just appetizers. In the deep sea. No. It should be said that the real story of the entire Thousand Islands has just begun. Ding. The dark nightmare from the fox-faced priestess caused you 133,040 points of damage. And you have died. Ding. You are punished by death, reducing the maximum experience value of the current level by 63%. If it is not enough, you will be downgraded. Your level has dropped to level 17. Ding. You are punished by death, and all attributes will drop by 17% within 24 hours. Ding. Ding. Congratulations on your achievement. You still owe me 99 lives. You have received more than 100 times your own health at one time. Ding. Congratulations on your achievement. I have been carrying too much. I have received more than 100,000 damage at one time. TMB. It's really cruel. Not to mention the 130,000 damage. What are these two achievements? Shrimp and pig heart? Heiyu's soul floated in the air after his death, looking at the rows of death penalty prompts that popped up in front of him, and the congratulations on his new achievements, with a constipated expression of extreme pain. Moreover, the most painful thing is that he dared not to revive, and could only maintain the soul state at the cost of sacrificing experience points. Not only him, but all the people in the KA guild are like this, looking at the soul world after death. Everyone is looking at each other in bewilderment, and some have even given up, and began to gather in groups of 2 or 3 to play travel cards to kill time. Why? Is there any need to ask? Didn't you see the fox-faced priestess with murderous look on her face outside? Who dares to resurrect at this critical moment? Isn't that courting death? Do you think dying once is not enough? At least at this moment. The KA members, including Kuroba, have no desire to fight against the fox-faced priestess. They just hope that this plot can end quickly and send the big evil star, the fox-faced priestess, away quickly. However, it is a pity that some people have not noticed what the players realized immediately. Clap, clap. Applause sounded in the silent abyss, as the mastermind behind the scenes, The figure of Sakai Yosuke finally slowly walked out of the shadows, smiling and looking at the fox-faced priestess holding the chain claw in the air opposite. Awesome. You wiped out my men in the blink of an eye. You are worthy of being called the fox-faced priestess. Or should I call you by another name? Another name. Is there something else going on? The surviving individual players in the Abyss Sea immediately focused their attention. And the KA members in the spirit state also stopped playing cards. Especially the president Heiyu, whose depressed and lost expression eased a bit. His focus was not on the another name, but on the appearance of his own faction NPC Sakai Yosuke. Even after seeing the fighting power of the fox-faced priestess, he remained calm and even talked and laughed. So, could it be that they still have a chance to turn the tables? The soul form of Heiyu clenched his fists, and his face, which was constantly imagining, showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Is there a possibility? He said, a possibility. In fact, the strength of his apostle executive officer is far superior to that of the fox-faced priestess. And the real purpose of all this is not the big snake at all, but to lure the fox-faced priestess to the abyss. When Heiyu thought of this, he suddenly became excited and began to look forward to the next move of Sakai Yosuke. After all, their KA has completely rebelled. And of course they hope that the apostle can lead them to defeat the fox-faced witch. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you for helping me kill these test subjects. Otherwise, I really can't think of any good reason to reclaim the Eye of the Demon Abyss from them. Heiyu. An expression of expectation froze on his face. What? What does it mean? The KA players, who were watching the game in the form of souls, were all dumbfounded. The test subjects mentioned by Sakai Yosuke here all referred to these foreigners. But why did he thank the fox-faced priestess for killing them? And what does the last sentence of recycling the Eye of the Demon Abyss mean? It was very considerate, and did not let the players wait too long. Sakai Yosuke, no. The executive apostle quickly gave the answer. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, your level has dropped to level 16, level 15, level 13, level 10. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, you have lost the Demon Abyss Stalker profession. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, you? Heiyu's eyes widened. He looked at the level he had worked so hard to reach in disbelief, shrinking like a sponge, and finally stopped at the extremely dazzling level 10. At the same time, he watched the professional skills of his Demon Abyss Stalker disappear from his skill bar, and the additional panel attributes brought by the profession also turned into nothingness. It was not just Heiyu. All players who received the Eye of the Demon Abyss reward and changed their professions, as long as they were in soul form, received the same system prompt as Heiyu. Let's look back at the position of Sakai Yosuke in reality. The young man opened his arms, and countless black mists began to rush into Sakai Yosuke's south body from the place where the players died. If you look closely, these black mists are actually the job transfer props Eye of the Demon Abyss that were once fused into the players. The young man's face showed a painful expression, as if he was groaning. The next scene no one expected appeared. The body of Sakai Yosuke began to shrink and rot rapidly as the black mist poured in. His eye sockets were sunken. His lips were dry. His cheeks were sunken inward. And the skin all over his body was shrinking and shrinking again. In just a few moments, a living person with flesh and blood turned into a skinny person, as if he had been hungry for weeks. And finally, completely without any flesh and blood, becoming a skeleton with only a skeleton. But Vivian, under the fox demon mask, frowned, because she could feel that the opponent's strength was completely opposite to his shrunken appearance. Instead of regressing, it rose steadily, to the point that she couldn't help but want to step back and turn around. As for the player's perspective, they don't have the ability to perceive strength. But there is another simpler way to judge. Winter Executive Central Third Seat Apostle. The NPC name did not change, but the font color changed. Red. A blood red color so deep that it made people shudder. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, two balls of faint flames burned from the eye sockets of the skeleton, followed by a piercing and sharp laugh that came out of the skeleton's mouth in an unknown way. Sure enough, this form is the most comfortable. And sure enough, if we don't let the strangers' bodies die, we can't get the Eye of the Demon Abyss back from them. The apostle seemed to adapt to his body, turning the skull head, and the joints of the bones were creaking. As he spoke, he finally set his sights on the surviving individual players at the scene. A small number of them also received rewards from the Eye of the Demonic Abyss and successfully changed their jobs. But now everything is still fine. And the apostles have not stolen their power. Yes. Stolen. Swish. 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 One after another. White lights flashed in the abyss. They were the KA players, who were quickly resurrected and reborn. Every member's face showed an expression of great anger and hatred. And the object of these expressions was not the fox-faced priestess who killed them, but the apostles who were NPCs in their camp. They were fooled. At this point, hey, you finally reacted, and they were completely fooled. This is not a free opportunity to get a large number of super rare jobs. This is clearly a huge trap. Now they have nothing. Profession. Level. Skills. Even the reputation of 1,000 Islands. The favorability of the fox-faced priestess. Gone. All gone. Looking at you. You seem a little angry with me? Uh-huh. I think you should thank me. Because next, I will use the power you lent me to help you revenge. As for your next way out, don't worry. After this, I will send you away from 1,000 Islands. After all, you can't stay here anymore. Right? Damn it! Hey, you and other KA players gritted their teeth and wanted to vent their anger but felt powerless. Because what the apostles said was true. Even if they knew they were being used, they could do nothing because they had been forced to have no place to stay. There was only one way left. To follow the apostle to the end. At this moment, KA and other players in the abyss suddenly realized how good the fox-faced priestess had been to them, and discovered how good an NPC the fox-faced priestess was. Or, it was because the fox-faced priestess had protected them so well that they came into being. Every NPC would be like the fox-faced priestess, and would be selflessly kind to the players, and would not regard these foreigners as aliens, let alone as tools. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The real evil is to use you, squeeze you, and finally block all your retreats, destroy everything you have, and leave you with no way out except to continue to be used. Bang! A huge black claw quietly appeared behind the apostle, slapping the skeleton hidden in the black fog cloak from the air to the ground. Then the figure of the fox-faced priestess appeared there. She had been waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of the apostle's slackness, while talking to the stranger, and quickly launched an attack. The players below who didn't know what was going on were refreshed. But only Vivian herself knew. What an impolite little girl. Don't you know that you should listen carefully when others are talking? In the smoke and dust filled the seabed. The figure that fell from the air slowly stood up. The apostle, who absorbed a lot of players' experience points, walked out intact and looked up at the fox-faced priestess above. KA players who have fought against the fox-faced priestess know how terrible the fox-faced priestess's damage value is. But even so, the apostle is still unscathed? Actually, I have always had a question. Are these claws really your weapons? When I saw you fighting with the strangers before, I had this feeling vaguely. And now after personally experiencing your attack, I can say that it is completely certain. The ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets kept jumping, and people seemed to see an evil face laughing wildly. The apostle slowly stretched out a bone finger to point at the fox-faced priestess. Then he said word by word, those claws? You actually don't know how to use them, right? Silence. The only thing that answered the apostle was the fox-faced priestess in midair, who crossed her arms and swung them violently. The giant claws on both hands immediately flew out of her hands, and the hooks whirred in the air. The giant claws on the left and right were trying to crush the apostle at the center. Hey, you below saw the scene very familiar, because it was the Dark Nightmare Strangler that dealt him a terrifying 13W damage. A terrifying move that slapped him to death like a mosquito. The black giant claws arrived in the blink of an eye, and the apostle, who was still in the same place, seemed to have no time to dodge. Just like Heiyu at the beginning, who was banged by the giant claws. No! These claws that had clearly slapped on him began to be stretched open little by little. And from the gap, the apostle, whose whole body was protected by bone spurs, was revealed. This is not over yet. The apostle even turned around. Groups of black mist, like tentacles, began to wrap around the chain connecting the giant claw and the fox-faced priestess. The worst situation for the chain claw user occurred. Vivian could no longer use the chain to retract the giant claw that flew out. That pair of chain claws. It doesn't matter if you fool the ants of foreigners. But at our level, you are really unskilled. I think maybe you have been too smooth sailing in that small place in the flame domain? Or did that stupid lady from the lower 3 seats give you confidence? Then now, I will let you see a little bit of the power of the middle 3 seats. Oh, by the way, my apostle can become the executive officer of the middle 3 seats not because of the brutal fighting power, but the apostle's empty and dark skull eye sockets are like a black hole vortex that sucks people. Actually, what I'm best at is hypnotic control. Yes. Hee hee. Playing with a pure soul like you who has never experienced any hardship or pain, and is as fragile as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 354. No. It can't be. The battle above is NPC level. Players who have just been in the game for less than 2 months cannot participate in it, and can only be spectators below. But now almost all of them have distressed expressions, because the battle situation is indeed very pessimistic so far. The fox-faced priestess, who has always been the main NPC in the minds of players, and even many people jokingly call her the official daughter, has just taught these bewitched players a lesson with her invincible appearance a few minutes ago. But now she is at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the apostle. How? How could this happen? Hey, you clenched his fists. Intellectually, this situation should be what they are happy to see. But emotionally, since the apostle stole their level in profession, this NPC has been blacklisted by Heyu. Therefore, now he hopes that the fox-faced priestess can beat up this arrogant apostle to vent their anger. But the facts are completely the opposite. Brother you. The fox-faced priestess's body seems very stiff. Several high-level players of combat professions in KA quickly saw the clues. In midair, the pair of powerful and ferocious claws in the hands of the fox-faced priestess now seem to no longer be offensive weapons, but have become protective gear for continuous blocking. Moreover, the agility shown in the previous debut CG and the battle with players just now is completely invisible now. It is like a wooden stake that just stays in place and keeps getting beaten silently. On the other hand, the apostle seems to have completely given up defense and attacks the fox-faced priestess with a flawed posture, as if he is very sure that the fox-faced priestess will never fight back. What is this he? Fox-faced priestess. Or should I call you Vivian? It seems that your will is stronger than I thought. During the midair battle between the two sides, players cannot hear the voices between the two. The apostle looked at the fox-faced priestess, who was still struggling under his attack, and made a mockery. But even if your willpower can resist, your soul has already fallen. If I'm right, soon even your hands and feet will be out of control. Right? Don't try to resist. The consciousness authority I have is inherited from the first immortal, who was invincible in Shinjo thousands of years ago, and is the only one in the world. No one can escape my control, the apostle said with great pride, and he didn't realize that it was inappropriate to say such a weird line in such a battle. Or maybe that was the setting he was set for. However, Vivian didn't notice this sense of disobedience at the moment, and it could be said that she didn't have the energy to think about it anymore. Because just as the apostle said, when the other party used the so-called consciousness authority, Vivian felt that her soul was being separated from her body bit by bit. It was as if she was going to sink into the abyss of darkness. Her resistance now was just like the last struggle of a drowning person. But in the end, it would only be time that would drown her. Humph. Idiot. Just when Vivian's consciousness was about to fall completely, and her soul was wrapped in the tide of darkness, suddenly, a voice came from the spiritual space that should have been silent. It was an extremely familiar voice. A voice that had not appeared for a long time. I just took a nap, and just woke up to see you in such a mess. Humph. It's really embarrassing. The voice in the darkness seemed to be mocking. But Vivian just tried her best to open her eyes, and look at the familiar figure of the girl in the spiritual space that was getting farther and farther away from her. Another me. You finally the little girl's intermittent weak voice, unable to even say a complete sentence. Obviously, the soul was about to be separated from the body by the apostle, completely losing control of the body and sinking into the black tide of the abyss. But a relaxed smile appeared on the face of Vivian's soul. The apostle outside didn't know what happened in Vivian's body, but he felt that the little girl suddenly gave up the resistance to him. This made the flames in the apostle's skull's eyes jump even more violently, thinking that Vivian could no longer hold on, and immediately made a final effort, ready to completely accept the soul of this little girl and completely drag her away. What? How is this possible? Where does this power come from? The jaw of the skull's face opened violently, and even without flesh and blood, the apostle's horror could be seen at this moment. Because, idiot, you trust me too much. What if I don't catch you? Vivian's soul stopped sinking, and no matter how much the black tide below dragged and tried to drown it, It was useless because she grabbed the life-saving straw. No. To be precise, the life-saving straw grabbed her. In the ocean of the soul world, above the drowning girl, another girl who looked exactly like her held her tightly at the last moment. One white and one black. Two palms holding fingers together. You will be followed too. Looking at the silly look of the little girl below. The shadow of the black girl sighed. Stupid. Have you forgotten the authority of your little black? Anyone can be afraid of attacks on the soul. But only you. Because if others use their souls to attack you, it is not called an attack. It is called a sheep falling into the wolf's mouth. But why? I did it before. Vivian still had a confused expression. And the feeling of powerlessness and soul deprivation she had just felt was real. How do you think I woke up? The second personality seemed to think that no matter how many words she used to explain, it was not as good as actual actions. So she swung her arm vigorously. And the next moment Vivian's soul was pulled out by her. But correspondingly, under the interaction, her own figure began to fall into the black tide. However, the second personality did not struggle at all, because she knew that in the next second, a black wolf flew from nowhere and caught the second personality's soul on its back before it touched the black tide. Then, the black tide, which symbolized the power of the apostles and had a great corrosive effect on the soul, was run on the tide as if it were flat ground. Finally, Black Wolf made another steady leap and returned to Vivian's spiritual space. Great! Xiao Hei. There is another one. Vivian, who had been holding her heart, finally let it go. But it was like a taut string suddenly loosened. And Vivian's main consciousness fainted before she even finished speaking. The second personality waved his hand in the spiritual space and created a large white down bed, while the black wolf beside him carefully picked up the little girl and put her on the bed. If Liao Zixuan's inference was correct, there must be 1,000 connections between An and the second personality. So after An disappeared, the second personality, which had never appeared since they met An, should have returned. But why did the second personality still not reappear? Liao Zixuan thought that it might be because there was a missing anchor point. A missing point for An and the second personality to return. So in the confrontation with the apostle, especially when he absorbed the player's experience, his power surged and began to attack Vivian's soul. Liao Zixuan did not stop it. He wanted to use the apostle's hand to make Vivian's soul fall into a desperate situation, so that this desperate situation could become the anchor point that could promote the return of the second personality. Facts have proved that he succeeded. Then, there is no need for the apostle who is proud of playing with souls to continue to stay. However, the second personality and the black wolf looked at each other. Unlike the pure little girl, to some extent, Liao Zixuan felt that he and the second personality were more in line with some ideas. For example, now, it would be a pity to let this guy leave the stage like this. Why don't we play a game with him? The name of the game is Guess Who I Am? The second personality disappeared in the mental space in a flash, taking over Vivian's body. No matter what. As long as they hurt the little girl, their attitude is the same. Death? Too easy. They want to return the previous one several times before giving death. Swish. Vivian, who was in the air in the deep sea in reality, opened her eyes. The players below who were farther away might not have felt it yet. But the apostle, as the opponent, was shocked and took the initiative to distance himself and took several steps back. Because the eyes were red instead of black. And killing and madness replaced the purity that the apostle despised before. From the current eyes, the apostle saw pain, despair, and the person who finally stepped on the pile of bones of everyone after experiencing suffering and torture again and again. What did she go through? Isn't she just a country girl in Yenyu? But why? From her eyes, I saw Yenyu, Xiandao, Gili, Qifeng, and even the doomsday scene of winter. It was as if the other party came from the future. A woman of disaster who experienced and witnessed the demise of the 5 countries. You are wrong. You are not Vivian. Who are you? The apostle was panicked and scared. It was hard to imagine how a skeleton could show such emotion. But it did happen. And the apostle was answered by laughter. Hee. Sure enough. I knew you would want to play this game with us. What game? The apostle was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. The girl under the fox demon mask licked her lips, smiled and raised a finger and said, of course. Guess who I am? The rules of the game are that if you guess wrong, I have to kill you. And if you guess right, Then it's the other way around. I'll let you be killed. The green finger slid across the bright red lips, and a wicked smile came to his face. The apostle saw this, and turned around and ran without hesitation. The plan had changed. This fox-faced priestess, this Vivian, was completely different from the intelligence he had obtained. Not only different, but also hugely different. A kind, pure, and flawless little girl would never have that kind of eyes, that expression, or say that kind of words. There was only one type of person who would do this in the apostle's mind. Which? He was deceived. It turned out that the 3 magistrates of the 1,000 Islands, those foreigners who followed them, and even himself, were deceived. In fact, the fox-faced priestess was the one who was truly hiding the deepest behind the scenes. No, this is not the fox-faced witch. This is clearly the fox-faced witch. Why are you running? The last person who played this game with me was not as timid as you. The sudden voice of the girl in the apostle's ear scared him. He turned his head, and the girl's devilish face was so close that he almost scared himself to death. The apostle was horrified. How is it possible? Why did her speed suddenly become so fast? No, it's not just the speed. The coordination of the whole body, the force-generating skills, and the body movements have all improved by who knows how many levels in an instant. If the original fox-faced which gave the apostle the feeling of a beginner who wanted to run before he could crawl, but now the fox-faced which gave him the feeling of a veteran who had fought his way out of a sea of blood, a master who could fly. Bang! The apostle's body was like a high-speed cannonball, and was hit hard on the ground. But this time, he couldn't get up as easily as last time without any injury. Because of bang, several bones appeared on the giant claws of the fox-faced witch, and then she broke them in half and threw them away like garbage. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the apostle's skeleton body in the pit became hollow at several important joints. Humph! That idiot. He could only use the center of his claws to slap others. The real use of claws, of course, is to grab. You can't move now. Right? Then, compared to your flesh and blood body that will break at the touch, your skeleton should be a good wolf scratching board. Everything happened too fast. The players in the abyss below felt that they were still worried about the fox-faced priestess the second before. But the next second, they didn't know what happened. The apostle in the air seemed to be frightened suddenly, and then began to flee in panic, and then was knocked down by the fox-faced priestess, who caught up with him at lightning speed. Further back, it was the scene in front of us. In the player's field of vision, the fox-faced priestess, holding 2 claws, stepped on the apostle's skull with 1 foot and a half, and then leaned down and used her blood claws on the apostle's skeleton. 1 claw, 2 claws, 5 claws, 10 claws alternately, waving the blood claws wildly, and each claw swung down brought a burst of scarlet after images, tearing the apostle's body apart, like a meat grinder, bone grinder. This process lasted for half a minute. The fox-faced priestess stood up from the position of the apostle, or more precisely, from the broken bones on the ground. Ah! Toys! Are they broken? Since they were no longer in the mid-air battlefield and returned to the ground. The players finally heard the fox-faced priestess words clearly. But for them, especially the members of the KA Guild, they would rather not hear them. Because, So you are all resurrected. Then do you want to come and play with me? My new toys? Said, from Heiyu's horrified perspective. The fox-faced priestess kicked the skull head of the apostle's branch like a ball, and walked towards them step by step with bloody claws eager to try. Chapter 355 Black Feather's Decision. Okay. Don't scare them. In fact, Vivian in the spiritual space had already woken up before, after hearing the helpless voice of the little girl in his mind. The second personality that controlled the body first snorted. Then without looking back, he suddenly swung the chain claw of his right hand behind him. Ah! The scream sounded. Not a real sound, but from the soul level. A vague soul shadow suddenly appeared in the air above the corpse of the apostle that had just been shattered to the ground. After all, as an executive who controls the soul, the body is not the key, but the soul is the main body. He had been patiently lurking, waiting for the second personality to think that he had destroyed him and relax, so that he could take the opportunity to let his soul escape. Unfortunately, the apostle did not know about something called kill prompt. So when the second personality pretended to focus on the player, the apostle was fooled and tried to take the opportunity to slip away when the second personality attacked the player. As a result, he did not know that all his actions had been seen through. The reason why he had to do this was like sometimes when a predator caught its prey. It was not in a hurry to kill it, but played with it for a while before ending it. The blood claw easily crushed the last bit of the apostle's soul, and the killing prompt sound from the system also sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Zhongsan Shi executive apostle and gaining 489,723 experience points. Ding! You have been upgraded to level 45. Ding! As favorability towards you has decreased by 500. And your current relationship with S-Camp has been updated to hostile. Ding! You have obtained the achievement Apostle Killer. Ding! You have obtained the special item Demon Abyss Fragment. A slightly dirty crystal, as the remnant of the apostle's dead soul, appeared in the palm of the blood claw. After taking a closer look, the item panel suddenly appeared. Demon Abyss Fragment. Quality, special item. Effect, choose one of the two. If used on yourself, there is a small probability of obtaining the Demon Abyss energy absorbed by the apostle from the subordinates in the crystal converted into experience points, and forcibly adding a random passive effect of the Demon Abyss system. Effect 2, choose one of the two. If used on the original host, the basic attributes such as experience points, occupation, and skills will be returned at a ratio of 70%. Note, 439 left before the crystal energy dissipates. Although the second personality and Vivian cannot see the panel, they can roughly sense the use of this fragment. In line with the wolf cub's idea, the second personality was about to crush the crystal without hesitation and use it for himself. But Vivian stopped him. Although the little girl didn't say much, from her expression, it was clear that Vivian hoped to return the power in the crystal to the stranger. You? The second personality was naturally furious, and felt that he was a bit iron-willed, because both parties share memories. Although the second personality has just woken up, he is still clear about everything that happened before, such as the self-inflicted suffering of these aliens in the deep sea, and Vivian's active blackening behavior. When seeing the memory fragment of Vivian killing all the aliens, the second personality thought that the other her had finally come to her senses. But now it seems that she was wrong. Even after going through so much, the stupidity of this little girl has not changed. No, there are still some changes. Xiao He, the other me. You see, we are not sure whether we can absorb the power inside, and even if we absorb it, it may not be able to adapt to our bodies. In this case, we might as well return these powers that originally belonged to others to the original owner, and return them to the aliens. In this way, we will definitely be able to gain their gratitude. After we guide them a little bit, I believe they will definitely come back to our side. Look! The 3 devices that we didn't have time to deal with were destroyed by them. This is the best evidence that the foreigners are not bad by nature. Vivian analyzed it very clearly, and even gave examples. Now the vibration in the abyss has disappeared, and the big snake in the water god palace is no longer crazy. The reason is that after the fox-faced priestess appeared, the remaining players, who knew what was going on, had already been scared to destroy the devices, fearing that they would be the next KA. Although in the little girl's mouth, it became a manifestation of the player's good nature. The little wolf cub curled his lips at this. After all, after seeing such a fox-faced priestess, I'm afraid that even the bad nature is not bad. However, at least Vivian can find excuses now, and knows how to use gains and losses to convince others, and use pros and cons to support her goodwill, which Liao Zixuan is happy to see. Well, although it seems very reluctant to him, with Vivian's luck value, as long as the probability is not 0. It is estimated that everything can be regarded as 100%, and the experience points in the hand are inevitable. But Liao Zixuan finally hesitated and changed his mind. He tended to agree with the little girl's proposal, or the subsequent one, which is not sure whether it is good or bad. The Force Random Magic Abyss passive skill. According to the information we have known so far, this so-called demonic abyss is a new power system that Winter has modified based on the Fallen Abyss. Liao Zixuan firmly believes that as long as it is related to the Fallen Abyss, there is no good thing, no matter how much experience points are gained. It is not worth it. After seeing that even Xiao He agreed, the second personality had nothing to say with a 2-to-1 vote. Humph. Whatever you want. The girl tilted her head, angrily returned the control of her body to the little girl, and returned to the spiritual space. These exchanges all occurred at the level of consciousness. In reality, It may only take a few breaths. So in the eyes of the trembling KA players such as Heiyu, the fox-faced priestess paused for a few seconds after completely obliterating the soul of the apostle, and then flew the black crystal floating on the giant claw in her hand towards them, and finally crushed it with the chain claw. When all the players thought that this was some skill of the fox-faced priestess, and that she was going to send them away again. Ding! You have regained your lost power by absorbing the fragments of the demon abyss. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 11. Level 14. Level 15. Ding! Your profession Demon Abyss Stalker has been unlocked again. Ding! Your skills. What? The sweet voice of the system lady echoed in their minds, making the KA players unbelievable. President Heiyu immediately opened his character panel, and looking at the level, attributes, skills, and profession that had returned, he suddenly felt like crying. Although it is still a lot worse than the initial one. Heiyu has no complaints in his heart. Only infinite surprise and gratitude. Nothing is more touching than lost and found. If there must be one, it may be that this good person who helped you lost and found, or the one you regarded as an enemy before. Foxgate. As the president, Heiyu still has a bit of image burden, but most of the ordinary members of KA have followed suit and started shouting Foxgate. In fact, the group of people in the KA guild were not originally Sakurajima players, so they did not have much contact with the fox-faced priestess. Most of their impressions of this NPC came from the descriptions of other Thousand Island players on the forum. I believe that many people will have this situation. That is, when something is always praised, there will always be a rebellious mentality in the heart. For people like KA, is the fox-faced priestess really that good? Or, a silly and sweet saint NPC is so boring. A dark and domineering NPC is cool. But the facts have proved it. The fox-faced priestess is so popular among Sakurajima players. Absolutely well-deserved. And there is no doubt about it. And they think that the dark and domineering NPC with deep scheming will only use and deceive them. And the one who really helped them, and did not forget that they were traitors in the end, was the saint NPC that they looked down on at the beginning. No. The word Virgin Mary has been twisted into a derogatory word in the current forum environment. So Heiyu does not allow the fox-faced priestess to suffer such grievances. He thinks it might be better to use Angel instead of Virgin Mary. After all, whether in reality or in the game, everyone actually hopes that there will be an angel next door to them. Right, President? I'm sorry, but I have decided to withdraw from this camp, whose name I don't even know. If this goes against the development purpose of our KA, then no need for the President T. I will take the initiative to leave. Me too. I am really grateful to the President and the KA family. But after experiencing this UI plot, I think I want to go to Sakurajima more. President. I'm sorry. In the KA Guild channel, messages started popping up one after another. Some of them might be true feelings. But it is also undeniable that some of them saw the situation clearly and wanted to transfer because of a series of wrong decisions made by President Heiyu. Because of the death of the NPC apostle of the faction. The faction tasks that players were forced to do, and the restriction of not being able to leave the faction were cancelled. Brother you. What should we do now? A female player with the ID by you next to her looked at Heiyu with a gloomy expression worriedly. From the ID, we can know the relationship between the two. As a veteran of K and Heiyu's childhood sweetheart, she watched Heiyu pull and operate the small K to the current super large guild. But if this storm is not handled well, it is very likely that first of all, I want to make it clear that the policy of our KA guild will not change. As long as you are still a KA member, you are not allowed to quit this camp. The paragraph with a very eye-catching extra-large font appeared in the KA guild channel. You don't even need to look at it to know that this is a privilege only for the president. By you next to him sighed. As expected, in her impression, Heiyu is a person who cares about face. It's okay if other members don't say it. If they do, then Heiyu may insist on it for the sake of face, and prove that he is right. As expected. But before you decide to quit or change your camp, I hope you will listen to the following words of mine. First of all, the game can be represented by, which means that it is far beyond our current version, or even the next version, or the next version. Therefore, the question mark camp that we have joined with the help of the apostles is definitely a very powerful force in this game. Once we quit now, whether we will have the opportunity to join again in the future is an unknown. The camp favorability we have gained by sacrificing 1,000 islands will also be wasted. But what happened next was unexpected. Secondly, I admit my mistakes. Because of my many wrong decisions, you, myself, and the entire KA guild have suffered huge losses. If you want to leave KA because you are disappointed with me as the president, I can't stop you. And I don't have the face to stop you. However, if you want to leave KA because of the game plot, because you like the Fox-Faced Priestess, and want to repay the Fox-Faced Priestess, then I think you should stay. Brother Yu? Bai Yu looked at Hei Yu's speech in the guild channel, showing a surprised and confused expression. She was surprised that Hei Yu, who was so proud in her impression, actually took the initiative to admit his mistake. And what confused her was that what Hei Yu said was a bit contradictory. Just mentioned earlier, he asked the members of the KA guild not to leave the mysterious camp of winter and introduced how powerful this camp was. But now he said that he actually wanted to stand on the side of the Fox-Faced Priestess? Isn't this a contradiction? From the battle between the Fox-Faced Priestess and the Apostle, even a fool can see that the Fox-Faced Priestess is absolutely hostile to this camp. Are they mortal enemies? Most KA members all have doubts about Bai Yu now. As for Hei Yu, a smile appeared on his lips. A confident smile. Hei Yu felt that he was a bit like the villain in the novel, who was always defeated. But don't underestimate him. He is the top KA president in the industry. So, Hei Yu finally wrote this in the guild channel. Finally, it is true that you can quit the question mark camp now and join the shrine camp of the Fox-Faced Priestess. But I want to say that this is the dumbest way. Why should we give up the goodwill from the mysterious camp of winter that we have worked so hard to get? Why can't we use the same trick against the enemy and get into the enemy's interior? Break into the enemy. Inside? Bai Yu stared at the chat channel, eyes wide. That's right. You all think about it carefully. Since this mysterious camp is so powerful and has such a big background, and the Fox-Faced Priestess is an NPC that appeared in the early stage, she was targeted by this camp. It is conceivable what kind of revenge she will face in the future. She does seem to be invincible now. But there is a new god in each version. We are all old players, so I don't need to say more. If you really can't help it, you can also refer to Vivian, who was so popular during the internal test of Flame Domain. Look at this NPC now. Has she appeared even once? She has been abandoned by the official after being used up. So, instead of giving up everything you have now and starting from zero with the Fox-Faced Priestess, no, starting from -1,000 favorability. Why not? Why don't we continue to lurk in this mysterious camp to dig out the enemy's intelligence, to find out the villain's movements, and then, at the most critical moment, turn against the enemy and become a hero who can help the Fox-Faced Priestess turn the tide? What do you think? Chapter 356 end? Or a new disaster? After dealing with the apostles, the players have almost finished cleaning up the mess. And the most important thing is that they have now obtained the important item Water God Chain from the Abyss Sea. Of course, there are still many unknown mysteries that have not been solved. For example, what is the purpose of this mysterious camp from winter? What is the connection between it and the current second personality? And what is this? The second personality who returned to the spiritual space suddenly asked a rare question, after Vivian and the little wolf cub appeared in it. They looked at the left hand of the second personality. There was a pattern of a small green snake. The second personality was focused on the battle with the apostle before, so he didn't notice it. This snake pattern. Vivian and the second personality were confused, but the little wolf recognized it at once, because this pattern was not unfamiliar to him. It was the snake that called itself Mayu, who had helped him in the death loop. The appearance of the snake at that time was exactly the same as the one on the palm of the second personality at this moment. Ah! The second personality suddenly screamed a little scared, because when she touched the green snake pattern on her left hand with her other hand, a burst of green light flashed from the pattern in an instant, covering the entire mental space. This was not enough to make the second personality exclaim. The real reason why the girl exclaimed was that after the green light faded, a milky white egg appeared in front of her. The most important thing was that she felt very close to the egg. What the hell? Even if she gave birth to a child, she wouldn't give birth to an egg. Although she was the second personality, she was also a person. As for what made her more embarrassed, Vivian and the little wolf cub opposite her had various changing expressions towards her at this moment. The little girl first widened her eyes. Her eyes kept moving between the egg and the second personality. And then she covered her mouth in disbelief. But in the end, she seemed to finally realize how she could be like this. So she quickly changed to a comforting and understanding expression. Another me. No. It's okay. It doesn't matter. The second personality stomped his feet at Vivian angrily, and then looked at the side with murderous pain. Although he looked like a harmless little wolf cub, in fact, he was very dirty at heart. For this egg, the words "people can't" were almost written on his face. I've said it before. It's not what you think. I don't know what this is, let alone where this egg came from. It's nice to appreciate the second personality's blushing and ashamed look occasionally, while the second personality hasn't been born yet to smash the egg or cook it. The little wolf cub stopped teasing the girl. The wolf cub asked the girl to put the egg down, then walked to the egg that was almost bigger than him and placed his little paw on it. World-devouring snake egg. Quality: Orange Legend. Introduction. It contains the offspring of the forbidden monster Yamata no Orochi that was contaminated by the abyss. The world-devouring snake, which should have been a dead egg, miraculously gained a new life due to special reasons. Current maturity: 100%. Can be hatched? No. Hint: not all hatching conditions have been met. A row of prompts on the game panel appeared, and it was exactly as the wolf cub guessed, and finally explained the identity mystery of Mayu, who appeared inexplicably to help him. The descendant of Yamata no Orochi. The descendant polluted by the abyss. Liao Zixuan carefully recalled the plot in his previous life, and there was indeed no news related to this egg. So in other words, the appearance of this egg was the influence of Vivian's butterfly wings? This can be confirmed from the introduction of the egg, which was originally a dead egg. So the special reason for turning this dead egg into a live egg, although the system cannot give detailed information. Liao Zixuan believes that there is a 90% probability that this special reason is It is very likely that before An left, he reached some kind of deal or agreement with the snake, which made the snake willing, or to gamble, to entrust his dead egg to An. Now that the egg can appear here, it proves that the snake made the right bet, and An did resurrect the egg, according to what Meiwu had told him before. Her forbidden authority as the devouring world snake is the power of infinity and devouring, and she has the ability to devour even time and space, thus traveling through infinite world lines. Then everything seems to have a vague explanation in the dark. How did this second personality, which seems to be online, appear in an ordinary little village girl? Liao Zixuan has always been puzzled by this. Now the answer to this question is finally revealed. Because the second personality is originally Vivian's big size, but it is just a big size from another world line, relying on the ability of Mayu, and really did what she said in her parting letter, crossing the world line to visit. However, it seems that the time coordinates are a bit wrong, and even the memory has a certain degree of disorder, leading to the final appearance of the second personality, his. It seems that using the relaxed word visit to describe it is a bit inappropriate. In Liao Zixuan's impression of An, she is definitely not such a reckless person, and she will not take such a big risk to visit. Then, it seems that the only possibility left is one. Is this a kind of forced choice for An? Speaking of which, Meiwu also had an inexplicable angry attitude towards him at the time, and once said something that made him completely confused. One day in the future, if you leave before saying goodbye? It seemed that he had cleared the fog, but in fact Liao Zixuan found that after clearing the fog, he was just like walking into a larger secret room. The little wolf shook his head. It was useless for him to think about it. What's more, he had made a breakthrough, compared with a previous situation where he could only move forward in the fog. This time he had a key to unlock the secret room. This key was the egg in front of him. So what Liao Zixuan wanted to do most now was to quickly hatch this egg and let the devouring world snake inside be born, hoping that the real Mayu belonging to their world could give him and them the answer. After briefly explaining the relationship between this egg and Yamata no Orochi to Vivian and the second personality finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the misunderstanding was resolved. As for An, the future, more Maya, and his previous suspicions, Liao Zixuan did not say them, and hid them in his heart. Back to the present. Why can't the egg, which has reached 100% hatching, still hatch? The prompt shows that all hatching conditions have not been met. What are they missing? Instead of guessing here, it is better to ask Yamata no Orochi directly. So, they set off immediately, and continued to move deep into the Water God Palace to find Yamata no Orochi. After losing the Divine Witch, The light of this underwater palace dimmed a lot. Moreover, due to the frenzy of the Yamata no Orochi in the catalytic device, many places in the palace can be seen to be damaged to a greater or lesser extent. The walls cracked, the pillars collapsed, and the huge rubbles tilted here and there. Fortunately, the core support of the palace has not completely collapsed, so the water god palace can barely maintain it. From this, we can also see how destructive a mature forbidden monster is. Even this kind of building blessed by the gods can't withstand the torment of the Yamata no Orochi. It is conceivable that if the apostle really achieves his goal and releases a Yamata no Orochi that is corrupted by the abyss and knows only killing, it will be a huge disaster for Qiandao. Liao Zixuan had a deep understanding of this. After all, in the game plot of the previous life, Yamata no Orochi was the final world-class boss in the later version. The players almost tried their best to barely kill the abyss serpent, which had been severely weakened. After a while, the figure of the fox-faced priestess stepped into the deepest part of the water god palace. It may be because of the serious damage, or it may be that there is not much lighting here, and the light is very dim. In the center, in the deep pool like a large altar, it seemed to sense Vivian's arrival, and a huge snake shadow slowly raised its head from the pool. In the deepest part of the dark palace, a head of Yamata no Orochi stared at the fox-faced priestess. Are you here as expected? Sorry, Lord Yamata. We are too late. Are you okay? Facing Vivian's concern, Yamata shook his head and did not answer. Instead, he suddenly asked, "Can I see my child?" Vivian was a little surprised at first, but soon understood that the perception of the forbidden monsters was very strong. Not to mention that it was her own blood. Yamata no Orochi must have discovered the egg on them long ago. A dark green light flashed by. This egg might be robbed by countless forces in the 9 countries. As a forbidden monster egg, Vivian held it carefully in her arms, and then raised it high to the snake. Sure enough, the Yamata no Orochi kept spitting out its tongue from its mouth, and its mumbling voice echoed in the depths of the silent water god palace. This state lasted for several minutes before the Yamata no Orochi calmed down, and finally calmed down, as if it had finally put down a big stone in its heart, and seemed to have accepted something calmly. I hope you can take good care of my child for me, and let her follow you all the time, and don't stay in the 1,000 islands like me. I can feel that she has far more blood potential than me, and her stage should be bigger, so the fate of our Yamata clan must not be borne by her. And for this, I am willing to give everything. It can be heard that the "you" here by Yaki Orochi does not refer to Vivian and the little wolf cub, but the little girl and her other self. Yaki also noticed the existence of the second personality, or rather, anticipated it. Okay, we promise to Master Yaki that we will train this child well, so you don't have to be like this. Saying that you are willing to give everything is really too much. Vivian hurriedly promised the snake, and shook her head, thinking that Yaki Orochi had said too much. Only the little wolf cub next to him began to feel more and more that the atmosphere was wrong and frowned. Master Yaki? But the current situation is that we don't know how to hatch the eggs. Vivian asked the key question, because there has always been a key factor that is restricting her. What is that? How can we satisfy it? This time it was not Vivian, but the second personality, who couldn't help but ask hurriedly. But what she got was another shake of the head of the snake. No, you can't do it. Can't we do it? Looking at the expression of your partner, he should have understood what the key factor that restricts the birth of a new forbidden monster is. The snake finally looked at the little wolf cub beside the fox-faced priestess with his orange eyes. Unlike the elders' gaze at the younger generation of Vivian, Liao Zixuan read another emotion from the eyes of the Yamata no Orochi. A request and a last wish for an equal existence. When Vivian immediately moved her eyes, eager for an answer, to the little wolf cub. Yaki. You mean uniqueness? The little wolf cub sighed. Before the little girl could react, magic began to fluctuate from Yaki Great Snake, and a teleportation array appeared under the feet of the fox-faced priestess and the little wolf cub. If the perspective leaves the depths of the water god palace and looks at the players outside, you will find that the same teleportation array is also flashing under their feet. I will send you out of the deep sea and back to Sakuraji Island. Please convey this message. Please let Qiandao prepare defense. Please apologize to the people of Qiandao who trust me, if there are still any. For me, their former god has let them down. You? What are you talking about? Before Vivian could even finish her words, The teleportation array under her feet flashed white light. The next moment, not only the fox-faced priestess and the little wolf cub, but also the players in the abyss. All living things were teleported away by the Yamata no Orochi. Because next, the last snakehead of Yamata that talked to Vivian dived back to the bottom of the pool deep in the temple. If someone could see the scene here at this moment, they would definitely be extremely horrified. Because at the bottom of the deep pool, lying in pieces, the remaining 7 snake heads, dead snake heads. As for the last remaining head, it began to use all its power as a forbidden monster and hit the bottom of the temple's holy pool fiercely. Boom, 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 once, twice, 10 times. After countless collisions, the bottom of the pool, no matter how solid it was, finally began to crack. Even the smallest cracks were enough to suppress the evil sealed under the water. This is what you call destiny. Even so, I still believe in them. Recalling what the blue-haired priestess who walked towards him said to him when time was paused. Yaki recited the name he would remember for the rest of his life at the end of his life. Water God. Froka. Boom. The black tide surged out of the cracks. Like ink. Dyeing everything the same black as it. Including the head of Yaki Great Snake. But this was far from satisfying the desire of the black tide. They were like a group of cockroaches that had been hungry for a long time and were released. They began to spread in the deep sea without their guardians, looking for food, until they finally broke out of their cocoons, broke through the restrictions of the deep sea, and began to spread their evil tentacles and the black tide of foraging to the entire Thousand-Island Sea. Chapter 357 The Sixth Mysterious Slate. Sakuraji Island. In the Yae Shrine, the open space next to the sacred cherry blossoms, a crack appeared from the void. After a flash of light, the fox-faced priestess and the little wolf cub, who were teleported back from the deep sea by the big snake, reappeared. Without saying much, the little wolf cub immediately ran to the top of the island with the help of the sacred cherry blossoms. He looked at the sea of thousand islands in the distance, and his mood was very complicated at the moment. There are fewer thunderstorms in the sea around Sakuraji Island, all thanks to the players who hold the land day and night on the island, which has weakened the power of the curse. If this continues, it will take less than a week to completely eradicate it and restore Sakuraji Island to its original state. But it happened at this critical juncture. Shiohei. Yaki. It is. Vivian's uncomfortable voice sounded from behind. And she and the little wolf cub looked at the distant sea. The ocean seemed to be no different from usual. But in fact, the evil breath coming from the deep sea was irrelevant to the distance. Even if it was far away, it could be vaguely sensed. Because Vivian was very sensitive to this breath, and knew what it symbolized. The abyss. It felt exactly the same as when I was under the Fire Code City. No! It should be said that it was several times more terrifying. And the two sides were completely incomparable. The abyss advent that happened in the Flame Domain at that time was led by a devil Tyrannosaurus, who had not even entered the 4th level extraordinary. And the polluted area was a forest of monsters. But now the fall of the abyss that Qiandao is about to face is based on the forbidden monster that only exists in legends. The Yamata no Orochi as the origin, and radiates to the entire sea area of Qiandao. Why? Why? Vivian didn't understand. She didn't understand at all. To the point of anger from the heart. Why did the Yamata no Orochi, who had clearly guarded the abyss sea for hundreds of years, let herself break the seal of the Water God Palace? Why did hundreds of years of hard work go to waste? Vivian never thought that she had stopped the apostles' actions. But the final outcome seemed to be unchanged. It's for its children. The little wolf cub didn't speak. But the second personality in the spiritual space sighed, thinking that the little girl didn't understand yet, and spoke out to explain for Vivian. There can only be one forbidden monster of the same bloodline. This should be the meaning of uniqueness mentioned by Xiaohei and the big snake. This is probably why the egg in our hands cannot be hatched. Just like the birth of each new era, it is bound to be accompanied by the fall of the old dynasty, and wanting a forbidden monster that has lived for hundreds of years to die. I'm afraid even the big snake itself can't do this. When the strength reaches a higher level, the right to choose is less, which also includes the right to die. Because of this, the big snake who is determined to die will do that. Because it is undeniable that it is indeed a way to kill it. And perhaps the only way. The second personality spoke in a lower and lower voice until it was silent. The wolf cub next to him didn't speak. But it also meant that he agreed with the second personality's analysis. No. It's not these. Vivian shook her head. And she kept her head down. Why? Why do I have such a fate? The Guardian finally destroyed the Guardian. To exchange the death of parents for the birth of a child. You must choose between blood relationship and justice. Yamada no Orochi obviously chose the former. But this was not the reason why Vivian was angry. Her real anger came from the person who gave this cruel test paper. It also came from I still can't do anything. I couldn't do anything. A few tiny tears fell from the corners of the little girl's eyes and dripped onto the water god's chain on her neck, making the originally crystal clear necklace stained with mist and becoming hazy. The second personality moved his lips slightly, wanting to comfort her. Now they have successfully obtained the water god's chain that has been unsealed. Next, they just need to return to the flame realm and hand the necklace over to the god of fire. Why can't she do anything? She obviously completed the god of fire's commission very well. She did it. But in the end, the second personality still couldn't say these things, and kept silent, because she knew that Vivian didn't want to do these. To be precise, it was far more than these. It was because the ending that Vivian longed for deep in her heart was too dreamy and fairy tale. So she couldn't do anything every time. Ah! The little wolf cub, who had been silent since just now, broke the silence. Liao Zixuan's meaning was very simple. 3 days? The little girl and the second personality were stunned, not understanding what the little wolf cub meant. But this time it was Vivian who reacted first. Xiao Hei, do you mean that those things in the seabed will not come out for another 3 days? The little wolf cub nodded. Because as players, as long as they are within the 1,000 islands, they have received the latest emergency tasks. No, it should be previews. A blood-red countdown is now in front of the little wolf cub and in the task bar of all 1,000 islands players. 71 hours 32 minutes and 53 seconds left until falling abyss. 3 days. 3 days. If we can have 3 days to breathe, we can do a lot of things. We must quickly notify the 3 magistrates. Bring the news to Luosha immediately. Let everyone in Sakuraji Island take refuge. Try to contact the water god. And Vivian's excited voice went from high to low, and then suddenly stopped. No. Their mission has been completed. What I should do most now is to return to the flame realm. Not then what are you still doing? The dissatisfied voice of the second personality in my mind woke Vivian up. The little girl was surprised. Another me. You shouldn't be at this time. Huh? What should I do? Should I warn you with a fierce expression not to be stupid? Not to mind unnecessary matters. Stop your savior idea. And urge you to go back and report to the right place? Is this the impression I have in your mind? The black phantom of the second personality rolled his eyes. The little girl was too weak to speak, but it seemed that she really thought so. Seeing this, the second personality snorted coldly, turned her head to the side unhappily, and muttered in a low voice, I want to. But will you be obedient? What's more, this kind of Vivian is the one she likes. Of course, this sentence was said by the second personality in his heart. Vivian, who had received support, turned her expectant eyes to the little wolf cub. After all, Vivian was used to the final decision being made by Xiao Hei. Unfortunately, the little wolf cub did not respond to her, and even waved his little paw in dissatisfaction, indicating that he should not be disturbed, because Liao Zixuan was busy reading the player forum. He had not even considered the option of returning to Yenyu immediately to report. After all, this was too un-Vivian. In addition, Liao Zixuan was unwilling to give up the hard-earned development of Sakurajima and the base of the 1,000 island players. According to the plot of the previous life, the fall of the abyss of the 1,000 island should be experienced by players in 2.0. At that time, the general level of players was around level 20. Unlike now, the highest level is probably only 20. But even so, Liao Zixuan still remembers the plot at the beginning. How hard they fought in the previous life. And although they tried their best to kill the fallen abyss serpent in the end, the price was very heavy, and the entire 1,000 islands were destroyed by the war. Later, it was still the rescue ship from Gili that took the surviving 1,000 island residents and players away from the Black Tide Sea area that had fallen into the fallen abyss territory. So with the current local power of the 1,000 island and the players of version 1.0, if they really let go, Liao Zixuan estimated that it would take less than a week for the 1,000 island to be gone. Once the 1,000 island was lost and fell, it became the soil of the fallen abyss mother nest. And the next door Yenyu would definitely be the second to suffer. So even if they ran away now, they could only run away for a while. Not forever. What? Counting on the fire god purified by the water god chain to save the day? Uh-huh. After going through so much, Liao Zixuan's mentality has long changed. God? Bullshit! If you really put all your money on these unreliable guys, you will definitely die miserably. When I was a player before, I didn't have much inside information and couldn't understand the meaning of the name of the game Falling God. But now, Falling God. Liao Zixuan suddenly realized that people had already given a hint from the name of the game. Even now he is extremely suspicious. Obviously, he and Vivian have already interfered and influenced Qiandao in this way. But the final development of the plot is exactly the same as in the previous life. Is it really the phrase fate is predetermined? Or is there someone secretly forcing fate to this predetermined ending? The only person Liao Zixuan can think of who can do this. Plus there are previous cases. Is a god. However, the little wolf cub put away the game for him and started running down the Yayama. Even if he is a god, he must bear the anger of Vivian for this determined fate and the consequences of daring to make the little girl cry. What's more, it seems that they are not fighting alone. There has always been a distant existence in the dark, and it seems to be trying its best to help them. Swish. After going down the shrine mountain, the little wolf cub killed a cursed deformed monster that was wandering around with a claw. He was lucky. The first monster he killed dropped such a prop. All I saw was a stone slab full of a sense of time, faintly emerging from the corpse of the cursed deformed monster. When the little wolf cub grabbed the stone slab with his claws, ding. You got the special item Mysterious Stone Slab number 6. The crisp and pleasant system prompt sound was exactly why he said just now that they were not fighting alone. Now on the game forum, players are almost going crazy discussing something. And the appearance of this mysterious stone slab is definitely one of the key factors. Focus on this 6th mysterious stone slab. Immediately, just like the last time, virtual images of scrolls of ink paintings, like CG, began to be reflected from the stone slab in front of the little wolf cub. In the previous 5th mysterious slate, it tells the story that after the fox face which coexisted with humans, she accidentally learned that the demons were going to launch a general attack on humans. So she hoped that humans would escape in advance. The ending is that humans decided to fight the enemy together with the fox-faced witch on the island. So they only used the hole opened by the fox-faced witch to transport weapons from the outside world. Unfortunately, the transport ship encountered an accident on the way, and humans without weapons and equipment eventually failed to survive the attack of the demons, which also led to the blackening of the fox-faced witch, and finally turned the entire island into a dead island. And this time, the 6th mysterious slate is really as the players guessed, because they successfully guarded the camp in the present world and prevented the production line of Zhaojia Chamber of Commerce from being destroyed. So it also had an impact on history. The little wolf cub only saw that in the 6th mysterious stone tablet. The story really diverged from the 5th. This time, the human weapons transport ship successfully returned from the outside world, full of equipment and protective gear, as well as various more powerful magic props, which greatly increased the human combat power. After successfully repelling the demons kept humans in captivity, and the two sides became evenly matched. And there was even a faint sign that humans were going to counterattack. It would be good if the two sides could check and balance each other. But unfortunately another key node that affected history appeared. That was another fox demon of the same clan as the fox-faced witch. A fox demon that has been eyeing the position of the patriarch for a long time. It has been forbearing, and now it feels that its opportunity has come. It wants not only the patriarch of the Fox clan, but also the ambition to establish prestige among the entire demons. It was unlikely before, but now that demons and humans are in a state of confrontation, whoever can lead the demons to defeat humans at this time will naturally gain the surrender of all demons. And this method of defeating humans has actually been available for a long time, but it has been waiting for the right time to release it. In a picture where the whole body is shrouded in shadows, the fox demon who attempted to usurp the throne. On his sharp fox claws, hooked up a fox mask. The picture changed. That was in the human camp. And one by one, they showed disbelief, dared not accept, showed confusion, showed crazy shaking of heads, and showed anger after being deceived. Yes, the fox-faced priestess's disguised mask was ruthlessly exposed. When humans found out, the object of their worship of the saint turned out to be their mortal enemy, the demon. When demons found out, The rise of humans was due to the traders from the Fox tribe. At this moment, even the hostility between humans and demons stopped temporarily, because they had a common enemy, the Fox-faced priestess. In the past, the Fox-faced priestess watched the humans, who grew up little by little, start to use swords and arrows to drive her out of their territory. And when she returned to the demons, those demons who were her own tribe pointed their claws and fangs at her. Her father, the clan leader, was implicated and thrown into prison. He was secretly pushed to be executed. She could not save him by herself. So the fox-faced priestess finally found humans. She prayed for humans to help her. But what she got was rejection. And even wanted to capture her and execute her together. So, what did her kindness get her? Nothing. Instead, she lost everything. Black light, that was very similar to falling abyss, began to rise from the end of the fox-faced priestess's tail. 1, 2, 8, plus her original one. The monster listed as taboo, the nine-tailed demon fox, was born. With this, the ending was exactly the same as the fifth stone tablet, and the destruction of the entire island submerged in anger and hatred was staged again. Chapter 358. We unite. Qifeng. Xiangquling. Inside the castle of the Dracula family. Dawn. In a huge room shrouded in darkness. A dull sound suddenly came from the depths of the bedroom, breaking the silence in the house. Soon. Dawn. Clang. Following the dull sound, there was a sound like a heavy wooden board being smashed to the floor. After this series of events, yawn, a female voice, as if she had just woken up and was stretching, came from the place where the noise was made before. Duh. This time it was a crisp and pleasant sound of heels touching the ground. And a vague shadow moved in the darkness, and finally came to the edge of the room. Clatter. Pulling open the black curtains, a lazy and mature beautiful face was reflected on the rain-soaked window. Hey. Every time it's either raining or it's cloudy and about to rain. Isn't there a sunny day? No wonder the outside world spreads that we vampires hate the sun. Looking at the gloomy sky outside the window, the howling wind kept rolling up layers of waves, hitting the cliffs below the castle. Louise Dracula shook her head. Why did I choose such a shabby place to buy a house? Oh, it's a mistake. I don't know if it's too late to regret it now. Speaking of which, how many generations has the human king who sold me this castle come from now? The agate-like beautiful blood-red eyes showed a look of reminiscence. But soon it flashed away as if giving up. Louise left the window and walked towards the bedroom door, without the light blocking of the curtains. Although it was cloudy outside before the storm, at least the originally completely dark room had a lot more visible light. It can be seen that in the center of the bedroom, there's a bed made of some high-grade wood. Of course, in human terms, it should be more appropriate to describe it as a coffin. At this moment, the lid of the coffin was tilted and fell on the floor, and there was a distance between the two, combined with the two muffled sounds of dong and bang in the dark room before. It is not difficult to simulate the scene of waking up and kicking the lid of the coffin open. Louise admitted that this was indeed a bit unladylike, but she also wanted to quibble. Everyone gets a little grumpy when waking up, right? Especially when you are woke up again after finally falling asleep. Why do you say again? Because not long ago, Louise was awakened from her long sleep by a new blood clan inherited from her bloodline in the Flame Domain. She summoned her children to announce this matter and asked one of them, the owl, who is also the brother, to take this new sister from the Flame Domain. So, what is it this time? Let me see. Isn't it the Flame Domain? Strange. What else can be noisy? Louise walked from the bedroom to the study and sat at the desk. She was a little sleepy and held her chin up. But after a surprised huh? The woman seemed to be much more energetic. Is this the Thousand Islands? Louise's eyes quickly opened, and an interesting arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She immediately got up and left the study. After a simple verification array, she came to another room. Storage room? Let me look for it. Damn it! I clearly remember that it should be placed here. How come it's gone? This one is not this one. This one is not either. I'm so angry. Is this the retribution for throwing away the souvenirs I brought back from my travels every time? Why can't those self-proclaimed genius human wizards invent a superposition magic to tidy up the room? Damn it. The resentful voice echoed in this room that was more like a small museum than a storage room. A few minutes later. Ah! Yes. That's it. Louise's happy voice rang out. What the woman had dug out from the various travel souvenirs piled up, like a small mountain, was a gray-brown little fox statue that looked like it was made of stone. However, from the statue's eyes that were emitting a lavender glow, it was clear that this was definitely not an ordinary stone sculpture. It might be that the scene brought back emotions. Looking at the little fox statue, a memory fragment of her travel around the 9 countries a long time ago in her long life, as the ancestor of the blood clan was awakened from the deep corner of her mind. So, has the news cycle begun again? Louise stared at the glowing eyes of the little fox statue, thinking, could it be the owl? The woman muttered to herself, but quickly shook her head in denial. No, it shouldn't be possible with the power of that child alone, let alone make the statue glow. Only when a new shrine successor appears can it resonate. And it looks like the statue didn't just light up. Well, as expected, it has borrowed a lot of my power. But it seems that it encountered some crisis this time, causing it to borrow too much at once. So did it wake me up? After Louise roughly understood, she nodded and put the little fox statue back to its original place. The woman's face did not show much dissatisfaction with being borrowed power. After all, this was the condition that the 9-tailed fox in her, the evil witch, had agreed upon, to seal the other party forever. This was also the last time the other party asked her for help. TSK. It seems that the little fox has high expectations for her new successor this time. But it's a pity. Last time, in order to fight against fate, I remember that I had paid a Sakuraji Island as a price. So it means that in this reincarnation, the new successor will not even have the divine cherry as the biggest help. Without the divine cherry that is most restraining those things, I really can't think of what the new successor can do to deal with him. It seems that the ending is obvious. What a poor little girl who took over the job. Louise sighed. She put the little fox statue back in place and left the storage room. The woman did not lie back in the coffin, but turned her waist, stretched her arms, and after a simple exercise, she stood in front of the mirror in front of the wardrobe and admired the woman in the mirror. Well, very good. She doesn't look like a 1,000 to 2,000-year-old woman at all. Bah! She is just a 1,000 to 2,000-year-old little girl. Before going out, Louise still pays attention to her image, which should be a necessary habit for every lady, although she is also a mother of 5. No, 6 children for the time being. Because of this, no matter what, as a mother, she certainly can't watch her child die. Louise can already foresee the catastrophe that will soon sweep across the 1,000 islands. After all, she has seen it once or twice, and with the temperament of that silly child Xiao, even if he knows it is futile, he will insist on staying. So what she has to do now is to go to the 1,000 islands to bring Xiao back. As for the one that Xiao was originally arranged to pick up, his sister Yinyu, in addition to Xiao, her other child, didn't she secretly send a group of people to pick up without her knowledge? It seems that she was right not to stop it at that time. Isn't this for dealing with the current emergency? Well, the children have grown up and know how to share their mother's worries. Louise was very happy. After choosing a set of witch clothes from the closet and putting them on, Louise looked at the image of her foreign elder sister witch in the mirror and was very satisfied. She had to change into the local special clothes wherever she went. This was the purpose of Louise, the greatest traveler. With a flash of blood in the room, the figure of the 3rd ancestor Louise Dracula quietly disappeared in the castle. It was also the first time she left the castle in nearly 100 years. Because knowing this news would definitely make many forces overly nervous and vigilant, Louise specially concealed her breath and did not make it public. Therefore, no blood clan in the castle noticed that their 3rd ancestor had left. If I must say it, perhaps it was the howling wind outside the window that witnessed this scene. After all, the wind is always everywhere. A breeze blew into Louise's empty bedroom from the gap in the window, blowing up the lid of the coffin that was tilted on the ground, and then fell back on the coffin, fitting tightly. After doing all this, the breeze returned to the outside through the gap in the window, and before leaving, it did not forget to take the clothes that were thrown and scattered on the ground in front of the mirror back into the closet, closed the door again, and closed the open curtains again. The bedroom suddenly fell into darkness again. Everything was restored to the same state as it was at the beginning, except for the person sleeping in the coffin, in the Hutfire Tavern, far away from the Blood Ridge at the other end of Qingfeng. A bard wearing a green cloak was worrying about the money for next month's wine. His sad face gradually relaxed. It seemed like a very interesting story. If it is written into the new song, it will definitely be very popular. If it is popular, there will be no need to worry about the wine money anymore. The bard's face showed a hee-hee expression when he thought of this. In this case, boss, another bottle. After handing over the last few copper coins on his body, the bard looked at the apple cider that was brought over by the boss. It was covered with a layer of wine foam and was orange and clear. It was his favorite apple cider. The bard sincerely wished that for the sake of future wine, the song that will be passed down. This new story must have a good ending. Xiao Hei, rest assured, I will never take off the mask. When the little wolf cub showed Vivian the image in the 6th mysterious stone tablet, the little girl covered her fox demon mask tightly, and assured the little wolf cub as if she would do anything to keep her identity. Indeed, from the story in the 6th stone tablet, the key point that triggered the destruction was that the identity of the fox-faced priestess was exposed, which caused all her previous efforts to go to waste. It even turned into hatred. Based on the experience of the previous stone tablet, this 6th mysterious stone tablet is to remind her that this time, she must not take off the mask, must not let others know the true identity of the fox-faced priestess, and must not let the history of exposing her identity repeat itself. That's why this scene happened. The little girl assured herself so nervously. I'm afraid Vivian also knew that after the incident in the Abyss Sea, the appearance she showed at that time, which was completely different from the usual fox-faced priestess, might arouse suspicion among the foreign crowd. This is indeed the case. In the current Qiandao subforum, the thing that the little wolf cub mentioned before, and the crazy discussion among the players, refers to the speculation about the identity of the fox-faced priestess. Someone has released a video of holding a blood claw and wiping out the KA guild. If this can still be explained as the fox-faced priestess in an angry state. But with the release of the second video, the scene of the fox-faced priestess under the control of the second personality against the apostle was exiled. And the wave of players who still insisted that the fox-faced priestess was fine suddenly had nothing to say. Because at that time, the fox-faced priestess' brutal performance, devilish words, and attack methods could no longer be covered up by anger. Is this the fox-faced priestess? This is not a fox-faced priestess at all. By the way, the publisher ID of the second video is called the most handsome little wolf. Indeed, there is a way to stuff the sugar in. Now there are quite a few players on the forum who claim that the fox-faced priestess in the Abyss is not the same person as the one in Sakurajima. But the little wolf cub does not want to do this. Otherwise, he would not have posted that video. Especially under the premise that Qiandao is about to face the fall into the Abyss that will only appear in the previous Life 2.0. So, the little wolf cub chose the latter. He shook his head at the little girl, who was holding the mask tightly across from him. Then, under the little girl's astonished expression, he used his little wolf claws to push away Vivian's hand, and took off the little girl's fox demon mask. Xiao Hei. You mean? That's right. The little wolf cub nodded to Vivian, who was hesitant to speak. It seems that the 6th stone tablet is a hint for them not to reveal their identities. But why did Liao Zixuan sigh that someone had been secretly helping them when he saw the image inside? Because the real hint of this stone tablet is actually for the players, suggesting that the fox-faced priestess does have a dual identity, and the other identity will be extremely unbelievable. What the players have to do is not to repeat the original history, and not to betray and abandon it. It can be seen that the behind-the-scenes assistants who wrote the story on the stone tablet actually still don't understand the creatures of players. They treat them as indigenous people. If they are indigenous people, it is indeed easy to have such feelings. But as players, anyway, this is considered to be another insurance, which really saves Liao Zixuan a lot of trouble. But of course, as an excellent little wolf cub, his ambition is certainly not limited to this. He wants to pull the demon camp in the story over. Since the quality of the players in version 1.0 is not good, then use quantity to make up for it. The players of Qiandao alone will definitely not be able to stop the next fall. But if they are added, what about the players of Yanyu, the first country in the public beta that is promoted as the opening novice village? Looking at the blood-red countdown of Falling Abyss in the taskbar, the little wolf cub smiled. When Vivian saw the expression on her little black boy's face, she was nervous and excited, because it meant that something big was coming. Even the second personality in the mental space couldn't help but beat a little. Indeed, Liao Zixuan already had a plan in shape. Entered the 2.0 version under the black tide decisive battle in advance. The players who are still in 1.0 are too weak and have no power. So what? The name of this plan to turn the tide and reverse the decline is called We Unite. Chapter 359 Desperate Investigation. Now that the general operational strategy has been determined, the subsequent action plan is also clear. The word union sounds simple, but how to execute it and how to ensure that it can be finally realized still requires a lot of thought. If you force it, for example, the simplest and crudest way, let Vivian take off her mask and go out to call on the players of both sides to unite. It may be possible, but Liao Zixuan thinks that the final effect will definitely be greatly reduced. At least it will not satisfy him, because in Liao Zixuan's view, the most difficult part of wanting the players of Qiandao and Yinyu to unite is not Yinyu, but Qiandao. There were already some frictions and contradictions between the two sides. Although they could not be called hostile, they were definitely unhappy with each other. As a player of Qiandao, after learning that their NPC was actually from Yinyu, they would have felt a little uncomfortable. If Vivian rashly asked the players of Yinyu to come to help Qiandao at this time, what would the local players of Qiandao think? It must be very uncomfortable. Why do we still need people from Yinyu to help? You still don't believe us? This idea is not surprising. After all, except for the first few days of the public beta, the current Qiandao players have been smooth sailing and making great progress since they met the fox-faced witch. In other words, they are full of confidence and very inflated. Some of the more radical ones might even feel betrayed. For example, she is still more partial to the flame domain, and even thinks that Vivian deliberately wants the flame domain players to come to the Thousand Islands to share their share of the plot rewards. All these will cause the image of the fox-faced priestess that he has worked so hard to build. No, it is the image of the fox-faced priestess that the little girl has won with her own actions and is loved by the Thousand Islands players to be damaged. Even if Vivian has never thought about it this way. So in summary, the key point is to make the Thousand Islands players aware of this crisis. Only when they realize that this crisis is completely different from the previous ones, and they are unable to fight it with their current strength. And if this continues, their basic base, the Thousand Islands, will really be destroyed. Will they accept assistance from the bottom of their hearts, and even desire support and a turnaround? And what is the most stubborn part of a player? It's their mouth. Liao Zixuan thinks there is a high probability that the Qiandao players at that time were still holding on for the sake of face. But in fact, do they really not want someone to come to their rescue? Of course they do. This is what Liao Zixuan wants. Vivian shows her true identity and speaks for the Qiandao players, hoping to form an alliance with Yinyu and unite to defend Qiandao. In this case, it changes from the original why. Why? We don't need it. To a little girl is willing to expose her biggest secret for them and to save Qiandao. What else can be said? Under the two plans, what Vivian did not change. But the results were very different. So not only malice needs to be packaged, sometimes even goodwill is needed. This may be what Vivian lacks. But don't worry. After all, there is always a little wolf cub like an old father escorting her by her side. At least it is like this now. Ding. You received the B-level task Desperate Reconnaissance issued by Fox-Faced Witch. Desperate Reconnaissance. Task details. Now the sea surface of Qiandao seems calm. But in fact it is full of dangers. Not long ago, a drastic change occurred in the depths of the sea. Ancient things began to stir up the seawater. The evil tentacles from the abyss have broken through the shackles. This will be a catastrophe that sweeps across Qiandao. And what you have to do is to find a glimmer of hope in this endless darkness. Mission objective: take a boat. Go to the designated sea coordinates for reconnaissance, and return with a report. Mission reward: 5,000 experience points, 1 to 3 silver coins. Random low-level professional skill book. Many players in Sakuraji Island received this mission from the fox-faced priestess. Most of them were a little surprised. Just like the big dog now. Fuck. Brother dog. Is this mission reward real? 5,000 experience points? The younger brother around him couldn't help but exclaimed. 5,000 experience points is definitely a huge sum of money for players, who are generally around level 13 or 14 at this stage. It can allow them to level up more than one level, which is equivalent to their leveling speed of 1 week. What's going on today? Why is our shrine maiden so generous all of a sudden? Well, although she's usually generous, this time she gave too much. Right? The players who were surprised by the task rewards speculated that many people thought it must be related to the Abyss Sea plot that just happened. Unfortunately, only the players of Yuan Island participated in this part, and the players of Sakuraji Island could only rely on online posts to understand. Dog brother, do you think our fox-faced shrine maiden is really the same as those people on the forum said? In fact, it is actually the way of the flame domain. Before the little brother finished speaking, he was kicked by the person next to him. As an internal test player, Datugo suffered a lot at the hands of Vivian and Yinyu. In fact, to avoid Vivian was one of the main reasons why Datugo chose Qiandao to speak out. Now, mentioning this in front of Datugo is just asking for trouble. Okay, stop guessing. Hurry up and do the task. Datugo waved his hand in annoyance. Speaking of which, the name of this task is also interesting. It's called Desperate Reconnaissance. It seems that something big is really coming. The current reconnaissance task of the Fox-Faced Priestess, coupled with the countdown of the advent of the Abyss that the system has already prompted to the players. Qiandao players all feel that a storm is coming. However, many thousand island players are now similar to this little brother, full of anticipation and excitement, wishing that the 3-day countdown could start right now. They have conquered even Sakurajima and defended the gathering place from the cursed distortion tide. What else is there to be afraid of? In the eyes of the players, this fallen abyss descent is nothing more than a larger-scale defense battle before. Only Datugo's brows are still furrowed as before. In fact, his little brothers misunderstood. Of course, a small part of Datugo had a headache about the name Vivian. But more importantly, as an internal test player, Datugo had experienced the fallen abyss descent in Yinyu. No, they are much stronger than they were during the internal test. So what if it is the fallen abyss? Yes, that's right. Secretly cheering himself up, Datugo and his group, like other Sakurajima players, began to board the small reconnaissance ship in batches. Yes, the players finally got a water vehicle that can be controlled independently. And the provider is the Great Purification Commissioner, one of the 3 commissioners of the 1,000 Islands. The first stop before issuing the task to the players. The little wolf cub and Vivian rushed to Yuan Island to find Lu Dao Lu Sha. While the fallen abyss is still spreading in the sea for 3 days, it can be imagined that there are still 3 days before the outbreak of the zombie virus. This is definitely the golden time for them to race against time. The entire country of 1,000 Islands is composed of archipelagos, and the final plane shape is an arc similar to a waning moon. This is definitely not a good thing for defense. Imagine the shape of a waning moon, with long and sharp ends and facing the sea, which means that the creatures of the abyss can crawl out and land from any location on the coast. The battle line is really too long, and there are not enough people to support such a long battle line. So the little wolf cub took Vivian and asked the little girl to tell Lu Dao Lu Sha that the entire 1,000 Islands must now enter an absolute state of emergency and immediately start the transfer and evacuation of the people. Since the battle line is too long, it must be shortened, and it is inevitable to abandon the outermost small islands. In the wolf cub's plan, all the residents of the 1,000 Islands were eventually transferred to 4 or 5 large islands in the center, and then all the defense forces were gathered to defend these islands. This was also the strategy that the 3 magistrates of the 1,000 Islands came up with after the painful lessons in the previous life. But the wolf cub informed them in advance. When Vivian expressed all this to Lu Dao Lu Sha, as Liao Zixuan expected, the general opposite was extremely nervous and shocked at first, but then hesitated. Sorry, Vivian. Although I believe you will not joke about such a big thing. Such a national action is not something I can decide alone. Now that the Lord of Water is not here, it is even more necessary for all the 3 magistrates to agree. I believe you. But others? Vivian nodded to show her understanding and interrupted Luo Sha. I understand. Luo Sha. So can you please give us ships to let the strangers go to the deeper sea to investigate? That's the closest to the abyss. When they bring back the scene there, you will understand. Urging the players to unite is a big deal. On the other hand, it is equally important to let the local NPCs do things quickly. Not everyone has Vivian's almost God's perspective, and not everyone can sense the breath of the fallen abyss. So the most efficient way that the little wolf cub came up with to kill 2 birds with 1 stone is to directly send the players to investigate near the abyss and get intelligence evidence. Why did they insist on not bringing any natives who practiced the Great Purification? It was because both Little Wolf and Vivian knew that this group of reconnaissance teams would never come back. So only foreigners, who were not afraid of death and had the ability to resurrect were the only candidates. And Liao Zixuan knew that the next players would definitely give up resurrection on the spot and choose the greater punishment, and go directly back to the birth point to rebirth of Sakuraji Island. Although it was a bit sorry for the 1,000 Island players who didn't know they were going to die. Liao Zixuan also compensated them in the task rewards. And if he was a little more treacherous, this would indirectly save the time of the round trip in the middle. Then, it was just waiting for news. Woohoo! Boss, are you really not going to try it? It's really fun to drive a boat. On the small reconnaissance ships, the players had a lot of fun. They were all playing and scrambling for the joystick, wanting to experience the thrill of sailing. Only the big dog stood at the bow, silent and looking at the distant sea, while watching the small map. They were getting closer and closer to the mission target. Okay, stop playing. Bring the mission prop responsible for recording the image. The magic ball. I have a bad feeling. We will return immediately after we finish shooting. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes. Brother dog. After one of the players took out the magic ball from his backpack, perhaps out of curiosity, he played with the function inside first. The magic ball depicted the magic of recording images, which was a bit similar to a camera, and naturally included the magnification function of a telescope. When the player put his eyes on the magic ball, and then aimed the magic ball at the destination in the distance, he suddenly asked a strange question, because through the telescope function of the magic ball, he vaguely saw the sea conditions of the destination, and only saw black spots falling from the sea. Is it raining? When he turned up the power of the magic ball and zoomed in to the limit, no, it was not raining. It was fish? It turned out that it was not raindrops, but fish that kept jumping up and falling on the sea. There were so many of them that they made the large sea surface look like it was raining. Moreover, this group of fish seemed to be repeating this action tirelessly, as if they were consuming their restlessness that had nowhere to vent. What was going on? Were all the fish in this area crazy? Fortunately, this player did not have intensive phobia. Otherwise the fear would be doubled now. But despite this, such a weird scene still made him feel cold. Just when he wanted to report this to the big dog quickly, just as he turned his head, the scene in the magic ball suddenly changed. The rain stopped. To be precise, all the black spots jumping back and forth on the sea surface fell back to the bottom of the water at the same time and no longer jumped up. They floated shallowly on the sea surface, forming a black tide. The reason is very simple. Because the fastest ship at the head of the player's reconnaissance fleet has entered their perception range. Then the massive black sea water began to move. It was really at a crazy speed, and it looked like a tentacle, grabbing its prey at high speed. The reconnaissance ship at the front may have also reacted and turned around to escape. But before the bow turned around, the black tide had surrounded the ship and replaced the normal sea water under the ship. The players on it felt as if their ship was lifted up by a layer of something on the sea surface. Then the next second, plop, 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 one after another, fish jumped up from the sea under the ship and rushed towards the players on the ship. From a distance, it seemed as if the black tide under the ship stretched out a hand from the sea and dragged the reconnaissance ship into the seabed. In the blink of an eye, the reconnaissance ship and the people on it disappeared from the sea. Soon, a screenshot was posted in the chat channel of the current area. It was a screenshot of the monsters panel. Fallen Piranha. Level 19. Race, Fallen Abyss creature. Affected by the Yamata no Orochi that became the mother of the Fallen Abyss. Ordinary fish have been mutated into extremely aggressive piranhas that will devour all surrounding creatures. They usually act in groups, and are the most numerous low-level species in the history of the Fallen Abyss. Looking at the black tide of the sea composed of piranhas, it was like a shark that smelled blood and swam towards the next nearest player reconnaissance ship. Turn around. Turn around quickly. Chapter 360. The players in front of the joysticks of the ships at the front of the reconnaissance team began to turn the rudders frantically. The players behind were also in an uproar. What the hell is that? Level 19? Among the players present, the highest level may not even be 19? And now a fish that popped out is higher in level than them? Don't panic. The health bars of these piranhas are not long. They must be the type with high attack and low health. Long-range professions should cover them with firepower. After a brief panic of being ambushed, the players are players after all. They immediately regrouped and prepared to get back at the place. No matter who you are, as long as you have a health bar, You will be done. At once, colorful skill effects began to fly towards the black tide on the sea. Indeed, the health bar of the Abyss Piranha is not long, far lower than that of monsters of the same level. But the remaining attack and defense attributes are at the level of 19. When the skill effects dissipated, the players looked at the damage numbers of only 2 digits on the battle panel, and they couldn't help cursing. As for what made the players curse even more. Fuck. Are you sick? Killing one doesn't give you 20 experience points. A mage player looked at his long-accumulated big move AoE, but the experience bar only increased a little bit, and he stamped his feet in anger. That's right. There is a very essential difference between the fallen creatures and other monsters. That is, killing them brings very little experience points. As a former internal test player, Detugo knows this very well. Looking at the players' ships around him, they have all been in a bitter battle, and more people are turning around to go back. After all, no one wants to fight against such a difficult monster with little experience points. Boss, what should we do now? The younger brother at the helm of Detugo's ship asked nervously, because they had been taking turns to drive the boat before. Their speed was not fast, and they were only in the middle of the fleet, which saved them from the first wave of impact. Originally, Detugo was about to give an order to turn around and leave the sea area, but who would have thought that the sound of fighting could be heard from the rear of their reconnaissance fleet? Damn it! When did this group of piranhas get around? We are surrounded. There is no way. Damn it! I will fight with you before I run away. Aren't they just a group of dead fish? I am afraid of you. Pay attention to your position. The players who have experienced the training of Sakurajima are actually not low in combat effectiveness. Seeing that there are monsters in the back and the retreat route is blocked, they are also a little annoyed and start fighting. They stand firm. And many smart players have figured out the single attack method of piranhas. They call on everyone to stay away from the periphery of the ship, which can greatly reduce the attack range of piranhas. Swish. The warrior's big dog, with a flash of sword, killed 3 or 4 piranhas that wanted to jump from the sea to the boat with the skill of sword drawing. One of them still had a little blood left. Even if it was only half of its body, it was still opening its sharp, serrated mouth on the deck of the ship, trying to bite the players on the boat. The big dog stabbed the piranha with force, and then stabbed it a second time, and finally completely penetrated the piranha, making it stop moving. This also shows how hard and thick the skin and flesh are after being strengthened by the abyss. However, the situation did not improve. On the contrary, it's bad. Boss, my weapon's durability can't hold up. Me too. I've used up all the blue medicine on me, and my magic value is about to bottom out. A spare quiver. Who has a spare quiver? Players who got serious and entered the battle mode did indeed repel wave after wave of fish. But the problem is that as time went on, they realized that the most terrifying thing about this group of abyssal piranhas was not their level, but their number. It was like a bottomless pit. After a batch of them died, a new batch would emerge from the deep sea. The players' equipment loss and the inability to keep up with the supply of props were still minor matters. The bigger problem was, quick, stop them from biting the ship. The durability of the ship is about to be seen. Ah! Sink. It's going to sink. Ka. Pudong? The reconnaissance ship of the Great Purification also has durability. In the battle with the players, there are still a large number of piranhas gnawing at the ship under the sea. As time dragged on, the first reconnaissance ship that could not hold on appeared and disintegrated and sank directly. Players who lost their ships and fell into the black tide full of piranhas were doomed, and they could not even be resurrected. After being determined by the system to have no landing point, they could only be forced to turn into white light and reborn on Sakuraji Island. Detugo and his crew had strong combat power and were located in the inner part, so the durability of their ships was still within a safe range. But it was only a matter of time, because as the number of player ships decreased, it meant that the piranhas had fewer targets to attack, and the remaining players were under greater pressure. TMD. Boss, are these piranhas our targets of reconnaissance? Now I finally understand why this mission is called Desperate Reconnaissance. Isn't this asking us to die? Listening to his younger brother's scolding, Detugo shook his head in his heart, because he noticed the words low-level species written on the monster panel. In other words, this group of fallen piranhas are just the vanguard cannon fodder monsters in the next Fallen Abyss Advent. Although such cannon fodder troops alone are enough to make them suffer. Did the Fox-Faced Priestess really just let them scout these? recalling the battle in Fire Classic City during the internal test. He shook his head quickly in his heart. I'm afraid not. Datugo took advantage of the break to enlarge the game map, and saw that they were actually just at the outermost edge of the scouting area marked by the mission. Now he is 100% sure that the arrival of the Abyss in Qiandao this time is many times more terrifying than the one in Yinyu. Datugo thought that their players had become stronger. But he didn't expect that the growth rate of the Abyss would be even faster than theirs. In this case, Qiandao will be finished. No. We must do something. The foundation they have laid with great difficulty in Qiandao. The Sakuraji Island that is about to be purified with great difficulty. And the favorability and reputation of many NPCs. Once Qiandao is destroyed, it will be a painful blow to these local players. So whether it is emotional or rational, Datugo believes that not only him, but every Qiandao player will defend their birth country to the death. At this moment, Datugo realized how critical the 3-day countdown preparation time was. He also realized the true meaning of the desperate reconnaissance mission given to them by the fox-faced priestess. Desperate reconnaissance. It was not like what his little brother said just now, implying that their mission was very dangerous, and they had a narrow escape from death. Instead, this mission was originally for them to die, but not to send themselves to death, nor to die fighting monsters like now. It was to let them use their death to exchange for more information. Let them exchange their lives for information. This is the true meaning of desperate. It also explains why this mission has such an exaggerated experience value reward. I'm afraid that the fox-faced priestess wants to make up for them in this regard. So, what they really need to do is to try their best to get more intelligence about the enemy, so that they can have a better chance of success in the future. It is to sound the alarm for Thousand Islands before the disaster is about to come. The main plot of Thousand Islands, which has been laid for so long, seems to have really shown its fangs at this moment. Facing the desperate situation at this moment, the heart of the big dog has long lost the intention of panic and escape. Only excitement and a boiling blood. After all, when he understood the meaning of the mission, he was going to die anyway. So what was there to be afraid of? It is better to say that his next performance may become the direction of the entire Thousand Islands plot. For players who save a country, is there anything more exciting than this? A feeling called sense of mission is constantly filling the big dog. He could never do it in real life, but he could do it in the game. This is the charm of the game. Brother, go. We have to break out. If we continue like this, we'll be doomed. The younger brother at the helm saw more and more players around him choose to give up fighting and break out. So he wanted to follow the crowd. But he was immediately stopped by the big dog. Break out? Break out? It was because most of the players had the intention to retreat and were running outside that the piranhas were also attracted and moved, and more gathered towards the retreat. In this way, the piranhas that were originally blocking their way forward suddenly became much smaller. How could the big dog miss such a good opportunity? Forward. Go full speed. What? Boss, are you crazy? Still going forward? How can you come back then? Isn't that just committing suicide? Stop talking nonsense. Just charge. Fuck. Charge. The younger brother at the helm gritted his teeth and stopped turning the ship around, but instead rushed all the way to the deeper depths. The big dog, a ship that went deep in the opposite direction, immediately stood out among the many player reconnaissance ships that still wanted to escape and save their lives. Some seemed to be awakened by this and realized something. Then only 1 or 2 ships began to turn around, no longer trying to run to a safe place, and began to follow the big dog's reconnaissance ship and headed towards the depths of the mission reconnaissance point. Boss, the piranhas seem to have retreated and are not chasing us anymore. As if after crossing an invisible line, the black tide that was chasing them suddenly stopped and began to turn back. But before the younger brothers on the boat could stop their surprise, they found that the big dog was staring at the water. When everyone looked over, they found a huge shadow under the sea, swimming towards them quickly from far to near, because they couldn't see the specific appearance underwater. But the length of the black shadow alone was 2 or 3 times larger than that of a whale. This time, the big dog and his men were the first to lead the charge. But this time, they seemed to be spared from disaster because they felt that the target was too small with only 1 boat. So the huge shadow under the water ignored them and continued to swim under their boat. Huh? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a little bit of cold sweat broke out. But then, they came to their senses and shouted wildly in the regional chat channel, reminding the players behind to disperse quickly. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. Crash! The mysterious black beast poked its head out from the bottom of the sea. The big dog only saw a giant jaw that was as high as 2 or 3 buildings. It swallowed all the dozen-player ships into its stomach effortlessly. Just like biting biscuits. Falling Abyss Crocodile King. Level 37. Race, high-level Falling Abyss creature. Big dog. Don't look back. Keep rushing forward. While the big dog was shouting, he was holding the magic ball in his hand. Recording and shooting every scene here. Under the attack of the Dino Crocodile, the player's reconnaissance fleet had lost 80%. When the remaining ships entered the next area, the players rubbed their eyes because they found a small island not far away. Great! If there is an island, it can at least be used as a resurrection point. But as they got closer, they found that it was not an island at all. It was clearly 2 huge claws and shells. Fallen Abyss Demon King Crab. Level 49. Race, high-level Fallen Abyss creature. The giant claws just swung like slapping a fly, and the player's ships broke at the touch. Some who tried to attack found that they couldn't even scratch the skin of the opponent's shell. But fortunately, the flexibility of this Demon King Crab was not strong. Finally, a few lucky players finally came to the second to last area. Here, strangely, when the players were tense and on guard against the next terrifying Fallen Abyss boss, it did not appear for a long time. Finally, as the deepest mark of this desperate reconnaissance approached, even the weather and sea conditions suddenly changed. The wind began to howl, and dark clouds covered the sky. The waves on the sea surface rose and fell, making the players' boats like leaves floating on the water, which could be overturned at any time. The younger brother at the helm tried his best to control and maintain the balance of the boat, while the big dog clenched the magic ball and aimed at the deep-sea whirlpool in the distance. At the center of the storm, a huge snake shadow with several heads dancing wildly in the storm. Seeing it getting closer and closer, the big dog held his breath. But at this moment, the boat suddenly stopped. Move! Start the boat quickly. We're almost there. The big dog couldn't help but urge anxiously. But the helmsman felt very wronged. No. He was terrified later. Boss, our boat seems to be pulled by something. What? When everyone looked down again, they found that a tentacle suction cup was attached to the bottom of the boat. And the reason they couldn't move forward was that the distance the tentacle stretched seemed to have reached its limit. No way. This couldn't be. The next second, the tentacle quickly retracted, and then dragged all the players' boats into the deep sea, and was pulled back to the second to last area they just passed. Is that a giant octopus? Jellyfish? Or squid? Clara. Level 52. Race, Abyss Remnant. The squid's tentacles dragged the big dog into the deep sea, but it didn't seem to kill them immediately. Or maybe it wasn't attacking them in the first place. In short, it was because of this that the big dog saw the scene under the sea. It was a wave of black tides that had filled the deep sea trenches. Without exception, they were all various types of abyss creatures, many of which had mutated into monsters with the ability to go ashore. What was even more desperate was that almost none of them were below level 25. The magic crystal ball that recorded everything glowed in the dim deep sea, and disappeared along with the death of the player's body. Ding. Because you stayed underwater for too long. Your health points were reset to 0, and you are dead. Ding. It was detected that there is no resurrection area in your area. You have been automatically teleported to the default location Sakurajima Resurrection. Ding. You have received a death penalty, and your level has dropped to. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission of Desperate Reconnaissance. Please report to your mission NPC Foxface Priestess immediately. Chapter 361 The Prelude of an Era. Thank you very much for your efforts. The information you have brought is of vital importance to the 1,000 islands, and may save the lives of thousands of people. This is the reward you deserve. Please keep it. Ding. You get 5,000 experience points, 3 silver coins, and a random warrior occupation basic skill book Shield Slam. Ding. Due to your outstanding performance, you have received an additional reward. The Warrior Master Skill Book Huma Rage Blood. Huma Rage Blood Passive. Quality, Master Purple. Requirements, only for warrior occupations. Skill effect, for every 1% of your maximum health lost, your maximum attack power bonus is increased by an additional 0.7%. When your health is less than 25%, You will further gain a 0.5% attack power coefficient bonus. Ding. Due to your outstanding performance, the Fox-Face Priestess's favorability towards you is plus 150. Ding. You have been upgraded. Taking the precious skill book handed over by the Fox-Face Priestess, Datugo could feel the envious eyes of the surrounding players. Although others did not know what it was specifically, the purple light alone was enough to prove the value of this skill tree. Of course, Datugo felt that if they really saw his ink-protecting blood skill, they would probably not be envious, but jealous. It is simply a magical skill for warrior players. The less blood, the higher the attack power. And there is an additional bonus when it is reduced to less than a quarter. The most important thing is that this is a passive skill. It is worthy of being a master-level skill. So perverted. And it is worthy of being a reward from the Fox-Face Priestess. Thank you very much. After thanking her, Datugo did not leave. He looked at the Fox-Face who seemed to be hesitant and wanted to say something. What's wrong? Vivian couldn't help but speak. Can we really defend the 1,000 Islands from the fallen abyss? You have also seen the scale and strength of those monsters. After the brief excitement of the mission reward, Datugo still couldn't cover up his worries about the 1,000 Islands. He couldn't help but ask this main NPC. Datugo originally hoped to get a positive answer from the Fox-Face Witch. Even a slogan would give him more confidence. But the witch on the opposite side shook her head. I don't know either. But someone once told me that a drop of rain evaporates in the desert, and a big river turns the desert into an oasis. The fallen abyss is not only the enemy of the 1,000 Islands, but also the enemy of all the creatures on the continent. As long as we unite, gather strength, and work together, we will definitely be able to overcome even the most difficult difficulties. I always feel that there seems to be something behind the words of the Fox-Face Priestess. When Datugo thought about it carefully, he suddenly widened his eyes with a sense of enlightenment. So, is that so? As expected. Right. After other ordinary players are resurrected, their tasks are automatically submitted. Only those who have completed tasks in excess, like him, can have the opportunity to hand over tasks and meet with the Fox-Face Priestess one-on-one. It can also take the opportunity to get hints about the future plot from the NPC in advance. I understand. Thank you. And I'm sorry. When I was in the flame domain, Datugo felt a little mixed in his heart. The Fox-Face Priestess on the opposite side also looked surprised because of the word flame domain suddenly mentioned by Datugo, although she was covered by a mask. But this time, no, Fox-Face Witch, rest assured. And we will definitely obey your command and defend our common home together. After saying that, the big dog turned around and ran away, leaving only Vivian on the spot. The little girl under the fox demon mask looked at the back of the stranger. Her expression first changed from surprise at first, then happiness, and finally a solemn sense of responsibility. On the side, unlike Vivian, the little girl may not remember the big dog because there are too many strangers. But the little wolf cub can still vaguely emerge some images through the ID. The player who is greedy and liked to play tricks in the flame domain has become a player who can actually bring surprises to himself and truly desperately investigate for the 1,000 Islands. Who changed him? Liao Zixuan was a little emotional. After sending rewards to players, Vivian found the cold-blooded young man on Sakuraji Island. Xiao, thank you so much. Look at the stranger. That book must be very precious. Right? If the big dog was a mage, it would be fine. But if it was a warrior, Vivian had no choice but to ask Xiao for help. The powerful Goma blood of fury was obtained from Xiao. The cold-blooded young man still had this expressionless face, and he snorted at the little girl who came to thank him again and turned his face away. That book was obtained from a hall master when my mother returned from her travels. Later, it was given to me by someone else. However, I found that in order to practice the above skills, you must have a special physique. So the follow-up has been left unfinished. Now that it can shine in the hands of a stranger, it can be regarded as not burying this book. Hall master? In the words of your Yenyu, it means shop owner. I have read my mother's travel notes. The hall master seemed to run a medical clinic. Later, during a major plague in Gili, he risked being infected and entered the most severely affected area to conduct sampling research. Later, it was based on his report that the people of Gili developed a special medicine and overcame the difficulties of the plague. It's a pity that from my mother's travel notes, the hall master eventually Xiao shook his head. So there is no need to thank me. The stranger also won this book through his own efforts. This may be the word fate that the people of Gili often talk about. Vivian silently paid tribute to the master in her heart. Okay. Time is running out now. Let's not talk about this. Vivian. I want to ask you seriously. After seeing the magic images sent back by the foreigners, do you really think the 1,000 islands can be saved? Xiao didn't have the player system, so he couldn't tell the strength of the creatures in the abyss at once. But, for this time, it didn't seem necessary. Whether it was the piranha group at the beginning, or the several terrifying sea monsters that appeared one after another, the suffocating sense of oppression could be deeply felt at a glance. Not to mention the last scene in the crystal ball. There were countless armies of the abyss that filled the trench, and the corrupted snake that made Xiao and all the people of the 1,000 islands collapse and despair. Vivian shook her head. Just as Zhao's eyes dimmed, he heard the voice of the little girl next to him. Isn't it still saved? It must be saved. The young man was stunned, looking at the little girl in front of him, who was half a head shorter than him. Xiao felt that he was the shorter one. Hee. This may be the reason why the water god didn't respond to me back then. Vivian. I feel relieved that my sister has a friend like you. In every sense of the word. Huh? I'm sorry. If I can pray to my mother for help. These are nothing. But? I can't do it. Or should I say no one can do it. However, although I settled in Qifeng and converted to the wind god, Qiandao is my hometown after all. And I am willing to sacrifice my life for my hometown. So no matter what plans you have next, as long as I am needed, I will definitely follow your arrangements and go all out without considering any risks. After saying that, Xiao closed his eyes and stopped talking. And Vivian also knew that at this time, instead of saying more, it would be better to respond to Xiao, respond to the strangers, and respond to everyone's expectations and trust in her with actions. The little girl left quickly, and just when Vivian turned around, Xiao opened his eyes. He looked at the little girl's back as she walked away. I don't know if it was Zhao's illusion, but he actually saw some of his mother's shadow in Vivian. That was the shadow of a legend of an era. The era of his mother was too long ago. Even children like them could only understand it by reading the travel notes of that time. But now, Xiao has a strong premonition. He will witness the birth of a miracle. He will no longer be the person who reads the travel notes later, but become a part of the travel notes, even if it is just a chapter, a passerby of a prologue. Perhaps it is enough to be proud of it? The famous master of famous sayings, Mr. Lu Sun, once said that behind every legendary girl, there is always a little wolf cub who silently contributes. Vivian's arrogant words are not without source. Her confidence is her Xiao Hei. And the confidence of the little wolf cub comes from his comparison and analysis of the information in the player's crystal balls. First, judging from the images and panels of the monsters, the fallen abyss of Qiandao this time is almost unchanged compared with the previous life in Liao Zixuan's memory, mainly referring to the few fallen abyss bosses. Low-end combat power determines the extent of the destruction of the 1,000 islands, while high-end combat power determines the outcome of the battle. In the Fallen Abyss expansion pack in the previous life, players had to resist 4 waves of boss attacks, namely the Piranha King, the Terror King, the Devil Crab, and the final boss, the Fallen Abyss Snake. 3 of the bosses appeared the same as in the previous life, which made Liao Zixuan feel relieved. Compared with the unknown new boss, it is obviously better to know the old boss who knows the roots, the key points of the strategy, and the weaknesses of the monsters, even through a very key information sent by the players. Liao Zixuan was extremely surprised that, unlike the level 70 snake in the previous life, the Fallen Abyss snake this time was only level 59. Yes, at the end of the group, an archer player on the boat shot an arrow at the snake by sheer luck, triggering the game's combat system. Even if 0 damage was caused, a small part of the panel of the Fallen Abyss snake could be obtained, which was the biggest reason why they were judged to have overfulfilled the task. The number of level 59 is very interesting. It seems that it is only 10 levels away from level 70. But this little difference is absolutely huge in terms of actual power, because level 59 is not even the 6th level. It can only be the peak of the 5th level, while the snake in the previous life was a real 7th level. There are 2 steps in between. In this way, the final boss that had to be killed by the water god in the previous life, Vivian, who is now at level 45. That is, the middle of the 4th level, is not without a chance to fight. Of course, there is good news and bad news. What makes Liao Zixuan secretly worried now is the penultimate abyss boss that has never appeared in the plot of the previous life. That giant squid, or octopus. Moreover, many players on the forum have discovered the specialness of this boss. Because the species of other bosses, no matter how special they are abyss creatures, and they are only divided into low or high levels according to their strength. But that squid not only had a new keyword in the race, the remnant of the fallen abyss, but also became a named boss. As we all know, in a game, how to tell whether a boss or NPC has a future. A decisive factor is to see whether he/she has a name. As long as it has a name, it must be not simple. It is dangerous enough to let Vivian deal with a level 59 snake. If there is another level 52 mysterious squid monster, forget it. Just take it one step at a time. I am worried, but I am still confident. After all, they actually have a lot of trump cards. Moon Abyss Island. 63 hours, 47 minutes, and 9 seconds before the falling abyss. The information that the players fought so hard for was passed on to the 3 magistrates by Vivian through the Adventurers Association. This is also the reason why the 3 magistrates are in such a mess now. With the magic image in the crystal ball as the most direct evidence, everyone in the 3 magistrates panicked. They hardly argued and directly adopted the 6 paths of Rakshasa, which was the defensive strategy that the little wolf cub conveyed through Vivian's mouth at that time. However, the 3 magistrates, who had just experienced a big blood change, were already short of manpower. Now they had to complete the transfer and evacuation of residents of more than 40 islands, large and small, in just 63 hours. It was simply unrealistic. In desperation, Rokudo Luosha approached Vivian again. From the stern face of the purple-haired general, one can tell how worrying the situation is. Luosha wanted to ask Vivian for one thing, which made her feel very ashamed but had to do for the sake of the 1,000 islands. Vivian, please, can you give us some foreigners as support? The manpower of our 3 magistrates is really far from enough. Luosha felt his face burning when the foreigners suddenly appeared. It was the 3 magistrates who strongly demanded that these refugees were not allowed to enter the country and stop the foreigners at sea from landing. It was Vivian who took the initiative to ask the foreigners to go to Sakurajima, and she was in charge of it, which solved the urgent problem. At that time, the 3 magistrates, including the people of the 1,000 islands, felt relieved. But who would have thought that these refugees who were despised and rejected by them would become their greatest hope? And perhaps this is retribution. Lord Luosha, I shouldn't be needed for this kind of thing, right? Vivian asked doubtfully. In her impression, foreigners are easy to talk to, and they are enthusiastic and like to accept various commissions. At such a critical moment, Luosha shouldn't waste time looking for her for such a small matter. Right? But the purple-haired general opposite had a bitter face. No, we need Miss Vivian, because those foreigners seem to have a strong prejudice and disgust towards us, especially for the Society Bugyo. We just recruited a group of foreigners, but when they heard that they were to be assigned to the Society Bugyo, they ran away in an instant. Some people even cursed us. No matter how hard we tried, they were indifferent. Rokudo Rosa will never forget the disgusted look those foreigners gave them at that time. And the comments such as 3 Bugyo? Even dogs won't go. Oh my god. I was scared to death. I almost joined the Society Bugyo. K Union said that they left the chat room cursing, clenching fists. There is humiliation. But it is also their own fault. Rokudo Rosa has already felt that the prelude of a new era is being violently opened. And the ones who can stand in the spotlight of the stage and save the 1,000 islands are not the 3 Bugyo whose credibility has dropped to the lowest. Rather, it was the little girl in front of her. Miss Vivian, you have the highest reputation among the strangers and are their closest person. Only you can command them. So, I really beg you. We really need the strength of the strangers. There is not much time left. Chapter 362 indeed. I still have a few connections in the Flame region. 49 hours, 21 minutes, 29 seconds before the falling abyss. Yuko. Yuko. Where are you? Duh. Has everyone seen a little girl this tall, wearing a light-colored floral dress? She is our daughter. And she was here just now. Yuko. Yuko. Where have you been? We are about to board the ship. Yuko. Stop making trouble and come back quickly. Kanajima. located on the edge of the Thousand Islands map in the shape of a moon, is a small island at the tip of the moon and is also the first area to be evacuated. At this moment, at the dock, a couple with anxious expressions are constantly turning their heads to look around, while shouting loudly. There were large and small bags of belongings and luggage around them, and such configurations were common among the residents of Kenai Island who were fleeing. Looking at the current situation, probably because the evacuation was so hasty and sudden, the couple really had no energy to look after their children while carrying the luggage. As a result, when they looked back, they found that their daughter was missing. You? Hey! Stop shouting. Yes, I'm talking about you. An impatient burly man seemed to be unable to help but interrupt the couple. His burly body walked in front of the couple, crossed his arms, and snorted. Are you going to get on the boat or not? If not, there are still many people waiting behind. Everyone knows that now is a race against time, and those monsters in the sea may come at any time. Cuckoo is our daughter. The husband was a little scared when he saw the burly man's body and ferocious expression, but he still tried to ask for more time. Unfortunately, the burly man interrupted him directly. Since you lost your daughter and are still so worried, then wait for the next batch of ships. We will go first. No! Wait a minute. The sand fencing has limited ships and can only pick up people in batches. As for the order, it is randomly selected by drawing lots. The couple was lucky to draw the last few positions of the first batch of ships. If they don't get on now, they don't know when they will have to wait for the next one. And it's hard to say whether there will be a next one. Get out. Don't block the way. Unfortunately, the strongman didn't seem to listen at all. Or maybe that was his original purpose. After kicking down the husband who was blocking the way, he took a few men to occupy the couple's boat seat regardless of the wife's crying. Fortunately, at this time, what are you doing? Stop. You guys. Are you going to cut in line? There are still blind guys. Just when the strongman thought so in his heart, he saw a group of fully armed foreigners. When the players arrived at the scene and understood the situation, they immediately assigned people to help the couple find their daughter. For the players, this kind of search task is very familiar with the system. After a while, they found a little girl with her hands and feet tied, her mouth blocked with a towel, and tears in her eyes in a warehouse near the dock. Obviously, this was not just an ordinary loss, but someone did it deliberately. The players who realized this hurriedly sent the little girl back. The couple burst into tears when they saw their daughter's appearance. And as expected, the little daughter identified on the spot that the gangster who took her away by force while her parents were not paying attention was one of the strongman's men. The strongman and his group saw that the matter was exposed and wanted to escape. But unfortunately, the player's strength was more than enough to deal with the villains, and they brought them to justice in a few moves. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry. In the past, I always regarded you as refugees, as outsiders who came to occupy our hometown, and I was very xenophobic to you. But now I know I was wrong. You are all good people. Very good people. If it weren't for you today, Yuko, she might have been sobbing. The couple wept and thanked the players. It was obvious that the strongman's plan was to make them give up their precious ship position by losing their daughter, and then he would take her place. If it were the ordinary 3 magistrates, in such an emergency, they would not have the time to help find the child, nor would they have the patience to figure out the tricks. No wonder the couple thanked them so much. Big brother. Crab. Shoo. You are Yuko's guide. The guide hero. The little loli also gratefully hugged the stranger brother, who rescued her from the dark warehouse with her chubby little hands. For a moment, the player's face turned red. After Rokudo Rose's request, with the intervention of the fox-faced priestess, the players temporarily obeyed the dispatch of the 3 magistrates and cooperated with the 3 magistrates to carry out emergency evacuation and transfer of the people of the Thousand Islands. However, rather than cooperation, it is better to say that the players are actually the main force. They not only perform their duties conscientiously, but are also extremely fair and honest. Some dignitaries want to bribe the players, hoping that the players will provide them with convenience. If it were the 3 magistrates, they might have operated in secret, such as reselling materials, using the ship that should have been a life-saving ship to load furniture and antiques for the rich, such as extortion, and not arranging ships unless enough money is paid. However, The disadvantageous means used by these wealthy businessmen and dignitaries in the past have been blocked everywhere by the foreigners. As if these foreigners are really like a fool. Not only do they not accept this obviously win-win benefit, but they even report them for arrest and regard the threats of these dignitaries as a joke. Is it because all the players are really good people? Obviously not. If it were the previous Thousand Island players, they might have done the same thing. After all, whose mission is not a mission? And the rewards of the powerful NPCs are much higher than those of ordinary residents. However, it is different now, because there is another NPC whose status in the hearts of the players is much higher than these so-called rich and powerful NPCs. The Fox-Faced Priestess. If under the strict supervision of the mission issued by the Fox-Faced Priestess, doing a commission judged by the system as a good thing can increase the favorability. And if corruption and swindling will cause a huge loss of favorability, then it is no wonder that everyone has become an upright person. After all, in the eyes of the players of Thousand Islands, the favorability of the Fox-Faced Priestess is superior to all the rewards such as experience points and gold coins. Just for the sake of greed for the rewards of the rich and powerful NPC, the Fox-Faced Priestess's favorability was lost. This kind of loss-making business is only done by fools. Therefore, similar to the scene of helping parents find their children in Kenai Island, large and small things like this are happening everywhere in Thousand Islands at this moment. The saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed is not without reason. At least if you want to bring people closer together, crisis is always the best catalyst. Many of the native inhabitants of Thousand Islands, especially the lower and middle class people, have similar thoughts to that couple, and their attitudes towards strangers are changing rapidly. From the original dislike, rejection, and unwelcome to the current acceptance, gratitude, and even to the degree of trust that sometimes exceeds that of the three magistrates. When something happens, the first thing that comes to mind is not to find the three magistrates, but to ask for help from strangers. And this change is mutual. When the players get the sincere gratitude and trust of the local residents, when they escort batches of people to a safe place, they also see the suffering of these indigenous people in the disaster. These NPCs are beginning to become more and more flesh and blood in the eyes of the players. A grand virtual game is quietly evolving into a grand virtual world. The most direct evidence is the game forum at this moment. Purchase low-level clothes. Private message if interested. Foreign players can also trade through the Adventurer Association. I will cover the middleman fee. Is there any pharmacist sub-professional boss near Chinshui Island? There are several indigenous injured in the stampede here. The temporary civilian guild watcher is officially established, dedicated to going to the border to stop monsters, delay time for evacuation, and at the same time detect first-hand intelligence. If you have like-minded people and are willing to join, please private message UID 1383, coordinates K98-9. A group of damn human traffickers took advantage of the chaos to kidnap a group of children. We lost them, and asked the almighty forum friends to take down these bastards. Damn it! We must save those children. I've taken leave these days, but I feel like we're still short on manpower. If we could have a few more people. Some paid out of their own pockets to buy supplies for the Aborigines. Some formed patrol teams to delay time at the front line. Some turned into police detectives and began to track down suspects step by step. And some even sacrificed real time just to escort and evacuate a few more Aborigines and close the forum. The little wolf cub shook his head. He suddenly understood a little bit now why the water god was so obsessed with maintaining fate. Because if the advent of the abyss had not happened, the relationship between the players and the current Aborigines of the Thousand Islands would never have heated up so quickly. And it would probably take a lot of time to break the gap between the two sides. And in this new era with more players, who among the 9 countries can accept these foreigners first, and who can become the one who will not be eliminated by the times. The Thousand Islands today obviously have this prototype. Is this your goal? Or is it the destiny you want to reach at such a great price? Yuan Palace Master, Water God, Froka, Liao Zishuan sighed in his heart. They are really worthy of being 2 sisters. The enemy is almost at the doorstep. And they are still missing. People can't understand God. And God doesn't need people's understanding. Maybe? The little wolf cub doesn't think so much. Unlike Vivian, who really wants to selflessly dedicate herself to save the Thousand Islands from the water and fire. The little wolf cub first considers their interests. Liao Zishuan must, within a reasonable range, take advantage of this falling abyss opportunity, which can be regarded as a major reshuffle. so that the forces belonging to Vivian can completely gain a foothold in Qiandao. What is missing on Sakuraji Island now? That's right. It's the residents. Not the players, but the real natives of this world. The great philosopher Lu Xun once said that players can't live without NPCs. Just like sheep can't live without grass. It can be seen that only with lush grasslands can we continuously attract and breed strong sheep, so that farmers can pull out high-quality wool. As a farmer, the handsome little wolf cub next to the hostess, Liao Zixuan had always been worried about how to attract the residents of Qiandao to Sakuraji Island. Originally, he planned to use Xiaojia as a breakthrough point and change the impression of Sakuraji Island in the hearts of the natives of Qiandao through the publicity of Zhao's Chamber of Commerce. But now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. The population carrying capacity of Yuan Island has reached its limit and can no longer accept more residents. The current head of the Kanjo Bugyo, Kondo Keisuke, slammed the table at the meeting. In the meeting room, the top leaders of the three Bugyo gathered together. Since the players brought the image of the fallen abyss in the magic ball, this scene has happened countless times in just a dozen hours. One after another, defense resolutions and evacuation plans are waiting for them to convey and issue. Of course, there are also major problems encountered in the middle like now, which require them to discuss solutions. Kondo Keisuke said, looking at the position of the community Bugyo representative. Since Yosuke Sakai died, his sister Risa Sakai disappeared and could not be contacted. The entire Sakai family was in a state of collapse and lost trust. However, the shrine magistrate cannot be without a leader. So the subordinate family Kamiyo, that had always been a vassal, took over this position and became the new shrine magistrate. The blue-haired young man at the meeting is the current head of the Kamishiro family. What Lord Keisuke said is right. Even the many shrines under the shrine magistrate have been cleared out for living. If we continue to accept residents from other islands, Yuyuan Island will not be able to bear the burden. Don't forget that our goal is not to resettle residents, but to resist the next attack from the fallen abyss. If we accept more people than we can carry, it will only become a burden for Yuyuan Island in the future battle with Tuyuan. Once Yuan Island is lost, what's the point of accepting more people? Although the blue-haired young man is young and has to go into battle at this critical moment, he is not nervous when speaking, and is analyzing the situation very seriously and carefully. Bang! The last party, Lu Dao Luosha, who is the Great Purification, couldn't help but slam the table. What do you want to do? Are you going to give up the rest of the people? In addition to Yuan Island, the remaining 4 first-tier islands are also full. Where are you going to let these people go? To those second and third-tier islands with no defense force? According to the tactics of shrinking the front and concentrating the forces, the army of Qiandao can only guarantee the defense of 5 islands including Yuan Island. But there are still a group of residents in the entire Qiandao, and they don't know where to go. If they forcefully withdraw part of the army to build fortifications on new islands, firstly, there will not be enough time, and secondly, this will weaken the already weak defense force. If things go wrong, it may be a situation where they lose both the big picture and the small details. But it seems that they have no other choice. But at this time, well, I have a suggestion. Vivian raised her hand in the meeting room and then stood up. Everyone's eyes were drawn to her. None of the high-ranking officials of the 3 privileges dared to ignore this seemingly weak little girl. Perhaps they did not know Vivian as well as the Lord of the 3 privileges. But even without talking about her strength, the reputation of this little girl among the foreigners, which could be described as terrifying, made these high-ranking officials silent, fearing that they would disturb her speech. But they were also curious about what kind of proposal Vivian could make. In their opinion, there seemed to be no other choice. Leave the remaining 1,000 island residents, who can no longer be accommodated to Sakurajima. What? Sakura. Sakurajima. Many of the top leaders of the 3 magistrates were still stuck in their old impressions of Sakurajima. But after listening to it, Rokudo Rosa's eyes suddenly lit up. And even the usually cold and arrogant purple-haired general was so excited that he stood up. Vivian. Could it be? Yes. Just an hour ago. The curse on Sakurajima has been completely cleared by us. Although Sakurajima is still desolate now, it has at least returned to normal, and has become an island where ordinary people can live. What? The top leaders of the 3 magistrates doubted their ears. What was this feeling like? It seemed that the eternal pain of the 1,000 islands that had been mentioned by their ancestors had now returned. Good. Great. Rokudo Rosa was about to throw a punch in excitement. But the next moment, he was put on ice by Keisuke, the Kanda Bugyo next to him. Ms. Vivian, forgive me for being blunt. Even if Sakurajima is free of the curse, it is still essentially a deserted island. I am worried whether your supplies can support such a large population at once. Kifu's words made the meeting room, which had just been happy, depressed again. Indeed, Sakurajima has been abandoned for hundreds of years, and there is no trace of human beings on it. Even if there are foreigners, it is too difficult to resist the abyss while building at least simple living facilities. There are not enough people. Moreover, as Keisuke said, supplies are also a big problem. Sakurajima cannot have granary reserves, and it is even more impossible to reclaim it from scratch. Can we get some support from abroad? The blue-haired young man who had been silent all this time spoke up. But his suggestion was shaken by Kondo Keisuke. I sent a letter to our nearest neighbor, Yenyu, asking for help as soon as possible. But judging from their attitude, it seems that they have just experienced a domestic incident and are too busy to take care of themselves. It seemed that they had returned to the starting point all of a sudden. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit depressing. However, a familiar scene was staged again. Well, let me give it a try. The speech of a certain little girl once again attracted everyone's attention. Give it a try? What to try? Kondo Keisuke, who was old, seemed to suddenly understand what Vivian meant. He was nervous, expectant, and a little unbelievable and asked, "Do you have any connections in Yenyu?" As one of the 3 magistrates and the official foreign minister of Qiandao, he couldn't get support from Yenyu. Could this little girl really have such a big face? But then again, this little girl seems to be from Yenyu. On the other side, in the surprised eyes of many high-level people in Qiandao, Vivian nodded. She hesitated for a while, and finally chose a more conservative statement. Indeed, I still have a little network in Yenyu. Chapter 363. Yenyu, Huadian City, Qian Town. As a subordinate town of the main city, it has a tendency to overtake the main city. This is all due to the geographical location of Qian Town. That is, it is backed by the Spark Forest. This forest, which was originally destroyed horribly in the falling abyss, was bathed in the phoenix fire of Sinyan, and was reborn for the second time. However, if it is just this, it may not be able to make it the largest forest in Yenyu. What really makes the Spark Forest rise to a higher level is the legendary Shinli Lake deep in the forest. Shinli Lake exudes rich magic power. For a forest, magic power is the best nutrient and catalyst. Not to mention that Shinli Lake also has a more precious divine power, which makes many extremely precious medicinal materials and rare minerals everywhere in the Spark Forest. There are many different opinions about the origin of God Split Lake. Some believe that it was formed by the fall of the god Phoenix, while others say that it was formed by Archbishop Magi. Some rumors are even more outrageous, saying that it was formed by a little girl who smashed the heart of God. But in short, when the nobles of Huadian City discovered the existence of this lake and the Spark Forest, which was like a huge treasure trove under the influence of the lake, it was already too late, because this place had been divided to lives by them who were unwilling to take over the mess of post-disaster reconstruction work, and became the territory of the new female countess. At first, the other nobles who regretted it tried to get a share of it, but later they found that it seemed that only the people of the female countess could obtain various valuable resources from the forest safely, and once their people entered, they would never return. It seems that in the depths of Shinli Lake, with the power of divinity, not only medicinal herbs and minerals are born, but also mysterious and powerful monsters. However, why these terrifying monsters? Even the leaders do not attack the countess's men. This question has not been answered among the nobles so far. Resources are wealth, and wealth is everything. This young lady of the former Sissel family now relies on the resources of this forest to attract countless foreigners to settle down, so that the Sissel family, which should have been torn apart and declined after the death of the count, has not only not declined, but has become the leader among the nobles in Huadian City. As the first countess in the history of the Sissel family, and even the entire Fire Classic City, Liz was only looked down upon in private for a short period of time. Now, this girl has become an absolute big figure in the noble side of the 3 major forces in Fire Classic City, and has the most weight of voice. Swish! A golden light flashed, and after returning from the Spark Forest and handing over the materials to the task NPC in Qian Town, Master Shinyu successfully upgraded to level 21. High-quality field maps. abundant supply shops, and a large number of NPC task resources with rich rewards, all of which make the level of the Flame Domain players in Fire Classic City far ahead of the other 5 countries. A level 21 player like Master Shinyu may be very rare in Qiandao, but he can be found everywhere in Qian Town. And he is not outstanding. Of course, level cannot explain everything. In terms of combat skills, the poor boy Qiandao players, who have experienced hardships, are definitely better than the rich Brother Yinyu players. Brother Shinyu, have you seen the new missions released by the Knights recently? You mean the one to support Qiandao? My evaluation is that only fools go. Master Shinyu sneered at his friend. Ah? Why? I wanted to sign up. If the NPC high level of our Yinyu really wanted to support, how could they only send one ship? To put it bluntly, it's just a gesture. Just for show. Is that so? If you have the time, you might as well improve the favorability of the Cecil camp and join the Countess's camp as soon as possible. Who would go to the 1,000 Islands to be cannon fodder if they have nothing to do? The players of Yinyu have heard about the plot and situation on the 1,000 Islands, and they are divided into 3 factions. The majority of them are similar to the current Master Shinyu, with a bit of a wait-and-see attitude. After all, there were many verbal frictions between the players of the 2 countries before. The second faction is like Master Shinyu's friends, who are wavering in the middle. As for the third faction, however, Brother Shinyu, I see that some large guilds, such as those in the Star Pavilion, are scrambling for the quota to get on board, because it is said that the fox-faced priestess on the 1,000 Islands is actually Vivian, who was very popular during the internal test of our Yinyu. After his friend's words, Master Shinyu snorted with even more disdain. Vivian. I think those beta test players are really crazy, thinking about finding this NPC every day. I won't mention the authenticity of the news, even if it is true. So what? Wake up. The server is now open, and it is no longer the era of beta testing, where meeting an NPC is a treasure. I will just tell you a few of the current NPCs in Yinyu. There is no need to mention our Countess Lise, who can be said to be the top leader among the Yinyu nobles. Then, there is Harvey of the Knights, Demir of the Vulcan cult, and the underground gangster treasure-stealing group that has been gaining momentum recently. And Chris, the mentor that many thief players dream of. I'm just asking, do you see if there is still a place for Vivian in Yinyu now? Yes. I haven't experienced the internal test. Maybe Vivian was very powerful during the internal test. But wake up. The times have changed. Now it's an open test. Don't always miss the old NPCs. Which of the new NPCs now is not better than Vivian, who has never even seen her figure? After Master Shinyu's words, his friend nodded as if he understood. Yes. It makes sense. Right. And think about it again. If Vivian really has a great influence in Yinyu, then why can't we find out about her deeds from the NPCs? Recall is all the Vivian you know from those internal test players. And there is no such name in the official Yinyu. It seems to be true. That's right. So if the Yinyu official can support Qiandao with a few more ships, I still believe those internal test players, saying that you will regret it if you don't go. Now, some public test players have similar ideas to Shinyu Gongzi, thinking that if the fox-faced priestess is really Vivian, then this is her face? Is it worth the support of a small broken ship? But they seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, the information between NPCs and players is not equal, especially in this cross-border environment. Players get the news first through various channels such as game forums. And perhaps NPCs may have just started. Okay, let's go. From the time we were chatting just now, I found that the Adventurers Association seemed to be very noisy. It seems that there is a new plot. Don't think about your Qiandao and Vivian. It's better to go and see what new commissions have been released. As Master Shinyu pointed to a huge building in the center of Qian Town, his friend looked over and found that more and more people were rushing to the association. Looking at this situation, something big must be coming. Master Shinyu showed an expression of expectation and excitement on his face. Ding! 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 A burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor outside Count Du Lin's study. Then, regardless of the meeting between Count Du Lin and a group of nobles in the study, the door of the study was pushed open. Many noble guests, including Count Du Lin, looked at the flustered butler with displeasure. But soon Du Lin felt a sense of familiarity, because this scene seemed to have been seen somewhere. No, it was seen many times. when he tried to go against a witch, and bad news came one after another. Old master. The butler resisted the gaze of the surroundings, walked quickly to the side of Count Durin, and handed over a document in his hand. If the other noble guests read correctly, it was a commission issued by the Adventurers Association. Generally speaking, the commission of the Adventurers Association can only be handled and viewed within the association. But there are special cases. That is, after a person who has reached a certain rating in the association issues a commission, the association will take the initiative to help him expand publicity and distribute such flyers. So, who is the person and what commission that can make a small butler break into the door? Just when the noble guests were curious, a more surprising scene appeared, because they only saw that Count Durin, who is now second only to the female countess among the nobles, changed his face after reading the content of the commission. This is the first time they have seen Durin lose his composure like this. Lord Durin, may I ask, what exactly is this? A young noble guest could not help asking. You can come and see for yourselves. Durin placed the newly released commission from the Adventurers Association in front of the nobles in the study. Is this a transnational commission? The knowledgeable nobles recognized the logo on it at a glance. This was an adventure commission from Thousand Islands to the Flame region. Sure enough, the content of the commission was just as they thought. In simple terms, it was a letter for help. In their opinion, this letter was extremely poorly written. There was no diplomatic terminology or written embellishment. The content was very simple and straightforward. It was just like writing a letter to a family member. Heh. It seems that the people of Qiandao are really in a hurry. They sent us diplomatic documents before, but we politely rejected them. Now they are trying to get help through the private channels of the Adventurer Association. Indeed, but we can't blame them. It is said that the monsters that appeared in our Yinyu have also appeared in Qiandao, and on a larger scale. I am afraid that with the national strength of Qiandao, they can't go there. What? Then we can't go there. No. We have to quickly block the port connection with Qiandao to prevent those monsters from attacking Yinyu. Just as the nobles in the study were talking, Earl Durin, who had been silent, spoke up. Go. Tell Commander Harvey of the Knights that our Durin family is willing to provide 10 ships of food to fully assist the Thousand Islands and help them overcome the difficulties. After receiving the master's order, the butler breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to make arrangements, leaving the other guests and nobles in the study room with a look of surprise. Did I hear right? Lord Durin? 10 ships of food? That must be several thousand gold coins. Right. Are you going to give it away for free to the people of the Thousand Islands? After hearing what the shocked guest said, Durin thought for a while, then nodded to him. You're right. I didn't think it through and acted on impulse. Just when the guest breathed a sigh of relief and almost thought that Count Durin had lost his mind. We have to add 10 more ships. Even if it's just for show. It must be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Otherwise a hint of fear flashed from the depths of Count Durin's eyes. Count Dulin, glancing at the puzzled look on his young noble guest's face. Dulin said calmly, there's an old saying in Gili. Lips and teeth are cold. Which means that lips will be cold without teeth. So we should not only help Qiandao, but also help with all our strength. The noble guests? Is this still the scheming and selfish Count Dulin they know? And when the Qiandao government sent a request for help, you didn't say that at the tripartite meeting. You were the first to advocate rejection. Why did Count Dulin's attitude suddenly change when it was a private commission from an unofficial private organization? Count Dulin was the leader of the nobles of their party, which meant that the aid materials sent out were actually borne by their party. Naturally, many nobles were not happy and wanted to dissuade them. But Dulin spoke first as expected. I suggest that before you say the next words, don't just look at the content of the commission, but also look at the client below. Client? The nobles looked down and saw 3 words on it. Vivian. A female name? Oh! Looking at his own family, the new nobles were still puzzled, and Dulin sighed. However, it was not their fault. After all, because of the special nature of the name Vivian, who killed Count Cecil, the 3 forces in the Flame domain kept it secret, including all her deeds and experiences, which were deliberately downplayed. So it is normal that the new nobles don't know clearly now. However, Dulin is different. He can be said to be a person who experienced it firsthand. Therefore, Dulin is very clear that this approach is not to exclude Vivian. On the contrary, Du Lin knows that this is a manifestation of Vivian's terrifying influence in the flame domain. After all, it is possible for the three major forces in the flame domain to jointly conceal the identity of a witch. Let's ask. Let alone in the flame domain. There is no second example even in the 9 kingdoms. Lord Durin, we don't know what significance this name has for you. But I think that if you insist on it alone, without the cooperation of the knights and the cult of fire, I don't think you can deliver so many supplies across the border to help the other party. If you still insist, I'm sorry, I can't join your party in the future. I won't follow a person who insists on his own way. I believe that the Countess will definitely not do this. Unfortunately, this self-righteous young noble only got a look from Count Durin that looked like an idiot. Count Durin didn't even need to say anything else. Another round of footsteps sounded outside the study. Knock. 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 After the knock on the door, before the Master Du Lin opened his mouth, a silver-gray-haired maid walked into the study without permission. What happened today? The guests and nobles in the study were already angry, and just as they were about to lose their temper, they swallowed their anger after seeing the maid's appearance. Nothing else. Silver-gray hair, expressionless face, and the temperature of the entire study seemed to drop a few degrees as the maid came in. These obvious features all marked the identity of this maid. Alina. She is inseparable from Countess Liz, the most trusted and only personal maid. This identity alone is probably higher than the nobles present. So, what is she doing here? Lord Durin, I'm sorry to bother you so directly due to special circumstances. Miss Liz asked me to come and inform you that you are invited to attend the Fire Code meeting to be held in half an hour. Fire Code meeting. The young nobles in the study all widened their eyes. What is the Fire Code meeting? From the name, we know that the Fire Code meeting is the highest level meeting in Fire Code City. The leaders of the three forces, the nobles, the Fire God cult and the knights, must all be present. Usually, an emergency meeting will only be initiated when facing a major decision related to the survival crisis. The content of the meeting often involves the mobilization of the entire Fire Code City, or even the entire flame domain. What on earth happened? Suddenly, the young noble seemed to have finally realized something, and quickly lowered his head. He stared at the Adventurer Association's commission in his hand again. To be precise, it was the name written in the client column. Vivian. Chapter 364. The Fire Code Conference was held at the top of the Fire God Tower, located in the center of Fire Code City. When Durin arrived here, the meeting hall was already full of people. At first glance, the most attractive thing for Durin was the handsome young man in the Fire God's seat. Although Demir was wearing traditional archbishop clothing, it still couldn't hide his vigorous young face. Such a young man in such a high position gave people a strong sense of contrast. However, since this was mentioned, Durin looked at the noble seat belonging to his side. The girl who was also eye-catching and not inferior to a genius like Demir. Liz Cecil's appearance did not decline with the heavy work after being in a high position, but became more and more energetic. Her white skin seemed to be fragile, and her facial features were so delicate that many other noble ladies could not even feel jealous, but only envy, or even admiration. But if someone only saw that the girl was as beautiful as a doll, and really regarded her as a doll, then Du Lin was sure that person would die miserably. With Du Lin's arrival, Liz turned his eyes, and nodded to each other, as they were both high-ranking nobles. I don't know if it was Du Lin's illusion, but whenever he looked at Liz, he always felt that he could see a flash of terrifying blood in the depths of the girl's eyes. When Liz spoke, he had an illusion that there was a pair of sharp fangs in the depths of the girl's mouth, as if he made the girl dissatisfied, blood would gush out of his neck in the next second. Alas, it has changed. Times have changed. Today's young people are beyond Durin's understanding. Or maybe from the moment he went against that little girl, he was destined to be abandoned by the times. But the difference between him and the previous generation of underground gangs, the treasure-stealing group, is that he knows how to surrender in time, which may be the reason why he can still stand here alive. Now that he thinks about it, it is Harvey, the Knight Commander of the Fire Code Knights, whom he hated and disliked the most in the past, who has become the only one among the three people who can make Durin feel a little relieved. Since almost everyone is here and the situation is urgent, let's get started and get to the point. Harvey spoke first. He waved his hand to order the guard to close the door of the conference hall. And then he got straight to the point. Everyone must have known the content of this Fire Code meeting. So the first thing we need to discuss is whether to support the Thousand Islands. When Harvey said this, he got a roll of his eyes from Demir and a frown from Liz. After a slightly awkward cough, as the oldest and most traditional, Harvey still insisted on deciding by raising his hands. Please raise your hands if you disagree to support. The voice of the vicissitudes of life uncle echoed in the conference hall. And then it was as Harvey expected. Looking around, there was not a single hand raised. And the hall was silent. Okay. Very good. It seems that we can directly move on to the next topic. To what extent should we support and how to implement it? Harvey shrugged. Regarding this, you may as well listen to his report first. Liz spoke. And then a stranger came out from the group of people behind the girl who followed Liz to attend the meeting. Yes. After the Battle of Fire Code City, the acceptance of strangers in Yenyu can be said to be the highest. No matter which organization begins to accept and absorb strangers, there is naturally a small group of players with strong strength or powerful means, who have reached the level of being able to attend such a top meeting. There are 3 or 4 strangers in the Fire God cult behind Demir, and the knights behind Harvey. The players in the venue, like other NPCs, now focus on the stranger who walks from behind Liz to the center. Compared with the unfamiliarity of other natives, the players are already familiar with each other. Luo-Chen, the president of Xingchen Pavilion, one of the famous large guilds in Yenyu. There is a friend of this stranger in Qiandao. We can learn about the latest situation of Qiandao from him. In Liz's explanation, the friend of Luo-Chen is naturally Biwei Rongrong. Liz deliberately assisted Biwei Rongrong to go to Qiandao. Now it seems that it has come in handy. Next, Luo-Chen told everyone present what he had heard from Bai Wiringrong about the current situation of Qiandao, the images of the abyss detected by Qiandao players, the tactics of shrinking the front line adopted by the 3 magistrates, and finally Vivian's Sakurajima. Demir became more and more impatient as he listened, especially when he learned about the scale of the abyss and the strength of the monsters in Qiandao. He almost wrote his worry and anxiety about the safety of a little girl on his face. So when Luo-Chen had just finished speaking, the young archbishop, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, was the first to stand up and slam the table to speak. We must quickly support Wei Ke, Qiandao. According to the news from this stranger and Qiandao 3 magistrates, there are only a little more than 2 days left before the abyss descends, and the normal route from our Yenyu to Qiandao takes 3 days. So I propose, I will lead the team myself. Go find Wei, ahem, and rush to support Qiandao. Demir didn't mind the shocked expressions of others in the venue at all, and openly recommended himself. Now the real purpose was exposed. But Demir also quickly gave a reasonable explanation. Although I major in fire element, I can also use low-level spells of other elements as long as they are below extraordinary. In this way, under my wind spells, the arrival time of the support fleet can be greatly shortened from 3 days to 1 day, and we can meet up with Qiandao before the fall of the abyss. Seeing that Harvey was about to refute the protest, Demir immediately took the lead and added, Indeed, I know that I should not leave Yenyu so hastily with my special identity now. But no matter what you think, Qiandao is as important as Yenyu in my heart. I like Qiandao as much as Yenyu. I can never accept any damage to Qiandao. I don't want Qiandao to fight alone over there. And I can only watch helplessly again. In Demir's passionate speech, those who don't know him may really believe the young man's lies, and think that Demir and Thousand Islands have a deep friendship. And people like Harvey, who know Demir inside and out, he too. Bah! Harvey has watched Demir grow up since he was a child. This guy has never been to Thousand Islands, let alone Fire City. He has locked himself in the library to read magic books all day long. He likes Thousand Islands and thinks Thousand Islands are very important to him. Is that Thousand Islands you are talking about? I am embarrassed to point it out to you. But no matter how shameless Demir is, the young man does have a reason and evidence. Don't listen to Demir's casual words that he masters multiple spells as if it is ordinary. But in fact, real magicians know how difficult it is. Most mages can only stick to one discipline. There are probably not many people like Demir who can also minor in other disciplines in the entire Yenyu. Because Yenyu believes in the god of fire. Basically all mages are fire mages. It is really difficult to find a wind mage who is better than Demir in a short time. Alas! Harvey sighed and swallowed back the words he wanted to dissuade. The young archbishop on the other side saw this, and clenched his fists excitedly under the sleeves of his robe. He wished that this meeting would end immediately, and he would lead the team to the Thousand Islands immediately. As soon as Demir finished, Liz spoke as if she had been waiting for a long time. See, Alina, what did I say? Now that we have confirmed that Archbishop Demir will be with us, you won't worry about my safety anymore. Right? Liz seemed to be talking to the silver-haired maid beside her. But after carefully listening to the girl's words, the people in the conference hall couldn't sit still again. Liz, you want to go too? This time, Harvey didn't need to be the first to stand up and ask in surprise. Is there a problem? Liz glanced at Demir indifferently. The young man she once admired and regarded as a target to pursue. The girl now no longer has a cold attitude towards him. No, you can't go. It's too ridiculous. What's more, what are you going to the Thousand Islands for? From the current situation in the Thousand Islands, Sakurajima will become a key point. If Sakurajima wants to accept the last batch of Thousand Islanders, it must at least build the most basic living facilities on a deserted island in a short period of time. In this regard, I think no one in Huidian City should be more experienced than me. After all, the original Qian town is almost exactly the same as Sakurajima. I can rebuild Qian town in such a short time. And I am also confident about Sakurajima. Indeed, Liz's words made people find no reason to refute. After all, such a big proof of Qian town is here. However, Demir still felt that it was inappropriate and wanted to refute something. Seeing this, Liz snorted coldly and began to imitate Demir's previous words. In addition, to be honest, I actually like Qiandao very much. Qiandao is as important to me as Yenyu. I can't see Qiandao being hurt by the fallen abyss in the slightest. You? Demir glared at Liz, wanting to say something, but finally shut up. After all, he had used the above excuse. Well done, Lady Liz. Luochen watched the conversation between the NPCs and was happy in his heart. Because he belonged to Liz's camp. The more support positions Liz could get, the more people from their Xingqian pavilion could go to Qiandao. Brother. As expected, Luochen, the old fox, had anticipated all this. Among the mages behind Demir, there were two siblings whispering to each other. After seeing the IDs spring and summer and autumn and winter above their heads, it was known that they were among the top players in the flame domain. And they were very famous individual mages. After listening to his sister's complaints, the brother shook his head. In fact, when they, the Star Pavilion, volunteered to grab the quota for the ship to support the Thousand Islands, I had this premonition. The people in the Star Pavilion are not fools. Now it seems that they probably had internal intelligence a long time ago. At the same time, some people in the Harvey Knights looked at Luochen with a bit of resentment. We lost to Xingqian Pavilion this time. By Shui Tian Dao, the leader of Blood Moon, one of the several super guilds in Yenyu, shook his head regretfully. To be honest, he was really enlightened today. It was the first time he saw the NPCs in Yenyu that they looked up to. And they were vying to go to Qiandao. No, this is not Qiandao. Damn it! This can't be blamed on the leader. Who knows why the people in Yenyu changed their minds? They were just pretending before. The deputy leader of the guild following by Shui Tian Dao was a little unwilling. Because the main force of their guild was now out of town to perform other tasks, and could not come back for a while. Judging from the current meeting, this is not just a small event. This is the absolute main plot of the current 1.0 version. And if everyone in the Xingqian Pavilion is sitting still, waiting for this opportunity, and then rushing to grab the quota, I am afraid that more than half of the list of support troops will be eaten by the Xingqian Pavilion. This is equivalent to others entering the main plot before them. And the gap brought about by this can be said to be huge. Hearing the vice president's anger, Bishua Tiandao shook his head and said, It's not a matter of the high-level changes in Yenyu. Haven't you noticed that all this seems sudden? But where did it actually start? After a few seconds of stunned silence, he suddenly said, President, you mean the committee member of the Adventurer Association? Learn from the lesson. I seem to understand why those old players in the internal test admire the NPC named Vivian so much. It seems that there is a reason. It is us, who can't see the situation clearly. Feeling the various gazes of the players around him, Luochen suddenly felt the feeling of 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. The suffocation in his chest was suddenly spit out at this time. In one word, it's great. Do you think that we old players in the internal test who have been looking for Vivian are fools? Do you think that since she hasn't appeared in the public beta yet, it means she has retired? Do you look down on old NPCs? This meeting is like a slap in the face of all the players above. Not only him, but also those who are watching the live broadcast outside at this moment. The Long Road, a big watermelon, a melee magic god. These old internal test players, who formed the Vivian Alliance because they like and recognize Vivian, are all like rejuvenated. They are back. All back. The familiar feeling of being dominated by Vivian in the plot. It's so wonderful. Another wave of carnival is some players, who come from civil engineering and farming. Their eyes are shining. Infrastructure? Great. Some people didn't catch up with the infrastructure of Qian Town at the beginning. Or didn't get it done well. Now the whole island is coming to build their infrastructure. It's exciting to think about it. Long live farming. No. Damn. It seems that what they should do now is to quickly sign up to become the support force of Qiandao and grab the ship. Damn it. Why didn't they sign up earlier? Different from the excited and regretful players. Or in a completely opposite mood. A vicissitudes of life uncle in the conference hall said that he was really a little tired. Alas, Harvey sighed deeply. Is this the new generation of young people in Yinyu? Everyone is concerned about Qiandao. Right? Harvey covered his face helplessly and speechlessly. He suddenly felt that what he should worry about now is not Qiandao, but the Yinyu, that everyone likes Qiandao. Harvey was a little emotional, recalling the young and immature look of the little girl from the countryside when he first met her. The little girl at that time seemed to have nothing except the little wolf cub that was inseparable from her. Right? However, it seemed that it was just a blink of an eye. The little girl now, with just a name and a commission, can mobilize the entire Yinyu officialdom. Such connections. Oh no! Harvey has sighed countless times. Because when it comes to Vivian's connections, he almost forgot another person. Although one cannot appear in such a formal occasion at this moment, he still cannot be ignored. After all, he is the Black Boss who controls the entire Huidian city and even the underground forces of Yinyu. The other party will definitely take action. Forget it. Harvey had given up on treatment. Not to mention that he actually regarded the little girl as his own family. If she had troubles when she was away from home, her family would naturally help. Now Harvey was looking forward to it. When the Qiandao officials received this real help from the Flame Realm, what kind of expression would they have? In addition, there was the Fallen Abyss. If you were really conscious, you really picked a good time to come. Harvey couldn't help but touch the flare sword at his waist. The sword that Maggie gave him. There was a burning anger in his heart. At the beginning, he could only watch the Fallen Abyss take away Maggie and many innocent lives in the Fire Classic City. Harvey hated the Fallen Abyss without a doubt. So, this anger turned into strong expectations. Come on, Vivian. Don't let the tragedy of the Flame Realm happen again. Relying on the power that has been gathered together because of you. Once again, just like in the Fire Classic City, give those evil monsters a hard lesson. After all, this is the time for our Flame Realm to return the Fallen Abyss. Chapter 365 Support Forces. It took only half an hour for all parties to negotiate the specific details, and the Fire Code Conference ended. This may be the fastest Fire Code Conference in the history of Fire Code City. It was also the most tacit cooperation between the three major forces in the history of Yinyu. Oh no! It was the four major forces. The nearest pier to Qiandao is Akabane Port, located on the border. But it is definitely not enough time to rush there from Fire Code City by normal means. The method adopted by Yinyu here is still the same as Vivian at the beginning, using the teleportation array of the Fire God cult. However, unlike the little girl who still needed to teleport from one city to another, the Fire God cult has made great strides in both the overall strength of its mages and the use of various spells after Demir became the Archbishop. The number of Vulcan mages above level 3 has mushroomed, and even the number of bishops of level 4 has increased by 2. At the same time, the teleportation array has also been improved by Demir, and the maximum teleportation distance has increased dramatically, and the efficiency has been greatly improved, making it possible to easily teleport to any city in the Flame Domain as long as there is a Vulcan cult stationed. Don't underestimate a dead otaku who has been single for 20 years and devoted all his youth to studying magic. The little wolf cub far away in the Thousand Islands knows this, so he is not in a hurry. After all, Demir is the recognized son of the 1.0 version in the previous life. Although his role in front of the players in this life was snatched away by a more powerful girl, it does not mean that his energy has also regressed. Batch after batch of high-level mages of the Fire God cult, elite members of the Fire Code Knights, relief supplies, senior craftsmen in various fields, and the players who were finally selected all disappeared in the teleportation array in the Fire Code City. The total number of support troops this time is about 10,000. Although the number does not seem to be large, it is not an exaggeration to say that the combat power can sweep a town. In fact, there is still a lot of spare power in the flame domain, not to mention the natives. The simplest example is that there are countless players who cried and cried on the forum because they failed to grab a ship. Yes, another key reason for limiting the number of support troops is insufficient transportation capacity. The flame domain is not a maritime country, and there is not much trade with foreign countries. In a short period of time, it is already the limit to be able to come up with a fleet that can transport tens of thousands of people. Of course, in addition to the above personnel configuration, since it is a fleet, and a large fleet, ordinary personnel such as sailors and chores are also indispensable. Wait a minute. The fire god called Deacon, who was in charge of the teleportation array, stopped the last batch of laborers who were about to be teleported away. He walked to the leader, who should be in charge of managing this group of sailors and laborers, and looked at him with a strange and scrutinizing look. Are you the sailors who were recruited to support the 1,000 Islands? The deacon showed a suspicious look. Yes, Master Mage. The leader nodded. But the deacon was still a little suspicious, because he didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that these sailors all had fierce faces and didn't look like good people. Rather than saying that they were chores on the ship, they looked more like gangsters. The deacon immediately became alert when he thought of this. Show me your ID. It's all here, sir. The Vulcan called Deacon took it, glanced at it, and frowned even more. Chris? I remember the name of the sailor in charge on the list. It shouldn't be this one. Alas, Master, I am a temporary substitute. The original guy was so scared when he heard that he was going to the 1,000 Islands and fighting the terrifying monsters that attacked the Fire Classic City before. So he didn't dare to come. So there was no choice but to take over. Looking at the young man shaking his head and sighing, the Vulcan called Deacon was a little skeptical at first. But then combined with the young man's words, he thought again. Yes, they are not a merchant ship going to trade, but going to the front line to fight. Which thief gang would be so bored that they would be willing to disguise as sailors to board such a ship? Wouldn't that be a big mistake? On the contrary, as the young man in front of him said, it is normal to run away in the face of battle. Okay, you go ahead. Thinking of this, the fire god called Deacon in charge of the teleportation array no longer worried about it, and waved to the young man, signaling to let him go. Even after the other group entered the teleportation array, the fire god called Deacon admired and blessed the sailor leader named Chris, who was willing to take over the position. Finally, the last group of people going to Akabane Port were sent away. The fire god called Deacon in charge of the teleportation array today was exhausted. He thought he could rest. But about half an hour later, a team of knights hurried over. Where are those sailors? Have they entered the teleportation array? The captain of the knights asked the deacon anxiously. The deacon was a little slow to react and nodded blankly. Damn it! Is it still a step too late? What on earth are these guys from the treasure-stealing group going to do? The treasure-stealing group? The Vulcan deacon was shocked when he heard the name. Even in his position, he had to be a little wary of the underground forces now, because it is said that the new leader of the treasure-stealing group is an extraordinary thief who has entered the 4th level. Any mage who hears these words will shudder. Yes, we just found a large number of sailors who were knocked unconscious and tied up in an abandoned warehouse. Now it seems that they have been switched. But, damn it! Why did the treasure-stealing group do this? The leading knight gritted his teeth. But suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his face changed drastically. It's bad. It's not good. You have to inform Archbishop Demir immediately. I suspect that the leader of the thieves from the treasure-stealing group is also in there. He might be trying to take the opportunity to assassinate Lord Demir. What? The deacon of the Vulcan Church turned pale when he heard this. Just when the scene was about to fall into chaos, another voice sounded in time, pulling the situation back from being out of control. Okay, don't be so nervous. Although those two brats don't usually get along with each other. When it comes to that little girl, oh, maybe this is the only time they can make me worry-free. As the voice owner walked in, the captain of the knights immediately saluted. Commander Harvey. The deacon of the Vulcan cult immediately said respectfully, Lord Harvey. Nodding. The reason why Harvey came at such a perfect time was that Chris's men delivered the letter to Harvey's desk almost as soon as Chris successfully disguised himself as a sailor and passed through the teleportation array. The general meaning of the letter was to inform Harvey of their actions and to express that there was no bad intention. Just to take a boat. It was estimated that Chris also expected this to happen. So he greeted Harvey. In fact, this kind of thing has happened many times. And Harvey just turned a blind eye to it. Because the new treasure-stealing group under Chris's leadership is indeed different from the previous ones that are purely evil. Which can be seen from the sudden drop in the crime rate in Huidian City. By the way, how do you know that it was the treasure-stealing group that did it? Harvey asked the captain of the Knights, a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Chris and his team should not be so easily discovered. Report to Commander Harvey. Because we found that among the sailors who were knocked unconscious and switched, there is a member of the treasure-stealing group. What? The mighty support troops set out from Akabane port and sailed at high speed on the sea. The canvas of each ship was raised to the maximum extent. From a distance, it looked like a white ocean, which was spectacular. This was all thanks to the wind spell of the young archbishop on the leading ship. With the support of Demir's magic, the fleet will always have a smooth journey and sail to the 1,000 islands at double the speed. The perspective returned to the interior of the cabin. Unlike the astrologist that Vivian made at the beginning, there were very few separate personal rooms on these ships, whose main function was transportation. In one of the rooms, Liz sat on the bed, looking out the window at the rolling waves outside. The pocket watch in her hand kept flipping back and forth, revealing her nervous heart and expectations. Finally we can meet. Vivian. And that stinky guy. What should I say then? What will their expressions and reactions be when they see me? Happy? Surprised? Excited? No. Wait. They seem to have experienced a lot in Qiandao. Could they have forgotten me? No. 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 Vivian is definitely not that kind of person. But bye-bye. That guy. Humph. If you dare to forgive me? Humph. The girl's expression was sometimes sad, sometimes happy, and sometimes angry. But in the end, Liz's hand couldn't help but touch her rosy lips. She recalled the kiss they had on the boat in Shinley Lake on the last night by Lefkinyu. Although she took the initiative to kiss him. And the kiss was in the form of a wolf cub. It was her first time anyway. Liz clearly remembered that she always touched her belly for the next week. And she was both scared and secretly looking forward to it every day. Until the maid Elena couldn't help it anymore and told her that kissing would not make you pregnant. Not to mention that their kiss was not even a kiss. After all, she just kissed the wolf cub on the face. When she recalled this embarrassing incident, Liz's face turned red, and her eyebrows were raised in an even more embarrassed look. She didn't say anything about disappointment. Aside. Liz shook her head. What happened to her? They hadn't even met yet. But she was like this. But she really couldn't be blamed. Ever since she sucked by his blood, she seemed to be getting deeper and deeper into it, unable to extricate herself. Even in her dreams every night, she would recall the scene at that time unconfidently. Liz felt that her body was like a dry riverbed, which urgently needed to be filled up. When the girl thought of this, she couldn't help but stretch out her delicate little tongue to lick her lips, her pupils flashing scarlet light, and her legs tightened involuntarily. If other people from the Cecil family saw the girl like this, or if the players saw the current appearance of their countess, they would probably be shocked, and the original image of the noble and arrogant countess would collapse. So fortunately, there is nothing else in the room now. I really saw a nice scene. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded in the room. Almost at the same time as the voice sounded, Liz reacted immediately, and the previous look disappeared completely. In an instant, she immediately switched to the fighting appearance of the vampire form. However, when the owner of the voice walked out of the shadow of the room and saw the other party's appearance, Liz was relieved, and the look of facing a great enemy was completely retracted. But of course, the hostility on the girl's face remained unchanged. Don't you even know the most basic courtesy of knocking before entering someone else's room? Humph. Monsters are monsters. As she spoke, Liz glared at a tall woman leaning against the corner of the room. The woman was not wearing shoes. Or rather, she had never worn shoes. Her bare feet stepped on the wooden board of the cabin, and her long hair, as white as her skin, was draped over her shoulders. Unlike a lady like Liz, the woman exuded a wild flavor from head to toe. Whether it was her long, round and powerful thighs or her eyelashes that looked a bit like snow, in the face of Liz's counterattack. The woman nodded and said in agreement, indeed. After all, we monsters can't be like you humans, who can be in heat anytime and anywhere. You? Liz's chest rose and fell. But it was true that she looked a little indecent just now. But Liz was a person who was not shy at all. She turned around and mocked on the spot, alas. It's a pity that some guys don't even have exciting scenes to reminisce. The tall woman in the corner didn't change her expression on the surface. But in fact, her hands behind her clenched and loosened. Liz's words really hit her hard. The only one who could flirt with Liz like this. No. It was a quarrel. Was Shirley. The tit-for-tat between the two women was almost a daily routine between them after the wolf cub and Vivian left. I saw that you didn't come to see me. And I thought you didn't plan to come. Looking at your outfit. Are you disguised as a sailor's boat? Liz looked Shirley up and down. No. It was a group of thieves. I knocked one of them unconscious. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. I came to you for another very important matter. Seeing Shirley become serious, Liz also put away her hostile expression. Then, Shirley stretched out her hand and grabbed from the side. A passage emitting the evil breath of the abyss was opened by Shirley. And then she quickly took out several corpses from it. This is. Liz looked at these corpses with wide eyes and took a few steps back. Because although she didn't recognize these corpses, the characteristics of these corpses made Liz recognize their identities at once. There is no mistake. This breath is from the vampires. Why does Shirley have the corpse of a vampire? No. Why would a vampire appear in the flame region? Wait. Could it be? Looking at the girl opposite, she seemed to have finally guessed something. And Shirley nodded. These guys came for you. But I took care of them. Chapter 366. Of course, we have to help each other. Liz didn't know what to say for a moment. Fortunately, Shirley spoke up in time and added, don't get me wrong. You should know my special physique, which is very sensitive to all evil thoughts. Although I don't know what your fellow tribesmen are going to do to you, I am sure that it will never be a good thing. Of course, if you still don't believe it, the best evidence is their current corpses. Shirley leaned against the corner and pursed her lips. Corpses? Liz followed Shirley's words and observed the corpses carefully, and immediately understood. Because there were no fatal external injuries on these corpses, it meant that at least they were not killed by Shirley in the battle. Then another possibility is about to come out. Did they commit suicide? Yes. After being caught by me, they saw that there was no hope of escape. Before I could ask anything, they used a secret method that should be among your blood race. And a blood mist burst out from their bodies. And then they all died. Shirley nodded and briefly recounted the experience at that time. Liz listened quietly while her mind was working fast. First of all, Shirley would not lie to her about such things. There is no doubt about that. Secondly, the performance of these blood races, like dead soldiers, also proved that they were indeed doing something shady. The last thing left was the reason. The answer to why they wanted to do it was already in the girl's mind. Awakening. Because she awakened the blood from her mother. Of course, although they died quickly, it was not completely without gain. Judging from their clothes and luggage, your fellow vampires should be from. Without Shirley finishing her words, Liz had already noticed a large number of feathers, dandelions, fallen leaves and other patterns and patterns. Among the 9 countries, only one country would frequently use these. Qifeng. The girl pursed her lips. Qifeng belongs to the country of the god of wind among the 9 gods. It is also the country farthest from their Yinyu, in the eastern continent of the world map. Is the mother there? No. Should it be said that even though they were so far apart, her mother would still come all the way to investigate her illegitimate child? Liz suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. The girl clenched her teeth, and she didn't even notice that her nails were digging into her flesh. It was this so-called mother who caused her family to be destroyed and her father to suffer so much, and finally gave the opportunity to the abyss, turning her father into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. She hadn't said she would seek revenge on that woman. But in the end, the other party sent someone first. But anyway, thank you, Shirley. Liz took a deep breath and thanked the tall woman leaning against the wall from the bottom of her heart. Shirley was stunned. She was used to quarreling with this human female countess. Suddenly, she was thanked by the girl. Shirley was not used to it. Her eyes were a little wandering. Don't thank me. After all, we are still colleagues. I also, well, I got a lot of funds from you. This time it is a free service. But Shirley soon adjusted her expression again. But that's why I want to hear what you are going to do next. After Shirley said this, the room fell into silence. Only the sound of waves coming from outside the cabin. Like the girl who had unconsciously clenched the sheets and was struggling in her heart. Seeing Liz like this, Shirley already got the answer. She said mercilessly, "Let me guess. You probably want to find that human wizard and ask him to teleport you back to the flame domain, since we just set out not long ago. The reason is very simple. After knowing that you were targeted by the Blood Clan Mother, you are not sure whether there will be a second or third wave of people coming to you besides this wave. And Lord Hay and his men are at a critical moment in the battle with the Fallen Abyss. You originally wanted to go over to support them. But now it is very likely that you will become a burden and a burden. So in order not to drag Lord Hay and his men down, you are going to give up going to the Thousand Islands. Am I right?" The room was silent, and the girl on the bed pursed her lips. What Shirley said was no different from the first thought that popped up in her mind. Humph. After Shirley snorted unhappily, she changed her position against the wall, folded her arms, and looked up at the ceiling. "So I said, sometimes you humans will become fools for no reason. Lise, think about it carefully. If your mother really wants to continue to send people to find you, do you think that was such a large support from our Yinyu? They may not know that you went to Qiandao? In that case, even if you return to Yinyu now, your mother's Blood Clan subordinates will still go to Qiandao to find trouble with Lord Hay and others in the end." Although Shirley didn't look at the girl, as if she could predict what Liz would say at this point, Shirley didn't give the girl a chance to speak, and immediately continued, "Well, even if those vampires used some special means to locate you, and knew that you secretly teleported back to the flame territory from the ship, so they didn't chase you to the Thousand Islands, it seems that you really didn't implicate Lord Hay and the others." But Shirley's eyes moved from the ceiling to the girl. She said word by word, "Have you ever thought about yourself? Now the high-level combat forces of the flame territory have all gone to the Thousand Islands, and even I am not by your side. If I were your mother's vampire subordinate, I would definitely be very happy. After all, is there a more God-given opportunity than this? And if something happens to you, I hope you don't misunderstand me. For me, it doesn't matter what happens to you. But for Lord Hay and Lady Vivian, I even believe that they will directly give up the Thousand Islands and give up fighting against the Abyss, just to turn around and save you. So, I'm sorry. I'm not like you humans, who always like to beat around the bush and take other people's emotions into consideration. I can tell you very bluntly, Liz, your self-righteous spirit of sacrifice is dragging everyone down." After Shirley's blunt words, the room fell into silence for a while. The silence was finally broken by the sigh of the girl. "I apologize to you, Shirley. I was stupid. You're right. There's no point in me going back to Yinyu now." But Liz was still a little sad. In fact, the girl's mood is not difficult to understand. She can't get around this. She was obviously going to help. But suddenly it turned out that she might bring trouble to Vivian and the little wolf cub. "No buts. Liz, I think you still don't seem to understand it clearly," Shirley interrupted the girl impatiently. "If I were asked to choose the safest place in the world, I would answer without hesitation that it is to be with Mr. Hay. In Mr. Hay's eyes, what he is afraid of is not protecting you, but failing to protect you." After Shirley's words, Liz seemed to have finally untied the knot in her heart, and even felt that she had taken too much medicine. The girl began to look at the barefoot woman by the wall with strange eyes. "What are you doing?" Shirley felt a little uncomfortable with Liz's eyes that looked up and down as if they had just met for the first time. "Nothing. I just suddenly realized that Shirley, you really understand us humans more and more." Liz shook her head. After hearing this, Shirley raised her chin a little proudly and straightened her chest. "That's natural. In order to study humans, I have read no less than nearly 100 novels. I have seen too many female third roles, like you, who are tasteless and a pity to throw away. For some reason, they always like to do stupid things that make people angry. The most classic one is that when something goes wrong, they like to take it on themselves instead of looking for the protagonist. In the end, the protagonist still has to clean up the mess. The better the ending may be, the worse the ending is. That means they die. And then the protagonist has another target for revenge. Whenever I read this, I get angry. Don't they really know that the protagonist is the safest? Can't they discuss it with the protagonist? Lise, The girl looked at Shirley, who looked like a reader who was poisoned, and gnashed her teeth. And her mouth twitched a little. She really couldn't bear to tell the monster woman the truth. Those third-rank female characters in Shirley's novels were not to blame for their stupidity. But their fate might have been doomed from the moment they were created by the author. That is, they are used to be hurt and sacrificed by the author when they are needed, so as to inspire the protagonist and give the protagonist the motivation to move forward, so that the story can continue. After all, wait a minute. Shirley, if I am the third female character, then it is not right. What about the second female character in the middle? Liz suddenly reacted and questioned the woman by the wall. And Shirley immediately responded with a look of "Do you still need to ask?" Looking at a fool. This did not make the girl angry. Hee hee. Are you wolf monsters always so thick-skinned? It was back to the familiar bickering. Liz felt that she was inexplicably relieved. Thank you, Shirley. Of course. This sentence was said quietly in the girl's heart. But Liz knew that even though Shirley seemed to have educated herself well now, if one day in the future it was Shirley's turn to face some serious trouble, Liz believed that Shirley at that time would become a fool like her just now and bear it alone. Not only her. Liz believed that Vivian would be the same. People are like this. It's easy to say to others, but it's two different things to do it yourself. Therefore, the girl secretly swore in her heart that she must persuade the other party to stop like Shirley now, or at least protect him. After all, let's go back to the sentence that Liz didn't finish saying. After all, no matter how much they fight with each other, they will never become the indispensable heroine in that novel story. Liz believes that life is a story of a novel, and fate is the author in the dark. The various causes and effects of their current situation may be arranged by fate. In this case, in order to have a happy ending, in order to prevent the author, who no one knows whether he exists, from sacrificing them, these female numbers must help each other well. By the way, since we mentioned the Blood Clan, I suddenly remembered that Vivian and the others asked me for a piece of blood essence before, and asked me to send it through the Adventurers Association. Now it seems that there is any connection between the two? Liz said thoughtfully to Shirley. The girl was referring to the time when the wolf cub sought help from Liz, who was also a vampire, at the foot of the mountain of the A Shrine, in order to find a breakthrough from the owl. However, in order not to make Liz worry, Vivian and the others did not tell her about the specific details and uses. Well, it's possible. Maybe your mother's people confirmed your identity with that bottle of blood essence. Shirley nodded, following her reasoning. She had always been confused about this. How did Liz's mother know that the girl had awakened? If the other party was really in Qifeng, it was equivalent to crossing the entire East Continent with Yinyu and sensing her daughter's state. This perception alone was so terrifying. How strong must Liz's mother be? However, what Shirley got was Liz's denial. No, I can be sure that my mother knew it from the moment I awakened my bloodline. Because Liz said this and recalled the bloody illusion she saw when she first awakened, and the last glance that the mistress in the blood mirror gave her. From that time on, Liz knew that her mother, who didn't know where or who cast her eyes on her for the first time. And this was actually the reason why Liz was worried, because she could vaguely feel the power of this bloodline. In other words, the power of her mother. However, after hearing what Liz said, Shirley on the opposite side felt a little more relaxed. If your mother is really that strong, then I have to change my previous speculation. It seems to explain why those Blood Clan warriors are so hostile to you. I understand. You mean the inheritance rights. Liz was a little ashamed. As a noble, she should know the most about these things. But it was Shirley who reminded her. That's right. It's the inheritance rights. So those Blood Clan warriors were not sent by your mother, but your brothers and sisters? In this way, everything can be explained. Their purpose is to eliminate a competitor, and they committed suicide because they were afraid that this kind of fratricide would be exposed to their mother? Come to think of it, I wanted to ask from the beginning. The strength of these Blood Clan warriors should not be low. Right? Indeed. Each of them has entered the extraordinary stage in the fourth stage. Shirley nodded calmly. But Liz on the opposite side suddenly widened her eyes. Super extraordinary. Although there were a few more extraordinary people in the Fire Classic City during the Demir era, in the Flame Domain during the Magi era, extraordinary people were definitely rare and absolutely powerful. No. After recovering from the shock, Liz looked at the tall and slender barefoot woman opposite with an incredible look, who liked to wear a ring-shaped ornament on the upper half of her legs for some reason. You can suppress 4 extraordinary vampires. Shwe. Shirley. How strong are you now? I just entered the 5th level. Looking at the horrified eyes of Lista looking at her, as if she were looking at a god. Shirley did not feel any pride about her leap in strength. This is not to say that she is modest. But this is the power of the abyss. It allows her to easily cross to unimaginable heights. After all, only such power can lead people to fall, and eventually fall into the abyss. Therefore, Shirley always reminds herself that this power does not belong to her. And she always hates this power. But this does not prevent Shirley from using this power as a tool. Use the enemy's power to defeat the enemy. Okay. I should go now. I just took out these corpses from the abyss space. Just a moment of exposure attracted the attention of the human wizard and your maid. Humph. Your perception is quite strong. I'll trouble you to deal with them later. Shirley waved at the girl, watching Shirley disappear in the room. And soon after, as expected, Demir and Alina came to knock on the door one after another. It is worth mentioning that there was a sailor who walked into the wrong room in the middle. All these made Liz feel a little more deeply. That is, she is no longer alone. Through Vivian, she has unknowingly gathered a large circle of extremely reliable friends around her. Through Vivian, she has gathered these forces that may have been scattered. Through Vivian, they are no longer the Yenu that could do nothing. Looking at the ship sailing through the wind and waves outside the window, Liz raised the corner of her mouth. She can't wait to let the little girl on the 1,000 Islands and the stinky little wolf cub beside her see a Yenu that can do everything. Chapter 367. This will be a bloody battle. 16 hours, 29 minutes, and 53 seconds left before the abyss falls. Sukafuchi Island. Inside the 3 Bugyo. Lord Keisuke. The granary in Nari town has run out of food. And we urgently need the Kanjo Bugyo to transfer a batch of supplies from other places to support it. Home. Patriarch. The foot of the Tsukafuchi shrine is crowded with people who are seeking fortunes from the water god. They say they won't go back until they see the priest. And the shrine maidens can't persuade them to leave. Report to General Raza. The local underground gang in Nagawa-shu attacked a group of local disaster relief convoys on Chiba Island. And request the Great Purification Bugyo headquarters to send samurai reinforcements to recover them. People in Kaino County are fighting over food distribution. Doctor? Mita Village urgently needs a doctor. The dense crowds have caused a plague. If this continues, it may spread to the town. Damn it! Most of the weapons that were piled up before are seriously damp. Obviously, the equipment is not enough. Under the emergency mobilization, one bad thing after another that needs to be dealt with was sent to the 3 commissioners, making everyone busy. Almost every official in the 3 commissioners looked extremely tired. After all, from the moment the image of the fallen abyss was sent over, they had been working day and night for more than 50 hours. However, even so, everyone knew that this was a matter of life and death for the future of the 1,000 Islands. So they were all still trying to endure the fatigue and stick to their posts. Although Vivian wanted to help, she was not an insider of the 3 commissions after all. She knew nothing about the various administrative processes and the operation of the organs. If she tried to intervene, she might only make things worse. So she just stood by and worried silently. However, as more and more bad news came, the morale of the entire 3 commissions was extremely low, as if it was covered by layers of dark clouds. Although no one said anything, Vivian could still clearly feel that a negative emotion called despair was spreading. This is often said that often when a strong enemy is pressing in, there is no need for the enemy to attack at all. The suffocating pressure alone can make people collapse without fighting. The best evidence is that when Vivian was listening, she found that many chaotic events were caused by the spontaneous collapse of the people of the 1,000 Islands under such pressure, such as scrambling for food, losing rules and order, or abandoning themselves and waiting to die, wasting a lot of manpower and material resources that were obviously not needed. Therefore, at this time, both the people of the 1,000 Islands and the 3 pretty councils really need a good news that can excite people, a shot of stimulant, to re-energize everyone and give everyone hope. As far as it seems at present, the only good news and stimulant may be the support commission she issued to the Flame Domain yesterday in the name of Vivian through the Adventurer Association. But precisely because this shot of cardiac tonic is so important, Vivian is more nervous about its drug effect. Xiao Hei, is it really okay? Should I send another commission? Should we increase the reward for the commission? Or, Vivian was fidgeting, as if she was talking to the little wolf cub, but more like talking to herself. She hoped that the support from the Flame territory would arrive early. But she was also afraid that if only a few small boats came, it would not be a shot of Carta's stimulant, but might become the straw that broke the camel's back. The little girl's trepidation was reflected in her hands. Some people like to smoke when they are anxious. Some like to drink. And some like to play with wolves. A little wolf cub in Vivian's arms, who was almost rubbed bald by the little girl's hands, finally couldn't stand it anymore. After a loud roar of dissatisfaction, the little wolf cub gave Vivian a look that said, "Don't worry." The little wolf cub had been getting information from the player forum for a long time, so he naturally knew the response of Yenyu to Vivian's commission. Therefore, what Liao Zixuan was worried about now was actually the opposite of Vivian. He was not afraid that the effect of this cardiac stimulant was not enough. What he was a little afraid of was whether the dosage of this injection would be too large. "Miss Vivian, drink some water." A gentle male voice came from behind, and the little girl turned around and looked at a young man with blue hair. "Thank you." Vivian took the cup and thanked him. If she remembered correctly, the blue-haired young man should be the new head of the Shifengxing. "No, we should thank Miss Vivian. You don't have to stay here with us all the time." "It's okay. I just thought that if the support team from Yenyu came, I could get the news as soon as possible and go with you to meet them. After all, I initiated this commission." Vivian shook her head and explained. But before the blue-haired young man could speak, another voice of persuasion sounded next to him. "Vivian, I think the head of the Shinchidai family is right. You should go to rest. The commission you sent out yesterday, even if Yenyu really responded as quickly as possible, it would take time for the fleet to arrive. It takes at least 3 days to sail from Yenyu to Qiandao, and only 1 day has passed now." The voice belonged to Lu Dao Luosha, who was wearing armor. She sighed silently in her heart. It was indeed, as she said, that the most ideal situation was that a group of Yenyu would come to support her in 3 days. But 3 days later, Luosha shook her head in her heart. The Fallen Abyss would attack in a few hours, and they might not be able to wait that long. 3 days was still too long for Qiandao now. The blue-haired young man next to him moved his lips. He wanted to say that if he was proficient in sea navigation and the weather was good enough, it might not take 3 days, and the fastest time would be 2 days. But in the end, the young man still didn't say it. After all, even he knew that this was probably not very realistic. Even if Yenyu really had some powerful navigators, the weather could not be changed. Unless a miracle happened, the possibility of having a smooth journey was almost zero. It would be better not to give everyone the hope of getting there in 2 days. Seeing the two leaders of the practice say this, Vivian felt that she was a little too impatient, and she actually understood the implicit meaning of Lu Dao Luosha's words. Nowadays, there are very few high-end combat forces in the Thousand Islands, and Vivian is one of the absolute main forces among them. Lu Dao Luosha does not want the little girl to waste her energy here. "Okay, then I'll go to rest first." Vivian nodded, and just as she was about to leave with the little wolf cub, she hadn't finished her words when a very hurried footsteps came from outside. "Lord Luosha, it's bad. We found traces of the piranha monsters starting to move in large numbers in the outer waters of each island. They have surrounded us. The countdown to the arrival of the Fallen Abyss does not mean that the Fallen Abyss monsters will come out to attack after the time returns to zero. But it is similar to a shrinking circle countdown. As time goes by, various Fallen Abyss creatures in the sea will approach the Thousand Islands little by little. The leading pioneer monsters are of course the largest piranha group. They continue to occupy more and more sea areas and compress the range of activities of the Thousand Islands people. The three ministers had already discovered this. So Lu Dao Luosha just frowned. What she was more surprised about was why the warrior who reported now was so panicked. It stands to reason that she had already conveyed these bad situations that would happen in the future. And all the warriors of the Great Purification Minister should have been mentally prepared. "No, Lord Luosha. The warriors on the border and the foreigners. We found not only piranha monsters, but also many fleets from outside, which seemed to be blocked by the piranha group and could not enter." As soon as the messenger warrior shouted this anxiously, the entire three magistrates seemed to fall into silence. The first reaction in everyone's mind was, "Fleet? What fleet? Wait, could it be that the fleet coming to support the Flame territory has arrived? But it has only been a few days. Not even a day has passed." Then the second reaction was not good. "Quick! Mobilize immediately all the reserve army and emergency camp officers and soldiers of the Great Purification Magistrates. All of them will follow me to the sea area where the fleet is located to support, and fight to the death to open a hole for them to enter from the monster circle. The sea area outside the Thousand Islands is now the territory of piranhas. The power of these piranha monsters has been seen by Lu Dao Luosha. Not to mention ordinary fleets. Even if their elite warships of the Great Purification Magistrates are surrounded by carelessness, they will only end up sinking. Therefore, Lu Dao Luosha made a prompt decision. Put down everything at hand, and rush to help. If this was really the Yenyu fleet, whether she could help the other party come in was now Lu Dao Luosha's second consideration. She was more worried about the safety of these fleets. The priestess troops of Yuan Shrine also participated in assisting General Luosha, the new head of the previous shrine. The blue-haired young man also realized that the matter was of great importance, and with a serious expression, he immediately made arrangements. As for the last one, of course, we will come too. The little girl picked up the little wolf cub without saying a word and followed Lu Dao Luosha. In less than a quarter of an hour, one by one, the elite warships carrying the flags of the 3 magistrates of the Thousand Islands set sail and headed towards the sea where the unknown fleet was located. After a while, the first thing they saw was a black ocean. There was no doubt that the black was the densely packed schools of abyss piranhas on the sea surface. On the other side of this black ocean was another group. No, it was a large number of foreign fleets of unknown number. The reason for this description was that from their current perspective, they could not see the end of the opposite fleet at all. That's right. It's the Flame Domain. The Flame Domain fleet. Vivian, who was born in the Flame Domain, recognized it at a glance. The Vulcan cult symbol on the opposite fleet of the other shore. She was excited and surprised that the Flame Domain did not disappoint her and really came so quickly. Moreover, judging from the scale, the number of support troops was definitely not perfunctory. But at the same time, the little girl was still anxious. She didn't know who the leader said by Yenyu was this time, and whether he had the ability to lead the fleet to deal with the piranha group they were about to encounter. Not good. They seem to have been regarded as attack targets by the piranha group. More and more piranhas are going to surround them. From Qiandao's perspective, the black tide that split them in two began to move more towards the Yenyu fleet. To deal with the piranha group, the fleet must keep moving at all times. Otherwise, once it stays on the water for a long time, the bottom of the ship will be severely bitten and damaged by the piranhas. This is the experience that Qiandao has explored in the past few days. But it seems that the Yenyu fleet is still unclear. Facing the encirclement of the piranha group, there is still no sign of escaping and moving. Xiao Hei, please! Vivian couldn't help it anymore. She wanted to let the wolf cub reveal its true form and use the huge size of the forbidden monster to break through the Yenyu fleet. And the wolf cub. Oh! Forget it. Just treat it as a signal to the other side. Signal? What signal do you ask? Of course. It means Vivian is here. As for the use of this signal, at the same time on the other side. Archbishop Dadamir, are we really not going to retreat? These monsters under the sea are getting closer and closer to us. On the leading Yenyu fleet, several deacons of the Fire God Church looked at the underwater black shadows swimming towards them at high speed in the distance and swallowed nervously. On the other hand, the strangers were fine, and each of them was more curious. Of course, the calmest person was the young man in plain clothes at the bow. I have to mention here that Demir had wanted to change the tattered archbishop's robe for a long time. It was too inconvenient to move around so slowly. Now he finally changed it under the pretext of going out to sea. Oh! Back to these underwater black tides. Demir actually sensed them a long time ago. He inherited Maggie's Heart of God, and with his already terrifying talent, he eventually became a generation of wall hangers. Today, Demir has already surpassed Maggie's apparent strength at that time and became the first 5th level great wizard in the history of Yenyu and the Fire God cult. So in the eyes of Demir, who is over level 50, these level 19 piranhas are no different from ants. The reason why he didn't take action now is that he wanted to take the opportunity to train the support troops he led. In more popular terms, he rehearsed before going on stage. Demir had already secretly released spells, wrapping the hull of the Yenyu fleet with red transparent barriers. The most feared thing for Qiandao was that the bottom of the ship was bitten by piranhas. But it was not a problem in front of this great wizard. Although we are going to support Qiandao, we are also a symbol of the image of Yenyu when we are away from home. Now, in your first battle, you should practice with these monsters. Don't cough and embarrass Yenyu. This will become your valuable experience. And it is also the time for you to personally avenge the pain of Yinyu. After Demir's words, the mages of the Vulcan cult became solemn and no longer nervous, while the soldiers of the Knights were even more motivated, eager to avenge the disaster caused by the Abyss. As for the players of the Stranger Corps, they were even more happy. It was such an exciting group battle at the beginning. They flexed their shins one by one and couldn't wait to start the battle. If it were according to the normal script, it should be like the above. Unfortunately, look. It seems that there is a fleet coming on the other side in the distance. That sign is the Thousand Islands. Great. This way we can cooperate inside and outside. Oh wow. Wait. Look at the sky. What is that? A huge black wolf? The players who had experienced the internal tests were only a minority in the huge group of public beta players. In addition, Vivian had not appeared for a long time. So many Flame Domain players on the ship had not yet realized what the black wolf standing in the sky represented. But soon, the first, no, second lesson for these public beta players to get to know Vivian began. Everyone, stop attacking. Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop casting spells. Stop. The sudden sharp command from Demir pulled everyone back. As for the 4th level Vulcan cult bishop next to the young man, he was even more confused. The AoE spell he was halfway through was abruptly interrupted by the young man. Ah? What? The bishop didn't understand what their young archbishop meant. However, Demir said quickly and solemnly, the situation has changed now. I have a very important task to give you. Bishop Moss. Yes. Yes. I am willing to give everything for the Flame Domain. Seeing the young man so serious, Moss could already foresee that it might be a difficult task with a life or death struggle. But he was not afraid. When the Abyss came and took his father's life, it was Demir who taught him magic and promoted him to the 4th level, giving him the power of revenge. He was also the only bishop who was willing to fight against the Abyss. While Moss was still thinking about it, Demir spoke again. Quick! Bring me my archbishop's robes. Staff. Yes. 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 And that fancy. Ahem. Anyway, that crown. What? What? No time to explain. Hurry up. Seeing that his subordinate bishop was still standing there stupidly, Demir even shouted anxiously. At the same time, he was multitasking. And he didn't stop chanting a spell. When the confused Bishop Moss ran to Demir's room to get his clothes, Moss recalled the spell Demir had just said. And suddenly, the bishop's eyes widened. Because if he remembered correctly, that long opening spell, only one spell would have, forbidden spell. Super level magic. Wait. Archbishop Demir. Why did he suddenly cast a forbidden super level magic? Could it be that the underwater monsters were so strong that they needed super level magic to kill them? Thinking of this, Moss even used the flash magic to quickly send the archbishop's clothes to Demir, who was about to cast a forbidden spell. He finally understood why the young man suddenly changed his clothes. It must be to borrow the weak auxiliary power of the archbishop's clothes. Right? But the situation was so tense that Archbishop Demir had to take this weak auxiliary power into account. It was bad. I'm afraid that a bloody battle will be coming next. Chapter 368 Piranha in the Abyss. Thank you. The red color, like the end of the world, painted half of the sky. The temperature around began to rise gradually, evaporating the moisture in the air. When the sea breeze blew towards this area, the air, which had already become hot, brought a burning feeling to people. In addition to the sound of the waves, there was a kind of indescribable sound in the ears. But as long as you heard it, you could feel it. The complex and obscure sound of the spell that made people look up, but contained infinite mysteries, was like the prayer of God, echoing in the sky above this sea area and in the ears of all living beings. The stranger players, the Vulcan cult mages, the knights, the sailors, the Thousand Island fleet across the shore, and the black wolf and the little girl, all looked at a gorgeous figure in the sky. That was the master of the spell. That was the source of all the strange phenomena in the world. The young man in a fiery red robe stood in the air, his white cuffs fluttering in the wind. The gold-stamped patterns on the corners of his clothes showed his nobility. And the countless lines and patterns that symbolized raging fire and scorching flames became the main theme of the robe. In the upper half of the young man's right hand, there was a dazzling scepter. The dazzling here was dazzling in all senses. The 7 or 8 colorful gems inlaid on the top of the scepter were all shining at this moment. And the largest ruby in the middle was even more radiant, as if there was infinite magic hidden in it. The Vulcan cult mages below were all excited and shocked. They had always thought that the gems on the scepter were just for decoration, but they didn't expect that they could actually glow. If you add the Vulcan crown on the young man's head, which is shining like a crown, not only the Vulcan mages on the ship, but even the knights, can't help but want to worship, mistakenly thinking that it is the god of heaven descending to the earth, the god of fire appearing in the world. After all, they have never seen the young man show such an attitude as today. Brother, what's going on now? It seems like a CG suddenly? Although the players of the Vulcan camp were also confused. Chuanxia and Chiodong, the two siblings, looked up at their own NPCs. But from the expressions on their faces, it is not difficult to find some pride and excitement. After all, who doesn't like that the NPC of their own camp can have CG animation in front of so many people? At least the current Vulcan players still think so. And then, Demir did not disappoint them. The young man floating in the air took a deep breath. He looked far away. And in the air far away on the opposite side, the little girl on the black wolf. From the slight trembling of the scepter in her hand, you can see Demir's nervous heart at the moment. Come on! Look at me carefully. Vivian. I am no longer the same person I used to be. The great god of fire is here. Please allow me to borrow your power. Let the scorching flames burn all the filth. People who are lost in the darkness and cold look up. That is the light that cuts through the dark sky, brings light and heat, and turns the dark night into day. The chanting ritual finally came to the end. The scepter in Demir's hand moved forward a little. At the same time, brilliant magic light burst out from his eyes. Forbidden spell. Super-level magic meteor shower. Boom! A huge sound came from the sky. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they found that the sky above the sea, which was dyed red, had a hole torn open. The hot meteorites wrapped in blazing fire poured down from the torn hole in the sky, like meteors cast by flames. From a distance, it looked like a downpour, but it was not raindrops, but flint. This super-level magic is very familiar to many people in the flame domain, and it is impossible to forget it, because this is exactly the terrifying magic released by Archbishop Maggie, who finally stood up when the monsters of the fallen abyss were at the gates of the city, and the Fire Classic city was in danger, using the power of the statue of the god of fire in the city. This is why Demir chose this spell. Archbishop Maggie used this spell to flatten all the monsters outside the city. But at the same time, because Maggie failed to control the subsequent power of the meteorite, the hot boulders that fell from the sky burned the forest and burned the creatures, leaving one huge pit after another full of scars on the wild land, destroying the ecological environment. It can be said that he hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. But now Demir gritted his teeth. The 7th level superposition magic was indeed too difficult for him now. The heart of God in his chest was beating wildly. His divine thoughts enveloped every flaming meteorite. Demir studied day and night, and finally improved it. At the cost of slightly reducing the power of the super-level magic, he gained absolute control. Under Demir's control, this spectacular meteor shower did not have even a single flint falling around the fleets of the Flame Domain or the Thousand Islands. Instead, it all fell on the black tide filled with the Abyss Piranhas. Boom! The Abyss Piranhas that had tortured many Thousand Islands players and caused headaches for the Great Purification Priest were like glass toys under the flaming meteorites that fell from the sky. They would break at the slightest touch, even without the meteorites really hitting them. The rolling heat waves brought by the approaching meteorites would instantly burn them to ashes, and the high-pressure airflow like a shock wave would shatter their bodies. This is super-level magic. The shock brought by the picture is naturally beyond description. Thousand Island Fleet. Lu Dao Luosha, who led the Great Purification Officers and was ready for a bloody battle, showed a rare shock on the face of this usually cold and arrogant purple-haired woman. Although she was a Thousand Islander, she didn't know Demir and didn't know this magic. But from the power and destructive power of magic, Lu Dao Luosha could still guess it vaguely. At this moment, 3 question marks appeared in Lu Dao Luosha's mind. There is such a monster in the Flame Domain? Such a monster is willing to be sent to support us. And the last one is wrong. This is not to support us. But Lu Dao Luosha looked at Vivian on the black wolf in the sky above his home with a complicated look. How powerful must this little girl be in the Flame region to make the Flame region willing to send out such a heavyweight figure at the fastest speed? Luo Sha subconsciously recalled the words a little bit of connection said by this little girl yesterday, when she asked for help from the flame region. She was so stupid. Really too stupid. Luo Sha felt ashamed that she actually believed Vivian's words at the time. However, in the heart of this general of the Great Purification, and in the hearts of all the 1,000 island warriors present, they were indeed given a shot of heart. After all, with such a strong foreign aid, the pressure of the past few days seemed to be cleared. I believe that as long as the magic video is released, the whole 1,000 island will be excited and cheered up. Right? After the magic effect of meteor shower lasted for several minutes, Luo Sha led the 1,000 island fleet to meet with the Yinyu fleet, and prepared for the next meeting in his mind. After all, the other party sent such a heavyweight figure, so she had to be very cautious in her words and deeds. In this case, Luo Sha secretly guessed the other party's identity and relationship with Vivian. Friend? No. It shouldn't be that simple. Could it be a fellow disciple? It shouldn't be either. According to normal logic, that kind of strength should definitely be the master. That's right. The Great Wizard is most likely Vivian's mentor. Only with this kind of relationship can he have such strong power and support Vivian so much. Luo Sha can't think of a second possibility. On the other side, Vivian finally reunited with Demir. The original huge black wolf is no longer needed and has turned into a little wolf cub in the arms of the little girl. They are no longer suspended in the air and return to the sight of everyone on the ship. Damir, I didn't expect it was you who came. Vivian saw the young man in front of her, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, and her face was filled with a happy smile. After she looked Demir up and down quietly, she sighed a little. When I saw you from a distance just now, I didn't dare to recognize you because you were, What Vivian wanted to say was that there was a big difference between him and Demir in her impression. After all, in the girl's impression, the young man always appeared in a very simple and plain outfit. As a result, he was wearing this gorgeous archbishop's uniform, which made Vivian a little uncomfortable. She felt awkward no matter how she looked at him. However, seeing that the young man opposite her looked like she was expecting her evaluation, the girl finally changed her words and said, "Too handsome." As soon as Vivian praised him, Demir was like a nervous student waiting for the test paper to be graded. Seeing the full score, Demir's heart was finally relieved. After the young man breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately smiled embarrassedly, touched the back of his head with one hand, and waved the other hand, explaining, "Ahem. Vivian, stop teasing me. Actually, I don't want to wear these at all. They are all from the Vulcan cult. That one. Right. A new bishop named Moss. You don't know? He is very old-fashioned. Always supervising me, and making me have to wear this uniform. Oh, I am almost dying of a headache." Although the young man seemed to be disgusted in his words, but looking at Demir's mouth, the little wolf cub in Vivian's arm showed a humanized, contemptuous expression. "Only a fool would believe what you said." "Really? Huh? Then I feel relieved." Vivian patted her flat little steel plate. Then, when the little wolf cub couldn't bear to look directly at it, and covered his face with his paws, Vivian nodded her head cutely and agreed with Demir's words just now. "Yes. Yes. Actually, I also think that although Demir, who looks like an archbishop now, is very majestic, I always feel that the sense of distance has increased. I still prefer your original look. It makes people feel very friendly." Seeing that Demir himself had complained about the archbishop's costume, Vivian no longer cared and spoke out her true thoughts. Then, the little wolf cub only saw the happy smile on the face of the young man opposite him, and he immediately froze. The corners of his mouth, which were originally upturned to the sky, now became like a patient with advanced convulsions. "Is this so? Hee hee. By the way, Demir, just now, the magic just now was..." After a simple greeting, the little girl immediately mentioned the superposition magic just now. Seeing that the topic came to the meteor shower, Demir's expression, which had been stiff just now, changed instantly, and seemed to be revived with full blood. He scored twice, this time touching his nose and coughing. "Yes. It's the one taught by Teacher Maggie. I changed it a little bit, but I haven't had the opportunity to experiment, so I wanted to take this opportunity to try it out. As a result, I didn't expect that Vivian was also here. No. Seeing Archbishop Maggie's fiery meteor exert its true power, I believe Archbishop Maggie must be feeling the same as I am." very happy and relieved. To be honest, you are so amazing. Demir. Vivian waved her hands repeatedly at Demir's embarrassed expression. And this last compliment was a sincere compliment from the heart. But soon the little girl said with a little regret, I still remember when you taught me basic magic. As long as you released it once, I could learn it quickly after watching it once. But this time, although I watched the whole process and tried hard to learn, it's a pity that I still have no clue at all. Vivian shook her head. It was originally a simple sigh. The little girl just wanted to express the profoundness of super-level magic and how powerful Demir was for mastering such profound magic and even improving it. But who would have thought that this sentence would have a completely different meaning when heard by the young man opposite? No. It's okay. If you don't get enough of it once, I'll do it again. Demir patted his chest. Ah! Vivian was a little confused. No. Demir, that's not what I meant. I mean, before Vivian finished her words, the young man gave the little girl a look that said, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. It just so happens that there are still some piranhas that haven't been cleaned up over there. As long as you want. Vivian, I am willing to demonstrate it to you no matter how many times the meteor shower will happen. Demir mustered up his courage and said his last words with a red face, which he thought was very handsome. He seemed to be too shy and didn't give the girl opposite a chance to speak. He flew back to the sky. The great god of fire is here. Please allow me to borrow your power. Let the scorching flames destroy all the filth and people lost in the night and cold. Forbidden spell. Super-level magic meteor shower. The sky, which had just recovered a little blue, turned red again, and the closed hole was torn open again. The scalding meteorites once again visited the sea where the fallen piranhas were. The sea where it used to be. The great Vulcan meteor shower. Great. Meteor shower. Great meteor shower. Meteor shower. Meteor shower. Meteor. Shower. Stream. Cough. Star. Star shower. Stream. If the abyss piranhas could be conscious, they would never understand why they were just a vanguard of cannon fodder, and could enjoy the treatment of being washed by super-level magic. We still don't know when the sky will turn blue again that day. Nor do we know how many times the legendary wizard of the future flame domain will use the super-level magic of meteor showers. It can only be said that human potential is indeed infinite. But it needs to be stimulated. As the young man raised his staff, his head was heavy and his feet were light. He kicked his legs and tilted his body. He collapsed from the air and fell vertically like a corpse. It was only because a little wolf cub was kind enough to grow bigger and catch him that the young man was prevented from falling into the sea. The curtain fell, and the end came. But of course, Vivian's headache now is not only because Demir consumed too much mana and fainted. There are also, whether it is the Thousand Islands or the Flame region, whether it is the Vulcan Church, the Knights, or the Great Purification, the foreigners from the two countries cast extremely strange eyes on her. Oh! If the fallen piranhas can still have souls after death, then we must also count the resentful souls floating on the sea. And the sincere thank you eyes from the bottom of their hearts to the little girl. Chapter 369, Is it too late to quit the fire god cult now? Although Demir fell before the falling abyss officially started. Of course he was just fainting temporarily. But the sacrifice of this great wizard was not in vain. And he also got a huge reward. As the vanguard army, the falling abyss piranhas, under the action of the mechanism, their goal is to surround the Thousand Islands. Therefore, one of the biggest characteristics is that once there is a gap, they will continue to replenish it from the surroundings until the hole is filled. However, under the large-scale meteor shower, this sea area has become a bottomless pit for the falling abyss piranhas. They rush to fill the gap one after another, and then rush to the fire rain one after another, and were reduced to ashes in the rolling heat wave. Even after the end, I took another look. I found that not only the group of abyssal piranhas in this sea area disappeared, but even the entire black tide surrounding Qiandao began to loosen suddenly. Not only did it stop compressing, but it also began to retreat back along the original path. There is only one explanation for this phenomenon. Soon, the fleets of Qiandao and Yinyu found that not far away, there was still half of the body, and through the remaining limbs, it could be vaguely seen that it was belly up, and it was dead and could not die anymore. It was a supergiant piranha as big as a battleship. There is no doubt that this should be the leader boss of the first wave of attacks after the arrival of the Abyss in Liao Zixuan's previous life. The Abyssal Piranha King. It's a pity that this boss has not yet ushered in the real battle moment, and has not even shown its face, but has fallen here first. It's very similar to the ADC, who was killed by an unknown AoE before the team battle started. This explains the retreat of the Abyss Piranhas. The plot in the previous life was also like this. As long as the boss was destroyed, the offensive of the current wave of Abyss monsters would be greatly delayed until the next wave of new leader-level boss appeared. And then, they would come back again. Now the death of the Abyss Piranha King is equivalent to an early announcement of the retreat of the first wave of offensive. This can also be seen from the Abyss countdown on the game panel in front of us. Originally, there were only 14 hours left before the fallen Abyss launched its attack. But with the killing of the Piranha boss and the retreat of the Piranha Tide, the countdown began to increase instead of decreasing. And it was directly increased by 5 days, becoming 5 days and 14 hours left. With his own strength, he delayed the attack of the fallen Abyss by 5 days, giving Qiandao 5 more days of breathing and preparation time. I can only say that this is licking cough cough. Is this the power of the son of the version? It is really so terrifying. With such a sigh in his heart, the little wolf cub looked at Dimir, who was carried back to the room on a stretcher by the Vulcan cult. Even though he lost consciousness, he was still dazedly shouting meteor shower. He silently raised his little paw to this future legendary wizard, who had indeed showed his edge. The little wolf cub told Vivian this exciting good news, and then Vivian conveyed it to Lu Dao Lu Sha. The purple-haired general of the Great Purification was happy, but the strange look he gave Vivian remained unchanged. No matter how much the little girl explained, the facts could not be changed. Lu Dao Lu Sha had already found out about Dimir's identity, and because of this, he felt that his worldview had been overturned. Recalling that she had firmly believed that Vivian had invited a mentor to come over, Lu Dao Lu Sha once again said in her heart, "She is so stupid. So stupid." Over and over again, Lu Dao Lu Sha went beyond his cognition, and began to wonder whether there was something wrong with him, or with the innocent and simple girl opposite him. Even the serious Lu Dao Lu Sha is like this. Not to mention the extremely active thinking of the foreigners. Speaking of which, the players are also interesting. As a little wolf cub who likes to have fun and eat melons, he opened the forum from the beginning and witnessed the ups and downs of the players on the forum, especially the players of the Vulcan cult. From the beginning, Dimir showed his power. His costume poses were full of style, and the superposition magic brought cool CG, which once made the players of the Vulcan cult cheer on the spot, and made such comments as, "This scene, this CG, isn't this the one that the fox-faced priestess of the shark was? Dimir, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm the official son. Brother Ming, is it too late to change my job from zero to a mage? Can I join the Vulcan cult? My husband is so handsome. The flames dancing between your fingers are my unchanging faith. I will never regret joining the Vulcan cult. I can already foresee that this CG will support many creators of burning videos in the mad area. Please cut it for me. This CG has been added to the must-see video course for joining the Vulcan cult." I have to admit that the Vulcan cult players were very successful in this wave of arguing, so other players couldn't even refute it. After all, the NPCs of their faction really gave them a lot of face. Until a hot girl appeared in the camera. The little wolf cub still clearly remembers that at that time, many Vulcan players in the live broadcast room had very inflated comments, and they were still imagining how flattered, grateful, and admired the NPCs of other forces, including Vivian. However, if time could go back, these comments would definitely be in unison, with only one sentence for the little girl: "Don't come over here." At first, Dimir's coughing, scratching his head, and talking to Vivian, that silly smile, had already made some sensitive Vulcan players, especially female players, feel that something was wrong. Where is your momentum? Where is your style? Why do you act like a dog? There is no need to say more about the scene that followed. It fully helped the Vulcan cult players by crossing out the word seemingly in their previous sentence. As for the final scene where Dimir drained himself to the point of exhaustion and fell from the sky, it was a stroke of genius, elevating this CG to a level that it did not belong to. It also silenced all the Vulcan cult players who were still trying to find excuses for their own NPCs. How happy they were before. Now, other non-Vulcan cult players on the forum are just as happy. I really like what the Vulcan cult player said. "Isn't this a CG of the evil fox-faced priestess?" Vivian, fox-faced priestess. Yeah. You Vulcan cult foreigners keep talking. The official son. Right. I love to hear it. Brother Ming. Is it too late to switch to Fox Masked Priestess from scratch now? Can you join Sakurajima? Vivian Fox Masked Priestess, madam. You don't want your husband either. Forget it with your fingers. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. I can already foresee that this CG can support many video creators in the Ghost Animal Live area. Hurry up and cut it for me. This CG has been added to the hate education course for joining the Vulcan cult. This is the case on the forum. And it is even more so for the Vulcan cult players who are offline. Brother. See. This is the end of the dog liquor. The faint voice of Chuanxia rang beside Chiodong. Hey. Brother. Don't become such a person in the future. Otherwise. Xiao Dong suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have such a lovely, virtuous, gentle, caring, and cuddly sister. Why would I need to find a woman outside? Seeing his sister's smiling face after what he said, Xiao Dong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly glanced at his petite and weak sister, and then stole a few glances at Vivian, who was innocent on the opposite side. It turns out that women are all terrible species that cannot be judged by appearance. Xiao Dong, a folk master of the fire god cult, said with emotion. Unlike the Vulcan cult players, the Sakuraji Island players on the Thousand Island fleet were all very proud and high-spirited. They felt that being supported by the Flame Domain was a bit embarrassing. And then, they were treated like a show-off by the NPC Demir from the Flame Domain, which made them feel even worse. Therefore, the Sakuraji Island players all hoped that the NPC in their camp, the Fox-Faced Priestess, could also take action. Not to mention that they could dampen the spirit of the Vulcan cult players on the opposite side. But at least, they could restore some morale for them. The result was unexpected. Oh my goodness. They underestimated the Fox-Faced Priestess too much. Facts have proved that you, the Fox-Faced Priestess, are still you, the Fox-Faced Priestess. And you still need to take action to prove it? The Fox-Faced Priestess showed them what it meant to say one sentence to make the Archbishop man, the highest status in the Flame Domain, cast super-level magic for me. In the future, when Flame Domain players want to jump out and look down on them as reinforcements, they only need to reply with one sentence. Yo-yo. Isn't this Thousand Islands? You usually shout so loudly. Why do you still need support from our Flame Domain? Oh. Indeed. So your NPC is our priestess's dog. We just met and helped you delay for 5 days. Why don't you thank your Flame Domain father? Oh. Indeed. So your NPC is our priestess's dog. She has received such a great favor from us. Oh. Indeed. So. Don't be so mad at your mother. Look. Her back straightened up and her back was no longer bent. As for the Fox-Faced Priestess, her real identity is actually Vivian, a person from Yenyu. Does this matter to them? They like this person. This NPC's kind, lovely and charming soul. As for her real identity, let alone a person from Yenyu, what does it matter if she is from Gili, Qingfeng or Lingnong? Also, since you said Vivian is a Yenyu NPC, why has she never shown up in Yenyu? Yenyu must have done something to let her down. Otherwise, why would she come to Qiandao? Besides, who stipulated that being born in Yenyu means being a Yenyu NPC for life? You probably don't know how high Vivian's reputation is in our Qiandao. The whole island belongs to her. How can you get such treatment in Yenyu? So Vivian will definitely settle in our Qiandao. Seeing that the Qiandao players are still fanatically pursuing Vivian, they even fantasize that Vivian can stay in Qiandao as a fox-faced witch for life. Not far away, on the Yenyu fleet, Luochen and Iko Daxigwa, who are the oldest group present and have experienced the internal test, shook their heads. They saw from the Qiandao players how they were when they were in the internal test, and they also liked and believed in Vivian. But alas, you are still too young. Luochen and Dashigwa looked at each other and saw the self-mockery in each other's eyes. Your witch is still your great witch. She easily controls and plays with the top wizard in the Flame Domain, making the Qiandao players reluctant to let go. Please translate it for me. If this is not called a witch, then what is a witch? Look at that pure face. That innocent expression. That caring look. This disguise technique is simply amazing. When they think that what is hidden under this appearance is a witch who is extremely good at manipulating people's hearts, they are a little chilled. So, is it meaningful to argue whether Vivian belongs to Qiandao or the Flame Domain? Obviously it is meaningless, because the witch does not belong to any country or any force. Luochen and Deshigua both have a strong premonition that Qiandao will not be Vivian's final destination. But she will only become a passerby like Yinyu. Who knows? After the next version, Vivian will change again. Change a new vest. Come to a new country. Deceive another group of NPCs. And harvest the love of another group of foreign players. When they think that Vivian, whom they have finally found, is going to disappear again, their hearts are extremely painful. Sure enough, in the end, they can only be played by Vivian. Just like Demir. A sense of sadness rises in their hearts. However, this will not stop them from following Vivian's footsteps, even if they know that this is a distant goal that is out of reach. A beautiful moon in the well water. They are willing to give everything for it. Damn! Unconsciously, their hearts have also been taken away by the witch. Even if they only see Vivian's figure temporarily, they are already satisfied. Long live Vivian. Long live the witch. Long live Vivian's magic cult. Amen. Oh no. Wei Min. Looking at this group of old beta players who are familiar with the ID, they have a sad expression towards Vivian. As if they are eating a knife. And as if they are constantly looking for that faint hope in eating a knife. Crying and laughing at the same time. The little wolf cub has a question mark expression on his face. It's only been a few months since the public beta test. What happened to these people? What happened to make them look like this? Forget it. The little wolf cub didn't have time to analyze their psychology. Now Liao Zixuan's mind was full of only one thing. He sensed Shirley's breath on the boat. In addition, he knew from the information from the players that Liz was also here. Hee hee. Shirley. My Shirley. Liz. My Liz. The little wolf cub found an excuse and quietly slipped away when Vivian was busy being the middleman between Qiandao and Yinyu. Liao Zixuan felt that his role seemed to be seriously taken away by Vivian recently. Those who didn't know might think that he, the little wolf cub, was a supporting role. So it's time to find back the stage and show the wings on his back that the protagonist should have. In terms of wings, you little girl Vivian is far behind. Chapter 370 Lord Hay. Please punish Miss Liz. Although he said he was going to find someone, there was a very important question before the little wolf cub. It was known that Shirley and Liz were both on the boat. And he was not like a certain witch who could split himself. So he could only find one at a time. So whether to meet Liz first or to find Shirley first was the question Liao Zixuan needed to think about at the moment. But this little difficulty was not difficult for the little wolf cub as an emotional master. It was simply a gift. As a human, half human, and more importantly, a noble, Liz naturally valued this kind of formal things more. Even if she didn't express it on the surface, she would definitely care about it secretly. Young ladies like them would definitely think that the one who was seen first represented that the one who was more important in the other's heart. As a monster, Shirley doesn't have as many human thoughts and emotions. She doesn't care about the formality of first or last. She should pay more attention to time. The time she spends with her when she sees her, which is more pragmatic. In summary, just like a doctor should prescribe the right medicine for the right disease. As a qualified time management master, you should also divide the strategy and serve the customer well according to the preferences and needs of the object. First, go to see Liz to satisfy the vanity of this noble lady, and then quickly withdraw to accompany Shirley. Pay attention here. You must spend more time with Shirley than Liz, so that even if Shirley knows that you are seen later, she will feel that it doesn't matter. After all, they have been together for a longer time. This is the value of 300 love comics, 500 gal games, and 70 G of pornographic coughs. And let's forget about this one. There are no discordant females. Only males who don't work hard. A little wolf cub, who does not want to reveal his name, has made up his mind. He is still not in a hurry. He just finds a corner where no one is, transforms into a long-lost human posture, and then goes to the boat to find a mirror, takes care of his clothes, and adjusts his cuffs. Handsome. So handsome. Looking at the tall, mighty, imposing, and piercing black-haired man in front of the mirror, Liao Zixuan can't help but shake his head and sigh from the bottom of his heart. This is what the protagonist should look like. Not a steel plate girl. After everything was ready, Liao Zixuan began to ask about Liz's room. Unlike the astrologist, the Yinyu ship did not have the configuration of a luxury cruise ship. There were only a few cabins. Liao Zixuan knew where Liz was after asking a little. So he took a big step and knocked on the door of Liz's room to give her a surprise. But huh? Liao Zixuan just came to the door and put his hand on the door handle. Before he knocked on the door, he suddenly heard a click. As if sensing his arrival, the tightly closed door opened a little by itself. Looking at the half-closed door in front of him, although it was clearly open for him, there was no sign of the owner, and no sound or movement came, as if he had to wait for him to take the initiative to go in, which was a bit of a reluctant welcome. TSK. City people are really good at having fun. Liao Zixuan didn't expect Liz to be so interesting. Could this be the legendary "a short separation makes a new marriage better than a new one"? He was even more excited. He pushed the door, entered, and closed the door. The whole set of actions was done in one go. As smooth as flowing water. "Li Shirley, I really miss you so much." Liao Zixuan greeted the white-haired woman, who was sitting with her back to him by the window in the house. If the hair color alone cannot be directly determined, then the naked jade feet below and the ring-shaped ornaments tied on the legs all indicate the identity. Liz would definitely not do such a thing. So, what the hell? Why is Shirley in Liz's room? Liao Zixuan watched the woman turn around after his voice. And it was indeed Shirley's face. He cried out in his heart that it was a close call. Fortunately, he had sharp eyes and a quick mind. He quickly changed his words as soon as he noticed something was wrong. Otherwise he would be embarrassed to death. On the other side, "Mr. He." Following Liao Zixuan's voice, Shirley turned around and respectfully addressed him while squatting and half kneeling to salute. Although Liao Zixuan felt a little strange, he didn't think much about it. He thought it was because he hadn't seen Shirley for too long. Shirley's old habit of emphasizing superiors and subordinates, which was still a demon's thinking, came back again. He immediately took a few quick steps to stop it first, grasping the woman's wrist. The delicate and tender touch came from the palm of his hand. At the same time, because the distance was shortened, the unique fragrance of Shirley also came into his nose. "I'll be angry if you do this again." Liao Zixuan pretended to scare Shirley, and Shirley immediately showed an expression of knowing her mistake, and then naturally leaned on Liao Zixuan's shoulder. In an invisible place, a smile of success flashed across the woman's face. The distance was quickly shortened again, and the two were almost face to face. Shirley's nose moved slightly, and she took a deep breath of the forbidden demon breath from Mr. He. It was as if a chemical reaction quickly occurred in the woman's body. Shirley's whole body seemed to soften a little, and she changed from leaning on him to lying in Liao Zixuan's arms. A pretty face that was originally full of the wildness and arrogance of the wolf clan is now covered with a blush of obsession and nostalgia. "Yes, it's been a long time since we last met." Liao Zixuan was a little emotional while hugging Shirley. Although they actually stayed in Qiandao for less than 3 months, there were so many things that happened in the middle that gave him the illusion that a long time had passed. Just as the atmosphere in the room was gradually heating up, and the two were about to enjoy this quiet and beautiful time for two people, the air in a corner of the room suddenly vibrated slightly. The movement was extremely small and flashed by. Liao Zixuan, who was still a little immersed in the reunion with Shirley, naturally didn't feel it. But Shirley sighed with a little regret. It would be better to say that she had expected it rather than being acutely aware of it. She immediately stood up from Lord He's arms, and took the initiative to distance herself from him. Shirley returned to her original serious face. "Lord He, I have something important to report to you. It's about Miss Liz." "Important? Liz?" Upon hearing this, Liao Zixuan frowned slightly, looking at Shirley's heavy expression. He instantly threw the joy of the reunion behind his mind, and even asked nervously, "Liz? What happened to Liz? Speaking of which, this should be Liz's room. Where is she now?" Although Lord He took it back in time, Shirley still felt the aura that Lord He revealed in an instant due to anxiety after she spoke. Shirley originally thought that she had grown fast enough, but Lord He's aura still made her feel a little palpitation and fear. It seemed that not only she was improving, but Lord He and Lady Vivian were also improving at a terrifying speed. And Shirley breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Lord He was indeed the Lord He she remembered. After all, this tiny detail alone can explain a lot. Shirley believed that the other girl, who was hidden in the corner by her, with the power of the abyss, should see it more clearly than herself. Then, she could say the next words with confidence. "It's like this." Lord He Shirley repeated to Liao Zixuan what she had mentioned to Liz before. That there was a vampire chasing her. Of course, the ending was slightly changed. "So you mean?" Liz returned to the flame region halfway because she was worried that we would be implicated. Liao Zixuan took a deep breath and repeated it. Shirley nodded on the opposite side. When did she leave? Although she couldn't see anything on the face of Mr. Hay, Shirley could clearly feel that Mr. Hay was definitely angry. And very angry. However, since she chose to help the little human girl, Shirley suppressed the fear in her heart and answered with a stiff upper lip. Half a day ago? After getting Shirley's answer, Liao Zixuan turned around and was about to rush out. And Shirley quickly blocked the door when she saw this. Mr. Hay, are you going to? Do I need to ask? First, capture her. Then teach her a lesson. And finally find out the blood clan that dared to target Liz. Listening to Mr. Hay's angry speech, Shirley mourned for a certain human girl in her heart. Then you don't have to run so far. Because Miss Liz is right here, Shirley said as she removed the power of the abyss from Liz's body. And the girl who had originally merged with the shadow of the corner gradually emerged. Looking at Mr. Hay's expression, which hadn't reacted for a while, Shirley immediately wanted to take the opportunity to escape. But she didn't forget to say something before leaving. Then I won't bother you. Lord Black will punish and teach Miss Liz a lesson. Shirley will leave first. Shirley raised her voice a little more when she spoke the words punish and teach. Then, under the angry gaze of the human noble girl, Shirley left the room in a flash and closed the door very considerately. After Shirley left, the room fell into silence. Liao Zixuan. Liz lowered her head, wishing she could find a gap to crawl into. And she didn't dare to look at the young man who was staring at her. She now regretted believing Shirley's lies. Asking her if she wanted to see what Lord Black would do if she really left. Liz swore that she was really impulsive at the time. And she really wanted to see if I would really do what Shirley said. And didn't think that she would be a burden if the vampires targeted her. So she agreed to Shirley's suggestion. If she had known that it would turn out like this, the noble lady promised that she would never fall into Shirley's trap. Damn it! This despicable and shameless little wolf. However, no matter how much Liz scolded Shirley in her heart, it was useless. From the appearance of the girl, plus Liz's panic and the expression of a child who had made a mistake, Liao Zixuan immediately figured out the whole story. Ha ha. I was relieved in my heart, but I was still angry. Okay. It's only been more than 2 months since we last met. And you dare to tease me together. Since you made a mistake, you have to pay the price. By that, you listen to my explanation. Ah! The panicked exclamation and screams for help from this noble lady. Oh no! Now the first female countess of Wudian City echoed in the room. 15 minutes later, Liao Zixuan walked out of the room. Don't get me wrong. Nothing else happened in such a short time. Liao Zixuan just gave the girl an unforgettable lesson, making Liz reflect deeply on her mistakes and swear to promise that there will never be a second time next time. What? Lip marks on the side of the neck? Don't be embarrassed. That is the blood tonic for the girl. Although Liz, as a vampire, can maintain her normal functioning by relying on human food, she still needs to drink some blood more or less. Liz has been enduring for more than 2 months. Do you know how she has been through these 2 months? How can a vampire who has tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time endure the lonely and hungry nights? After regaining Bai's forbidden blood, the sweet and mellow feeling flows along the tip of the tongue, like an electric current, making every cell in the body seem to be jumping for joy and absorbing greedily. After finally reaching saturation, it is like a person who is full after a big meal. Now Liz lies on the bed, not wanting to move a finger, and falls asleep. Think it's over? Of course not. Surely, you don't really think you can stay out of it, do you? I really misjudged you. It's only been a few months. How come you've changed? It's heartbreaking. But Shirley really holds a grudge. Shirley probably doesn't know how narrow-minded men are. Liao Zixuan's figure flashed. And even if Shirley hid on another ship, she couldn't escape Liao Zixuan's search and was soon caught. However, compared to Liz, who was still trying to resist and struggle, Shirley, as a monster, was much calmer. After she was forced into a corner by Liao Zixuan, she saw that there was no way to retreat, and saw the faint teeth marks on the young man's neck. Shirley pursed her lips, took the lead, and looked at Liao Zixuan with fiery eyes. Mr. Hay. In fact, the abyss in Shirley's body is a little bit uncontrollable, and she needs Mr. Hay. 20 minutes later, the little wolf cub held the wall and returned to the boat where Vivian was originally. Don't ask. The reason for asking is that in order to suppress the abyss in Shirley's body, the little wolf cub consumed too much of the dark flame power in his body, so that he could not even maintain his human form, and could only use the little wolf cub form again. Alas! The little wolf cub suddenly envied Vivian. Why are other people's licking dogs, while his side makes him so troublesome? Alas! God! When can you give me a licking dog? The little wolf cub looked at the sky. Then a fiery red sparrow happened to hover in the air, as if it had finally found a wolf, and happily chirped twice, and then flew down. Then, the little sparrow was probably originally looking for the wolf cub to play with. But after discovering the wolf cub's fatigue and exhaustion, the little sparrow immediately became anxious and circled around the wolf cub. After just a little hesitation, he immediately pulled out 1, 2, 3 precious fiery feathers from his body. He picked them up with his beak and carefully fed them to the wolf cub, helping him hold them in his mouth. Ding! Your summoned beast Xiao Hei has used the fiery feathers, and the vitality recovery speed is plus 1000%. The toughness of all attributes is greatly improved. The fire element resistance is greatly improved. The fire element damage is plus 500%. And the magic recovery speed. Little wolf cub. Xin Yan. Whoever dares to bully you in the future. Whoever dares to call you a fool. Woo woo woo. This wolf will be the first to stand up for you. If you really can't get married in the future, I will take care of it. Seeing the wolf cub regaining his vitality, the little sparrow also smiled happily beside him. Chi-Ji. Chapter 371, opening a new chapter of the Sakurajima era. Lise! Vivian shouted in surprise as she watched the blonde girl walk out of the crowd. The little girl was surprised in 2 ways. The first was that not only Demir, but also Lise came to Thousand Island. The second was that she was finally free. Vivian, who was already dizzy with the handover between Yinyu and Thousand Island, ran to Lise as if she had found a life-saving straw and excitedly pulled the girl's hand. Lise, since you are here, why don't you come out? I didn't see you at first, and I thought you were not on the boat. It's no wonder Vivian was surprised. It's okay that Liz didn't show up in the previous battle, but when the battle ended and the danger was lifted, the two sides began to connect with each other and make various follow-up defense plans. The female countess representing the nobles of the Yinyu side didn't show up. That's really a bit unreasonable. This? Facing the little girl's question, Liz obviously hesitated a little. Wow. Liz, I feel that your complexion has become better, more energetic, and more beautiful than before we parted. Vivian didn't care about Liz's abnormality, but quickly shifted her attention to the girl herself. I saw that Liz was still very white, but unlike the pale that was a bit vampire-like before. The girl gave people the feeling that she was full of blood, and the white and red revealed in her skin color was absolutely full of saturation under the light. If the girl was an unripe apple before, she is now a ripe peach. No wonder Vivian is so surprised. Huh? And the skin too. Soft, elastic, and feels so comfortable. The little girl praised with envy, while holding the girl's hand and pinching it like she was addicted. Ever since she had the wolf cub, Vivian seemed to have developed the habit of touching things she liked involuntarily. Although Liz was a little embarrassed in such a public place and wanted to pull her hand back, the girl had something to hide, especially in front of Vivian. You can tell from Liz's guilty expression. She dared not say that she was so radiant and energetic now because she had drained your little wolf cub of countless liters of blood, so she could only let Vivian do whatever she wanted. But this scene was completely different in the eyes of the players from the 2 countries next to her. This fox-faced witch sister even knows your countess. A new Qiandao player couldn't help but ask a Yinyu player next to him, who looked very experienced. And this player laughed. Luochen patted Qiandao's newbie on the shoulder and said in an old-fashioned way, "You don't know what our player circle called Vivian during the internal test. What's your title?" "Human Bulldozer Princess." Luochen said these 5 words, with a proud look on his face. As for the 6th-path Luosha of the indigenous people, perhaps because of too many refreshed cognitions, he actually felt that this scene was somewhat expected. With the addition of Liz, a professional, the progress of the negotiations between the 2 countries was much faster. Soon, the fleet of Huyanyu began to split up in waves according to the plan, and sailed to the islands they were going to support. The indigenous troops of Yinyu didn't matter, and the one who was so-called was still unconscious. But the players hoped that they could be assigned to Sakuraji Island where Vivian was sitting. Oh! Except for the players of the Vulcan cult, And Liz did not disappoint the players. Basically, most of the foreigners, especially those selected by Liz's own camp and experienced in rebuilding Qian Town, were arranged by the girl and sailed to Sakuraji Island. Although the three magistrates were jealous, they could not say anything. After all, Yinyu said that they came to support Qiandao. But even a fool could see who they really wanted to support. In addition to Sakuraji Island, some support forces can be allocated to several other large islands to let them drink some soup. The three magistrates are already satisfied. Moreover, the three magistrates have a hunch that if Qiandao can really survive this disaster, Qiandao may usher in a new chapter and era. But the protagonist this time is no longer Yuan Island, which was once the most prosperous core of Qiandao, but Sakuraji Island, which has been abandoned for hundreds of years and has long faded out of the vision of Qiandao people and forgotten in the corner. However, just when the three magistrates still had mixed feelings about Sakurajima, the scene on Sakurajima at this moment was completely different. No! I don't want to stay on this island. Why did you send me to this hellhole? Where is your boss? I want to see your boss. I thought I got the ticket to transfer. But it turned out to be Sakurajima? Damn it! Are the people of the three magistrates crazy? If I had known that I would be transferred to this ominous island, I might as well stay on my original island. At least there is my house and land there. That's right. Look at the surroundings of this island. It's all bare rocks. Not even as good as a deserted island. What's the point of letting us take refuge on this island? I see that by then, before those monsters come, we will have died of illness and starvation. Give us justice. Give us justice. Give us justice. It's useless. Can't you see it? The power of the three magistrates is not enough to open a new base island. And the existing refuge islands are also full. So we are the ones who are abandoned. We have been abandoned. Woo. Woo. Mom. It's scary here. I'm so scared. Let's go back. Woo. A dense crowd gathered at the temporary port of Sakuraji Island. These are the people of the Thousand Islands, who were left outside the defense line due to insufficient capacity. Vivian's original proposal eventually made the three magistrates hand over this group of people to Sakuraji Island. Now, some of them are making noises. Some are shouting. And many are crying and despairing, perhaps driven by the atmosphere around them. Many Sakurajima players, who are maintaining order around them, are angry. But they can't say anything. After all, they were like this at the beginning, crying and shouting to leave. Although the status and image of Sakurajima in the hearts of players have long been reversed, in the hearts of the natives, it is still the ominous island full of disasters and misfortunes that has been passed down by word of mouth. Even with the efforts of Vivian and the players, the curse of the island has been exorcised. The thunderstorms in the sky have subsided, and the evil spirits of the curse have disappeared. But from the perspective of an ordinary person, these are not bonus points, but the most basic. The real bonus points should be the reassuring tall buildings, the natural environment with birds singing and flowers blooming, and the fertile land. Unfortunately, Sakuraji Island now has none of these. Perhaps the only bonus point is that all the people in the Thousand Islands know that Sakuraji Island is the base camp of foreigners. In terms of the number of foreigners, the total number of all the islands in the Thousand Islands may not be half of that on Sakuraji Island. Humph! These protesters are really crazy. If it were me, I would be so happy to learn that I was assigned to Sakuraji Island. But these people are still protesting and want to apply for a change of island. Don't they know that at this time, with a powerful enemy at hand, combat effectiveness should be the top priority? And in terms of combat effectiveness, I think the combined strength of Yuan Island in 2 months is not even half of our Sakuraji Island. On a high slope not far from the temporary dock, Zhao Jia looked at the Thousand Island people who were making trouble below, puffing his beard and glaring, and was very angry. You know, when he got the news from Vivian that a large number of Thousand Island people would be sent to Sakuraji Island soon, Zhao Jia immediately asked the workers of the Chamber of Commerce to temporarily sacrifice even the forging of weapons and equipment, and worked overtime to rush to build this temporary dock that can carry a large number of people overnight. As a result, the temporary dock has become the place where they gather to protest and make trouble. Zhao Jia suddenly felt that his kindness was wasted. Although the total number of these people should not exceed 20,000, compared with the hundreds of thousands of people who were transferred to Sakuraji Island, they are just a minority. But it is often like this. The voices of a small number of people drown out the silent majority and make you sick. Fortunately, there are people who can understand things. Uncle Zhao Jie, calm down. I think it is because everyone is afraid in their hearts. So this tense atmosphere has been created. Following the voice, I saw a pair of sisters coming towards me. The speaker just now was the orange-haired girl with a long ponytail who was walking in front and should be the elder sister. Even in the current situation in Thousand Islands, the girl's face still showed vitality and vigor. Compared with the outgoing and cheerful elder sister, the short-haired younger sister with glasses following behind her looked a little introverted. She always carried a notebook with her and kept writing with her head down. When Zhao Jie saw the sisters, he was stunned for a moment, but soon recognized their identities. It should be said that the businessmen doing business in Thousand Islands have more or less heard of the sisters. At least the elder sister. After all, Nagano Fireworks Shop is very famous in Thousand Islands. Ms. Nagano Miyako, why are you here? Zhao Jie couldn't help asking directly, because Nagano Fireworks Shop was originally on Yuan Island, and it was so famous, it was impossible for them to be driven out. And many people from the Thousand Islands were trying their best to escape to Yuan Island. But now the Nagano sisters are here, which means they took the initiative to run from Yuan Island to Sakuraji Island. Well, actually my sister Xiaochiozi dragged me here, saying that this place must be the safest. Nagano Miyako scratched her head and explained embarrassedly. Here Zhao Jie looked at the sister behind Nagano Miyako again. He looked at her carefully, and suddenly his eyes widened a little, because Zhao Jie recognized that this was one of the passengers on the Astrologist. Unexpectedly, she was still the sister of the Nagano family, since it was related to the Astrologist. Zhao Jie immediately thought of Vivian. And then the decision of the two sisters was explained. If they knew Vivian, they would not have such a deep prejudice against Sakuraji Island like other people from the Thousand Islands. We think so too. The workers who followed Zhao Jie echoed. One of them should be the captain and stood up and said, we villagers of Bailing Island all know the goodness of the god Wu. When the officials of the three commissioners asked us to evacuate to Yuan Island, almost most of the villagers of Bailing Island directly refused. Because when the foreigners of winter were making trouble on our island, where were the people of the three commissioners? Instead, they turned against us. Boss Zhao spoke for us, but his factory was closed. From then on, we no longer believed in the three commissioners. I don't know if this is a blessing in disguise. Before, Zhao Jie had the intention to move all the production lines of the entire Chamber of Commerce to Sakuraji Island and settle down here for development. But the workers' wishes and transportation were difficult to solve. But now it's good. The workers' wishes were in the face of the coming of the abyss. No matter how reluctant they were, they had no choice. Compared with several other refuge islands where they were unfamiliar with the place, they still believed more in the island where their own Chamber of Commerce had promised to take root. As for transportation, although Zhao Jie knew that this idea was wrong, he was still a little happy, because the three magistrates undertook all the transfer and transportation operations. So it was equivalent to not having to pay a penny for him. And more than half of the manpower and material resources of the entire Chamber of Commerce were successfully transferred to Sakuraji Island. This is why they were able to build a temporary dock that can accommodate tens of thousands of people in less than 3 days. Assuming that Zhao Jie brought 30% of the power to develop Sakuraji Island, the power of the Chamber of Commerce on the island must be 70% to 80%. And the production capacity has more than doubled. Ah! I almost forgot the business. Uncle Zhao Jie, I came to you because I have something to ask you and your Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Nagano Miyako said this, Zhao Jie immediately guessed something. As expected, what happened next? Uncle Zhao Jie, after I really came to Sakurajima, I found that I really came to the right place. Because I can feel that the people here need me. No. Not me. But the fireworks. Nagano Miyako walked to the front of the high slope, looking at the crowd below who were noisily protesting at the dock, and then looked at the other side. Most of them were affected by the dock people. Their faces became dim. Their eyes lost their light. And they seemed to have lost confidence in Sakurajima and were about to give up waiting for death. This girl, who has always been optimistic and cheerful, also had a bit of sadness on her face. But soon she regained her spirits, turned around and said to Zhao Jie with confidence, the concept that the Nagano family has always believed in is that fireworks can mobilize people's emotions and convey beauty and hope. even in the most difficult times. As long as the fireworks can be launched, even if there are only a few, I believe that it can mobilize everyone and cheer everyone up. But, Nagano Miyako said. Her expression was a little depressed. Because no matter what, fireworks are more of an amplifier. If they are set off stiffly, the effect will be very poor. It would be best to have a good news that can give everyone a little hope. In this way, with the fireworks, this sense of hope can be amplified. She originally planned to hastily create such good news internally, with the cooperation of Zhao Jie's Chamber of Commerce. Just when Nagano Miyako was about to discuss with Zhao Jie how to implement it specifically, and what level of good news they could achieve within their capabilities, the noise from the dock suddenly intensified. And it got more and more intense. The sound was several times louder. Just when Zhao Jie couldn't bear it anymore, and was about to send someone to calm the troublemakers down. Boss Zhao. The fleet? It's the fleet. The people at the dock are shouting that they saw a lot of fleets flying foreign flags, heading towards our Sakurajima. Chapter 372, because someone has stained your hands with blood. After being shocked at first, the protesters gathered on the dock were a little scared. Regarding the request for help from Yenyu, the ordinary people of the Thousand Islands only knew that there was such a thing, and they were not clear about the specific details, so there was no need to urge them. The people crowded on the dock naturally retreated, leaving the dock empty, and then stared at the Yenyu fleet docking with confused and timid eyes. On the other hand, the people on the Yenyu fleet were completely different. They all looked at Sakurajima with novelty and excitement. Is this Sakurajima? I think it's okay. Not as bad as you say on the forum? However, Luo Chen's words were soon met with the cold eyes of the new Thousand Island players around him. When this island was in the most difficult time, you were not here. And now what you see is the result of our hard work since the server was launched. Is that so? Luo Chen nodded. And he casually flipped through a few pictures and videos about Sakurajima posted by Thousand Island players in the past, and then compared them with the island in front of him. It was as if he had stepped from Cthulhu into a normal world, and he couldn't help but immediately respect the achievements of the Thousand Island players. Don't worry, buddy. We'll take care of the rest. I'm telling you, we old players in Yenyu are experts in infrastructure construction, while Yenyu players were gearing up to perform well and not lose to the Qingdao players. Liz, who was standing on the bow deck, was also looking at the island below. Before coming, Liz took the time to research the information about Sakurajima in the Fire Classic Library. To be honest, she had already prepared for a situation many times worse than the current one, and put most of her efforts on safety. But now it seems that the risk factor of Sakurajima is almost zero. It's just too desolate. But is desolation scary? No, it's not scary. The people Lee brought this time are least afraid of desolation. Anchored, docked, teams of fully armed people got off the ship. Of course, if these can't make the Thousand Island people who are watching outside the dock not far away understand the situation, then the big boxes unloaded from the subsequent ships will make them stare. Hey! 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 Look! Those boxes seem to contain wood? Wood? What are these foreigners transporting so much wood here for? It's not just wood. Xiao Wuyin just ran over to take a peek. In those unloaded boxes, there are also a lot of food, medicine, clothes, and everything. Are these foreign fleets here to support us? Haven't the three magistrates given up on us yet? The crowd outside the dock, who had previously wanted to protest and leave Sakurajima, immediately became a little restless, and many people wanted to get closer and ask about the situation. But at this time, several voices suddenly came out from the crowd. Don't get excited. Calm down. How do we know that these supplies are for us? Yes. You see, most of the people on the ship are foreigners. These are probably prepared by the foreigners themselves. Everyone must not disperse. At this critical moment, we should gather together and unite our strength. Only in this way can we speak for ourselves. That's right. Everyone must not forget our original purpose. We must let the three magistrates send us back to Yuyuan Island. Yuyuan Island is the safest and most reliable. Driven by these voices, the original hesitation among the protesters was suppressed again, and they continued to demonstrate. Regarding these people, Liz naturally discovered them a long time ago. But the girl just glanced at them and ignored them. The first thing she did after getting off the boat was to summon the leaders of the foreigners. That is, the presidents of the unions like Luo Chen, Liz took out the map of Sakuraji Island that she had prepared long ago, with Ye Shrine as the center, and then divided it into 5 areas around it. Now the population of the 1,000 islands on Sakurajima is almost 300,000. Even she can't manage so many at once. The first thing Liz has to do is to divide the population of more than 300,000 into 5 areas. This is like a copy. Is it easier to deal with a boss with 300,000 HP or 5 monsters with 60,000 HP? The principle is the same. Next, Liz's little tricks were also reflected. She turned the project of these 5 areas into a bidding conference. Just by promising some naming rights, the players began to scramble for the qualifications. The little wolf cub, who deliberately watched silently throughout the whole process, was a little moved and relieved at the scene. Liao Zixuan knew that the Qian town that he had specially left for Liz to practice had indeed worked. Due to the outstanding plot of the internal test, Yinyu has become the recognized novice village of Fallen God. Countless players have chosen Yinyu as their starting country, and Huiyan City and Qian town can be said to be the center of Yinyu, the place where players most yearn for and flock to. In this way, Liz will naturally have more opportunities to contact and interact with players than other NPCs. This is the most precious wealth that the little wolf cub left for Liz. And from the girl's every move now, it can be seen that what Liz brought from the Sissel family was not a skilled craftsman, nor a politician or scholar, but a large number of very ordinary recorders. Some skilled accountants who specialize in keeping accounts for nobles. The purpose of these people is, of course, to record the players' infrastructure, reclamation, distribution of materials, maintenance of public order, etc. will all be recorded in the book. If the target is the indigenous people, they will definitely think that this is a kind of untrustworthy supervision behavior. But the players are just the opposite, because these are all contributions. With these contributions, they can exchange for the naming rights promised by Liz above. For example, the name of this town area in the future can be proposed by the guild with the highest contribution. For example, the person with the highest personal contribution can erect a stone tablet with his own name and an image sculpture. At the same time, as long as the contribution is in the top few, it will be recorded in the book later and written into the history of this island for future generations to read. For players, is there anything cooler than leaving your own ID in the official scene of the game? Many people have missed the original Qian town once. And now Sakurajima, which obviously has greater potential, must be seized. After all, in the future, when the newbies of the next version enter the pit, I can bring them here, and then point to a certain stone tablet or a certain building to let the newbies see the system introduction that pops up on the panel. And there are a few big words on it that are their ID. And then enjoy the incomparable admiration of the newbies. Whoever tries it will know. Moreover, Liz not only does this, but also based on the current situation of Sakurajima. Unlike Qian town, there is a large place here anyway, so Liz wants to give players the right to reside. That is, as long as the players can build the area under their jurisdiction to a certain degree, they are allowed to build their own shops, guild residences, etc. It is no wonder that Luochen and other player leaders of several large Yinyu guilds look at each other with gunpowder in their eyes. Of course, this is not only for Yinyu players, but also for the local Qiandao players in Sakuraji Island. Although some methods are still a bit immature and seem very deliberate. Don't worry. Players can make up their own minds. Such as the rankings. Can an online game without a ranking list still be called an online game? Even if some old-timers may complain that it is a bit routine and old-fashioned, they will not complain to Liz, the NPC, but to the so-called various game planners. Anyway, if you are not satisfied, the planner will take the blame. This is an old tradition in the game industry. Seeing that Liz had become more and more skilled in getting something for nothing and began to drain the player's labor, the little wolf cub couldn't help but look back at his own little girl next to him. Vivian's eyes seemed to be filled with admiration. The little girl almost went up to ask for an autograph for Liz, who was very handy in front of the players, issuing commands one by one and arranging the players in an orderly and methodical manner. Alas, how could there be such a big difference between the same NPCs? Forget it. The little wolf cub sighed. After all, her origin was there. Liao Zixuan didn't expect that a little village girl could catch up with a noble lady who had been in the upper class since childhood and received management education in a few months. After the assignment, the next step was to take intensive action. The presidents who won the bid for several areas were racing against time, and immediately took their men to the planned places to start working. The other part of the players was responsible for leading the more than 300,000 people gathered outside Sakuraji Island to the 5 areas. Everything went smoothly. Perhaps the only small twist was the group of people who wanted to protest at the dock. They said they were unwilling to cooperate with Liz's plan, and they would never be split up and dispersed to 5 different areas. They insisted on appealing and asked to be sent to Yuan Island. Liz's original plan for this group of people was, "You don't want to go, right? Well, then you just stay on the dock and keep shouting. And ignore them. When the foreigners build up the infrastructure, they will see that the people who came to the island in the same wave have moved into houses, while they can only stay at the dock, endure the wind and rain in this small broken tent, and have no food or clothes. Then these people will naturally stop making trouble. If they are still stubborn, it will be even simpler. When 5 days pass and the monsters of the fallen abyss come, if they can still insist on staying at the dock, then Liz will admire them." However, at this time, Vivian conveyed to the girl that she hoped to let herself try. The little girl wandered among the protesters, constantly explaining and illustrating the current situation to people, trying to reduce the panic of the crowd, and constantly describing the future to people, hoping that everyone would trust Sakurajima, and everything would be fine. Well, I can only say that this style is indeed very Vivian. Liz looked at the little girl who was still persuading the protesters below, and she and the little wolf cub, who was also watching silently beside her, looked at each other. The girl sighed and was about to go down to help and persuade these protesters with Vivian. But the little wolf cub shook his head, because someone had already taken action first. What she said is true. I saw the latest notice issued by the 3 magistrates. A young man in a sailor suit shouted among the protesters. Yes, I was on the boat at the time, but I saw with my own eyes that the flame domain wizard invited by the witch burned all the monsters in the sea. Another man in a sailor suit also shouted. Huh? Why do you call her a witch? Many protesters were immediately attracted. The young man in the sailor suit pretended to be surprised, and then immediately said, as if to popularize science. What? Don't you know this? Legend has it that in the past, in addition to the Moon Yuan Shrine, there was another shrine of equal power in the 1,000 Islands, called the A Shrine, the which there is symbolized by a fox mask. Immediately afterwards, several people in the crowd, who looked like people from the flame domain, but were wearing clothes similar to the protesters, began to hide in the crowd and shout, "Fox mask? Look! Isn't there something else on her waist? It looks like it's the godly witch. It turns out there is a godly witch on this island. We are saved. We are saved. Yes. Yes. And I tell you, according to gossip. In fact, these foreigners from Yenyu are not invited by the 3 pretty councils. They all come to support us because of the face of the godly witch, in a group of tens of thousands of people. These people who shouted changed their positions after shouting a place. So basically no one could see the person speaking, but only heard the voice. After more and more such voices appeared in the ears, a familiar scene appeared, and everyone's thoughts were easily led away. So that's how it is. Then why don't we believe in the god of magic? I am willing to believe in the god of magic. Me too. As more and more people began to echo the shouting, the wave eventually spread to the entire crowd of protesters. The tens of thousands of people who had originally insisted on staying on the dock also began to cooperate, and gradually willing to enter Sakurajima, and go to the planned residential area according to the allocation. Woo-woo, Mom. It's so scary here. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home, woo-woo. Among the former protesters, there was a mother and son. The nervous mother was constantly comforting the little boy who should be only a few years old. But the little boy kept crying, and was unwilling to follow the crowd to go deeper into Sakuraji Island. Just when the mother was a little confused, a nice sister's voice suddenly came from the side. Little brother, look here. The voice seemed to have magic, stopping the boy's crying and looking at the place where the witch sister was with red and swollen eyes. Vivian buried a seed in the soil, and then asked the little boy to close his eyes. When the little boy opened his eyes the next moment, his little face was full of surprise, because a beautiful little flower had grown on the bare ground. Picked the little flower and gave it to the little boy. This was not over yet. Vivian smiled and asked the little boy to taste it. When the petals entered his mouth, they turned into a little nectar and sweet juice, like delicious candy. Is it still scary here now? It's scary, but not that scary anymore. Because sweet flowers can grow here. although the little boy was a little shy. He didn't know why the witch sister opposite him made him feel very close to her. Yeah. If sister can do it, I believe you can do it too. As long as everyone works together, we can make such sweet flowers bloom all over the island. Can sister give you this difficult task? I. Boys can't say no. Sure. Leave it to me. Sister, I will definitely plant a lot of sweet words, so that everyone will never go hungry again. What's your name? Yixing. The little boy had unconsciously gone from being behind his mother's clothes to standing up on his own. Then we have a deal. Yixiong. Pink. After making a pinky promise with the witch, the little boy who had just been holding his mother and didn't want to go into Sakurajima now began to urge her anxiously. Of course, the mother couldn't just leave like that. The mother, who was fleeing with her child, wanted to kneel down to the witch in front of her. Shenshinwu. I was confused for a while. I heard people around me talking about the bad things about Sakurajima. Many of them said it was scary. They said there were man-eating monsters and highly toxic sewage. I believe them. So, that's why. They said that as long as we stayed at the dock and protested with them, the 3 commissioners would not ignore us and would let us return to Yuyuan Island. I even pawned the only valuable jade pendants I had with them. They promised that when the 3 commissioners sent a boat to pick us up, they would definitely take us mother and son with them. Coco. The mother didn't know what to say next. If Liz's plan was followed, this blindly following the crowd mother might have foolishly stayed at the dock and believed what those who promised her said. After all, she had already paid the price of several jade pendants. Men are fine, but women are more likely to lose their judgment in this situation. However, even if the adult mother can bear it, the children around her may not be able to bear it. In fact, the crying of the child now is largely because they have been constantly staying on the dock without supplies. Just like the protesters around them. Hungry and tired. When she finally wakes up and regrets, and wants to turn back, she may face the weakness, illness, or even worse situation of the child. Among the tens of thousands of protesters, there are definitely many people who are in a similar situation to this mother and child. Let's let them fend for themselves. And the way to turn back after hitting the wall must be the most efficient, time-saving and labor-saving. But there are inevitably some people who may hit the wall and fall down, and there will be no chance to turn back. And Vivian's stupid and time-consuming behavior may be saving those who can't afford to hit the wall. Although it is a bit cruel. In the eyes of many people, this part of people is not worth saving at all. There is even value in utilization. Chapter 373. Bugs usually like to hide under the wet and dark cracks of rocks, not far from the temporary dock, behind a large reef. Boss, it's no good. There are fewer and fewer people willing to stay and make trouble. A young man ran to report in a panic. A group of men gathered here, covering the lower half of their faces with scarves. Judging from their clothes and tattoos on their arms, they have always been wanted by the Grand Purification Commissioner. They are the notorious underground gang in Nagawa-shu in the Thousand Islands. Although they are wanted. In fact, the Thousand Islands' 3 commissioners, who were infiltrated in Rotten, have become the umbrella of Nagawa-shu, making them more rampant. Fortunately, with a major change of the 3 magistrates, the purple-haired woman Rokudo Rosa, who was the most hated by the Inagawa clan, came to power, and their lives began to become difficult. Several strongholds were destroyed one after another, so they no longer had the arrogance of the past, and had to hide from the XC. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before they are completely destroyed. However, perhaps this is fate. At this time, the news of the arrival of the Abyss came, and the Great Purification Magistrate was forced to divert his attention. The original power to eliminate evil was also used on the defense line. It can be said that the work failed at the last minute, giving the Inagawa clan a chance to breathe. The Thousand Islands, which were in chaos due to the Abyss, were a disaster for ordinary people. But for them who were lingering on, it was a great opportunity to turn over again. The burly man who was in front of the young man who reported the news was the leader of the Inagawa clan. He frowned after hearing what the young man said. At first, they took advantage of the turmoil to burn, kill and plunder, and were so arrogant that they even dared to rob the disaster relief material trucks of the 3 magistrates. Later, in order to avoid the limelight, they originally planned to find an uninhabited island to hide for a while. On the way, they happened to meet the transport fleet of the 3 magistrates. So they mixed in the crowd of more than 300,000 and came to Sakurajima together. The leader also heard a little about Sakurajima. It seems that a powerful witch appeared and eliminated the curse on the island. But in the final analysis, the island is still poor, and there is no money. The leader mainly saw that this island is not under the jurisdiction of the three magistrates, and it is simply their perfect harbor. If they could hide like this honestly, maybe they could really get away with it. But unfortunately, the leader soon targeted the 300,000 people who were transferred to Sakuraji Island by the three magistrates, although most of them are ordinary people. After all, the powerful and influential people ran to Yuyuan Island as soon as possible. But they are more in number, and there are no annoying guys like the three magistrates, extorting a sum from each person. It is also a considerable amount when added up. As for how to make this group of people willingly pay money, it is very simple. The leader easily took advantage of these people's fear of the unknown about Sakurajima. So he set a few subordinates to fan the flames and spread some panic remarks, such as there are man-eating monsters on the island. The water is all poisonous, and the three magistrates want them to die on this island. When the fear and dissatisfaction among the crowd reaches a certain level, the leader will secretly send someone to be the first protester, and then cooperate with other extras under his command. And soon the scale will be larger and larger, from the original dozens of people to hundreds and thousands. And finally it will evolve into a large-scale protest of tens of thousands of people. At this time, the Inagawa clan can sit back and enjoy the benefits. In the name of the organizer, they gradually start to collect fees, calling it a protest, or they lie that they have connections with the three magistrates. Once the crowdfunding money is in place, they can start the operation and ask the three magistrates to send a ship to pick them up. Later, they don't even need to take the initiative to collect money. A large number of people will take the initiative to pay them, either as bribes or hoping to leave them a so-called ship berth. Some stupid people, such as a mother with a little boy of several years old, gave them all their wealth in exchange for a verbal promise they made casually. This business is too easy to do. But who would have thought that they would not be able to continue so soon after they had just tasted the sweetness? Send more people to shout in the crowd. The leader gave an order a little angrily. It's useless, boss. No matter how much our brothers incite, they won't listen. The young man shook his head with a bitter face. At this time, he could see that there were several people around him who were obviously members of the Inagawa clan, but they were dressed as protesters. I still remember that after the Yenyu fleet arrived, I saw boxes of supplies and equipment being unloaded, and the protesting crowd was a little shaken. But suddenly, several conspiracy theories emerged from the crowd. This group of people were the owners of the voice at that time, and they were sent by the Inagawa clan to stabilize the morale of the army. If it weren't for Vivian's later performance, they might have succeeded and continued to fool tens of thousands of people on the dock, protesting and making trouble there, and extorting more money. But now, as the name of Divine Witch began to spread among the crowd, the people of the Thousand Islands had a deep trust and sense of security in the words Divine Witch. So this force of protest and making trouble, that is, their way of wealth, began to collapse as fast as a snowy mountain. There is no other way. So let's do this for now. Withdraw the manpower, since these fools are not fooled by the pretext of going to Yuan Island. Forget it. It doesn't matter. At worst, I can just change to someone else later. After the initial anger, the leader quickly calmed down, because these more than 300,000 ordinary people. No, it should be said that the leaks are still on the island, and there will be plenty of opportunities to harvest them later. I don't know whether the three magistrates really gave up on this group of people, or just pretended to give up, and they actually entrusted the people of the Thousand Islands to a shrine maiden with such confidence. Well, it seems that it was right to disguise as a refugee and follow the fleet to this island. The leader is now considering whether to set up Sakuraji Island as their base of the rear. Then boss, some people asked to return the money they gave us before. Boss, what do you think? The young man who reported the news said tremblingly. Upon hearing this, the leader looked at him as if he was a fool. Hey! Are you pretending to be a protester? You must have acted out of your mind. How can you give back the money you gave to us in Nagawa? Get out of here. But, boss, they have already. Before the young man finished speaking, many footsteps suddenly sounded from all around the reef. Before the Inagawa people could react, they were surrounded by a group of people in sailor suits from all directions. Who are you? The leader was shocked. He pretended to be calm and asked, but his hand holding the handle of the knife was sweating. Because he was surrounded without any warning. It meant that all the guards he arranged outside were killed. And it was done quietly. This alone showed that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Soon, several younger brothers next to the leader, who were previously responsible for disguising the extras, exclaimed, "Boss! It's them! I've seen several of their faces. They were the ones who kept shouting about witches and gods in the crowd. They are the ones who brought up the witches and gods trend. They cut off our financial resources." After listening to the younger brother's intelligence, the leader's brain turned rapidly, and then looked at this group of people wearing sailor uniforms. But they didn't look like sailors. They were all fierce, and looked more like evil forces than the Inagawa clan. The leader reacted quickly. "Humph. It seems that you are also gangsters. Right? Okay. This time we, the Inagawa clan, admit defeat. The things we looted before are all over there. We don't want them anymore. Let's go!" Being able to sit in the position of leader, he can naturally see the situation clearly, and is very decisive. Although he is a little heartbroken, he can still distinguish between gold coins and his life. Now it is obvious that he is being robbed by the gangsters. And he is a very passive party. It is important to retreat first. As he said this, he was about to lead people away. The leader thought that since he had given up such a big benefit and exposed the name of the Inagawa clan, anyone who knew a little bit would not insist. "Who allowed you to leave?" A path slowly opened up among the people who surrounded them. And then a thief, who looked young, came out and looked down at the Inagawa gangs under the shadow of the reef below. "You, young man, I advise you not to be so greedy. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you won't even get this batch of money." "Money? Who cares about the stolen goods you cheated in this way?" Under the threat of the leader, the young thief sneered. And the dagger he was playing with suddenly stopped. And then pointed the tip of the knife at the nose of the Inagawa leader. And said word by word, "Today, I, Chris, tell you clearly that the money you cheated, our treasure-stealing group will get it back for those civilians. And as for you, the culprit, leave your head to make amends." The thief, the treasure-stealing group. The leader had heard of the name of this organization. It was said that it was once an organization spread across 9 countries. But later, for some unknown reason, it gradually declined and faded out of people's sight. As a result, it reappeared now. And the leader was a young boy? What made the leader laugh even more was, did I hear it right? "You are a thief. And you told me to return the money to those civilians? Ha ha ha. Young man, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard on the road." The leader seemed to be laughing at Chris's words. But in fact, in a flash, he suddenly jumped up, took out a short blade from his arms, and stabbed Chris in the heart. Many people around were still in the conversation between the two of them, and had no reaction to the leader's attack without any warning. "Humph! You immature boy. You don't really think I'm in the mood to chat with you, do you? I'm just trying to make you relax. I'm waiting for the right opportunity." "What are you waiting for?" The leaders of the Inagawa clan saw that the young thief didn't seem to react, and the dagger was about to pierce his chest. He was proud in his heart. But the next second, his face suddenly changed, because the dagger seemed to pierce in. But there was no feeling of piercing into the flesh from his palm. Not good. When the leader reacted, it was too late. Chris in front of him turned into a phantom and dissipated. And then a heavy blow came from behind him. Plop! The burning pain in his back went deep into his bones, and the leader could no longer stand up. The rest of the Inagawa people were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that their leader would be put down by the other party after just one encounter. The Inagawa people trembled with fear, looking at the young thief, who stepped on their leader with disdain. The treasure-stealing group. Chris. I believe this name has been firmly remembered by all the Inagawa people now. But it seems useless, because they are all dying anyway. You guys. Yes. Send all the things they cheated to that witch. Let her return them, and return them to their original owners. Remember? Don't tell her where these came from. And don't tell her who you are. Understand? Yes, Boss Chris. Several players of the treasure-stealing group who were named spoke up immediately. At the same time, the system voice sounded in their minds. Ding. You received the task issued by the leader of the treasure-stealing group, Chris, to return the stolen goods. Seeing Chris's order, it didn't seem like a show at all, and there was no need to show off at this time. In other words, this terrifying thief really wanted to do justice. So the Inagawa leaders, who were trampled under their feet, didn't understand. They didn't understand at all. He seemed to want to die with his eyes open, and asked Chris in an unwilling, hoarse voice, "Why? Why? If you also have a knight uncle who dares not do anything every day and only knows how to stare at you, and a magician rival who is unwilling to admit, but is indeed strong and showy." Well, although his brain is not very good, Chris seemed to be talking to himself. But soon, the expression in his eyes softened and turned into a yearning for beauty and hope. Chris smiled and said, "Of course. The most important thing is that if you can meet her, you will know why. She? Could it be?" The leader seemed to understand a lot in an instant. But it was a pity that this was also the end of his life. Chris took the leader's life without changing his expression, and then waved his hand. And the rest of the treasure-stealing group's men swarmed in. The Inagawa group, who had lost their leader, were killed without much resistance. Who could have thought that this once notorious gangster force in the Thousand Islands would end up like this? The players of the treasure-hunting group, who watched this plot, were so excited. They didn't expect that after going around in such a long circle, they, as the hidden line of this Yenyu expedition, would end up back here again? This person, who was recognized as the top thief professional mentor in Yenyu, turned out to be related to Vivian? And the gentle look of their General Ko when he mentioned that her just now simply blinded the eyes of these players, which formed a sharp contrast with Chris's ruthlessness and ruthlessness in the future. And he wiped out all the Inagawa people without hesitation. Is this the legendary? That in the heart of every gangster, there is always such an unshakable white moonlight. The players of the treasure-stealing group were deeply moved. After simply dealing with the bodies of the Inagawa clan, Chris and others left from his previous tasks for the players. It can be seen that Chris did not choose to tell Vivian about these behind-the-scenes things. But it may be 5 minutes after Chris and others left, the space twisted, and the witch with a fox mask hanging around her waist appeared where Chris had just stood. There was still a lingering smell of blood around, and there were fresh corpses buried in the mud underfoot. Are you thinking, although they did something wrong, is it really necessary to kill them? A voice came from Vivian's mind. The little girl pursed her lips and didn't speak about the second personality. But in fact, the silence now has already explained the answer. Although I don't like that boy very much. If it were me, Xiao or Liz, I believe our choice would be the same as Chris's. Vivian, as your status gets higher and higher in the future, such things will definitely happen many times. You must remember that if you can still keep your hands clean at that time, there is only one possibility. Because someone has stained your blood for you. Chapter 374 Card Story. Qifeng. Heartfire Tavern. Look! There's a new official announcement on the tavern notice board. Another wave of new cards from the expansion pack will be released for preview. It's finally here after waiting for so long. Huh? Strange. Why is there only one card this time? That's it? The official is too perfunctory. No. It's different. The last time there were many cards announced, it was because they were all blue and white cards. Look closely at the color of this new card. Color. Damn. Purple? Is it an epic card? Since the last time players collectively complained to the official, a certain bard played cards without martial ethics and secretly used new cards that had not yet been released, leaving them completely unprepared, seriously undermining the fairness of the game. So the scene happened. By the way, the official that players are looking for does not refer to the official in the real world. In order to increase the immersion of players in the game, any complaints from players in Fallen God can be directly found in the corresponding official NPC in the game. For example, the travel card is issued by the Adventurers Association. So the object of the player's complaints is naturally the association. Since then, the association immediately introduced the concept of expansion pack to the majority of Qifeng players and added a section similar to preview of new cards, in order to keep the travel card fresh and interesting, and also to encourage adventurers to travel around the world and explore the unknown. The expansion pack was born. As the name implies, every once in a while, the association will collect various events that happen on the continent. After the experts within the association and the travel card masters invited from various countries, they will jointly study new cards and expand the card pool of travel cards. All the new cards released during this period are summarized as expansion packs. The players themselves translated it to mean that each game version will simultaneously launch a new expansion pack. And all the new cards in the expansion pack are made according to the various plots in this version. So, among the 5 countries available for players to choose from when the server is launched, there is no need to mention Qiandao and Yenyu, both of which are linked together. Judging from the scale, it should be the main line of the current 1.0 version of the game. The slightly inferior Gili and Lindong also have their own local plots of Emperor's exit and escape from the laboratory. And there are also scenes of Northern Cross Fleet and Executive in the main storyline. However, looking back at Qifeng, the last one left, it seems to have the lowest presence among the 5 countries. Not only does it not participate in the main storyline of the version, but it also seems that there is nothing worth mentioning in its local plot. It is calm and peaceful, as if the whole country has been led away by the legendary Slacking Wind God. But in fact, it is very likely that Qifeng players have become the most plot-rich among the 5 countries by playing the travel card, although their plots are all from others. The scene at the beginning is the result of players' complaints. Originally, the Adventurers Guild waited until all the new cards in the expansion pack were confirmed before releasing them together. Now, as long as there is the latest progress, players will be able to preview the new cards in advance through tavern notices. In this way, even if others use new cards to beat them, players will be convinced and will no longer complain about printing cards on the spot. For this reason, it is very important for Qifeng card players to always pay attention to the information of new card previews, especially those with high rarity, because the strength of such cards is often very high, and one card may have a great impression on the battle situation. This purple epic card that is currently being released has naturally attracted the expectations of countless players. But, Fallen Witch. Quality, purple. Type, unit summon card. Mana consumption, 3. Basic attributes, 5/5. Card effect 1. After playing this card, immediately discard 3 cards from your hand and randomly destroy 3 friendly units on the battlefield. Card effect 2. Corrosion. The Qifeng players in the Hutfire Tavern were confused and looked at each other. They looked at the card, which seemed to be shrouded in black fog. The clean and tidy, which costume was covered with an ugly gray-brown cloak. The hood of the cloak covered most of the character's face. All they could see was a pair of lifeless eyes that seemed to be discouraged in the shadows. This card can summon a unit with 5 attacks and 5 health with only 3 mana points, which is really super model. But is this card skill serious? Not only does it discard its own cards, but it also kills 3 random units on the field? Oh my god. It sacrifices teammates as soon as it appears. Right? Is this worthy of epic rarity? My evaluation is that it is a pure 0-point garbage card. Whoever uses it is a fool. Amidst the scolding of the players, suddenly, a different voice sounded. Don't jump to conclusions. Doesn't this card have a second card effect? Everyone looked over in the direction of the voice, and what came into view was a familiar dark green cloak. The harmless-looking bard successfully attracted the curiosity and attention of the players and took out a card from his pocket. Many players in the tavern widened their eyes, because this card was the epic card Fallen, which that was just released in the announcement. Fuck. Why don't I seem surprised at all? Brother Ming? This guy must be an official insider. Otherwise, how can he come up with new cards every time? But he just said that this card is not that simple? What about the second card effect? Indeed. What does this corrosion entry mean? The players talked a lot, waiting for the bard to give them an answer. But the bard pretended to smile mysteriously and kept them in suspense. Don't worry. Don't worry. The travel card is based on a true story. If you want to unleash the true power of this card, you must first understand the story behind it. The bard took off his hat after he finished speaking. A few seconds later, the anxious player said, "Then you can tell us the prototype story behind the card." Shake the hat. Shake the hat. The players, everyone came forward and put the small money they gave as rewards into the bard's hat. Speaking of which, this hat is also magical, like a bottomless pit. No matter how many silver coins and copper coins the players put in, they can all be received. There is no sign of being full. When it is almost full, the bard seems to be performing magic. He took out a small harp from somewhere, accompanied by a slow and melodious rhythm, as if there is a magic power, which makes the player's attention involuntarily focused on the story told by the bard. Legend has it that a long time ago, A group of hungry migrating monsters targeted a human village. The only person the villagers could rely on was the shrine maiden of the mountain shrine. When they asked the shrine maiden to come down the mountain, the monsters had already attacked the village. When the shrine maiden arrived, although she repelled the monsters, the villagers had already suffered heavy casualties. The shrine maiden felt guilty and decided to stay and help the village recover. However, although she was powerful, she had lived in the mountains for a long time and had no way to govern the village. Instead, the village became increasingly decadent. So, people who wanted to leave finally appeared in the village. But when they left, they also had bad intentions and wanted to steal all the wealth in the village. Fortunately, the shrine maiden discovered it in time. But the kind-hearted shrine maiden only confiscated the stolen things and drove them out of the village. But what the kind-hearted witch didn't expect was that these people who held grudges not only didn't appreciate the witch's kindness, but after being driven out of the village, they quietly came back at night. This time, they didn't steal things, but set fire to the village's only granary. After satisfying their desire for revenge in the raging fire, they left. When the witch and the villagers put out the fire, all that was left was the granary reduced to ashes. This finally caused the negative emotions that the villagers had accumulated to explode. The villagers began to blame the witch for letting those traitors go, scolding the witch for asking everyone to gather all the food together and distribute it equally, and hating the witch for not arriving in time when the monsters attacked the village. They directed the most vicious words at the witch to vent their anger. Finally, the villagers drove the witch out of the village. However, the next day, the monsters that had been repelled by the witch appeared again from nowhere. The villagers who lost the witch this time could not resist the monsters at all, and the whole village became a meal for the monsters. The last villager who fell in a pool of blood seemed to see a female figure wearing a cloak among the monsters with his blurred vision. After listening to the story of the bard, the players in the tavern finally understood how the effect of this card came about while reminiscing about it. The death and injury of the villagers corresponded to the elimination of friendly units, and the burning of the granary corresponded to the discarding of the hand cards. The witch who had a tragic experience in the story was also completely reproduced in the travel card. People hated her. Just like the first reaction of the players when they saw this card was also extremely disgusted, and no one was willing to bring it. But that's not right. Hey, singer, the story is over. But what does it have to do with what I told you? That this card is not that simple? Yes, there is no hint of corrosion at all. Right? Could this guy just make up a story to cheat everyone's money? Faced with the player's suspicion and confusion, the bard was not panicked at all. Everyone, don't worry. There is a second version of my story. The second version? Yes, it's still the same village and witch, and the same hungry monsters migrating through. But the difference is that when the villager sent people to the mountain to find the witch, a wizard happened to come across this small village. When the witch came down from the mountain and rushed to the village, the passing wizard had already dealt with all the monsters. After the crisis was resolved, the witch wanted to go back, but the villagers were afraid that the monster would come back. So they asked the witch to stay in the village and trusted her to manage the village. However, the witch knew that she was not capable of doing it, so she thought of another way. Whenever she had to make a decision, she would use magic to contact one of her noble friends and ask him to help govern. So, with the help of the noble friend of the witch, the village became more and more prosperous. But on the other hand, it inevitably led to some people having evil thoughts. A group of villagers stole everyone's treasure and fled the village. But before they were discovered by the witch, they met another group of real thieves on the road. No one expected that the leader of this group of thieves had received the favor of the witch. So after finding out the situation, he killed the thieves and had the carriage carry the stolen treasures back to the village gate. Later, the monsters really came back. But this time, the witch didn't need to take action herself. The villagers who had formed a militia and had money to buy armor and swords repelled the monsters with their own hands. After the war, the villagers looked at their growth and wanted to thank the witch again. But the witch had quietly left. When the bard finished telling the second version of the story, the players in the tavern seemed to have grasped something vaguely. After seeing this, in the spirit of professional ethics, the bard finally took the initiative to reveal the answer. He took out 3 more ordinary blue and white cards from his pocket. Fire God Apprentice, Arrogant Noble, and Apprentice Thief of the Treasure Thieves. Under the curious gaze of the players, after he had played these cards, the bard showed the fallen witch in his hand to the players. WTF. Many card players in the tavern exclaimed. Because not only the character portrait on the card had changed. There was no longer a shabby cloak. No shadows and black fog. Even the description of the card effect had changed. Card effect 2, purified. Replace effect 1 with. After playing this card, draw 3 cards and randomly destroy 3 enemy units. Awesome. This card is interestingly designed. It can be transformed. So the condition is to play mage, noble and rogue minions in the first few rounds? Although the triggering conditions are a bit harsh. The effect is simply invincible. I said this is the strongest epic card. Who agrees and who disagrees? Hurry up and open up the collection channels. After the excitement of the players in the tavern subsided a little, everyone realized a problem and turned their attention to the bard again. This guy. How does he know everything? Can we learn from him how to obtain the card? No. This guy already has one. So he must know how to obtain it. At present, Qifeng players can only obtain the basic pack by opening card packs. But how to obtain the new cards in the expansion pack is still a mystery. The bard shook his head. Because he actually didn't know. Or he hadn't thought about it yet. After all, if that decision was made, Qifeng might really become a country of cards. A country that swore to the covenant. However, the bard thought that he could reveal a little bit about what the next new card would be, which could be regarded as a suspense, so that he could earn the next drink money. If the news brought by Fonger is correct, then the new card that will appear later is likely to be a legendary weapon card. Right? Chapter 375. Can this be a Shura field? Vivian temporarily left Sakuraji Island. The explanation to everyone was that everyone on the island was busy farming and developing. And the little girl couldn't help much in this regard. And she didn't want to be idle. So it would be better to go to the defense line connected to the Fallen Abyss Sea to patrol and guard to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. The little girl also deliberately refused to go with others, even including the little wolf cub, who she had always been the most inseparable from. Although the reason given by Vivian was that there was no need to trouble everyone. She was enough alone. But in fact the little wolf cub knew that the little girl was probably a little complicated because of the previous incident with the Inagua clan. This is often the case. On the road to growth, you will definitely encounter various inner entanglements. You can only rely on yourself to resolve them. Therefore, when you are upset, everyone will want to walk alone and vent. And the monster of the abyss is obviously a good choice. So the little wolf cub expressed his understanding. Not only did he not say much, he also encouraged the little girl and let Vivian go with confidence. First, the current Vivian is no longer the little village girl who could be scared to death by her summoned beast cubs. Second, the large second personality has also returned. With Vivian's current combat power, it is not easy for her to get into trouble. As for the last part, it was just the opportunity of separating from Vivian and the little girl not being on the island. So the little wolf cub could act independently and start the next step of the layout and preparation. The first wave of the abyss piranhas was unexpectedly solved in advance. According to the experience of the previous life, the next wave of boss, the deep-sea giant crocodile, was not difficult. But when it came to the third wave of boss, the devil crab, it was a real hard bone. The hard bone here really means hard bone. Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that the abyss of the previous life could last for as long as a month, causing the 1,000 islands to be riddled with holes, and lives to be destroyed after a long battle. The most critical link was the delay by the third wave of boss. During the month of the Fallen Abyss, it is not an exaggeration to say that players have been fighting this Demon King Crab for half a month. It is not that this third boss is so strong, but that this third boss has too high defense and is too good at surviving. When the health of the Demon King Crab drops to a certain level, it will release a very disgusting shell shrinking skill, which will further harden and strengthen the crab shell, which already has high physical and magical resistance, and completely give up movement and attack as a price, and shrink the whole body into the crab shell, turning into a hermit crab. At that time, the players could say that they used all their skills, but they could only cause very low damage to the Demon King Crab in its hermit form, and it was not even as fast as the opponent's blood recovery in the crab shell. Fortunately, this shell shrinking skill has a CD limit and can only be used once every 2 days. In addition, the blood recovery in the crab shell is also capped. Players constantly take advantage of the cooling period of the shell shrinking to weaken the boss's blood volume as much as possible, as long as the blood recovery value is greater than the boss's each time. The boss can always be slowly worn down. When attacking the third boss, it was the time when the players had the least casualties. After all, most of the time, the devil crab was in the shell-shrinking state, so it was once scolded by the players in the previous life as a turtle crab instead of a devil crab. But this third wave was the most devastating to the Thousand Islands, and the most casualties to the indigenous people. As mentioned before, each wave of the Abyss's attack will automatically retreat after killing the boss, declaring the defense successful. For example, the first wave of the Abyss's piranhas was killed by Demir's AoE, which made the entire wave of attacks disappear directly. But on the other hand, if the boss of this wave has always existed, then no matter how many monsters the players kill, the attack of the Abyss will continue. In the plot of the previous life, it was because this devil crab was too difficult to kill, and the delay was too long that the third wave could not end, and the monster tide continued, fighting day and night for a long time, even with very little time to eat. Not to mention the wear and tear of various equipment and psychological pressure. It is barely enough to persist for a week. If it lasts for half a month, even the players can't bear it, let alone the power of the aboriginals of the Thousand Islands. It is no exaggeration to say that the collapse of the Thousand Island defense line allowed the fallen Abyss to break through the Three Privy Army and start slaughtering civilians. All starting from this third wave. If he was still a player in the previous life, it would be fine. No matter how many NPCs were killed or injured, it would not affect his own interests. But now he has an aboriginal girl, and there is a local industry with great potential in the Thousand Island. Liao Zixuan will definitely not allow the tragic battle in the previous life to happen again. There are 5 in total. Now it has become 4 waves of the fallen Abyss. Liao Zixuan must strive to achieve blitzkrieg in each wave. Only in this way can the Thousand Island, Sakuraji Island, and their territory be protected to the greatest extent with minimal losses. In this case, before the third wave of devil crabs arrives, it is very important to find a powerful attack method that can break the opponent's turtle shell. In the past, Liao Zixuan thought that relying on the power of himself and the 2 forbidden monsters, Sinyan, although there are some attributes that are restrained, it should not be a problem in the face of the forbidden power. The only worry is that the identity of the forbidden monster is exposed. The word taboo gives power and rejection. I am afraid that after knowing that Vivian has contracted 2 forbidden monsters, the remaining 7 countries will have to pay great attention to this self-propelled nuclear bomb and pay close attention to the little girl's every move. This is of course what Liao Zixuan does not want to see. Fortunately, with the expansion of their network and the enrichment of their knowledge, if they want to talk about powerful attack methods, it seems that they are not without other options. Liao Zixuan vaguely remembers the cannon that was deafening even at a distance of dozens of miles. And the daylight was like a meteor across the sky, almost flattening the entire mountain. That's right. It was the cannon that used the entire battleship as the gun body, with both terrifying lethality and range, and was absolutely a strategic level heavy artillery. The original self of the Annihilation Star immediately asked Vivian to convey to the captain of the Northern Cross that he hoped to get the Annihilation Star blueprint, but it was delayed by the sudden incident of the Apostle. Liao Zixuan now took advantage of this buffer period to go to Nan to talk about this matter again and ask about the progress. Moreover, this time, he would not use Vivian as an intermediary, because the matter was of great importance, and the little girl happened to be not on the island. After thinking again and again, Liao Zixuan finally decided to let the head coach go in person. After the little wolf cub finalized the plan, prepared the draft and wording in his mind, he suddenly changed and turned into a human again. But he did not go directly to Captain Nan, but ran to the Zhao Chamber of Commerce first. After all, Zhao Jie, this heavyweight bargaining chip in person, is a respected father-in-law and must be brought along. Liao Zixuan hopes that Nan and the rich woman Gili behind Nan will not be ungrateful. They are all family members, so it is not too much to give a blueprint. Right? When he thought of this, Liao Zixuan instantly became more confident and his back straightened. He soon arrived at the Chamber of Commerce with big strides. The housekeeper in the Chamber of Commerce also recognized Liao Zixuan's face. After all, there were few people so handsome. In addition, he also knew that he was the son-in-law of the boss. He might be the future new boss of their Zhao Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, Liao Zixuan had a smooth journey, and was led to the door of Zhao Jie's room in a short while. Ahem. After clearing his throat and adjusting his clothes, Liao Zixuan knocked on the door a few times. There seemed to be conversations in the room. It should be that Zhao Jia brought guests. But no matter who was inside, he had to give way to Liao Zixuan. There was no way. This was the confidence of being an excellent son-in-law. Come in. Zhao Jia's voice came from inside. Liao Zixuan pushed the door open and walked in. He had just stepped in with his front foot. And before he even stepped in with his back foot, he heard two voices. One in front and one behind. Son-in-law. This was Zhao Jia's surprised voice after seeing the young man. But right after that, almost at the same time, the voice that also came to mind was Bai. Looking at the blonde noble girl sitting on the guest sofa opposite Zhao Jia. Liao Zixuan. He just raised his back foot to step in. And suddenly he'd break suddenly. And at the same time, a big word came out in his heart. Shua. As the foreign aide invited by Vivian from Huidian City, Liz showed her powerful ability and strong dominance on the first day. As Zhao Jia, the local snake on Sakuraji Island, the two sides must have communicated and negotiated frequently. So Liao Zixuan was not surprised at all that Liz would appear here. He just regretted why he didn't think of these before pushing the door, and why he was lazy and didn't use his perception to sense whether there were other familiar people in the room. Well, you guys chat first. Chat first. I'll change the time, Liao Zixuan said as he was about to leave, and was very considerate to close the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wait a minute. This time, they said it in unison. Seeing Liao Zixuan was about to run away, the two people in the room called out at the same time. And then in unison. And then at the same time. They looked at each other at the same time. Boss Zhao. What did you call him just now? If I heard it correctly, it was son-in-law? Liz frowned. The girl asked Uncle Gili in a not very friendly tone. As for Uncle Gili, Zhao Jia was originally suspicious of Liz's white tone when she called Liao Zixuan. Although it was only one word. As an experienced uncle, Zhao Jia could hear the special tone mixed in Liz's tone. Although Zhao Jia had only known Liz for a few days, the image of a shrewd and proud noble lady had already been established in his heart. When a lady would use that tone to call a man so intimately, Zhao Jia was also alert and called Liao Zixuan. After all, as long as it was a major event related to his daughter, it would always be the first in the heart of the old father. What Zhao Jia didn't expect was that before he could even open his mouth, the Countess asked him about it first. However, this also confirmed that the relationship between this girl and his son-in-law was definitely not that simple. Yes. Is there any problem? Lord Count? Zhao Jia nodded calmly at first. And then without giving Liz a chance to speak, he quickly asked back. It's surprising that Lord Count also knows our son-in-law. Is it through Vivian? Listening to the word son-in-law that Zhao Jia deliberately emphasized in the previous sentence, Liz snorted coldly from her nose. How did Bai and I know each other? That's a long story. I'm afraid Boss Zhao won't be able to finish it even if he listens all day and all night. So, why not? Liz changed her posture. She was sitting on the sofa in a proper manner before, but now she crossed her arms, raised her right leg to her left leg, and stacked her legs up and down. With her toes raised, she exuded the arrogant aura of a young lady. The girl said word by word. Why not? Mr. Zhao, tell me how this son-in-law you mentioned came about? A strong smell of gunpowder began to spread in the room. Zhao Jia had a hidden hostility towards Liz. After all, this shrewd businessman had long seen that Liz was coming to steal his business and share the cake. Although Zhao Jia knew that as Sakurajima became more and more eye-catching, he would not be able to dominate the market alone. In addition, with the relationship between Liz and Vivian, Zhao Jia felt that it was better to have one more friend than one more opponent. So he actually took the initiative to invite Liz to this conversation. However, everything changed after Liao Zixuan pushed the door. If the girl opposite was still interested in Liao Zixuan, she would be the love rival of her daughter. She could give up the business, but not the son-in-law. If she gave up this one, where would he go to cheat again and find such an excellent and powerful son-in-law for her daughter? And Liz sitting opposite was even more so. The girl actually wondered in her heart how Zhao Jia could be the only one on Sakuraji Island. Liz originally thought that Zhao Jia had a unique vision. A businessman who could seize opportunities and dare to take risks. But now it seems that it is not that simple. And she just knew it. How could Bai, this stinking bastard, be so honest in the Thousand Islands and do nothing bad? It has only been a short while since a son-in-law appeared. She dared not think about what will happen in the future. Luckily, she was caught today. Liz didn't mind that Bai would have many women. After all, this was very common among nobles, especially the more capable and higher-ranked nobles. On the contrary, it was very rare for someone like her father to be devoted to only one woman. It was even because of this that her father fell into such a fate. But what Liz couldn't accept was the sudden skydrop series like now. Although she and Shirley had been arguing and confronting each other, this also indirectly showed that Liz recognized Shirley and the bond between Shirley and Bai. But Liz really couldn't imagine how high the status of the daughter of such a man could be, and why she could be worthy of Bai. In this scene, Liao Zixuan, who had one foot in the room, couldn't go in or not. He had only one thought in his heart. Can this be a Shura field? However, it seemed to be a blessing from heaven. Another round of footsteps came from the corridor, and then a dashing woman with a big sword on her back and an eye mask appeared in everyone's sight. Am I here at the wrong time? Nan was a little at a loss when she saw such a strange scene in the room. Seeing that Nan was about to leave, Liao Zixuan quickly grabbed the savior. No! Miss Nan, you came at the right time. I just happen to have a big matter related to the survival of the 1,000 Islands in the future, and I want to discuss it with you. Chapter 376 awarded the heaven-level membership of Geely. As soon as Liao Zixuan said this, the smell of gunpowder in the room faded a lot. Zhao Jia and Liz no longer stared at each other, but quickly turned their attention to the young man at the door. In terms of distinguishing the primary from the secondary, both of them were quite reassuring. On the contrary, Captain Nan, who had just arrived, was a little confused for a while. Of course, part of this came from the abrupt remarks of the strange young man standing at the door of Boss Zhao. But in fact, what made Nan a little bit stunned for a while was the abrupt action of the young man. Nan subconsciously looked at the hand that was grabbed by the strange young man. Maybe if it is put in the eyes of ordinary people, what's wrong with this? But only Nan herself knows that because of habit. Before she made a name for herself as the Northern Cross, she had been wandering on the sea for many years, fighting and killing. So she developed a high level of vigilance. After all, if you relax, you may be the next body to sink into the sea. Although she traveled all over the world and made friends with heroes, making the scale of the Northern Cross bigger and bigger, and her reputation became more and more widespread. From then on, she rarely had to take action herself. But the habit of licking blood on the tip of the knife at sea was still engraved in Nan's bones. If it was a familiar friend, it would be fine. But if it was just another person like the young man at the door, a stranger that she had never seen before, Nan could guarantee that if the other party also made a sudden move to grab her like this young man, then Nan's brain might not have given any instructions yet, and her body would instinctively counterattack the other party first. So many times, it is often the body that is used to fighting and killing that will overreact. When Nan realizes it, she must quickly control her strength to avoid accidental injuries. However, this time, Sorry. I was too excited to see Captain Nan. Liao Zixuan saw Nan's eyes on his hand holding the other party. And then he slapped his forehead and quickly let go and apologized. He just thought that Nan, the savior from heaven, should not be let go. But he ignored the fact that Nan didn't know him yet. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to be suddenly grabbed by a stranger. But soon, Liao Zixuan generously extended his hand in front of Nan again in another way. Nice to meet you, Captain Nan. I am Mr. Zhao's friend and partner. You can call me Bai. I have heard of Captain Nan for a long time. Now I see her in person. She is really extraordinary, heroic, and a heroine. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. On the other side, Mr. Zhao's friend? Partner? When Nan moved her eyes to Zhao Jia's position in the room, she saw that this Uncle Geely nodded to her first, and then winked at her. In addition, judging from Zhao Jia's bluffing mouth shape, he should want to say something to her. Nan understood it immediately, and instantly understood the identity of the young man in front of her. Quickly moving her eyes back, Nan also stretched out her hand and shook hands with the young man very coolly. What the hell? It's just some empty names. Not worth mentioning. On the contrary, Mr. Bai, when we first arrived at Sakuraji Island with the Northern Cross, Boss Zhao mentioned you to me a lot, and also told me a lot of your heroic deeds. Some of them were so amazing that even I, a navigator who thought I was knowledgeable, was amazed and exclaimed that it was exciting. Nan shook his head as he spoke. At that time, I admit that I did have some doubts that Boss Zhao was exaggerating. But now? Ha ha ha. After seeing Mr. Bai in person, let alone anything else. Just a moment just now, I couldn't react. I knew that Mr. Bai must also be a martial arts master. At least his strength is far above mine. Masters don't need too many words. Just a few details can distinguish them. Not to mention Nan, who is a captain with a sharp eye and a good eye for people. Amid Nan's laughter, Liao Zixuan scratched his head pretending to be modest and silly, saying no. Captain Nan is exaggerating to make a point. After a brief encounter, they were considered to be acquainted. Nan took the initiative to bring up the business. Mr. Bai just said that there is a big matter that needs to be discussed not only with Mr. Zhao and Miss Countess, but also with me. Yes, Captain Nan. I wonder if you still remember that my colleague, Vivian, mentioned to you before that she hopes to buy the blueprint of the heavy gun annihilator star on the Northern Cross. After asking this question, Nan hesitated for a moment and glanced at Liz. Seeing this, Liao Zixuan immediately added, "Oh, Miss Liz is a close friend of mine and Vivian. Captain Nan, don't mind. You can talk to me if you have anything to say. Is that so?" Nan nodded. Because the next thing would involve something related to the Guili 5 elements. Because of Zhao Jia's relationship, Nan also regarded Liao Zixuan as a secret member of the Xianwu Pass. So he was so cautious. However, since the other party said that he didn't mind, Nan didn't hide it and said bluntly, "To be honest, I came to see Boss Zhao today for this matter. Let me first talk about the Annihilation Star blueprint that Mr. Bai mentioned just now. I have negotiated with the people of Qilin Pavilion. Their reply is that they do have this blueprint and can also give it to you." Qilin Pavilion. Zhao Jia, who was listening, had his eyelids twitched when he heard these 3 words. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Guili really only had the wealthy Qilin Pavilion, which could have such a collection and give it away at will. Liao Zixuan was not surprised by Qilin Pavilion. After all, he had known about it for a long time. What he cared more about was what kind of exchange conditions the rich woman behind Qilin Pavilion would propose. He didn't have to wait any longer. Nan's next sentence soon gave him the answer. Of course, Qilin Pavilion will definitely not give away the drawings for free. The condition they proposed is to be able to participate in the equity of Sakuraji Island. Oh, yes. Here they also specifically mentioned that participating in the equity is not to interfere in internal affairs. Qilin Pavilion only does business and does not participate in politics. They said that the reason why they had to emphasize participating in the equity is that only in this way can Qilin Pavilion invest in the construction of the wharf and open a trade route between Sakuraji Island and Guili with confidence. And Sakuraji Island must allow merchants from Guili to travel, guarantee their series of legal rights and interests, and promise to give them additional tariff reductions. If Sakurajima can agree to this, they gave me a special communication tool. Although only I can use it, it is still okay to bring a copy of the blueprint. After Nan said this, the room fell into silence, leaving only Liao Zixuan in deep thought, as if he was considering the conditions proposed by Qilin Pavilion. Although Zhao Jia and Li Zi wanted to express their opinions on this, they still held back. After all, the young man is the real speaker, and everything must be based on the young man's wishes. Or I will go back today and wait for Mr. Bai. Nan just opened his mouth, and the young man interrupted him before he finished speaking. Don't bother. Qiandao doesn't have that much time. Captain Nan, I'll trouble you to help communicate with Qilin Pavilion. Sakurajima accepts Qilin Pavilion's participation and welcomes investment in building docks and routes. But we can't agree to the last tariff. We also have to protect the interests of local and other foreign merchants. So we can't give this privilege to Guili Caravan alone. I hope Qilin Pavilion can understand. Liao Zixuan's words made Zhao Jia and Li Zi secretly relieved. In addition, I believe Captain Nan should know better than me that even if there are blueprints, Annihilator Star cannot be built just by saying so. Now that we are here, I will say it directly. Captain Nan has also seen the crisis of Qiandao. I didn't expect to build the Annihilator Star with the blueprints from the beginning. I just hoped to rely on the blueprints of the Annihilator Star and learn some of its strengths to improve the artillery on our island now, so that we have a better chance of winning the next battle. I understand. Looking at the sincere and helpless look of the young man opposite, Nan nodded, and her expression became a little serious. She didn't even wait for herself to return to the ship, but directly said to Zhao Jia in the room, "Boss Zhao, can you give me a separate room? I will go and pass Mr. Bai's words to Qiling Pavilion now." "Oh, okay. Okay. Come here with me." Zhao Jia stood up and quickly led Nan to an empty room next door. After Zhao Jia closed the door and left, Nan took out the talisman from her arms and silently chanted the spell. The green light immediately bloomed from the talisman and finally filled Nan's entire vision. The next second later, the scene in front of Nan was no longer the small room in the Zhao's Chamber of Commerce, but Gili's Qiling Pavilion. I don't know what happened today. It seems that she always encounters something inappropriate. This time, as soon as Nan used the power of the talisman to project the jade carving image in the room, she instantly felt that two sharp eyes were cast towards the secret room where she was. You must know that this is the secret room designed by Zhao Yu. If he could find her so quickly, the person outside must not be an ordinary person. As for the more important point, these two eyes were not modified at all, which proved that at least the other party was not like Mr. Li of the White Tiger Hall last time, who still cared about Zhao Yu's face. Just when Nan was still hesitating whether she should open the screen mechanism and go out. "It's okay. Nan, you're here at the right time." Zhao Yu's voice came from outside at this time, which made Nan relieved. When she walked out from behind the screen of the secret room and really stood in Zhao Yu's room, Nan sighed again in her heart, because it turned out to be right as she guessed. There are 4 people in the room now, including her, and in addition to Zhao Yu, the other 2 guests who visited Qiling Pavilion are 2 women with blue hair. But don't look at them all with blue hair. But their temperaments are completely different, even a little opposite. First of all, between the 2, the one that people will notice at first sight is definitely the one with a very strange horn-like thing on her head. This feature is very rare in Gili, and there is almost only one possibility: a hybrid of human and fairy beast. Her long dark blue hair was combed into a ponytail that was neat and tidy, hanging down from her chest. She was wearing leather clothes and leather pants that seemed ready to fight at any time, because she was a fairy beast hybrid. Her eyes were a very special red color. It was this pair of red eyes that was staring at Nan, who came out of the secret room, looking at him with a fierce look. Very unfriendly. The horned woman gave others the feeling that she was like the inseparable knife at her waist, exuding a sharp and unquestionable strong aura. Compared with the former, the second blue-haired woman gave people a much better feeling. She no longer had long hair that felt oppressive, but had short hair that covered her ears. Even her outfit seemed to be in a lazy style. A white fluffy coat that looked very luxurious and beautiful was draped over her shoulders. After Nan appeared, she just glanced at him and continued to focus on tasting tea. The only thing that made people a little concerned was the dice she kept playing with on the table with her other hand. As for wine inside, because these 2 blue-haired women are both famous people in Gili. As the captain of the Northern Cross, how could Nan not know them? In the Qinglong Yamen that is in charge of most of the officers and soldiers in Gili, responsible for maintaining domestic security and handling a series of criminal cases. Chun, the head of the police force, is known as the peak of military power. A Qishao magic sword has killed countless criminals in a row. The name alone can make evildoers tremble. And although it has not been announced publicly, it has basically been decided. The next head of the White Tiger Hall responsible for supervising all officials, Lan Yi, plus the head of Qiling Pavilion, Zhao Yue. It can be said that if any of the 3 women in the room stamped their feet, the whole Gili would probably shake 3 times. What big thing happened? It can actually alarm Qiling Pavilion, Qinglong Yamen, and Baihu Hall at the same time. And 2 of them are mainly based on force. Another reason is why you say that you came at the right time? Just when Nan was worried and confused, Zhao Yu spoke before she asked first. "Nan, do you still remember the young man you mentioned to me before, who claimed to be an expatriate from Xuanwu Pass in Xiandao?" Nan nodded. It's better to say that she was going to pass on a message to Liao Zixuan this time. But then after you told me the news, I immediately asked someone to go to Xuanwu Pass to investigate. And then, Zhao Yu paused. At this time, Lan Yi next to him waved his hand and took over the conversation. "Let me tell you. After all, this is the jurisdiction of our White Tiger Hall. What Pavilion Master Zhao wants to investigate must be a big deal. So after I learned about it, I personally took the task. And the result was, although I failed to find out the Xuanwu Pass spy who was sent to Qiandao that Pavilion Master Zhao wanted to investigate, I did accidentally discover a group of very problematic senior officials of Xuanwu Pass during this investigation. There is a problem. Is it corruption or something like that? No. It shouldn't be alarming to this extent. Right? What else could it be? Suddenly Nan's eyes widened. Seeing Nan's expression, Lan Yi nodded. Yes. The biggest responsibility of Xuanwugwen is to guard the entry gate. Any foreigner who wants to enter Gili needs to be examined by Xuanwugwen and obtain entry permit. This examination has become extremely strict recently. Anyone with a criminal record is not allowed to enter Gili. As for why, I think Miss Nan should have thought of it. After all, it is the biggest event in Gili in 100 years. The Emperor is out of retreat. Nan whispered these 4 words. Yes. We learned from our interrogation that the forces behind these problematic officials are likely to be targeting the Emperor's retreat this time. So, Lan Ye's other hand suddenly paused on the dice spinning on the table. And her whole demeanor changed. If the straightforward and aggressive scrutiny of Chen the constable next to her is compared to a raging fire, then Lan Ye's feeling to Nan is more like a piece of ice. If you anger the former, you may be burned to death at most. But if it is the latter, the ice will not kill you at once, but will let the cold penetrate into your bones little by little, spread throughout your body, and eventually turn you into a frozen corpse in pain and torture. Miss Nan, I can tell you responsibly that the young man you met in Qiandao, who claimed to be a secret agent of Xuanwugwen, has been listed as the highest heaven-level observation target by our Baihutang. And now, in the name of the Chief Inspector of Baihutang, I ask you to tell us all the information you know about him. Chapter 377. If he can build an annihilation star. I will write the name Lan Yi backwards. Under the sharp and serious words of Chief Inspector Lan Yi, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little tense and solemn, and Nan's palms were slightly sweaty. Nan's current performance was not because of Lan Ye's momentum. Even the Chief Inspector of the White Tiger Hall was not good enough for the leader of the Northern Cross, and the Big Sister, who was not only in Gili but also in the seas of the 5 countries of the entire East Continent. What really made Nan's palms sweat was that she realized that this matter was related to the Emperor. For any Gili person, no matter how high their status or how strong their martial arts were, they would have offered the Emperor in their hearts. But this is a little different from the attitude of many other countries towards God. For the Gili people, rather than saying that Emperor is their God, it is better to say that he is like an old father. Therefore, at any time, things related to Emperor will be ranked very high in the hearts of the Gili people. Nan's current tension also comes from this. Fortunately, Zhao Yue spoke from the side at this time. Okay, Miss Lan Yi. It's okay for you White Tiger Hall to be pretentious to officials from the other 4 lines. But do you have to do the same to ordinary people? Ordinary people? Are you sure? Lan Yi rolled her eyes at Zhao Yue. But she also saw the girl's protective intention. In Gili territory, the only person that the Qilin Pavilion Master wants to protect is probably the Emperor who can move him. Right? Although Lan Yi had already investigated the relationship between the Northern Cross and Qilin Pavilion, it seems that Lan Ye's sight is now lingering between Nan and Zhao Yue. The relationship between these 2 people should be a little deeper than he imagined. And he will have to add another record about this in the White Tiger Hall later. Although he thought so in his heart. Lan Yi compromised quickly. Thank you for the reminder, Pavilion Master Zhao. And Miss Nan. I'm sorry. It's just a professional habit. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter. Sometimes I still keep the habits I had at sea. Nan waved her hand. Not minding. Besides, it's about the Emperor coming out of retreat. I can understand Miss Lan Ye's strictness, because she also knew that Lan Yi was not targeting her. But only this matter. Lan Yi nodded. If all Gili people can have the same ideological awareness as Captain Nan, then our work in Baihutang will be at least half easier. Seeing that the atmosphere finally eased a little, Lan Yi stopped asking questions. Zhao Yue seized the opportunity and continued to speak to Nan. Don't worry. Things are not as tense as you think. You are not in the 5 elements, so you may not know. If the young man from Xuanwugwen in Qiandao is really found to have problems, then it will not be Lan Yi who will ask you now, but Captain Chen. Following Zhao Yue's words, Captain Chen Nan turned his gaze to the direction of the knife-wielding woman who had been silent from the beginning. Captain Chen nodded to her and explained, there are 2 lists in Gili. One is a pure blacklist, which is managed by our Qinglong Yamen. Whenever someone on it appears in Gili, we will do our best to arrest them. If there is news of someone on the blacklist overseas, if they are above the Xin level, we will not hesitate to carry out cross-border execution. As for the second list, we generally call it the Grey List, and the more official one is the Observer List, which is managed by the White Tiger Hall. As the name suggests, anyone who has the ability to bring instability to Gili is usually on this list, such as a famous local snake, a gang leader, or a business tycoon. These people are regularly monitored by the White Tiger Hall. This is of course much less powerful than the previous list. And we are not trying to be enemies with these people. Lan Yi interrupted at the right time and took over the words from Captain Chin. The White Tiger Hall does this just to be on the safe side. Sometimes, we will even provide these people with additional conveniences, such as internal channels, and turn a blind eye to some of their illegalities on paper. When saying the last sentence, Lan Yi deliberately prolonged the voice, which was a bit meaningful. And the next thing was as expected. By the way, Captain Nan, you are also on our grade list, and your level is not low. After a brief digestion, Nan was not at all restrained, but laughed more cheerfully. Haha, I am really honored. Now she finally understood why Zhao Yue had never mentioned the list to her before. Perhaps it was just to take her feelings into consideration. Zhao Yue's helpless forehead is the best proof. But in fact, after listening to the general description of the list, Nan felt that it was cool to be on it, and it also explained that the unofficial armed fleet, like Northern Cross, was strongly recruited and disbanded by the 5 elements at the beginning. And now it can come and go freely in Gili to do business everywhere. I am afraid that it is inseparable from the credit of her name honored on this grade list. Of course, Nen finally breathed a sigh of relief. So Brother Bai actually has nothing to do with the organization that wants to take over the Emperor. Right? Phew? This is really the best news I've heard today. Brother Bai? Lan Yi raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's the name of that young man. But I learned from Xiao Yu's father, from other channels, that Bai seems to be just a code name for that young man. His real name in Gili is Liao Zixuan. I don't think he's lying. After all, he looks like a Gili person. Not necessarily. This time it was Captain Chin, who had been silent, who spoke up. The Qiandao people in the East Continent are very similar to us. And he was also in Qiandao. It's too early to draw this conclusion now. At the same time, Captain Chen continued to ask, in addition, Miss Nan, from your tone, you seem to trust this young man very much? I can't say trust yet, but he gives me the feeling that he is a very reliable person. Reliable? Miss Nan, can you tell me more specifically? Nan scratched her head, and then suddenly clapped her hands. I don't know if you can understand what I mean, but if he were my crew member, I would be very confident to leave my back to him. Right? You want to ask me why again? Nan shrugged and said, I can only say that this is a sailor's intuition. Anyway, I always trust my own intuition. Is that so? Thank you for providing this, Captain Nan. Captain Chen nodded to Nan. It could be heard that compared to talking to Lan Yi of the White Tiger Hall, the straightforward Captain Chen gave people a more comfortable feeling. Afterwards, Nan quickly told the 3 people present everything she knew about Liao Zixuan, which naturally included Nan's judgment of Liao Zixuan's strength through the small detail of pulling hands. It can be seen that among the 3 people present, Zhao Yue looked a little skeptical. It was not that she doubted the strength of the young man, but she doubted Nan's statement that a small action could show the strength. But as the first constable of Qinglong Yamen, Captain Chen agreed with Nan's judgment. Master Zhao specializes in magic, not martial arts, so it's normal that he can't understand. But both I and Lan Yi have a deep understanding that this is by no means an easy task. At least Lan Yi certainly can't do what the young man did at that time, and let Captain Nan grab her before she could react. Lan Yi, the surname Chen? You don't have to speak if you can't. Glancing at the short-haired woman with the same hair color as himself, he looked away. It's just a fact. At some point, Captain Chen, who was holding the scabbard, said so. But soon, Captain Chen didn't stay on this topic for long, and began to analyze seriously. From Captain Nan's description, this young man can promote the reform of Qiandao. He really doesn't look like a villain. When Qiandao faced a disaster, he was willing to stay and bear it together. He is a man of blood. It can be seen that Captain Chen's evaluation of Liao Zixuan is surprisingly high. But the other one, more importantly, he was able to win over Vivian to become his companion and help him hide his identity. Lan Yi added, Oh, now the information has been updated again. And there is also a female countess from Yenyu, Who is his lover? It really sounds like a tricky guy. We have to ask Bai Hu Hall to add that female countess to the list. Lan Yi seemed to be talking to himself, and the dice in his hand turned very quickly. Nan was a little surprised. Vivian? You know her too? Of course. Although our Bai Hu Hall's intelligence is not as powerful as Qilin Pavilion, it is still very fast if we really want to check. When we put the young man on the list, the little girl from Yinyu, who is willing to cooperate with him to pretend to be an identity, we naturally have to pay attention to her. She is also on our list now, but her level is much lower. Only Xian level. Hearing that Vivian was also included in the list by Lan Yi, although she was only in the middle of the Heaven and Earth Xianwang people, Nan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh for the little girl in his heart. If Liao Zixuan said that she was not sure, but if Vivian was a bad person even for that little girl, then there would probably be no good people in this world. Right? So this leads to a question. I was a little concerned from the beginning. You have been talking about pretending to be someone. Disguising yourself. Can you be sure that he is not from Xuanwu Pass? If so, shouldn't he be more suspicious? This time, Zhao Yue answered Nan's question. Nan, think about it. If you are that young man and are related to this operation, in order not to be exposed, would you choose a pseudonym that has nothing to do with the organization? Or directly use the organization's real name? Seeing Nan's expression of sudden enlightenment, Zhao Yue nodded. So long before you came, I told the other two adults about my speculation about the young man. Since our first meeting, I have been thinking about why the other party deliberately approached my father, and why he didn't choose anything else among the 5 elements, but insisted on saying that he was a spy from Xuanwu Pass. At first, I thought it was because Xuanwu Pass was in charge of customs, so it would naturally have more exchanges with foreign countries, and it would be easier to be believed if he pretended to be a Xuanwu Pass staff. But now it seems, I am 80% sure that his purpose is to use you to give us a warning to Gili. Following Zhao Yue's words, Nan nodded thoughtfully. So he expected that you would immediately check his identity in Zuanwugwen after learning about it. But in fact, the identity is just a cover. What he really wants you to check is the spy from another country who was planted behind Zuanwugwen. The more Nan said, the more he couldn't help but applaud. Then, there was a shock. Why? Because of the planning of each step. The tight connection between each link. When the truth is revealed, it is really hard to imagine how powerful the person behind the chess is. The overseas father that the dignified Gili Qilin Pavilion master could not find. The young man actually found it. And he should have found it a long time ago and has been using it as a hidden chess move. Otherwise it can't explain why the other party could choose this time so well to let Zhao Jia appear in Zhao Yue's sight. Wait! Nan suddenly had another terrible thought in his mind. So, the reason why Zhao Yue was able to discover Zhao Jia's information source, the fake syncing of the astrologist, was actually part of the other party's plan and deliberately designed. From the expression on Zhao Yue's face now, Nan knew that the girl also realized this. And then the young man absolutely expected that Zhao Yue would definitely send someone to the 1,000 Islands to pick up Zhao Jia. And the fact was indeed so. And then, the young man could naturally send the information out without moving his own nest. Just a few moves of his mouth. This. It turned out that they were hooked from the very beginning without knowing it. Just like a fish. Following the scent of the bait. And finally biting the hook step by step. Terrible. This was the first time that Nan had such a feeling towards a person. It was also the first time that she saw the genius girl known as the Guili Brain, the youngest leader of Qilin Pavilion, being led by others step by step from beginning to end. Now that she thinks about it, she still feels a little unfair why the young man was suddenly included in the highest level heaven level list. But now it seems that just this ability to strategize, heaven level, well deserved. If I guess correctly, that young man did not deliberately help us Guili, but just like helping Qiandao. The essence is to go against another organization. Or the country. Organization. Country? Yes. It's Winter. The source of the disaster in Qiandao is Winter's executives. Although they hypnotized a very strange command. It is certain that Winter is the mastermind behind the attack on our senior officials at Xuanwu Pass. After Captain Chen said this, Lan Yi comforted him in a somewhat relaxed tone. Actually, I am willing to see the scene. After all, a person who helps you with a purpose is much more reassuring than a person who helps you for no reason. What's more, didn't this guy ask us for a reward? Lan Yi chuckled. When the reward was mentioned, Nan suddenly realized what she was supposed to do this time. It was not her fault. Too much happened in the middle. In fact, the three of us had already discussed this before you came. Captain Chen voted against it, arguing that the power of the Annihilation Star was too great, and such a lethal weapon could not be leaked under any circumstances. But Pavilion Master Zhao and I both voted in favor because we all agreed that the Annihilation Star could not be reproduced. At least not in a short period of time. To reproduce the Annihilation Star, we need to overcome 3 difficulties. If the blueprint is also counted, then there are 4. First of all, there must be a group of senior craftsmen who can understand the blueprint and ensure that there will be no mistakes. This is the first and the simplest of the 3 levels. Even if he has the ability to recruit such a group of craftsmen, he will never be able to complete the second difficulty without 3 to 5 years. Materials. The production of the Annihilation Star requires a variety of precious materials. What's more regrettable is that these materials are not only distributed in one country, but also need to be found in the 5 countries of the East Continent, namely Yinyu, Xiandao, Gili, Qifeng, and Winter. Although the amount of materials does not need to be large, unless he can have a huge force throughout the 5 countries. It will take him half a year just to travel through the 5 countries. You should know that it takes 2 months to travel from Qifeng to Gili by sea, not to mention the farther winter. However, in terms of quality, the materials of the 5 countries above are still not good enough compared to the 3rd difficulty below. However, this 3rd hurdle in the production of Annihilation Star is the most important, because it involves the core power and strength of the Annihilation Star. Captain Nan should understand this without me saying anything. Nan nodded after Lan Yi said this. Forbidden monster. She slowly uttered these 4 words. That's right. The reason why the Annihilation Star can have such a powerful force is that it must use a large amount of Forbidden Monster's essence and blood to smelt the core. If he can find a living Forbidden Monster within 3 years, and is willing to donate a large amount of precious essence and blood to him, I will write the 2 words Lan Yi in reverse for him. The short-haired woman raised a confident smile. The young man likes to play chess. Right. Then she will play with him. And the Annihilation Star is the fake bait she put out. And Lan Yi is very sure that the other party will bite the hook. In this case, the fish that has taken the bait must pull the line back. Lan Yi believes that since the other party wants the blueprint, he may really have the ability to build it. But what Lan Yi does not believe is the time she mentioned at the beginning. So as long as he grasps this, Captain Nan. So after our 2-to-1 vote, we agree to let you take the blueprint of the Annihilation Star to him. But I have to add a condition. A very small condition. I need him to return to Gili with you immediately after solving the troubles in the 1,000 Islands. This is what Lan Yi put on the table. As for what was not said in the audience, it was naturally to trick the other party before he had time to prepare to build the Annihilation Star. Then, in order to praise his contribution, Lan Yi, the chief inspector of the White Tiger Hall, transferred him to his direct subordinate after applying to his superiors. At that time, under her nose, you still want to build the Annihilation Star? If you build it, she can also use means to recover it. Fishing, reeling in, and finally putting it in the fish tank. This is Lan Yi's best and most familiar trilogy. Chapter 378, I will make a great invention of jumping versions. Why hasn't Miss Nan made any move for so long? Could it be that Gili disagrees? Among the 3 people waiting for news in the room, Zhao Jia was the first to get impatient. Seeing that more than half an hour had passed and Nan hadn't come out of the room, Zhao Jia became more and more worried. And because he was also from Gili, he was even more unsure. If it really doesn't work, let's give them more benefits. I've done business with the guys in Qiling Pavilion before, and they are all people who can't bear any losses. What's more, we are the ones who need help. It's not shameful to bow our heads a little in difficult times. Zhao Jia was obviously more conservative and began to actively suggest the young man. But before Liao Zixuan could speak, Liz's voice came from the side. Isn't Mr. Zhao's daughter the secretary of Qiling Pavilion? I believe that after she learns about Captain Nan's news, she will definitely help us deal with it. Right? This Zhao Jia hesitated when asked by the girl. On the one hand, of course, he also wanted his daughter to help, which would not only give him face, but also kill the arrogance of the female countess in front of Liao Zixuan. But on the other hand, because this matter was not a trivial matter, Zhao Jia was worried that if his daughter forcibly interfered, it would ruin her future in Qiling Pavilion. So Zhao Jia didn't let Nan bring a message to his daughter in the end. This was a little selfishness as a father. But his current ambiguous attitude had already conveyed a lot of information to Liz. First, Zhao Jia's daughter was indeed not a big shot, and her status would not be very high. Otherwise Zhao Jia would not be so worried. Second, the other party's friendship with Bai was probably not very deep, and it would be difficult for her to even help with such a thing. If it were her, no matter what Bai proposed, she would push any other things to the back and assist with all her strength. Just this point alone, she won too much. So the so-called son-in-law was probably just the wishful thinking of Uncle Geely. After gradually analyzing the cause of the incident, Liz felt relieved. At the same time, she shook her head at her previous jealous attitude. After all, if this could be considered an opponent, it would be too low of her status. After a while, footsteps finally came from the corridor. Zhao Jia was the first to get up. After opening the door, it turned out to be Nan who had ended the call. Miss Nan. So what is the result? Liao Zixuan also got up and came over, a little nervous to get to the point. Although he knew in his heart that with Zhao Jia's relationship, the rich woman Gili should give some face. But as for how much she could give, how much weight Zhao Jia, the bastard father who abandoned his wife and daughter, could have, this was an unknown. Liao Zixuan was prepared for multiple negotiations, but Nan did not answer the young man verbally. Instead, she took out a box with exquisite workmanship from her bosom. When she opened it in front of everyone, there was a thick stack of complex engineering drawings with various symbols and marks. Although these profound engineering drawings were difficult to understand, there was also an attached picture of the final product next to it. The thick and tall gun barrel seemed to be going straight through the sky. The geometric step-like layers of cushioning bottom support firmly grasped the ground, and the last dark and deep gun muzzle seemed to suck people in. Just a hand-painted picture placed here can make people feel a breath of destruction. What else could it be if it is not the blueprint of Annihilation Star? I see. Liao Zixuan was ecstatic in his heart, and he wished he could put the blueprint into the backpack space immediately. But he still had to suppress the heat in his eyes, because he thought it might not be that simple. Nen had been gone for so long, and there must be something waiting for him later. As expected, Mr. Bai, the people at Qilin Pavilion agreed to your request to cancel the tariff preferential treatment. But as a concession, they hope you can also meet a small request. The people at Qilin Pavilion hope that Mr. Bai can return to Gili with me after dealing with the Qiandao matter. After Nan's voice fell, and it seemed that there was no follow-up, Liao Zixuan had a question mark in his heart. That's it? The result you came up with after discussing for a long time is to let me go to Gili? Hey, your father called him son-in-law. You can't really accept your fate. You really want my body. In addition to this, is there anything else? Liao Zixuan confirmed it again just in case. No. Then what is your answer? Mr. Bai? For some reason, Liao Zixuan felt that Nan, who was sitting opposite him, seemed to be a little nervous about this question or about himself. This was different from when they first met. But never mind. Of course, no problem. Liao Zixuan blurted out without thinking. A verbal agreement in exchange for a blueprint of the Annihilation Star. This kind of cheap deal would not be done by a fool. On the other side. Huh? This time Liao Zixuan was sure that he was not wrong. Nan breathed a sigh of relief after getting his affirmative answer. And then, before Liao Zixuan could react, Nan put the box containing the blueprint of the Annihilation Star in his arms in his hand, and said goodbye very quickly, turned around, and went out. The whole set of actions was done in one go, without any drag. Liao Zixuan wanted to chat with Nan in a fake way, and take the opportunity to ask what happened at Qilin Pavilion. But she didn't give him a chance and left at the speed of light, as if she didn't want to stay here for a second longer, which made Zhao Jia and Lizzie a little stunned. Before, Liao Zixuan had the mentality that it was just Gili meeting an online friend, so he could just go. But now seeing Nan's behavior, he suddenly felt uneasy again. It's bad. Could it be that the rich woman is not greedy for my body, but wants to trick me into having my kidneys? And looking at this posture, it seems that she has expected that I will definitely agree? Where does she get such confidence? Thinking of this, Liao Zixuan set his eyes on the drawings in his hand. Annihilator Star Blueprint. Quality, Legend. Blueprint Type, Weapon Battlefield Heavy Artillery Specialized Lethality Type 4. Total number of blueprints, 27. 3 support bases, 8 basic frame structures, 5 core power furnaces, 2 cooling devices, Accelerated centrifugal splicing. Blueprint usage requirements. Different types according to different parts. Wood/mechanical/iron/alchemist proficiency. Annihilator star finished product. Basic attack power. 8000001200000. Charging time. 1 minutes depending on the core power attribute. Basic range. 28 to 80 kilometers depending on the core power attribute. Fixed skill 1. Armor piercing. Convert this bombardment into an armor piercing bombardment that can ignore 60% of the enemy's defense, while the maximum range is -9%. The minimum attack power limit is +30%, and the ballistic speed is +17%. Fixed skill 2. Explosion. Convert this bombardment into a bombardment that can produce a large-scale explosion at the point of impact, while the maximum range is +21%. The maximum attack power limit is -18%, and the ballistic speed is -5%. Specialized skill 1. Depends on the core power attribute. Specialized skill 2. Depends on the core power attribute. In the long history of Geely, there have been countless disasters of all sizes. The most serious disaster was recorded by the Geely people in later generations as the disaster of the cave disaster, which is also the origin of the annihilation star. The earth collapsed. Demon caves emerged. Countless monsters poured out of the caves. No one knew where they came from or what they were, only that they were ferocious and bloodthirsty, slaughtering any living creature within sight. Although the immortals were extremely powerful, they could not match the number of monsters. As batches of monsters continued to emerge, one immortal after another fell, just when Geely was in danger and the immortals were almost dead or injured. The army formed by mortals filled the vacancy of the immortals. The founder of the first generation of Suzukumen summoned all the skilled craftsmen in Geely to improve the immortal mechanism and the mortal artillery. And finally in one, with the help of a foreign female inventor who was traveling, she successfully created the Annihilation Star heavy artillery under the power of the Annihilation Star. Even mortals without immortal power and magic can destroy the demon cave with artillery fire from 100 miles away, releasing a terrifying force that even immortals can marvel at. In the end, under the power of the Annihilation Star, Geely won the war at a tragic price. But strangely, after the war, almost all the Annihilation Stars were destroyed overnight, and even the blueprints disappeared. The descendants of Suzukumen can only rely on the remains of the destroyed Annihilation Stars to try to reverse engineer and restore their blueprints, and use various different materials to try to replace them. The above is excerpted from the Record of Human Immortals, Wonderful Instruments and Artifacts Part 3. After reading the additional information on the system panel, Liao Zixuan had a better understanding of the Annihilation Star. No wonder this cannon was so powerful. It turned out that it was based on the template of the immortal mechanism. At the same time, he also admired the greatness of the Geely craftsman, the founder of the first generation of Suzukumen, and the foreign female inventor who passed by. Finally, Liao Zixuan took a look at the appendix of Annihilation Star blueprint, which was a full page of materials required. What's even more outrageous is that, let's not talk about the basic materials. At a glance, there are many special materials written in bold. The collection locations prompted by the system are actually from all over the world. The 5 countries of the entire East continent. In Mimdi, the guy who destroyed the Annihilation Star was fine, but he also burned the blueprints. He left no room for maneuver. And the descendants of Suzukumen are too bad. The first generation of people were facing a powerful enemy. So how could they go to foreign countries to find materials? So Liao Zixuan inferred from the story that the original materials of the Annihilation Star must have been made with materials from the mainland. As a result, the blueprints were lost, and the restoration and imitation became looking for similar materials from all over the world. Isn't this too big of a gap? It seems that the blueprints were restored, but in fact it is the same as not being restored. Just these alternative materials. Liao Zixuan sorted out and listed the ones he didn't have. Winter snow lotus, a strange lotus born in a snowstorm. Its seeds have a powerful cooling effect like 100-year-old ice. No matter how hot the environment is, it can continuously supply cold air. It is an essential core for the cooling device of the Annihilation Star. Recommended collection location: Winterman and Icecliff. Required share: 7. Phoenix roost wood in the forest where the phoenix roost in legend. You can find such a roosting wood. It has been infected by the phoenix's breath for a long time and has extremely high heat resistance. Taking its sawdust and incorporating it into smelting can greatly enhance the heat resistance of the metal. It is an essential core for the Annihilation Star Gun Barrel Recommended Collection Location. Flame Domain Spark Forest. Required Share, 19. Divine Sakura Branches. Once provided by Ye Shrine. Can provide stability. And is essential for the base of the Annihilation Star. Recommended Collection Location, 1000 Islands. Sakura Island. Required Share, 10. Blood Cattail Iron. Recommended Collection Location, Qingfeng. Fresh Blood Territory. Emperor Amber Rock. Recommended Collection. Now Liao Zixuan understands why Geely has such a powerful weapon, but does not make it. And why the rich woman is willing to give him the blueprint so easily. The above materials are precious. But the Winter Snow Lotus may be relatively rare. But the difficulty is that it is too widely distributed. And each collection location seems a bit shady and remote. I'm afraid that Qilin Pavilion has figured out that he simply can't gather all the materials in a short time. And there are also Geely's materials on it. If he wants it, according to their thinking, sooner or later he will have to go to Geely. At that time, they will probably use the name of providing materials to force him to share his share. Even if he builds it later, Qilin Pavilion can still enjoy the right to use it. And if it doesn't build it, Qilin Pavilion will not lose anything at all. TSK. This little calculation is really shrewd. Liao Zixuan shook his head. What a pity. Players are creatures that attack at a lower dimension. It seems that Geely has not realized the power of the fourth disaster. The 5 countries of the East continent corresponding to this material are just the 5 countries that opened the server. Which means that the manpower is now in place. Then, there are 2 things that I need to consider next. First, Vivian's influence is only limited to the 2 countries of Yinyu and Qiandao. How can I get the players of the remaining 3 countries to help me? The second is transportation. Assuming that the players have collected materials, how can I get them to deliver them to me? The first point is put aside for later, which is not difficult to do. What really gave Liao Zixuan a headache for a while is the second point. Transportation. The first thing he thought of was naturally the Adventurers Association. This force spread all over the world has the ability of cross-border express delivery. At the beginning, Liz's blood bottle was sent from Yinyu to Qiandao by this method. However, this method has a fatal flaw. That is, the objects to be transported cannot be too large, and the distance cannot be too far. If it is a lotus seed like the Winter Snow Lotus, it is okay. But if it is wood, iron, or rock, it may not work. But the only Winter Snow Lotus that can be delivered is in a cold winter, which can be said to be located at the extreme end of the East continent. Liao Zixuan doubts whether Vivian's Platinum Badge is qualified for the Adventurers Association at this distance. After excluding the Adventurers Association, Liao Zixuan's second thought is to use the transaction function of the player system. But unfortunately, for the authenticity of the game, this kind of transaction can only be a local area network online express delivery. Not to mention cross-border, even across cities. If there is only one thing that can ignore distance and can be traded by players in any corner of the world, it will through the system. It is probably. Only Liao Zixuan's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Travel card. Of course, the current version of travel card is just a card. A tool for entertainment. But Liao Zixuan knows that in 2.0. No. It should be the next 3.0 version. As a prelude to the subsequent 4.0 version, the travel card at that time has begun to gradually reveal some other abilities. And if I can awaken these abilities in advance now. Try it. Chapter 379. Yuyuan Island Adventurers Association. Thank you for your patronage. The association has recently launched a preview manual for the expansion pack. It only costs 5 silver coins to get the latest information about new cards at any time. Would you like to consider it? No. Thank you. Okay. Sir. Facing the stars and the sea. I look forward to your next visit. After talking with the puppet receptionist lady of the Adventurers Association, Liao Zixuan walked out of the association with the 2 card packs he bought. If you want to study the travel card, you must have a sample first. The fastest way to get the travel card is naturally the Adventurers Association. But Sakuraji Island doesn't have it yet. So Liao Zixuan came to Yuyuan Island. The current Yuyuan Island is completely different from what it was when Liao Zixuan first came. It is no longer peaceful and prosperous. The streets and alleys are crowded. Foreigners who have moved from other islands can meet the heavily armed and serious-looking patrol warriors every now and then. Many shops passing by are either closed or the prices are soaring. The flowers and plants on the street have also begun to grow wantonly. No one has the time to take care of them. The whole Yuan Island is surrounded by a repressive and murderous atmosphere. Liao Zixuan glanced at the system prompt on the panel. 4 days, 19 hours, 08 minutes and 33 seconds left before the arrival of the fallen abyss. There is not much time left for me. In 4 days, the second wave of giant crocodile boss will come. And the third wave after that will be the turtle crab. Therefore, to be conservative, the manufacturing of the Annihilation Star should be completed within a week. Can the huge Annihilation Star that Geely spent hundreds of years to spin be completed in a week? It sounds a bit unrealistic. But Liao Zixuan opened the 2 card packs in his hand. The first one was a basic pack that you can buy no matter where you are. As expected, it was a blue sky and white clouds. The second card pack was a regional basic pack provided by the association based on your location. For example, the regional basic pack of Yuan Island is easier to open than the ordinary basic pack. Brush. Unexpectedly, a burst of purple light flashed from the card pack in his hand. And then in the middle of the blue and white cards, a card with a purple-haired woman holding a bow and arrow attracted attention. Epic! Great Purification General 6 Paths of Liu Sha. Fuck. Could it be that after staying with Vivian for so long, the girl's luck finally touched me? Besides, Vivian has been out for more than a day. It's about time for her to come back. After the brief surprise of the epic card, Liao Zixuan quickly calmed down. Judging from the skill description of the card, it fits the character of 6 Paths of Liu Sha very well. It is a very powerful offensive card. In the game of journey cards, it can have an unexpected killing effect. But it is only in the game of journey cards. Yes, from here we can see that journey cards, apart from playing cards, are like a piece of waste paper after leaving the card table, no matter how powerful the card is. Therefore, in the early versions, the travel cards were not taken seriously by the entire player community. Players from the other 4 countries were still busy completing tasks, upgrading levels, and fighting against the fallen abyss. Only Qifeng players had mini-card players. Why? Because almost all NPCs that Qifeng players could contact were more or less keen on playing cards, and had a fanatical interest in travel cards. To what extent was the fanaticism? Liao Zixuan remembered that the most famous one in his previous life was that a Qifeng player once took on a task of catching an adulterer, and took the victim NPC to catch the yellow-haired man and the heroine having an affair. As a result, when they pushed the door in and arrested them on the spot, the yellow-haired NPC said, "If you are a man, play a game of travel cards with me." Then, in the stunned eyes of the Qifeng players, the victim NPC really played cards with the yellow-haired man. The most outrageous thing was that at the end of this task, the victim and the yellow-haired man felt that they had met too late and fell in love with each other while playing cards. Then, the two of them dumped the green tea heroine together. As more and more outrageous things happened, such as when the house was on fire, the NPC looked comfortable playing cards with the player next to him. And when he was chased by the enemy, he would sit down and play cards with the player. And when the enemy came over, he would join the melee. So the first time that the travel card became popular among the players of the other 4 countries and became a household name, it was because of the Let's Play a tense and exciting game of travel cards. This means that in Qifeng, no matter how urgent or dangerous the situation you encounter, after saying this sentence, everyone will put down everything at hand and play a tense and exciting game of travel cards with you. And wait until the game is over before talking about anything else. Playing with memes is just playing with memes. But including Liao Zixuan, no one is interested in playing cards. At most, they are just like, oh, there is a card system in the game. Because in the final analysis, only Qifeng has a large number of tasks related to the travel cards, and can obtain a large number of game resources by playing cards. Even in Qifeng, the highest level and the most luxurious equipment are not those with the best combat skills, but those who can win consecutive games and play cards the best. And what really made the travel cards start to be taken seriously by all players, and had a sensational impact on the entire Fallen God world, was concrete. Yes, when the travel cards broke away from the constraints of the game and began to produce effects in reality, it immediately caused an uproar. The spell card can directly release the spells in it to attack the enemy in seconds. Equipping the card is equivalent to directly having the weapon and the unit card in the future. This is the ability of its materialization that has not been revealed even in the plot of the previous life. After all, Each version of Fallen God is based on one of the 9 countries as the home field. 3.0 is still the version of Geely's home field. And 4.0 is the home field of Qifeng, which is the home field of the card. But it doesn't matter. Liao Zixuan doesn't need to activate other complicated functions of the card now. He only needs the most basic storage function. Storage, as the name suggests, is the ability to store items in reality in the card, which can be understood as a disguise card making. Then this requires a kind of travel card that the current 1.0 version players have never seen. Blank card. It is this card that opened the prelude to the materialization ability of the travel card. Liao Zixuan is now very fortunate that a phallonologist from Qifeng wrote a long popular science article The Origin of Travel Cards on the forum. And he also forced himself to click in to read it because he realized the potential of travel cards. Because of this, he now knows how to make blank cards. This revolution of travel cards originated from a local NPC in Qifeng. Yes, he is not a foreign player, but a very ordinary, even very bad NPC. This NPC has always been obsessed with using only human-side travel cards. In the environment of Qifeng at that time, whether it was the Blood Clan, Elf Clan, Orc Clan, etc., the quality of the cards on the side of other races was to crush the human-side cards. So this NPC, who only played human travel cards, could be said to have almost never won. But he fought and lost again and again. And he fought again and again. And perhaps it was because his pure human-side deck was too weak. Even if he tried his best to develop other routines, he was almost crushed in every game. While others played 1 game, he might have lost 3 or 4 games. When he was defeated again, he looked at the virtual phantom on the board and was killed by the opponent. However, this time the phantom on the board seemed to have run out of power. When the cards were recondensed, what returned to his hand was a blank card without the card portrait and description. However, this NPC at that time was actually seriously ill. The reason why he played cards so enthusiastically was that he wanted to win once with a pure human deck at the end of his life. He made a wish to the blank card. If possible, he hoped that he could become a legend of a human-side travel card. A legendary card that could save the bottom strength of the pure human deck. Then, a miracle happened. His body turned into starlight and merged into the travel card. The first card not issued by the Adventurers Association was born. And the whole travel card was materialized. Throughout the story, the key to getting a blank card is to play cards continuously, and then consume the power of the card's soul. Liao Zixuan drew a white ordinary card. Send prison handcuffs. Quality, white. Type, weapon card. Mana cost, 1. Card effect, equip both parties with a 0/2 handcuff. Automatically lose a point of durability each turn, and cannot be replaced by other weapons. When Liao Zixuan summoned the travel card system, he played this card in the game, and the card immediately transformed into a set of handcuffs that they had seen on the prison of Sin Mountain at that time, which were the most common handcuffs worn by prisoners. As for the Sea Serpent's Foot magic sealing handcuffs that Vivian had worn, it was probably a rare card. In short, the handcuffs that this card transformed into now are the card's soul. Normal operation should rely on multiple duels to continuously wear out the handcuffs, and finally let it completely dissipate, so that a blank card without the card soul can be obtained. But according to the scientific research of the Qifeng falling scientist at that time, the number of games played by that NPC must be at least 4 digits. And now even if I don't eat or drink and play cards all day, I can't play thousands of games at all. So Liao Zixuan planned to take a more indigenous approach. After putting away the cards, Liao Zixuan left Yuan Island. Thanks to the current fallen abyss, most of the 1,000 islands were empty, and he easily found an uninhabited island. After transforming from a human form to a self-existent, the card seemed so small under the huge black wolf. What Liao Zixuan had to do now was to use the authority of his soul to try to invade the inside of the card. The card soul should also be considered a branch of the soul. According to this logic, he could directly wipe it out violently without relying on the conventional way of playing cards. But this is easier said than done, and the possibility of success is still unknown. After all, countless players have tried to destroy the travel card in the past. But no matter what kind of attack, the card was intact. No one knows what material the Adventurer Association uses to make the card. Some people even speculate that the reason why the card is so tough is because it has the support of God behind it and is integrated with divinity, which makes it indestructible. Because of this, There is no possibility of piracy of the travel card at all. Fortunately, what Liao Zixuan has to do now is not to physically destroy the card, but to invade the inside of the card and erase the soul, concentrating all his mental power on this imprisoned handcuffs. Liao Zixuan manipulated his mental power to wrap the card, and then kept trying to penetrate it. Soon, there was a look of joy in the Black Wolf's eyes, because Liao Zixuan was successfully feeling his consciousness gradually sinking, and going deeper into the inside of the card. The inner world of the card is pitch black, and there is a core-emitting green light in the center. There is no doubt that this should be the soul of the card. The core looks a bit strange, like a chess piece, and around the core, there seems to be a layer of green wind rotating and flowing, protecting it. Liao Zixuan first tried to spit out dark flames at the core, but the dark flames that had been at a disadvantage in the past seemed to have met their match this time. When the black flames were about to reach the core, the flow rate of the surrounding green wind suddenly accelerated, as if it were an autonomous defense mechanism, and began to confront the dark flames. However, Liao Zixuan's dark flames were endless, and the green wind barrier protecting the core was obviously limited. After Liao Zixuan increased the intensity of the dark flames, it was obvious that the core's defense was a bit overwhelmed and began to melt under the dark flames. Black Wolf's attention was all focused on the card space, but he didn't know that in fact, a strong wind suddenly rose on the island outside. The sea water was swept up by the wind and turned into a raging wave that hit the reef. The vegetation swayed wildly from side to side in the hurricane, and it was a bit shaky. But soon, a faint singing voice seemed to sound in this area, and it seemed to come from a distant place. The howling hurricane gradually subsided. The sea surface returned to calm, and the swaying vegetation was freed from the danger of being uprooted. At the same time, on the other side, Liao Zixuan was only one step away from completely breaking through the core, when the dark flame completely broke through the barrier and touched the core. The core, which had lost the protection of Qingfeng, almost broke under the dark flame. That is, after the core broke with a click. The original card painting on this imprisoned handcuffs was seen, like an ink painting, becoming increasingly faint. And finally the pattern of the handcuffs completely dissipated on the card. The name of the card in the panel was also refreshed, changing from Sin Prison Handcuffs to blank. And all the card descriptions were blank. Then, a flood of system prompts appeared in Liao Zixuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining the first blank travel card. And you have obtained 10 points of legend. Ding! According to the rules of the Travel Covenant, when the first blank card owner appears, he will have the opportunity to write a covenant. Ding! Please write the first words of the prologue for the Travel Covenant. Chapter 380 Covenant Preface. Covenant? Liao Zixuan was a little confused when he saw the window prompt popping up in front of him, because even though he had experienced the plot of his previous life, he had never heard of this thing. But he soon came to his senses. Liao Zixuan had already prepared for this situation. After all, as time goes by, the benefits of reading the script will become smaller and smaller, and more unknown things will come sooner or later. In this regard, Liao Zixuan did not think it was a big deal, let alone being timid because of it. He was not a person who relied on his past achievements. The experience of his previous life was just an auxiliary tool. On the contrary, even if his identity changed, his heart as a player full of exploration and digging into the unknown would not change from the beginning to the end. So after a brief surprise, Liao Zixuan quickly and excitedly studied this covenant. First of all, if Liao Zixuan guessed correctly, this should be the hidden achievement series in Fallen God. But the reward range was a bit scary for him. Wow! A full 10 points of legend. You know, when Vivian inherited the Ye Shrine, along with the entire Sakuraji Island, she only gave 5 points of legend. And the later the legend, the more difficult it is to obtain. Liao Zixuan thinks that the 10-point legendary reward may have to rise to the level of major historical events. Although this is indeed the first blank card of the travel card, Liao Zixuan thinks it is not the case. The real part of the legendary reward is probably the travel covenant. To be precise, it is the right to write the covenant. I rely on the covenant prompt triggered by the travel card, so it can be inferred that perhaps the covenant affects all travel card players. It is a bit similar to the rules of the card. Finally, the first sentence of this prologue is interesting. Does it mean that I have to write the first sentence of the covenant? It is similar to the preface that readers see on the first page before opening every book, corresponding to the travel card. It is the eye-catching big words that all players will see before the start? Then, do I need to ask what to write? Anyway, the system does not give me any prompts on what I must write and what are the restrictions. Since he was asked to improvise, Liao Zixuan, who had transformed back into a little wolf cub, almost didn't think about it, and directly tapped on the virtual keyboard with his little paws. Soon after, Vivian is the cutest in the world. Looking at the line of words in the Covenant input box, the little wolf cub outside the screen nodded with satisfaction. The preface of the Covenant? No. 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 The pattern is too small, with a huge Qifeng country as a loyal base. And in the future, there is a travel card that will rise to become the focus of the world. Is there any better advertising space than this? In this way, anyone who plays the travel card in the future, whether it is the natives or the players, will be forced to indoctrinate and brainwash the sentence Vivian is the cutest in the world before the start of the game. The little wolf cub was excited just thinking about it. World Star. Now! Legendary Witch. Just around the corner. Confirm. The little wolf cub smiled like a pervert, and slapped the confirm button with his little paw. Then, ding. Please write the first words of the prologue for the Travel Covenant. After the same prompt as the beginning flashed, the line of words that the little wolf cub typed in the Covenant input box was automatically cleared and turned into the waiting for input state again. Oh! Damn it! It seems that his tricky advertising position failed, and was ruthlessly rejected by the system. But the little wolf cub still did not give up his efforts while feeling sorry. After all, maybe it was too straightforward. It's not impossible to be a little more subtle. So the next little wolf cub began to try other advertising platforms. Ahem. The Covenant preface. For example, give your heart to Vivian. Come and play with Vivian. Pay attention to Vivian meow. Pay attention to Vivian. Thank you meow. Long live Vivian. Even later, the little wolf cub reflected on himself again and again. Since the Covenant is the rules of playing cards, there must be the word rules in it. Maybe this is the reason why the system does not allow him to pass. In this case, Vivian is the cutest in the world. So when your opponent is Vivian, you will automatically admit defeat. Failure. When your opponent is Vivian, you can only use the lowest level ordinary white cards to fight against her. Failure. When your opponent is Wei. Win. Ciao. Half an hour later, the little wolf cub sat on the ground with a frustrated look on his face. Then the prompt box about the Covenant panel in front of him was still in the waiting for input state. Later, even if the little wolf cub tried to enter a few normal rules, it was still ruthlessly rejected by the Covenant system. Good guy. The requirements are quite high. Okay. I'm not a professional. Can I just not write it? No. Because the little wolf cub found that writing the Covenant preface is mandatory. If he fails to write it successfully, the blank card in his hand will not be usable. Even if he closes the prompt box, it will pop up automatically when he wants to use the blank card. The little wolf cub was a little crazy. He never expected that he had passed the most difficult step in front, but was stuck at the review step, just when he was thinking about whether he should go to the Qifeng forum to find inspiration from the players. As if sensing something, the little wolf cub suddenly stood up and looked at the sea in the distance. Soon a small black dot appeared there. When the distance was shortened, it turned into a familiar little girl's figure and appeared above the island. The other party naturally saw the little wolf cub on the island below immediately, so he followed closely, and the voice full of surprise could be heard from a long distance. Little Black. Vivian in midair quickly approached the ground. Although they had only been separated for a little over a day, the little girl squatted down immediately after landing and held the little wolf cub in her arms and rubbed back and forth. After a day of solitude, Vivian's condition was obviously much better than before. After a simple intimacy, the little wolf cub asked the little girl curiously why she was here, because according to the location of this island, Vivian should not pass through it when returning to Sakuraji Island from the border of the front line. The little girl explained that on her original route, a strong wind suddenly blew in front of her, and the sky seemed to be shrouded by the dark clouds. Such unpredictable weather changes are not common on the island. So in order to avoid bad weather, Vivian decided to change direction temporarily and go a little further to avoid the storm. Unexpectedly, she met the little wolf cub here in advance. Why are you here? Xiao Hei. And what is this card? Vivian cast her curious eyes on the blank card floating above the little wolf cub, when the little wolf cub simply explained what happened on his side. including the part about the Annihilation Star. Vivian was surprised and a little lonely. The surprise was, of course, that the little wolf cub won such a powerful weapon for Sakurajima and Chiendao's next battle with the Fallen Abyss through tense negotiations with Geely. As for the loneliness, it was naturally that she couldn't help. No. Didn't she agree that she couldn't have such self-denial and depressed thoughts anymore? Vivian shook her head in her heart. It can be seen that this day of solitude and thinking has indeed changed the little girl a lot. The little girl secretly clenched her fists. Now she should no longer feel lonely because she couldn't help, but should immediately think about what she can do to help at this time. Yes, that's right. It's not that I can't do anything, but what I want to do. And the ready-made thing at the moment is naturally the travel card covenant. Xiao Hei, do you want to let me try? Vivian mustered up her courage, tightened her little face, and volunteered to the little wolf cub with a very serious look. The little wolf cub didn't care about it. Anyway, he had tried many times and estimated that it would take a very professional card rule, so he didn't have any expectations for Vivian. But the little girl's confident attitude of being more and more willing to try is still worth encouraging. He briefly gave Vivian the concept of the covenant he had figured out, and gave her a consolation shot in advance, telling her that it didn't matter if she failed. After all, he had failed many times. On the other side, Vivian listened attentively and fell into thought, muttering to herself, "Covenant. Rules? Oh, by the way, Xiao Hei, can you let me see what you wrote before? This will be a reference." Vivian clapped her hands with a frown. To be honest, although she volunteered and wanted to do something, she actually knew nothing about this. So Vivian wanted to learn from the previous failure cases of the little wolf cub to see if she could get any clues. But on the other side, the little wolf cub immediately brushed it off and just perfunctorily replied. After all, if Vivian really knew what he had written before, what would he do? Hey! Xiao Hei. Some words seemed to appear on this scroll. The previous system prompt box was to write the covenant from the player's perspective. In reality, there is a light blue virtual scroll as the carrier of the covenant. Not long after Vivian's voice fell, the scroll suddenly changed, and then all the historical records written by the little wolf cub before appeared on the covenant scroll one by one, and also appeared in front of Vivian. How to say it? There was a report that a passerby was hit by an out-of-control truck and flew several meters away. He held his breath, tremblingly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, deleted the browser history, and then closed his eyes peacefully. The little wolf cub didn't understand it at the time, thinking that the unscrupulous media was exaggerating. But now, only the blush visible to the naked eye began to spread from the little girl's ears at the speed of light. Vivian looked at the unbearable covenant prefaces on it, each with the word Vivian, and the whole person almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. She is now extremely fortunate that this scroll was not approved by Xiao Hei. If Xiao Hei really succeeded, all people who play the travel card in the future will be able to see such shameful lines. How can she have the face to go out? How can she face people? Just kill her. Little Black. A few minutes later, the little wolf cub with a bump on his head continued to sit in Vivian's arms, studying the covenant with the little girl. It's not that Vivian has no impression of the travel card. When they first met Maggie on the Astrologus, the astrologer girl took out a legendary card with Vivian as the prototype and enthusiastically introduced the travel card to the little girl. A card game that is very popular among adventurers. If I were to write a preface, Vivian thought to herself. Soon, a very girl-like idea came out naturally. Xiao Hei, what if all the disputes in the world can be resolved by this card game? Then no one will get hurt anymore. Right? Hearing Vivian's innocent words, the little wolf cub in his arms snorted and turned his head away to refuse to discuss. His evaluation was that Vivian was the cutest in the world. Xiao Hei, seeing that Vivian was a little embarrassed again, the little wolf cub sighed and waved his claws, as if to say, just write it down and try. Your outrageousness is even more outrageous than mine before. If you succeed, I lose. But the little girl was not discouraged. She rolled up her sleeves and wrote it down. After writing down what she had just said, Vivian tilted her head and asked, write it down. Then what? Xiao Hei. Then wait. Anyway, the system prompt sound of failure will sound soon. The little wolf cub yawned lazily, and before he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded immediately. But this time it seems a little different. Ding. The covenant preface you wrote has been successfully recorded. All future covenant contractors will be forced to follow your agreement. Ding. Your writing qualification has been exhausted. Each writer has one and only one writing qualification. Once recorded, no one can modify it in any way. Ding. The current distance from the activation of the travel covenant. The number of covenants to be written is 4. Ding. Since you are the preface writer, all other subsequent writers in the future, the new covenants written must be based on the covenant preface. Ding. Do you want to sign your covenant? The previous system prompts had confused the little wolf cub, but this last one made him wake up immediately. Sign. Must sign. The little wolf cub didn't care much about the content of the covenant. He only cared about his advertising space. And the little wolf clawed fiercely without thinking. Yes. Ding. You have successfully signed. On this green scroll, Vivian's original words moved slightly and became more written. But the core meaning did not change. And then these illusory fonts seemed to be completely dried and imprinted on it, and could never be erased. And at the end, 3 eye-catching gold-plated words were added. Covenant preface, all killing. War and plunder are prohibited. All disputes shall be resolved by the victory or defeat of the travel card. Vivian. Before the wolf cub and Vivian could take a few more glances, the scroll turned into a wisp of green breeze, slipped from the little girl's fingertips, and seemed to merge with the world. This wisp of green breeze may be too weak now, but one day, it will become stronger and stronger, and eventually it will blow across the world, bringing the seeds of hope back to their homeland. And with the help of time, it will take root and sprout, rise from the ground, and finally turn into a towering tree that can provide shelter in the future even in the face of strong winds and rainstorms.